Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1246 to Chapter 1327. Brother Niu. When the others saw how badly Niu Dajiang was beaten, their eyes turned red. What? You want to rebel? Do you loose cultivators not want to live anymore? Young Master Mo said coldly. Don't interfere. Niu Dajiang quickly shook his head. They were all loose cultivators, so how could they fight against the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? If they really angered the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, if the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. The others also knew that they couldn't fight against the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts. I'll give you 100 whips. If you can live, I'll spare you lowly people. Young Master Mo said with a smile. In his opinion, this was just playing around. Didn't the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters like to build the pain of others on top of their own happiness? This kind of thing happened too often. I hope the young master will keep his word. Niu Dajiang said. Crack. Crack. Crack, young Master Mo whipped Niu Dajiang again and again. In an instant, Niu Dajiang's skin and flesh were torn open. Not long after, Niu Dajiang was covered in blood. Niu Dajiang was a man, so he didn't make a sound. The second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters looked at the scene with great interest. When they saw Niu Dajiang's half-dead appearance, they felt waves of excitement. At that moment, two old men walked out of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. They were the Vice-Temple Masters, Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe. Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe heard that Murong Baishan had invited Lin Feng to a banquet tonight, so they planned to go to the Four Saints building. They hoped that Murong Baishan could be the middleman and introduce them to Lin Feng. Then, they could resolve some misunderstandings between them. Sun Yongchang had just fought with Lin Feng, so he didn't go personally to avoid any awkwardness. However, he prepared a gift for Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe to bring to Lin Feng. However, just as they came out, they saw a group of juniors from the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters surrounding a loose cultivator. One of them was even holding a whip and lashing out at another loose cultivator. Seeing this scene, Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe's faces immediately darkened. In fact, regardless of whether it was Sun Yongchang, Lu Shirbao, or Dong Yunhe, as the deputy hall masters of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, they were all relatively upright. They had previously supported Zhuge Jian, and this was a power struggle. Fighting for power didn't mean they had bad conduct. Furthermore, Lu Shirbao himself was in charge of the law enforcement hall of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Naturally, he would not tolerate such a thing. Guard Captain Nailan, what's going on? Lu Shirbao asked. It was Great Elder Mo's grandson and the descendants of a dozen or so other elders. They were rampaging through the streets and injured quite a few people. A young man was enraged and grabbed Great Young Master Mo's whip. Because of that, Great Young Master Mo was enraged and beat that young man half to death. Another person couldn't bear to watch any longer and came out to protect that young man. Great Young Master Mo said that if he whipped him 100 times, he would spare that young man. That cultivator agreed, but Great Young Master Mo had imbued his whip with dermic power, so that cultivator protecting the young man was also beaten half to death. Nailan Yuanfeng explained. Dong Yunhe said, you just watched Mo Zijia beat people half to death without doing anything? Nailan Yuanfeng hurriedly said, Vice Palace Master, this subordinate also wants to interfere, but Mo Zijia and the others all have extraordinary statuses, so we don't have the authority to interfere. Furthermore, Grand Elder Mo is the head of the law enforcement hall, so we don't have the authority to interfere with these young masters' matters. Dong Yunhe nodded with a gloomy expression. He understood that these guards didn't have it easy. He said, this Great Elder Mo is relying on that person's support. It's fine if he acts domineeringly in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, but even his descendants are learning from him. The reputation of our Temple of Spiritual Array Masters will be ruined by these spoiled brats. Lu Shirbao said, let's go take a look. Then, the group walked over. Because Mo Zijia's whips were filled with magic power, even Niu Dajiang's iron-like body couldn't withstand more than 60 whips. He fell to the ground, unable to move. You can't take more than 60 whips? What a piece of trash. Mozijia sneered, but he didn't intend to stop. He raised his right hand and lashed out again and again. Many people looked at Mozijia angrily, but how could they dare to do anything? Niu Dajiang's brothers clenched their fists and wanted to pounce on Mozijia. Niu Dajiang, who was lying on the ground, kept shaking his head, indicating that they shouldn't be impulsive. Mozijia raised his right hand and lashed out at Niu Dajiang again. At that moment, a cold voice shouted, "Stop. It's Deputy Temple Master Liu." When the spoiled brats saw Lu Shibao's angry voice, their faces turned pale and they quickly retreated. Mozijia wasn't afraid of Lu Shibao. Lu Shibao was about to retreat. His grandfather was about to take over Lu Shibao's position. Therefore, it wasn't without reason that Mozijia was so arrogant and despotic. He was full of confidence. Junior greets the two deputy temple masters. Mozijia bowed slightly. Humph. Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe snorted and ignored Mozijia. Instead, they looked at Niu Dajiang, who was beaten half to death, and the youth. This brother is also unlucky. He didn't find the person he was looking for, and instead, he was beaten half to death. Seeing Niu Dajiang on the ground, Nalan Yuanfeng shook his head and sighed. Lu Shibao asked, "Captain Nalan, do you know this person?" Nalan Yuanfeng replied, reporting to Master, "This person came to the temple not long ago to look for a cultivator called Lin Qing. He said that he was friends with Lin Qing and that they came to the temple together. After they parted ways, Lin Qing came to the temple to look for relatives. However, this subordinate sent someone to the External Affairs Hall to check the records and found that there were indeed more than 10 cultivators who came to look for relatives. They were temporarily arranged to stay in Su Yun's courtyard, but there was no one called Lin Qing." "Lin Qing? Lin Qing? His surname is Lin?" Lu Shibao frowned slightly. Dong Yunhe frowned as well. They suddenly remembered that Lin Feng was also surnamed Lin. Lu Shibao looked at the half-dead Niu Dajiang and asked, "Brother, I heard that you came to the temple to look for someone called Lin Qing. Do you have a token?" "Yes, I do." Niu Dajiang's hands were trembling. He took out the jade tablet that Lin Feng had given him and gave it to Lu Shibao. "This? The Grand Elder's token?" Lu Shibao was shocked. He quickly took it and inspected it with his divine sense. "Brother Dong, take a look." Lu Shibao gave the token to Dong Yunhe. Dong Yunhe inspected it and was shocked. "It's Grand Elder Lin's token. Grand Elder Lin actually gave it to this person. It seems like this person's relationship with Grand Elder Lin isn't simple." Dong Yunhe whispered. "All right." Lu Shibao nodded and quickly ordered, "Guard Captain Nalan, quickly help him up." Captain Nalan hurriedly helped Niu Dajiang up, while the other guard helped the youth up. Mozijia naturally recognized the Grand Elder's command token. When he saw Niu Dajiang take out the Grand Elder's command token, he felt that something was wrong. Mozijia hurriedly signaled for one of his followers to report the situation. However, how could Mozijia's little trick hide from Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe, the two vice hall masters? At that moment, Lu Shibao shouted coldly, "Let's see if any of you who have committed a crime dares to leave." The spoiled brat who had intended to report the situation was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. "Mozijia, do you admit to your crimes?" Lu Shibao looked coldly at Mozijia and shouted. "What crimes have I committed?" Mozijia countered with a fearless look. He was certain that a deputy hall master of Willowstone Castle who was about to retire would not dare to punish him. Since he was about to retire, would he dare to offend his grandfather? But this time, Mozijia's guess was wrong. If the person who had been beaten had been an ordinary independent cultivator, Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe might not have punished Mozijia. However, the person who had been beaten half to death was holding Lin Feng's Grand Elder's token. It was obvious that he was Lin Feng's friend. They all knew Lin Feng's temperament. He was an overbearing and aggressive person. His friend had been beaten half to death. How could he let the matter rest? Of course not. Right now, Lin Feng did not know about this matter. If he did, who knew what would happen? Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe had been worrying about how to get in touch with Lin Feng to resolve the misunderstanding between them. Now, Niu Dajiang's beating had given them an opportunity. Lu Shibao looked coldly at Dong Yunhe. As a disciple of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, you have committed outrages outside and tarnished the reputation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. I don't even need to mention your other crimes. Just this crime alone is enough for you to be punished with a broken leg and expelled from the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Hearing Lu Shibao's words, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He could tell that Lu Shibao was not joking. Xianxia said, I want to see my grandfather. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he will know whether I'm guilty or not. Lu Shibao immediately sneered, Xianxia, have you forgotten that even the law enforcement hall is one of the 3 halls that I manage? Could it be that I don't understand the law of the Spiritual Array Master Temple better than your grandfather? Guard Captain Nalan, Xianxia, and his group of 15 have openly violated the rules of the Spiritual Array Master Temple. They have abused their power to bully others, treated human lives like grass, and tarnished the reputation of the Spiritual Array Master Temple. According to the law, all of their legs will be broken and sent to the prison. After the 12 Vice Hall Masters have a discussion, they will be expelled from the Spiritual Array Master Temple. Yes, carry out the order. Nalan Yuanfeng waved his hand and a group of guards immediately pounced on Xianxia and his group like wolves and tigers. Lu Shibao, you old man, let's see if you dare break my legs, Xianxia cursed loudly. Kacha kacha, in the next moment, his 2 legs were directly broken by a guard. This was a comminuted fracture, and there was no chance for him to recover at all. Including Xianxia, 15 young thugs fell to the ground and screamed miserably. Dong Yunhe waved his hand and said, send them to the prison. Good, well done. The Spiritual Array Master Temple is indeed worthy of being one of the 3 supreme powers of the Tianwu continent. They are really fair. Countless people clapped their hands and cheered. Quickly carry the injured back to the temple and invite the great elder of the Spiritual Herb Hall to treat them. Lu Shibao ordered. At this moment, 4 guards carried a stretcher over and placed the heavily injured Niu Dajiang and the youth on it before carrying them into the Spiritual Array Master Temple. Niu Dajiang's 10 brothers also followed them into the temple. Countless people were still excitedly discussing how Lu Shibao had punished Xianxia and his group. There were even people who used memory crystals to record how Lu Shibao righteously dealt with Xianxia's matter. Very quickly, the contents of the memory crystals were continuously copied and spread throughout the entire temple city in an extremely short period of time. This matter caused a huge uproar. After all, which power didn't have hedonistic disciples? However, many powers had a tolerant attitude towards hedonistic disciples. At most, they would verbally restrain them. However, it was the first time they had seen such a severe punishment for hedonistic disciples like the Spiritual Array Master Temple. It's not without reason that the Spiritual Array Master Temple was able to become one of the 3 supreme powers of the Tianwu continent. Countless powerhouses from great powers couldn't help but sigh with emotion after seeing the images in the memory crystals. They also felt admiration for the Spiritual Array Master Temple's impartiality. In the main hall, Dong Yunhe smiled and said, although dealing with Xianxia and the others offended Mo Linchan, it was a great help in repairing our relationship with Lin Feng. Furthermore, news of Brother Lu's impartiality has already spread throughout the entire temple city. This matter might even reach the ears of the 4 ancestors. When the time comes, the 4 ancestors will definitely reward Brother Lu. Lu Shibao said, although dealing with Xianxia and the others was partly due to Lin Feng, in fact, even without Lin Feng, I would have dealt with them the same way. Oh? Why is that? Dong Yunhe looked at Lu Shibao suspiciously. He was very familiar with Lu Shibao's personality, which was why he had been unable to suppress Mo Linchan all these years. Lu Shibao said, look at what Xianxia and the others have done. The reputation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters has been ruined by these people. If we don't deal with these black sheep, who knows how many people will follow them in the future. Furthermore, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Xianxia is so arrogant and despotic, isn't it because Mo Linchan has spoiled him? If I step down and let Mo Linchan take over my position, what will happen to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Therefore, before I step down, I must bring down Mo Linchan. Hearing Lu Shibao's powerful words, Dong Yunhe realized that he had really underestimated this old friend of his. Dong Yunhe sighed and said, you know that bringing down Mo Linchan is too difficult. He has that person behind him. Of course I know it's difficult, but what if Lin Feng is on my side? Lu Shirbao narrowed his eyes. You want to drag Lin Feng with you? Dong Yun's expression changed. He said, even if Lin Feng becomes the fourth successor, his foundation is still shallow. I'm afraid he won't offend that person. Lu Shirbao sighed and said, when the time comes, I will test Lin Feng and see what kind of person he is. Are we still going to the Four Saints building? Dong Yunhe asked. I'm not going. Since Niu Dajiang and the others are Lin Feng's friends, Lin Feng will definitely come over when he hears about what happened here. I need to use this time to think about how to discuss this matter with Lin Feng. Lu Shirbao said. 2 hours ago, Niu Dajiang and the others had just arrived outside the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters and inquired about Lin Feng from Nalin Yuanfeng. The name Lin Qing was a pseudonym, so Niu Dajiang wasn't able to find out anything about it. Niu Dajiang and the others returned empty-handed, while Lin Feng arrived at the Four Saints building in a carriage. Great Elder, we've arrived at the Four Saints Tower. Morong Halbua's voice came from outside. In the carriage, Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Yes. He responded with a grunt. Morong Halbua opened the curtain and Lin Feng got off the carriage. Master Morong. The waiter quickly ran over. Obviously, he knew Morong Halbua, this top-notch young master. Help me bring the carriage down, Morong Halbua said. Although Morong Halbua had an extraordinary background, he wasn't a bossy and domineering person. Instead, he was amiable and approachable. Yes, I'll do it right away. The waiter brought the carriage to a place far away. Great Elder, this way please. Morong Halbua led the way. Lin Feng nodded and followed Morong Halbua to the Four Saints Tower. The Four Saints Tower was the best gathering place in the temple city, and it was bustling with people. Lin Gongzi. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from outside. Lin Feng turned around and saw Zhao Ling. He told Morong Halbua to stop and wait for him. Then, Lin Feng walked towards Zhao Ling. Why are you here? Zhao Ling asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, a friend invited me. What about you? Zhao Ling said, I heard that there's a gathering in the Four Saints Tower, and that a great figure is coming. The vice heads of the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters and more than 30 great elders have already arrived. After the news spread, many people from different powers came, hoping to meet that great figure. We're also here to try our luck. At that moment, Zhang Hanxian, Shen Mabai, and the others came over. Zhang Hanxian frowned when he saw Lin Feng and said, why are you here? Could it be that you followed us here? Last time, you followed us through the desolate ancient forest, and now you want to follow us to meet that great figure from the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters? Brother Lin, you should know how to restrain yourself. Shen Mabai and the others also looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Zhao Ling was unhappy and wanted to retort, but Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to explain anything. Lin Feng said, I was invited here by a friend, and I just met up with Ling, so I didn't come here to chase after you. Please don't misunderstand. My friend must be waiting anxiously, so I'll take my leave. Lin Feng cupped his fists and turned to leave. What kind of powerful friend could a wandering cultivator have? Lu Lishui curled his lips in disdain. Li Muzi said, the three ancestors are waiting anxiously. Let's go quickly. They nodded and quickly went to a private room on the 2nd floor. On the 5th floor, in a supreme private room. When Lin Feng and Morong Halbua arrived at the Four Saints Tower, Morong Baishan and the others had already received the news. However, Lin Feng had told Morong Baishan in advance not to welcome him. It was just a private gathering, so there was no need to make such a big scene. He and Morong Halbua entered the private room. Great Elder Lin is here. Morong Baishan stood up. Walala, the 40 or so people sitting in the private room stood up in unison. There were 4 vice palace masters and 39 great elders in total. Each of them was someone who could make the earth tremble with a stomp of their feet. Each of them had a high status and power. Everyone couldn't help but look at the young man who followed Morong Halbua into the private room. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome, and when he walked, he had the aura of an emperor. Many people were shocked. They had heard a lot about Lin Feng, and now that they saw Lin Feng in person, they couldn't help but be amazed. Haha, this must be Great Elder Lin, right? Morong, why don't you introduce him to everyone? A tall and sturdy cultivator said with a laugh. Morong Baishan smiled and said, everyone knows a lot about Great Elder Lin Feng, so I won't say too much. Many people laughed. Since they had chosen to be Lin Feng's supporters and followers, they naturally knew a lot about Lin Feng. Morong Baichuan continued, Great Elder Lin, the three beside me are Vice Palace Master Tan Chuduan, Vice Palace Master Wang Yangzi, and Vice Palace Master He Datong. P.S. I wrote Morong Haobua as Zhuge Haobua. It was a typo, so I corrected it. Greetings, Vice Temple Masters. Lin Feng bowed to the three of them. Haha, Grand Elder Lin, there's no need to be so courteous. The three Vice Temple Masters didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly supported Lin Feng. How could they let Lin Feng bow to them? Lin Feng smiled and said, this is my first time here, so I'll have to rely on the three of you in the future. Tan Chuduan smiled and said, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can look for us. We still have some authority in the Spirit Array Master Temple. Morong Baishan smiled and said, these three old fellows love to study spirit arrays. They've been itching to have a good exchange with you. Lin Feng smiled and said, sure, when I have time, I'll discuss it with the three of you. The three of them smiled and said, then we can't wait. Many people couldn't help but laugh. These three Vice Temple Masters were famous for being crazy about spirit arrays. Sometimes, they wouldn't sleep for half a month just to study spirit arrays. It was obvious how obsessed they were with spirit arrays. Morong Baishan continued to introduce Lin Feng to the other 39 Grand Elders. These Grand Elders were only a portion of the Grand Elders who supported Lin Feng. Most of the Grand Elders were outside of the temple, and many of them were officials like Morong Baichuan, so they weren't in the temple right now. Lin Feng engraved the names of these Grand Elders in his heart. Let's toast Grand Elder Lin together, shall we? Morong Baishan said with a smile. No one had any objections. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Lin Feng raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Apart from the Vice Temple Masters and Grand Elders, there were more than 10 young cultivators in the private room. There were both men and women, and they were all serving tea and pouring wine for everyone. These people had the same status as Morong Haobua, and they were the more outstanding disciples of the Vice Temple Masters. Now, these people looked at Lin Feng with both respect and admiration. Lin Feng was about the same age as them, but now, even their elders had become Lin Feng's followers. This caused a huge shock in their hearts. Originally, many people thought that they were of good birth and noble status, so they were complacent. Now that they saw Lin Feng, who was the moon surrounded by stars, they realized that their status was nothing to be proud of. In order to gain the respect of others, one must possess great strength. Just like Lin Feng. Many of them swore to themselves that they would train hard in the future. Obviously, Morong Haobua and the others had taken Lin Feng as their goal. Perhaps this was what Morong Baishan and the others wanted to see. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes. The atmosphere of the banquet was also quite rich. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled and said, since it's our first time meeting, I prepared some small gifts for everyone. When Lin Feng finished talking, he flicked his finger. Swish! Swish! Jade talismans flew out and landed in front of everyone. What's this? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng smiled and said, when cultivators cultivate, they go against the heavens. Countless people have been punished by the heavens in the process of cultivation and have died tragically in the lightning tribulation. Although cultivators can die without regrets after going through so many tribulations, who wouldn't feel regret if they died tragically in the lightning tribulation after going through so many hardships in their lives? Many people became emotional when they heard Lin Feng's words. It had not been easy for them to cultivate to this point. Their friends, brothers, and family members who had cultivated with them in the past had all turned to dust. Lightning tribulation was indeed the thing that everyone feared the most. How many people had died tragically in the lightning tribulation? Perhaps many of the people present here would also die under the lightning tribulation in the near future. This was the fate of cultivators. Most of the time, fate could not be resisted. Either they died of old age. Or they broke through their cultivation and increased their lifespan, going against the heavens and seizing life to live forever. Since they wanted to live forever, they had to be prepared to die in the lightning tribulation. Many people were afraid of the lightning tribulation, but they still had to undergo it. Perhaps this was what countless cultivators feared the most. There's a secret technique recorded in these jade talismans called the minor tribulation technique. Lin Feng said. Minor tribulation technique? What kind of secret technique is that? Vice Palace Master Wang Yangzi asked in confusion. The minor tribulation technique is a divine ability that I evolved from the Great Calamity technique. Although it's not as powerful as the Great Calamity technique, it has the ability to devour the lightning tribulation. Since everyone has cultivated the minor tribulation technique, you won't have to worry about being destroyed by the lightning tribulation in the future. Lin Feng smiled. What? Everyone stood up abruptly, their hands trembling as they held the jade talismans. The eyes of the dozen or so juniors suddenly widened. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. It could completely ignore the lightning tribulation. This divine ability was too heaven-defying. Everyone knew how valuable this minor tribulation transcending technique was. It could even cause a storm of blood. Thank you, Great Elder Lin. Soon, the Vice Palace Masters and Great Elders came back to their senses. They excitedly held the jade talismans and thanked Lin Feng repeatedly. The lightning tribulation troubled everyone. The stronger a cultivator was, the more they feared the lightning tribulation. This was because the stronger a cultivator was, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation would be. Everyone present was worried about their own lightning tribulation. Now that they had the minor tribulation technique, they wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. Moreover, everyone knew that once this psychological burden was put down, their minds would become clear, and their cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. It was foreseeable that their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Lin Feng said with a smile, "You are all my supporters and followers, so I naturally won't treat you unfairly. This minor tribulation technique is just a greeting gift. In the future, I will establish a complete reward system. If you can meet the requirements, I can even teach you the 3,000 Great Daos. I can even teach you the Great Calamity technique, which is ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Daos." When everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they were incomparably excited, and they wished that they could shed blood for Lin Feng. Lin Feng already knew what everyone's reaction would be. The art of controlling people required both kindness and severity. Lin Feng was now consolidating the relationship between the two sides, so he naturally had to show some sincerity to make these people unswervingly loyal to him. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Everyone, as the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. This minor tribulation technique is a divine ability that cultivators at the Great Elder level and above can cultivate. It's also one of the many rewards, so I added some restrictions. If it's passed on to others, the restrictions will erase the memories of the minor tribulation technique in their souls." "We naturally understand. Please rest assured, Great Elder." Morong Baishan and the others hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Morong Haobua and the others. He smiled and said, "Since you've been brought here by your elders, you must be young disciples who are highly regarded. Don't slack off on your cultivation. In the future, when you become great elders, you will also be able to learn the minor tribulation technique." "Yes, we will definitely cultivate diligently." When Morong Haobua and the others heard that they would also have a chance to learn the minor tribulation technique, they were all extremely excited. Morong Baishan said, "Great Elder, there are many high-ranking members of large aristocratic families who want to meet you. There are even some ancient powers among them. Would you like to meet them? Then let's meet them. It's very important to maintain a good relationship with these top-ranking powers." Lin Feng said. Author's note, there are actually a lot of words in today's chapter. There are even more words in today's chapter. This is an invitation card. Morong Baishan handed a gold-edged invitation card to Lin Feng. It listed the people who wanted to visit Lin Feng. There were many factions in the Tianwu continent. The Immemorial Jiang family, the 4 great ancient empires, and other factions were publicly recognized as the top factions. However, the 3 most terrifying factions were not the Immemorial Jiang family, but the Martial Spirit Temple, the Spiritual Array Master Temple, and the Alchemist Guild. These three factions were inextricably linked with countless other factions. Take the Spiritual Array Master Temple for example. Among the great elders of the Spiritual Array Master Temple, the number of rogue cultivators was very small. Most of them came from various factions. They could often be the bridge between the Spiritual Array Master Temple and their own families. Think about it. If the Spiritual Array Master Temple really wanted to use their power, how much power would they have? Was this something a faction could compare to? Of course not. The Spiritual Array Master Temple had 4 successors. The factions in the Tianwu continent would each choose a successor to be on good terms with. For example, the people of the Divine Temple would definitely not choose to be on good terms with Lin Feng. They could choose to be on good terms with the other 3 successors. The 4 heirs of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters had always kept each other in check. Therefore, the power they controlled was also kept in check. It was just like the 4 saint-level ancestors. In the early years, the relationship between them was not very harmonious. When they were old, the 4 sage-level ancestors wanted to leave the Tianwu continent and needed to find successors. At this time, they were about to give up their power, but they became very harmonious. Now, the various factions that came to visit him were all factions that wanted to be on good terms with him. Of course, they might not know him very well, or they might have chosen to visit him because they were on good terms with a vice-temple master or a great elder. However, this was not important. What was important was whether he could borrow the strength of these factions in the future. According to the strength of the factions, the major figures of each faction were listed from top to bottom. The immemorial Jiang family's Jiang Tiando, the great Zhou Empire's Ji Xianyin. Lin Feng glanced at the list. There were more than 20 immemorial aristocratic families, followed by some ancient sacred lands, ancient celestial dynasties, and other quasi-immemorial aristocratic families. There were also many forces from the primordial era, and the ancient era. The strongest should be the ancient Jiang family and the great Zhou Empire. Let Jiang Tiando from the Jiang clan and Ji Xianyan from the great Zhou Empire come first. Lin Feng said. Morong Baishan nodded and immediately ordered a great elder to invite them. Not long after, Jiang Tiando, Ji Xianyan, and many other clansmen arrived. Old Jiang, long time no see. How are you? After seeing Jiang Tiando, Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. Back when Jiang Tiando was in charge of the auction house in the 72 northern prefectures, Lin Feng also knew him. Later on, Jiang Tiando was transferred back to the clan, while Jiang Yudi went out to train and took over Jiang Tiando's position. Speaking of which, Lin Feng's relationship with Primordial Ginger should be the best. Everything is fine. It's been so many years, it feels like a lifetime has passed. Jiang Tiando cupped his fists and smiled. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged woman in white and cupped his fists. You must be Ji Xianyan from the Ji clan. When Ji Xianyan saw that Lin Feng was so humble, her impression of him improved. She smiled and said, I've always wanted to see fellow Taoist Lin Feng's elegance, but I never had the chance. Now that I've seen you, I'm amazed. Fellow Taoist Lin, you're even more handsome than the rumors say. Ji Xianyan was being polite. Lin Feng could tell that she was being polite. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Ji, you're too kind. I don't deserve your praise. Ji Xianyan smiled and said, I'm not being polite. Over the years, I've seen many outstanding young people, but you're the first one who's achieved so much through your own efforts at such a young age. That's why I admire you so much. After pausing for a moment, Ji Xianyan continued, In the beginning, I heard Yuhan mention you. If it weren't for your help, Yuhan might have already died in the land of death. My Ji clan has never forgotten your kindness. Many people dreamed of having the great Zhou Empire owe them a favor, but Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. With his current status, he was indifferent to such things as human relationships. He smiled and said, I wonder how Ji Yuhan is doing now. Ji Xianyan replied, She's been cultivating with the ancestor for many years. She has a lively personality and needs to be restrained. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for her to calm down and cultivate. The young cultivators from the Jiang and Ji clans had mixed feelings when they saw Lin Feng chatting with the 2 important figures of their clans. They were all top-notch geniuses in the outside world and were respected by everyone. However, compared to Lin Feng, they were worlds apart. Lin Feng was even younger than many of them, but he was talking and laughing with the elders of their clans. Many people couldn't help but sigh. After the members of the primordial Jiang family and the Ji family left, the remaining primordial powers also met up in pairs. Of course, the Tianwu continent was so vast that many ancient powers didn't have any relations with the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters. They didn't even send their disciples to participate in the Spiritual Formation Master competition. There were many such hegemonic powers in the supreme ancient immortal realms. Only a small portion of the hegemonic powers would be able to come here. But even if it was only a small portion, if one could form a good relationship with them, it might be of great use in the future. After the ancient powers were some quasi-ancient powers. These powers included ancient celestial dynasties, ancient clans, sects, and so on. 5 quasi-ancient powers came together to meet Lin Feng. Punlai Ancient Holy Land of the Eastern Sea. Great Dragon Ancient Celestial Dynasty. Ancient Mountain of the Yuezhou. Wang Clan of the Eastern Prefecture. Wu Clan of the Southern Prefecture. It's our turn. In the private room, Zhao Qiwu and the others from the Great Dragon Ancient Celestial Dynasty were shocked. They all left their private rooms and walked towards the supreme private rooms on the 5th floor. Zhang Hanxian said excitedly, I heard that the person we're going to meet is the chief examiner of the Spiritual Formation Master competition. Now that we're going to meet him, do you think he'll take care of us during the Spiritual Formation Master competition? Lu Lishui said excitedly, it would be great if we could stay in the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters. Mu Xiaowan said, I heard that he'll be one of the 4 future leaders of the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters. Li Muzi nodded and said, I heard that too. If we can establish a good relationship with such an important person, we'll definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. The group was obviously very excited. Zhao Linger said, there are so many powers that have come to meet him. It won't be easy to get him to take care of us. If you want to stay in the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters, you'll have to be strong enough. Hua Xianyu nodded and said, Linger is right, so don't expect him to take care of us. A great elder named Wang Tianyao was waiting outside. He smiled and cupped his fists. There are too many people who want to see my young master right now, so the time is limited. I only have a quarter of an hour. Please forgive me. The higher-ups of the 5 factions obviously knew Wang Tianyao. At that moment, they heard something different. Wang Tianyao was a heaven-ranked array master, yet he had called the young master. At the very least, 2 important pieces of information had been revealed. First, the young master was a young cultivator. Second, Wang Tianyao and the others were very respectful to him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called him young master. We know. Everyone cupped their fists. The great elder of Punlai, Su Daotu, asked, Brother Wang, is there anything the young master is afraid of? If we know in advance, we can avoid making that lord unhappy when we meet later. Wang Tianyao smiled. My young master is humble and gentle. He doesn't have any taboos. You don't have to worry. Tianyao, let them in. Wang Yangzi was Wang Tianyao's uncle. Wang Tianyao was one of the great elders. Wang Yangzi wanted to make Wang Tianyao his successor, but he hadn't told Lin Feng about it yet. Lin Feng looked at Wang Tianyao's face. Wang Yangzi was Wang Tianyao's uncle, and Wang Tianyao was one of the great elders. Wang Yangzi wanted to make Wang Tianyao his successor, but he hadn't told Lin Feng about it yet. Everyone, please come in. Wang Tianyao smiled. Soon after, the people of the 5 factions followed Wang Tianyao into the private room. It's him. They saw Lin Feng sitting in the main seat of the private room. The great elder of Punlai, Su Daotu, was shocked. In the East Sea world, the young elites of the various factions had disappeared without a trace while exploring the deep-sea devil cave. These were the people Lin Feng had saved. Even Su Daotu's grandson, Su Jing, had been rescued by Lin Feng. Su Daotu had also met Lin Feng once. Su Daotu had never thought that the Lord Spirit Array Master would be Lin Feng. Zhao Qiwu, Zhang Daolong, and Lu Shimo from the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty were similarly shocked. They naturally recognized Lin Feng with a single glance. Wasn't this the rogue cultivator who had joined their team and traversed the desolate ancient forest? At that time, the three of them did not pay attention to Lin Feng. After all, he was only a junior. How did this person become a big shot in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters in the blink of an eye? Why is this person so low-key? The three of them suddenly recalled that the great desolate python had clearly wanted to attack them, but had left in the end. At that time, the three of them thought that there was some prehistoric beast in the area that scared the giant python away. From the looks of it, Lin Feng must have scared off the great desolate python. The three of them could not help but laugh bitterly. Who would have thought that a rogue cultivator who had joined their team would have such an extraordinary identity? Now, they regretted that they had not befriended Lin Feng properly back then. Everyone, this is our young master, Great Elder Lin Feng, Wang Tianyao introduced. Lin Feng? He is Lin Feng? Zhao Jiwu and the others were shocked. They had heard of this name long ago, but they did not expect to meet the person in question today. It was widely rumored that the 26-year-old Lin Feng not only had a battle prowess that was infinitely close to the rebirth state, but also had the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. With the help of the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path, he could even fight against a rebirth state cultivator. Many people scoffed at such rumors, thinking that although Lin Feng was extraordinary, how could he fight against a rebirth state cultivator? After all, Lin Feng was just too young. But now, everyone believed it. If he did not have the ability, it would not be easy to make so many higher-ups of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters submit. Even if they supported Lin Feng because of some benefits, if Lin Feng was not enough to convince the masses, these higher-ups could make Lin Feng a mere figurehead. But in reality, these higher-ups looked at Lin Feng with respect. From this, it could be seen that the rumors about Lin Feng in the outside world were very likely true. The experts of the five great powers were all old and experienced, so naturally, they understood all the reasons in an instant. As for the younger generation, they were incomparably curious, wanting to see who exactly this legendary Lin Feng was. But now, they had been warned by their elders in advance that without orders, they could not raise their heads to look at that big shot. This was just like the officials of the secular world going to see the emperor. Without orders, they could only kneel on the ground with their heads lowered, unable to look at the emperor. Daring to secretly peek at the emperor was equivalent to offending the heavens. The experts of the five great powers suppressed the shock in their hearts and hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. The group of young cultivators behind them shouted in unison, "Greetings to Lin Gongzi." Then, they bowed to Lin Feng. Of course, they hoped that Lin Feng would remember them. If he helped them in the finals of the Spirit Array Masters competition, they would be able to stay in the Temple of Spirit Array Masters. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I already know why you are here. If the disciples of your clans are outstanding enough, the Temple of Spirit Array Masters will be happy to nurture them." The experts of the five great powers were overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. Why does this voice sound so familiar? The young disciples of the great dragon ancient immortal dynasty looked at each other with incomparable puzzlement. Lu Lishui could not help but secretly look over. When he saw Lin Feng's figure, he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. It's him, it's him. Lu Lishui's face was a little pale. He naturally knew Lin Feng and thought that Lin Feng was a loose cultivator, so he did not have a good impression of Lin Feng. He had even ridiculed him a few times. When they saw Lu Lishui lose his composure, Zhang Hanxian, Shen Mabai, Zhao Ling Hua Xianyu, Li Muzi, Lu Shige, Mu Shaowan, and Zhang Zixiao also looked over in confusion. When they saw Lin Feng, who was surrounded by countless important figures, they were stunned. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. How was this possible? Wasn't he called Lin Qing? How did he become Lin Feng? How did he become the important figure of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters? Everyone's heart seemed to be surging with monstrous waves. Originally, they had all thought that Lin Feng was a loose cultivator. Many of them looked down on Lin Feng. Before entering the desolation ancient forest, they had even wanted to chase Lin Feng away. They didn't want to bring a powerless loose cultivator like Lin Feng through the desolation ancient forest. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng was just a burden. If Zhao Ling and Hua Xianyu hadn't insisted, Zhang Hanxian and the others would never have allowed Lin Feng to join their team. But now, they knew that Lin Feng had such a terrifying identity. It was enough for them to look up to him. Bastard, how dare you lose your composure like this? Hurry up and kowtow to Lin Gongzi and apologize. Lu Shige was almost angered to death when he saw Lu Lishui lose his composure. If Lu Lishui's loss of composure made Lin Feng unhappy and offended Lin Feng, it would be a huge blow to the Lu clan. The Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty might even suppress the Lu clan in order to please Lin Feng. At that time, the Lu clan might even decline because of this. Once a large aristocratic family declined, it was common for the family to be destroyed and the people to be killed. In fact, Lu Shimo and the others didn't know that the younger generation of the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty had a conflict with Lin Feng. If they knew, they would probably be angered to death. Brother Lin. No, Lin Gongzi, please forgive me for my rudeness. Lu Lishui knelt on the ground, trembling in fear as he begged for mercy. Zhang Hanqian and the others were also trembling. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground and apologize to Lin Feng. In the future, put away your pride and cultivate well. Lin Feng waved his hand. His words were not only for Lu Lishui, but also for Zhang Hanqian and the others. After all, these people had grown up with Zhao Ling'er and Hua Xianyu. Although they had some opinions about them, they didn't like them very much. However, they still had to give Zhao Ling'er and Hua Xianyu some face. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Lu Lishui thanked him profusely. Zhang Hanqian and the others also let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng continued to meet people from other powers and only returned in the wee hours of the morning. Spirit Array Master Temple. Willowstone Castle's residence. Niao Dajiang woke up from his sleep. Looking at the simple and unadorned room, Niao Dajiang stared blankly for a moment before all kinds of memories flooded his mind. He remembered that he had been beaten up, and then a deputy temple master of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters came out to uphold justice and punish those young thugs. After that, he was carried into the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters on a stretcher. He had fallen asleep while lying on the stretcher and had only woken up now. Second brother, you're awake. Seeing that Niao Dajiang had woken up, one of the cultivators who stayed behind to take care of Niao Dajiang was delighted. This cultivator was called Oxman, Niao Dajiang's cousin. Niao Dajiang sat up, and the pain in his body lessened a lot. What happened when I fell asleep? Niao Dajiang asked curiously. Oxman said, the vice head ordered people to treat second brother's injuries and then arranged for us to rest. I stayed in this room to take care of you. Niao Dajiang said worriedly, I don't know why the vice palace master is so nice to us. After all, we're just a group of independent cultivators. Second brother, I heard that it's because of Brother Lin. Brother Lin? Niao Dajiang looked at Niao Ren in confusion. Oxman said, I heard that Brother Lin's identity is not simple. Even the vice palace master has to be careful when talking about him. Niao Dajiang was shocked. That amiable and harmless-looking Brother Lin, he actually had such an extraordinary identity. This made Niao Dajiang feel like he was in a dream. They had always thought that Lin Feng was just a rogue cultivator. Oxman said, Second brother, you say that Brother Lin is so amazing? Will they really introduce jobs to us? If we can become a guard in the Spirit Array Master Temple, we'll bring honor to our ancestors. Niao Dajiang's heart also moved. He said, let's talk about this after we meet Brother Lin. Oxman nodded. Not long after Murong Baishan and the others returned to the Spirit Array Master Temple, someone came to see Lin Feng. It was Lu Shibao's son, Lu Neng. Although he had never met Lu Shibao before, Lin Feng had heard of his name from Murong Baishan. Why did your father ask you to come see me? Lin Feng asked. Lu Neng said, it's like this. Something happened outside the Spirit Array Master Temple today. Lu Neng then told Lin Feng everything that had happened. After hearing the gist of what had happened, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He let Lu Neng lead the way. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Lu Shibao's residence. Dong Yunhe and Lu Shibao were waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. You must be Grand Elder Lin, right? Lu Shibao smiled at Lin Feng and cupped his fists. Lin Feng said, Vice Temple Master Lu, I've admired you for a long time. Lu Shibao smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I had some unpleasantness with Grand Elder Lin in the past. I hope Grand Elder Lin can forgive me. Lin Feng asked, was there any unpleasantness? I don't remember. Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe were stunned for a moment, then smiled. Lu Shirbao said, "Haha, I'm old and muddle-headed. Please don't blame me, Grand Elder." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Vice Temple Master, you're old but strong, so it's normal for you to remember things incorrectly. I usually remember things incorrectly as well, so I'm deeply moved." Lin Feng then looked at Dong Yunhe and smiled, "You must be Vice Temple Master Dong?" "Yes." Dong Yunhe quickly cupped his fists. After they greeted each other, Dong Yunhe said, "I'm sure Grand Elder Lin is worried about your friend. Let's take you to see him." "Thank you." "You're welcome, Grand Elder Lin." Lin Feng followed Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe to Niu Dajiang's room. When he saw Lin Feng, Niu Dajiang was extremely excited and struggled to get up from the bed. Lin Feng said, "Brother Niu, you should lie down and rest." "Brother Lin. I've finally met you," Niu Dajiang said excitedly. Lin Feng patted Niu Dajiang's shoulder and said, "It's good that you're fine. Take this pill and you'll recover faster." After saying that, Lin Feng took out a healing pill that he had refined and gave it to Niu Dajiang. After taking the pill, Niu Dajiang's pale face regained some color. "Rest for now. I'll come and see you tomorrow," Lin Feng said. Then, he left with Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe. "When I came here, I heard about the situation from Lu Ning. Thank you, Vice Temple Master, for handling this matter impartially and saving my friend's life." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Lu Shirbao said, "As the Vice Temple Master in charge of law enforcement, it is my duty to enforce the law impartially, so there is no need for the Great Elder to thank me. Today, I invited the Great Elder here to discuss something with the Great Elder." "Oh? What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "This isn't a good place to talk. Great Elder, please come with me," Lu Shirbao said. Lin Feng nodded. In Lu Shirbao, Dong Yunhe brought Lin Feng to a living room and set up a soundproof restriction. At that moment, Lu Shirbao said, "Mo Zijie's grandfather is the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Mo Limchan. He has a high position and is arrogant and despotic. He has made the atmosphere of the temple city a mess. After I retire, he will take over my position. If he becomes the Vice Temple Master, who knows what will happen to the Temple of Spirit Array Masters in the future." Lin Feng said calmly, "Vice Temple Master, you want to get rid of him? You want to arrange for a wise person to take over your position? But this Mo Limchan has the backing of the Vice Palace Master, who is also difficult to deal with, so the Vice Palace Master wants me to deal with this Mo Limchan together? It seems that this Mo Limchan has one of the 3 successors behind him. Am I right?" Lu Shirbao was shocked. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to guess all his thoughts just by saying one sentence. He had even guessed the power behind Mo Limchan. Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe couldn't help but sigh. This boy was as smart as a demon. "Since the Great Elder already knows of my plans, would you be willing to support me in getting rid of the Holy Temple's evil forces and returning peace to the Holy Temple?" Lu Shirbao asked. Lin Feng didn't directly answer Lu Shirbao's question. Instead, he said, "Vice Hall Master, can you tell me more about the other 3? Lu Shirbao replied, "The first is called Dao Ling Tian, and he has cultivated for 3,000 years. The second is called Sun Yumu, and she has cultivated for 800 years. The third is called Zhong Jinghuang, and he has cultivated for 500 years. All 3 of them are close to becoming Saint-ranked Spirit Array Masters, and they might even be Saint-ranked Spirit Array Masters already. They don't often come to the Holy Temple, so they should be traveling around now." Lin Feng said, "If my guess is correct, such an important position in the enforcement hall must be in the hands of Dao Ling Tian, who has cultivated for the longest time." Lu Shirbao nodded and said, "It is indeed as the Great Elder guessed. Dao Ling Tian has cultivated for the longest time, and he has the most Vice Hall Masters and Great Elder supporting him." Lin Feng was a bit confused as he said, "There are 5 Vice Hall Masters supporting Dao Ling Tian, and 4 Vice Hall Masters supporting me. You 3 Vice Hall Masters are supporting Zhu Gejin, so there are already 12 Vice Hall Masters supporting Sun Yumu and Zhong Jinghuang. Could it be that none of the Vice Hall Masters are supporting Sun Yumu and Zhong Jinghuang? If no one is supporting them, how did they become the successors?" Dong Yunhe said, "Among the 4 saint-ranked ancestors, there are Sun and Zhong Jinghuang." Lin Feng nodded. So they were the descendants of the ancestors. As a descendant of the old ancestor, coupled with his outstanding talent, it was normal for him to be chosen as the successor. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, I don't understand why you would choose Zhu Gejian. Why don't you just rely on Sun Yimou and Zhong Xinghuang? Lu Shirbao said, Great Elder, you might not know this, but Sun Yimou and Zhong Xinghuang were sent to the outer realm by the two ancestors a long time ago to train. We didn't even have the chance to meet them. Lin Feng said, as the descendants of the ancestors, they became the successors of the Holy Temple without any setbacks. They really do need some training. Yes, in order to train them, the ancestor threw them to an extremely dangerous and chaotic planet. Sun Yimou has been gone for more than 700 years, and Zhong Xinghuang has been gone for more than 400 years. I've heard that the planet is full of war and slaughter, but the two young masters have survived countless dangerous situations. I think they'll be back soon. Dong Yunhe sighed. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't thought that would happen. It seemed like the four ancestors were doing their best to train their successors. Lu Shirbao continued, the 5 deputy temple masters supported Dao Ling Tian a long time ago. Dao Ling Tian fought his way out of the many talented disciples and became the first successor. Lin Feng said, since Dao Ling Tian fought his way out of the encirclement and became the first successor, that means there should be more than one competitor. You all had supporters at that time, right? But then your supporters were eliminated by Dao Ling Tian? You all must have had some unhappiness with Dao Ling Tian at that time. Since Dao Ling Tian allowed Mo Lung Chan to do whatever he wanted, he must be a very strong and protective master. To a servant, a master like that is the best, but to other people, Dao Ling Tian doesn't know right from wrong. People like that don't know what's right and what's wrong. Therefore, you don't want to take risks and follow Dao Ling Tian, he might take revenge on you. Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe smiled bitterly and nodded. Now that they had interacted with Lin Feng, they knew how intelligent Lin Feng was. Many things, Lin Feng's deductions were basically correct without them saying anything. Lin Feng continued, actually, I admire the 2 deputy temple masters. Before retiring, they actually chose to drag Mo Lung Chan down. That's like offending Dao Ling Tian. Mo Lung Chan will only harm the temple, he won't be of any help. I also want to get rid of him, but if I get involved, the risk is too great. Is it worth it to offend Dao Ling Tian? Lu Shirbao said, before the 4 ancestors leave Tianwu continent, they will redistribute their power. Each successor can nominate 3 deputy temple masters, but the positions of the 12 deputy temple masters are different. They are all deputy temple masters, but some have high positions, while others have low positions. As the previous deputy temple master, he has the right to make suggestions. For example, I can suggest to the 4 ancestors that Great Elder Lin nominates someone to inherit my position. My position is in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Magical Ability Pavilion, and the Mission Hall, 3 extremely important departments. If I can control them, I will have great power. Said Lin Feng smiling. If Mo Lung Chan is defeated, then Mo Lung Chan will become the vice leader, right? Said Lin Feng smiling. That's a good thing, but if Mo Lung Chan is defeated, then Mo Lung Chan will become the vice leader, right? Yes. Lu Shirbao nodded. Dong Yunhe said, there are 5 most important positions in the temple, the Sacred Tower, the Spiritual Array Pavilion, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Ancestral Temple, and the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm. The Sacred Tower will definitely belong to Sun Yimou, and the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm will belong to Zhong Xinghuang. Lin Feng didn't need to ask why. He could guess. The Holy Tower and the Tai Yuan Celestial Realm were too important. They should be in the hands of Ancestor Sun Daoming and Ancestor Zhong Xingyuan respectively. They passed them on to their descendants, Sun Yimou and Zhong Xinghuang. Dong Yunhe continued, there are still 3 positions left. The Law Enforcement Hall and the Spiritual Array Pavilion will fall into Dao Ling Tian's hands, and the Ancestral Temple will be under your control, Great Elder. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, I will be in charge of the Ancestral Temple? Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe nodded. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. If that was the case, then his power would be far less than the other 3. Originally, the Ancestral Temple and the Law Enforcement Hall belonged to the same person, but Dao Ling Tian was too powerful. He took away the law enforcement hall's important position, leaving only the ancestral temple for the fourth successor. Lu Shirbao said. Lin Feng said, it seems like the division of power in the temple is also filled with intrigue. The four ancestors don't care about it? The four ancestors don't care about this kind of thing. The strongest person has the most power. This is the rule of the temple. Dong Yunhe said. Lu Shirbao said, we plan to hold a meeting of the vice temple masters. When the time comes, I will impeach Mo Lingchan. As long as half of the vice temple masters agree, we can report Mo Lingchan's removal to the four ancestors. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, if Mo Lingchan retires, who will be the law enforcement hall's hall master? Wang Tianyao is the law enforcement hall's vice hall master. He's very strong, and he's the son of vice temple master Wang Yangzi. He's very loyal to the temple. I think he can be the next hall master. Lu Shirbao said. Lu Shirbao obviously knew that Wang Tianyao was Lin Feng's subordinate. Obviously, Lu Shirbao had already stated his conditions. Lin Feng would support him in impeaching Mo Lingchan, and he would help Lin Feng take over the law enforcement hall. In the future, Wang Tianyao would be in charge of the law enforcement hall, mission hall, and ability pavilion. Of course, Lin Feng would also have to face the situation of offending Dao Ling Tian, but the struggle for power had always been one of mutual deception, and Lin Feng did not want to be a mere figurehead. Dao Ling Tian had taken away the law enforcement hall that originally belonged to him, and Lin Feng was also extremely dissatisfied with Dao Ling Tian. Since Lin Feng had already decided to become one of the four successors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, then he had to do his best to seize as much power as possible. What was the point of being a figurehead of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Lin Feng said, I will mention this matter to Vice Head Murong Baishan and the others. Great Elder is truly righteous. In the future, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters will sing the praises of Great Elder, and the future generations will definitely remember it. If not for Great Elder's wise decision today, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters might have fallen from prosperity to decline. Lu Shirbao cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng said, Vice Head, there is no need to make me sound so noble. The reason why I helped Vice Head was because I did not want the law enforcement hall to be controlled by someone like Mo Lingchan, and also because the law enforcement hall originally belonged to me in the future. Dao Ling Tian forcefully took it away, so how could I let him have his way? What belongs to me, no one can take it away. Let's end our conversation here today. Lu Shirbao and Dong Yunhe personally sent Lin Feng off. The next day, Niu Dajiang's body had almost recovered, and Lin Feng had Murong Baishan arrange for Niu Dajiang and the others to be guards of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. The group of people was wild with joy. They did not even dare to believe that they had actually become guards of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Big Black, give me a slap. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Oxman said to a dark-skinned man beside him. Slap, the muscular man called Big Black slapped Oxman's face, causing Oxman to see stars. It's true, it's all true. Oxman shouted excitedly. Nailan Yuanfeng said, Brother Dajiang, in the future, your task will be to patrol at night, and you'll be paid 1,500 top-level spirit stones every year. If you perform well, you'll be promoted, and you'll be paid even more. You can start to bring your family members to live with you. Each of you will be given a courtyard. Of course, if you don't want to bring your family members to live with you, you can save up spirit stones for a few years, and then buy a small city to settle your family members. Every year, you'll have 3 months of vacation, and you can go back to accompany them. Niu Dajiang and the others were incomparably excited, because the treatment of the Spirit Array Master Temple was too good. No wonder countless people racked their brains to enter the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Niu Dajiang and the others were glad that they knew Lin Feng. If they didn't know Lin Feng, how could they, as rogue cultivators, enter the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Niu Dajiang and the others quickly went to thank Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the time to meet them, and Niu Dajiang returned Lin Feng's Great Elder Jade Tablet to Lin Feng. Lin Feng encouraged Niu Dajiang and the others, telling them to work hard, and that the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would not treat them badly. After Niu Dajiang and the others left, Murong Baishan, Wang Yangi, He Datong, and Tan Chuduan came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng told the 4 deputy temple masters about what Dong Yunhe had told him yesterday at Willowstone Castle. Originally, Wang Yangyi wanted to mention to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng could nominate Wang Tianyao as a deputy temple master in the future. Now, the person directly benefiting from Willowstone Castle's impeachment of Mo Lingchan was his son, Wang Tianyao. Therefore, Wang Yangyi naturally supported Willowstone Castle's decision to impeach Mo Lingchan. Morong Baishan said, I originally wanted to mention the matter of the enforcement hall to the Great Elder, but since Willowstone Castle has already proposed it, I also agree with Willowstone Castle's suggestion. The enforcement hall is too important, and it originally belonged to the Great Elder, but now it has been forcefully taken away by Dao Ling Tian. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is also a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you shrink back now, I'm afraid that you will become a laughingstock in the future. When the time comes, the Great Elder will have no real power in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Lin Feng nodded and said, if that's the case, then when the Deputy Temple Master Conference convenes, you can discuss Willowstone Castle's suggestion. Morong Baishan and the others nodded. Lin Feng continued, when will the 4 ancestors come out of seclusion? Tan Chuduan said, the 4 ancestors are currently in seclusion in the extreme Yuan immortal realm. They should be coming out soon. In the afternoon, 2 middle-aged men wearing Daoist robes walked out of the extreme Yuan immortal realm. They were cultivators who served the 4 ancestors. Although they didn't have any official positions in the temple, their statuses were extremely high. Today, the 2 of them had come to pass on the final decree of the 4 ancestors. They had appointed Lin Feng as the head examiner of the 3,000 provinces finals. Very quickly, news of this matter spread throughout the temple. With this matter settled, Lin Feng's status as the 4th successor was confirmed. After the 4 ancestors came out of seclusion, they would probably summon Lin Feng to officially announce this matter. Many people came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, was rather calm. At night, someone came to visit Lin Feng. It was the enforcement hall's hall master, Mo Lingchan. It was Lin Feng's first time meeting Mo Lingchan. Mo Lingchan was thin and had a sinister look in his eyes. He gave off a very uncomfortable feeling. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled and cupped his fists, saying, Grand Elder Lin, it's an honor to meet you. Lin Feng also cupped his fists, saying, may I know why Hall Master Mo is here? Mo Lingchan said, I already know that Willow Castle is looking for Grand Elder Lin. Lord Dao Ling Tian also knows. Lin Feng frowned slightly, saying, what does Hall Master Mo want to say? Mo Lingchan said, Lord Dao Ling Tian wants me to pass on a message to Grand Elder Lin. There's no harm in saying it. Lin Feng said. Mo Lingchan continued, Sun Yumu and Zhong Jinghuang are both descendants of the ancestors. They have known each other for many years and have been training on the same planet for so long. I'm afraid that their friendship runs deep. Lord Dao Ling Tian and Grand Elder Lin, on the other hand, do not have a strong background. They both relied on their own abilities to reach their current positions. Lord Dao Ling Tian wants to join forces with Grand Elder Lin, but he won't have to fight alone against Sun Yumu and Zhong Jinghuang. Lin Feng knocked on the table, saying, that's it? Mo Lingchan nodded, saying, Grand Elder Lin is a smart man. I'm sure you understand Lord Dao Ling Tian's intentions. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. This Dao Ling Tian was going too far. He had sent Mo Lingchan to talk about this matter. If the 2 of them really joined forces, then Willow Castle's impeachment of Mo Lingchan would naturally cease. Mo Lingchan would still be free and unpunished. However, Dao Ling Tian did not mention the matter of the enforcement hall's hall master. If Dao Ling Tian was sincere, then he should have returned the power of the enforcement hall to Lin Feng. However, since Dao Ling Tian did not mention this matter, it meant that he did not have any sincerity. Or perhaps Dao Ling Tian was too used to being high and mighty. Did he think that Lin Feng would listen to him just because he said something? I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep Hall Master Mo any longer. Lin Feng said indifferently. Mo Lingchan's expression darkened. Lin Feng was already sending him off, but he did not hear the answer he wanted. Grand Elder Lin should know our Lord's abilities. Joining forces with our Lord is a win-win situation. Otherwise. Mo Lingchan narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng, his tone turning cold and threatening. Lin Feng looked at Mo Lengchan with a faint smile. What if I don't? I'm not good at understanding things, so I hope Hall Leader Mo can explain clearly. Mo Lengchan frowned. He wondered if Lin Feng was playing dumb, but seeing Lin Feng's sincere expression, Mo Lengchan knew that this was not an act. He said, only by learning how to behave can you survive in the Saint Palace. If you can't learn how to behave, the Saint Palace will eat you up without spitting out your bones. Hall Leader Mo, are you threatening me? Lin Feng looked at Mo Lengchan and asked. Mo Lengchan said, it's not a threat. It's just a piece of advice. Lin Feng stood up and said indifferently, but I think Hall Leader Mo is threatening me. Hall Leader Mo, do you know the consequences of threatening me? Mo Lengchan frowned and said in a low voice, what? Could it be that great elder Lin wants to deal with me? You're right. Lin Feng threw a punch at Mo Lengchan. He said, whoever dares to threaten me, I'll let him know how to write the word regret. Mo Lengchan was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to attack him so quickly. Mo Lengchan had Dao Lingtian's support in the Saint Palace, so he was used to being arrogant. Who would dare to attack him, but Lin Feng dared to do it today. Mo Lengchan's strength was not weak. He was at the 8th layer of the life and death realm. Facing Lin Feng's attack, his face sank. He raised his right hand and was about to attack Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's attack was too fast. With a bang, the punch landed on Mo Lengchan's face and sent him flying. Mo Lengchan's body flew dozens of meters away, blood spurting out of his mouth. His teeth were all broken by Lin Feng, and he spat out blood. Plop! Mo Lengchan fell to the ground. Lin Feng, you brat, you're courting death. Mo Lengchan roared angrily. His loud roar immediately startled everyone. Isn't that Mo Lengchan's voice? Lin Feng is now the 4th successor. His position is even more honorable than the deputy palace master. Mo Lengchan actually dared to curse him like this. What happened? Why is this person so exasperated? Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, one figure after another shot out and quickly rushed towards the small courtyard where Lin Feng lived. When everyone arrived, they saw that Mo Lengchan had taken out a demigod-level treasure. That treasure was called the Stellar Sun Moon Sword, and it slashed directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and lifted his left hand. Monster spiritual energy gushed out and transformed into runes. All of the runes surged toward the demigod weapon, Sun Moonstar Sword. In a flash, Lin Feng's half-godly weapon, the Sun and Moonstar Sword, was oppressed. Lin Feng had destroyed Mo Lengchan's godly awareness. Ah! My stellar Sun Moon Sword. Lin Feng, you bastard! How dare you steal my treasure? You'll die a horrible death. Mo Lengchan's godly awareness had been destroyed. His face was extremely pale, but his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lin Feng and cursed loudly. Hall Leader Mo, you're really ungentlemanly. How could someone like you become the Hall Leader of the Hall of Law Enforcement? You're really surprising me. Lin Feng rushed forward and threw another punch at Mo Lengchan Wuji Godly Arts of the Universe. Mo Lengchan roared furiously. He kept making hand seals. Then, a terrifying chi emerged from Mo Lengchan's body. A gigantic ball of energy condensed in Mo Lengchan's body. He released the ball of energy and threw it at Lin Feng. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon? Lin Feng looked indifferent. His punch didn't slow down at all. It destroyed Mo Lengchan's godly abilities in an instant, and then he threw another punch at Mo Lengchan's face. Mo Lengchan's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Before Mo Lengchan could get up, Lin Feng had already rushed over. Bang! 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 He kicked Mo Lengchan one after another. How was this a fight between experts? It was more like a fight between two ordinary people, and one of them was beaten up by the other. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Mo Lengchan roared furiously. What a filthy mouth. Lin Feng sneered and kicked Mo Lengchan's mouth. Crack! Mo Lengchan's mouth was crushed by Lin Feng's kick. Mo Lengchan opened his mouth to speak but couldn't. It was too cruel. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw Lin Feng beat up Mo Lengchan. Many people had heard that Lin Feng was a devil incarnate who feared nothing. now they finally saw it for themselves. However, when they saw Mo Lungchan being beaten half to death, many people gloated. Mo Lungchan was arrogant and domineering. Many people hated him, but they didn't dare to say anything. Now that they saw Lin Feng beat Mo Lungchan half to death, they felt relieved. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then 5 figures flew over. Yan, Fan, Zhou, Wu, Qi, the 5 vice leaders are here. Many people exclaimed. These 5 vice palace masters were vice palace masters who supported Dao Ling Tian. When they saw Mo Lungchan's miserable state, their faces turned green with anger. The other 7 vice leaders also arrived quickly. When they saw Mo Lungchan lying on the ground and howling in pain, they were shocked. Then they smiled bitterly. Morong Baishan, Lu Shirbao, and the others didn't expect Lin Feng to beat Mo Lungchan like this. Great Elder Lin, no matter how powerful you are, you shouldn't treat a cultivator of the holy temple like this. Moreover, the one you almost killed was a hall leader, Yan Mingyu shouted. Asked the vice leader, Yan Mingyu. That person was trying to oppress Lin Feng, and he was trying to punish Lin Feng as if he was a virtuous person. Morong Baishan and the others' expressions changed. They were about to retort when Lin Feng waved at them, indicating that they didn't need to do anything. Lin Feng said indifferently, I didn't bully anyone. Mo Lungchan came to me and talked nonsense. I was so angry that I beat him up. Yan Mingyu said angrily, you beat a hall leader to this state just because of a dispute of words. Great Elder Lin, don't you think you've gone too far? How is this different from disregarding human life? We will definitely report this matter to the 4 ancestors and let them decide. Lin Feng said, Mo Lungchan told me that Dao Ling Tian wanted to join hands with me because he felt that Sun Yimou and Zhong Jinghuang would definitely form an alliance. If we don't join hands, we won't be their opponents. Hearing this, Yan Mingyu, who was standing on the moral high ground to punish Lin Feng, twitched his mouth. Fan, Zhou, Wu, and Qi's expressions also became very unsightly. Lin Feng didn't care about their expressions and continued, when I heard Mo Lungchan's words, I was angry. In the future, Dao Ling Tian, Sun Yimou, and Zhong Jinghuang will be in charge of the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays. Naturally, we will work together and lead the Holy Temple to glory. This Mo Lungchan dared to drive a wedge between us. Think about it, if the 4 of us who will be in charge of the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays fight each other to the death, I'm afraid the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays will fall apart. This person has such malicious intentions, how can I forgive him? That's why I couldn't control my anger and hit him. If the Vice Palace Masters think that I'm wrong for hitting Mo Lungchan in a fit of rage, then I'm willing to apologize to the 4 ancestors. Yan Mingyu and the other 4's expressions were very unsightly. How could they say that Lin Feng was wrong? Mo Lungchan's act of sowing discord was a serious crime. Yan Mingyu and the other 4 knew that Lin Feng was just adding oil to the fire to slander Mo Lungchan. Even so, they had to swallow their pride and swallow their pride. The news that Mo Lungchan was almost beaten to death by the demon king Lin Feng spread quickly in the temple. It didn't take long for everyone to know about it. The next day, the 12 deputy temple masters held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Mo Lungchan. Lu Shirbao impeached Mo Lungchan. There were 5 crimes. First, he was arrogant and domineering when he was the head of the law enforcement hall, which caused the temple to complain. Second, he allowed his disciples to do whatever they wanted, which seriously damaged the temple's reputation. Third, he didn't meddle in the affairs of the temple, which caused the atmosphere in the temple to deteriorate. Fourth, he used his power to amass wealth. Fifth, he sowed discord among the 4 successors. His intentions were vicious. The 5 deputy temple masters, Yan, Fan, Zhou, Wu, and Qi, remained silent because they knew there was nothing they could do. The suggestion to remove Mo Lungchan from his position in the law enforcement hall and appoint Wan Tianyao as the law enforcement hall's hall master, and to hand over the entire matter to the 4 ancestors for the final decision, was approved by 7 deputy hall masters. The 5 deputy temple masters didn't agree. With 7 votes against 5, it was passed. At this time, the highly anticipated finals of the 3,000 prefectures began. The first preliminary round of the finals was a 12-round elimination system. The first round was to draw a low-grade mystic class array. The second round was to draw a mid-grade mystic class array. The rounds increased. The 12th round was to draw a high-grade mystic class array. Those who passed all 12 rounds would participate in the final 2 rounds of the finals. The first round of the finals. Every contestant would draw a low-grade Earth class array. And they had to draw it in a set time. The shorter the time, the better the result. The second round of the finals. The contestants who passed could draw their own arrays. This time, there was no level restriction. The higher the level, the better. Of course, this was on the premise that they could draw it in a set time. The examiner of the competition would assess the score of the second round according to the level of the array and the time needed. This time, the Spirit Array Masters would recruit 3,000 outstanding array geniuses from the 3,000 prefectures. There were more than 500,000 array masters from the 3,000 prefectures, but only 3,000 were recruited. It was obvious how fierce the competition was. When the first round of the preliminaries began, Lin Feng, as the head examiner, naturally had to be present. Heavens, isn't that head examiner too young? That examiner is Lin Feng, whose name shakes the 3,000 provinces. What? Is he the rumored Lin Feng? He's so handsome. He's already the head examiner at such a young age. It is said that he has already been chosen as the 4th successor by the 4 ancestors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. In the future, he will wield great power in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Ah? He's that powerful? Countless Spirit Array casters who were participating in the finals were discussing among themselves. Many female Spirit Array casters were even flirtatious, hoping to attract Lin Feng's attention. If they could hook up with Lin Feng, wouldn't entering the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters be as easy as saying a word? Lin Feng said in a clear voice. In order to participate in the finals held by the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, everyone has come from different prefectures. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is extremely happy. This time, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters will recruit 3,000 people. Those who can successfully break through will receive the best training, the strongest inheritance, and the best resources. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters has 3,000 archaic Great Formation inheritances waiting for everyone to study and learn. However, the prerequisite is that you can stand out among more than 500,000 people. I won't say any more superfluous words. For your own sake, make good use of this opportunity and do everything possible to join the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. After Lin Feng's speech, many people were incomparably excited. Joining the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters and obtaining the best inheritance was something that many people dreamed of. Furthermore, studying in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would allow one to enter the sacred tower to cultivate. That was a treasure that could change the flow of time. Many Spiritual Array Masters had spent too much time studying Spiritual Array Masters, resulting in their cultivation not being able to improve. However, if they could enter the sacred tower to cultivate, they would not have to worry about their cultivation not being able to keep up. The competition was in full swing. After many rounds of selection, the top 3,000 were finally selected. Lin Feng checked the list and found that Zhao Ling had been shortlisted. She was ranked 2,120. The rest of the people from the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty had failed to be selected. Lin Feng added Hua Xianyu's name to the shortlist. Hua Xianyu, who was originally extremely disappointed, was informed by an examiner of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters that she had been accepted by the chief examiner. Hua Xianyu was extremely excited. Zhang Hanxian and the others looked at Hua Xianyu enviously. Now, everyone was deeply regretting it. If they had been on good terms with Lin Feng back then like Hua Xianyu, they might have been accepted by Lin Feng as an exception. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how regretful they were, it was impossible to give them a chance to start over. Soon, the results of Mo Limchan's punishment were out. The 4 patriarchs stripped Mo Limchan of his position as the hall master of the law enforcement hall and demoted him to an ordinary deacon. Lin Feng was not surprised by the punishment. The 4 patriarchs were obviously trying to find balance by doing this. They were giving face to Daoling Tian. Lin Feng entered the sacred tower to cultivate. One of Lin Feng's main goals for coming to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters this time was to enter the sacred tower to cultivate. The sacred tower was located in the depths of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. It was a stone tower that was 99 floors tall. It was said that this was an extremely heaven-defying Dharma treasure. However, no one could obtain this Dharma treasure now. The sacred tower controlled the flow of time differently. From the first floor to the 20th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 3 years in the sacred tower. From the 21st floor to the 40th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 5 years in the sacred tower. From the 41st floor to the 60th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 7 years in the sacred tower. From the 61st floor to the 80th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 9 years in the sacred tower. From the 81st floor to the 99th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 12 years in the sacred tower. Lin Feng came to a stone room on the 90th floor to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Cultivation knew no time. When Lin Feng first entered the sacred tower, it was early autumn in the outside world. Now, another early autumn had arrived. An entire year had passed in the outside world. Lin Feng, who had been cultivating in the sacred tower, had already experienced 12 years. In these 12 years, he had calmed down and comprehended various divine abilities, studied the celestial master sex inheritance, studied alchemy, and cultivated his soul. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the outside world, Morong Baishan, Wang Yangyi, He Datong, and Tan Chuduan were gathered together. Morong Baishan said, "The Grand Elder has been in the sacred tower for a full year. According to the flow of time in the sacred tower, 12 years have passed in the sacred tower. Now that the 4 old ancestors are about to come out of seclusion, should we summon the Grand Elder?" Rumble. As soon as Morong Baishan finished speaking, thunder rumbled outside. The 4 of them were shocked. They hurriedly went out and saw endless thunderclouds rolling in the sky. Lightning dragons and snakes swam in the clouds. Heavens, this is a lightning tribulation. A lightning tribulation that covers a radius of 100 miles. Who is it that attracted such a heaven-defying lightning tribulation? Countless people rushed out of the temple city, looking at the lightning tribulation in the sky with horrified expressions on their faces. I thought I would be able to write 8 chapters today, but because I went to practice driving in the afternoon, I was delayed the entire afternoon and only managed to write the 7th chapter now. I'm too tired. Old Manta needs to rest, so I'll write 7 chapters today. I'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow is May 1st, Labor Day. I wish everyone a happy Labor Day. The lightning tribulation's momentum was vast, and it startled too many people, causing them to be moved and shocked. How heaven-defying must this person be to be able to summon such a massive lightning tribulation that covered an area of 100 miles, it was unbelievable. However, all of this was real. Swish. Swish, in a stone room in the 99th floor of the Holy Pagoda, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Kulpa lights were flashing between his eyebrows. He's about to undergo the Kulpa. Lin Feng walked out of the Holy Pagoda and into the sky. Above him, millions and millions of bolts of Kulpa lightning were intertwining. Those bolts of Kulpa lightning seemed like they could descend at any moment and attack Lin Feng. Look, it's Mr. Lin. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng was the one who had summoned such a powerful Kulpa lightning. But when they thought about it, it made sense. Such a powerful Kulpa lightning was unprecedented. Only someone as powerful as Lin Feng could summon such a terrifying Kulpa lightning. Lin Feng left the holy shrine city. He wanted to go to the forest to undergo the Kulpa tribulation. If he did that in the holy shrine city, the holy shrine city would be destroyed. Quick, let's go and see, many people shouted and followed closely behind. They wanted to see Lin Feng undergo the Kulpa lightning. Such a powerful Kulpa lightning. Let's see how he'll die. Someone sneered. The Kulpa lightning in front of them was terrifying. Many people thought that it would be extremely difficult to succeed. But the 4 deputy temple leaders and the great elders who had joined Lin Feng weren't worried at all. They knew that Lin Feng had cultivated the catastrophe technique. It was difficult to injure him with 1,000 kulpas, and it was difficult to destroy him with 10,000 kulpas. Loud rumbling sounds resounded through the clouds. Above the desolation ancient forest, lightning flashed, and the entire desolation ancient forest became quiet at this moment. Millions and millions of bolts of lightning seemed to be able to destroy the world. Lin Feng was standing in the air, allowing the thunderbolts to strike him. The first bolt of Culpa lightning descended from the sky. It was as gigantic as a mountain. It moved straight towards Lin Feng. It was terrifying. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. This kind of mountain tribulation was the last lightning tribulation that appeared in many cultivators' tribulations. But now, Lin Feng's first lightning tribulation was actually a mountain tribulation. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation was really too shocking. Lin Feng didn't try to dodge the lofty mountain Culpa. The destructive lofty mountain Culpa bombarded Lin Feng's body. Unexpectedly, it was unable to cause any harm to Lin Feng. Isn't this body a little too powerful? Countless people were shocked. It was simply inconceivable that his physical body could resist such a powerful lightning tribulation. Rumor has it that Master Lin relied on the strength of his physical body to reach the 41st step of the prodigy arena. His physical body is strong enough to become a god. His physical body is probably strong enough to kill a true dragon, a qilin, or a swanee. Many nodded and looked up at Lin Feng, who was drowned in endless thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. Normally, cultivators would undergo 9 lightning tribulations. But Lin Feng's lightning tribulation seemed to be endless. It kept striking down. Lin Feng used his physical body to resist 49 bolts of lightning tribulation. After Lin Feng's body absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation, it continuously tempered Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body became even stronger. Lightning tribulation tempering the body. There was no better way to temper the body than this. However, when other cultivators underwent their lightning tribulation, it was as if they were treading on thin ice. Who would dare to use their physical body to resist the power of the lightning tribulation? Perhaps only Lin Feng, whose physical body was strong enough to kill a true dragon, would dare to use the lightning tribulation to temper his body during his lightning tribulation. Soon, the 50th bolt of lightning tribulation descended. A lightning phoenix cried out in the sky and pounced on Lin Feng. Heavens! It's a divine beast tribulation. This is already the 50th bolt of lightning tribulation. How many lightning tribulations will he undergo? Many people cried out in shock, their faces drained of color. The shock caused by Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was too great. These cultivators had never seen someone undergo 50 bolts of lightning tribulation. Moreover, thunderclouds were constantly gathering in the sky. This meant that an even more powerful lightning tribulation was still brewing. Obviously, Lin Feng was not going to simply undergo 50 bolts of lightning tribulation. There should be more lightning tribulations coming up. Facing the divine beast tribulation, Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his right fist, shattering the void. Bang! The lightning phoenix was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. The power of the lightning tribulation was completely devoured by Lin Feng, and the bolts of lightning tribulation turned into majestic dermic power. The dermic power in Lin Feng's body became stronger and stronger. His Danxi continued to expand and was boundless. The golden sea was boiling. This was a sea condensed from dermic power. The dermic power in his Danxi moved slightly, as if it could shatter the stars in the sky. The laws in Lin Feng's body also began to transform. In the yin-yang realm, Dao marks would condense. In the creation realm, Dao marks would transform into dermic powers. Breaking through the life and death realm, the dermic powers in his body would further transform. From the creation dermic powers, they would transform into the life and death dermic powers. After the transformation, the dermic powers would become even more powerful and mysterious. Boom boom boom, after the lightning phoenix tribulation was shattered, an even more powerful lightning tribulation came down. However, no lightning tribulation could harm Lin Feng. Any lightning tribulation that came down was shattered by Lin Feng's fist. Too savage. Lightning tribulation can be transcended like this? Countless cultivators stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. As for Morong Baishan and the other vice palace masters who had joined Lin Feng, the grand elders, they were very excited. The stronger Lin Feng was, the happier they would be. Moreover, they had received the minor tribulation transcending technique from Lin Feng. Now that they saw Lin Feng really ignore the lightning tribulation, did that not mean that they, who had cultivated the minor tribulation transcending technique, would be able to transcend tribulation like Lin Feng in the future? Thinking of this, they felt waves of excitement. The lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger, and the ones that came later were even more terrifying. Waves of lightning crashed down. Thousands of soldiers and horses were formed. The phantom of a young great emperor appeared. All kinds of legendary lightning tribulations appeared one after another. However, no matter how powerful the lightning tribulation was, it couldn't harm Lin Feng in the slightest. Lin Feng's iron fist shattered billions of lightning tribulations. Who can stop me? After breaking through 108 lightning tribulations, Lin Feng soared into the sky and punched out 36 times in a row. High in the sky, the waves of lightning that covered a radius of 100 miles were blasted away. The magic power in Lin Feng's body erupted like a flood, surging through his body. Finally, it all merged into his Danci. In Lin Feng's body, strands of life and death law condensed and settled in his Dantian, reversing life and death. I've broken through. Lin Feng stood in the void. As he blinked, two small worlds seemed to occupy his eyes. Lin Feng raised his right hand, and a loud sound shook the sky. It was as if a heavenly war god was beating a war drum. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that his every move contained a terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth. Sacred Palace, Lin Feng's residence. The 4 vice palace masters and many grand elders came to congratulate Lin Feng. Even Willow Rock Fort, Dong Yunhe, and Sun Yongcheng came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already strong enough. Now that he had broken through to the life and death realm, how terrifying would he be? It was unimaginable. Everyone knew that Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. Now, Willow Rock Fort, Dong Yunhe, Sun Yongcheng, and the dozens of grand elders under them all had the intention of submitting to Lin Feng. At night, Morong Baishan came to Lin Feng and informed him that the 4 old ancestors were about to come out of seclusion. Lin Feng nodded, then asked, "Did anything important happen during the year I was in seclusion?" Morong Baishan shook his head and said, "Nothing important, but I heard that the Flame Saint appeared in the central continent." That Flame Saint seemed to have followed you for a period of time? Lin Feng's information was no longer a secret. His rise had been thoroughly investigated by many factions. In the past, Lin Feng was accompanied by a fire Qilin, the Flame Saint. It was a famous expert of the demonic beast race, but its divine power had been devoured by the Sage Emperor Stone. Later on, it turned into a mortal beast and followed Lin Feng for many years. Although the fire Qilin wasn't very reliable, it had been of great help to Lin Feng's cultivation. A cultivator's youth was the most important period of their life. It was the time to build their foundation. It was like building a house. The deeper and firmer the foundation, the higher the house could be built. Lin Feng had encountered the fire Qilin in his early days of cultivation. It could be said that it was his fortune. The fire Qilin had saved Lin Feng a lot of detours. Moreover, the fire Qilin had taught Lin Feng alchemy. It was inevitable that he would bicker with the fire Qilin. But deep in his heart, Lin Feng was very grateful to the fire Qilin. Without the fire Qilin, he might not be where he was now. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, after hearing the news about the fire Qilin, Lin Feng was very happy. He asked, "The fire Qilin appeared in the central region? Where did he go?" "Maybe we'll go to Qilin Mountain. That's the ancestral land of the Qilin clan," Morong Baishan said. Lin Feng nodded his head. Although he really wanted to look for the fire Qilin now, since the 4 old ancestors were about to come out of seclusion, he had to wait. He couldn't leave for the time being. He could only wait until he met the 4 old ancestors before looking for the fire Qilin. 7 days later, Lin Feng received a summons. Someone came and brought the decree of the 4 old ancestors. Lin Feng was now to head to the Taiyuan Immortal Realm. The Taiyuan Immortal Realm was a secret realm controlled by the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. This place was a holy land for cultivation. There were heavenly paradises, Tao comprehension cliffs, various cultivation valleys, and other places. It was the most suitable place to comprehend the Tao. Many experts of the older generation in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would enter the Taiyuan Immortal Realm to comprehend the Tao. It was said that the Taiyuan Immortal Realm also hid a huge secret. In the Taiyuan Immortal Realm, there was a Taiyuan Immortal Mansion. It was said that it was left behind by an immortal. Immortals were ethereal. There were rumors of immortals in the world, but no one had ever seen one. It was said that immortals could live forever. Immortals established the order of the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng wasn't sure if the Taiyuan immortal mansion really existed because he had never seen it with his own eyes. However, since there had always been rumors in the temple that there was a Taiyuan immortal mansion in the Taiyuan immortal realm, it shouldn't be baseless. However, Lin Feng wouldn't be in charge of the Taiyuan immortal realm in the future. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't explore the secret of the Taiyuan immortal realm. There was a galaxy in the Taiyuan immortal realm that seemed to be connected to the outer realm. It was densely covered with stars. The four old ancestors sat cross-legged among the billions of stars and looked at Lin Feng. Their bodies were hazy and mysterious. The four of them were saint-level spirit array masters and had already transcended the mortal realm. Disciple Lin Feng greets the four old ancestors. Lin Feng bowed to the four old ancestors. No need for formalities. A fleeting voice sounded. Lin Feng lowered his head and stood there quietly. This is the first time we've met. This time, I summoned you here to inform you that when Dao Ling Tian, Sun Yumu, and Zhong Jinghuang arrive, the four of us will hand over the authority of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters to you. The way to control people is to have a good relationship with them, not to have absolute control. Don't use people you don't trust, and don't doubt people you use. This is the way to do things, an old ancestor said. Yes, I will remember. Lin Feng replied. The four of you are young and full of vigor. In the future, you will all be in charge of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. It's inevitable that there will be different opinions. However, no matter what happens, don't think about splitting the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Although the four of us will leave the Tianwu continent, there are still more than a dozen Supreme Elders living in seclusion in the Taiyuan Immortal Realm. If your actions harm the interests of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, the Supreme Elders will not sit idly by. They have the right to impeach or even dismiss you, the second old ancestor said. Lin Feng nodded. A top force like the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters naturally needed to be supervised. Lin Feng, Dao Ling Tian, Sun Yumu, and Zhong Jinghuang formed the new four great leaders. However, if no one supervised them, there might really be a split in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters in the future. In fact, the existence of the Supreme Elder Group was to supervise the four great leaders. Behind every four great leaders, there would be a Supreme Elder Group to supervise them. This was the only way to ensure that the giant ship of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would always sail on the right path. You can leave now. After you return, you can cultivate in the sacred tower or travel for a period of time. Wait for the other three to come and hand over the power. Yes, disciple will take his leave. Lin Feng bowed to the four old ancestors and then left. After returning to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, Lin Feng did not continue to stay in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. He planned to go to the Qilin Mountain to look for the Fire Qilin. It had been a long time since he had seen the Fire Qilin. He did not know how it was doing now. The Qilin Mountain was located in the Qilin Mountain Range. It was a long journey. He needed to take the space-time wormhole to get there, so Lin Feng planned to go to the sacred city first. Then, he would take the space-time wormhole from the sacred city to the ancient city that was closer to the Qilin Mountain. Lin Feng entered the great desolate ancient forest. This place was still filled with danger. But now that Lin Feng was too strong, he didn't have to worry about traveling through the great desolate ancient forest. Help! Who can save us? That night, Lin Feng heard frightened screams. Obviously, these were the voices of two women. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and then rushed toward the place where the voices came from. In a valley, Lin Feng saw dozens of forest monsters surrounding two women. There were more than a dozen cultivator corpses lying on the ground. Obviously, they were all killed by the forest monsters. After seeing the two women, Lin Feng was surprised. He actually knew the two women. These two women had tried to sell their services to Lin Feng, asking him if he wanted their services. Lin Feng had some impression of them. One of them was voluptuous, while the other was tall and slender. Now, they were in trouble. More than 10 forest monsters had surrounded them, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they looked like they were about to fall into despair. When Lin Feng saw that the two women were about to die, Lin Feng appeared, one on the left and the other on the right. He grabbed the two women's waists and moved backwards to avoid the monster's attack. "Sir, it's you." When they saw Lin Feng, they were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng nodded at them and quickly left with the two women. It didn't take long for them to escape from the forest monsters. Lin Feng landed in the forest and let go of the two women. He asked, "Why are you here?" The voluptuous woman replied, "We entered the forest in search of a spirit herb, but when we left, we were surrounded by the forest monsters. Everyone else died tragically, and only the two of us were left." Lin Feng said, "This forest is filled with danger, and you still dared to come in? You really don't want your lives anymore." The tall woman was on the verge of tears as she said, "Sir, you don't understand us independent cultivators. In order to obtain cultivation resources, we often trade our lives for them. The spirit herb we were looking for was called blood caterpillar grass. One stalk could be exchanged for 3 top-grade spirit stones. That was enough for us to risk our lives." Lin Feng muttered to himself. Weren't these two women doing that kind of service? Wasn't it easy to earn spirit stones? Why did they have to risk their lives in search of spirit herbs to exchange for spirit stones? As if she knew what Lin Feng was thinking, the voluptuous woman said, ever since Sir rejected us, we sisters carefully planned our lives. We shouldn't sell our bodies for cultivation resources, so we gave up on that line of work." Lin Feng said, "I see. It's good that you don't do that line of work." After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, "You can come with me and leave the forest." "Thank you, young master." The two girls were pleasantly surprised. The three of them left and found a place with a pool to rest. The tall beauty blushed and said, "Young master, we're covered in blood. We're planning to wash ourselves in the pool. Can young master help us guard the pool? We're afraid that cultivators might pass by and spy on us." Lin Feng immediately muttered, "You guys are afraid of being peeked at by passing cultivators? I'm a man too." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys can go." "Thank you, young master." The two girls left with red faces. Lin Feng's back was facing the direction of the pool, but he could still hear the sounds coming from there. From time to time, he could even hear the sounds of laughter. If he turned around, he should be able to see the endless spring scenery. But Lin Feng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, unmoved. "What a stone." The voluptuous beauty looked at Lin Feng's back and couldn't help but snort. She actually hoped that Lin Feng would take the initiative to go over. However, Lin Feng was as motionless as a stone statue, as if he really wasn't interested in the two of them at all. This made the voluptuous beauty and the tall beauty feel rather unconvinced. The two of them thought that they were first-rate beauties. How could anyone be indifferent in the face of their beauty? The two girls put on their clothes and went to Lin Feng's side, thanking Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's fine. Since you're done bathing, let's continue." The two girls nodded and continued to fly out of the ancient forest with Lin Feng. 3 days later, it started to rain heavily in the ancient forest. Lin Feng and the two girls found a cave to take shelter from the rain, but they couldn't leave for the time being. "Young master, your clothes are already soaked. Let us help you change," the voluptuous beauty said. Her clothes were also soaked, and one could even see the color of spring. Lin Feng said, "Go inside and change. I'll use my magic power to dry your clothes." "All right then." The two girls nodded and walked towards a corner. It was just enough to block the view of the people outside, so they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Lin Feng used his magic power to dry his clothes, then leaned against a rock and closed his eyes to rest. After a short time, Lin Feng sensed 2 soft bodies leaning against him. He opened his eyes and saw 2 women leaning against him, one on his left and one on his right. Lin Feng frowned and tried to break free from the 2 girls, but they were straddling Lin Feng, so he couldn't break free. "What are the 2 of you doing?" Lin Feng asked. "Young master, we've been wandering the world for a long time, and we sisters have no one to rely on. Our bodies are still pure, and we'll be leaving the ancient forest tomorrow. We don't know when we'll meet again. Maybe we won't meet again in this life, so we want to give our pure bodies to you. Young master, you can have us tonight." As the voluptuous beauty spoke, her red lips had already taken the initiative to kiss him. The heavy rain outside seemed to make it easy for people to do some irrational things. Just like Lin Feng, after a short moment of hesitation, he began to cater to the two women. The storm outside couldn't hide the spring in the cave. Sometimes, Mount Wu would feel shy. Her jade-like arms and shoulders filled the garden with spring. It was hard for him to control himself. Together, they flew into the clouds. If it was purely for the fate of this one night, perhaps he could even leave behind some beautiful memories in his life. I only wish I had. There was no need for it to last forever. Forget each other in the pugilistic world. However, when Lin Feng was entangled by the long-legged beauty, the voluptuous beauty got up and stroked Lin Feng's back with her right hand. Then, she pressed on the third vertebra of Lin Feng's spine. This was the Achilles heel of a person. Once it was heavily injured, the body would be paralyzed instantly. It turned out that these two women were actually scheming against Lin Feng. In order to kill Lin Feng, they did not hesitate to sacrifice everything. It's done. A ruthless look appeared in the voluptuous beauty's eyes. Just when she thought she was about to succeed, suddenly, a tyrannical aura spread out from Lin Feng's body, sending her flying. She fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. You. The two beauties' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so vigilant. A man. While he was enjoying it. How could he still be so vigilant? They didn't expect it. The long-legged beauty slapped Lin Feng with her palm, but Lin Feng stopped her first. Why is it like this? The two of them cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng said, actually, I always suspected that you two had ulterior motives for approaching me, but I couldn't guess your origins, so I played along and cooperated with you. You despicable and shameless man, you clearly guessed everything, and you even took away our pure bodies. The voluptuous beauty glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said helplessly, it was you two who took the initiative to seduce me. I am a normal man, and you took the initiative to send yourself to me. If I still don't understand the situation, am I still a man? The two women gnashed their teeth in hatred. Their pure bodies had been taken by Lin Feng, and they knew that even if Lin Feng didn't take them, some other man would sooner or later. However, they hadn't been able to kill Lin Feng. Instead, they had been played by Lin Feng, which made them extremely angry. Now that we're in your hands, you can kill us or torture us as you please, the two women said hatefully, looking as if they were unafraid of death. Lin Feng picked her up and asked, did it hurt? What? Lin Feng asked. The voluptuous woman blushed and turned her head away without saying anything. Lin Feng put her down next to the long-legged woman and smiled as he said, don't worry, I won't kill you. The two women's expressions were aghast. Asked Lin Feng. Isn't it a good thing that I didn't kill you? Why do you have such an expression? We failed the mission. Even if you don't kill us, we'll still die. The long-legged woman said. Assassin dynasties should have such rules. Looks like you're from the Netherworld Assassin dynasty. Lin Feng said. The two women's expressions suddenly changed. Evidently, they hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to guess their identities. I've come into contact with the Netherworld Assassin dynasty a few times. They'll do anything to assassinate their targets. Seduction, assassination, they'll use all sorts of methods to assassinate their targets. You two must have just joined the Netherworld Assassin dynasty, right? You knew that I wasn't easy to deal with, so you wanted to use your beauty to seduce me. Then, when you're in a state of excitement and your senses are at their lowest, you'll attack me and try to kill me, right? Lin Feng said to the two women. Humph. The two women lightly harumphed but didn't say anything. Evidently, Lin Feng had guessed correctly. Lin Feng said, I know that you're prepared to die, but I don't think that you need to die to resolve this matter. The voluptuous woman said, no one can save us. We're dead for sure. Submit to me and become my slaves, and I will arrange for you to head to a safe place in the overseas world. What do you think? Lin Feng looked at the two of them. The voluptuous beauty and the long-legged beauty bit their lips and looked at Lin Feng, clearly weighing the pros and cons. My other slave is the owner of the Isle of Desire, Madame Qi. Lin Feng asked. Is Madame Qi also your slave? The two of them looked at Lin Feng in shock. Madame Qi was quite famous. These two women had appeared in the East Sea before, so it was impossible for them not to know Madame Qi. Lin Feng replied, "That's right, Madame Qi is the second female slave that I've taken. Right now, Madame Qi is reclaiming the sea to establish a kingdom, and she wants to build a massive empire that's comparable to the four ancient empires. After you become my female slaves, I'll send you over, and the two of you will help me train Madame Qi's death-sworn soldiers and assassins. This kind of life will be much more dignified than the one you're living right now." When the two women heard this, they were clearly moved. "If you agree, open your souls now. I'll place a mark in your souls, and you'll forever be loyal to me. You can't betray me, and if you even think about betraying me, the mark will immediately destroy your souls. Now, what's your choice?" Lin Feng looked at the two women. "We're willing to be your slaves," the two women said. Then, they opened their souls, and Lin Feng placed a mark in their souls. After Lu Ruyan and Madame Qi, Lin Feng now had two more female slaves. "What are your names?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is Yiling, and this is my younger sister, Yue," the voluptuous beauty said. "Your sisters?" Lin Feng was shocked. The two women immediately blushed and nodded. The two sisters had been taken by the same man on the same day, so they were naturally very embarrassed. Even Lin Feng felt quite excited. "The assassin dynasty couldn't have only sent the two of you to deal with me, right? What about the others?" Lin Feng asked. "There are still more than 20 people. We're just the first batch. If we can't do anything, then we'll assassinate you," said Yiling. "Assassinate you?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. He wasn't afraid of the assassin dynasty. No matter how many people came, they wouldn't be able to return. Outside, lightning flashed, and rain poured down. Soon, the cave was filled with another round of sex. The next day, the rain stopped. The three of them continued their journey. After leaving the forest, Lin Feng told Yiling and Yue to bring his keepsake to Madame Qi. He then went to Sacred View City. Although he knew that the assassin dynasty would come looking for him again, Lin Feng didn't have a way to deal with them for the time being. After asking around in Sacred View City, Lin Feng learned that the closest city to Qilin Mountain with a spacetime wormhole was called Longevity City. He took a spacetime wormhole to Longevity City. By the time he arrived at Longevity City, it was already evening. Lin Feng headed straight to the Mercenary Association to inquire about the Qilin Mountain and the Flame Saint. The Flame Saint came back to the central continent and caused a huge commotion. Back then, many strong cultivators were fighting for the Holy Emperor Stone, but the Flame Saint took it, so many strong cultivators were furious. The Flame Saint was surrounded and injured. Now, the Flame Saint has come back, but some strong cultivators still want the Holy Emperor Stone, so they went to the Qilin Mountain to kill the Flame Saint. If they can kill the Flame Saint, they'll be able to enter the paradise of the Qilin Mountain. It's said that there are secrets of the Qilin clan there. The elder of the Mercenary Association said. Who are the cultivators who are besieging the Flame Saint? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Mercenary Association's elder said, the Heavenly God Temple, the Yinyang Sect, the Fortune Gate, the Great Qin Empire, the Giant Sword Sect, and the Watermoon Manor. He paused for a moment, then continued, there should be some other powers who haven't made a move yet. Lin Feng nodded and asked about the direction of the Qilin Mountain, then quickly flew in that direction. It was too difficult for the Flame Qilin to deal with so many strong cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't help but worry for the Flame Qilin. The Qilin mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see, and it stretched for 8,000 miles. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the Qilin mountain range. There were 4 mountains that were connected together, and they looked like a sleeping Qilin. This was the Qilin clan's ancestral land, the Qilin Mountain. Outside the Qilin Mountain, many strong cultivators had gathered. When Lin Feng arrived, there was a huge battle going on in the sky. A Flame Qilin wanted to charge out of the Qilin Mountain, but 12 peerless cultivators surrounded it. Yin Yang Twin Swords. Reverse Yin and Yang. The Yinyang Sect's peerless cultivator took out 2 swords. They were 2 divine weapons at the giant god level, and now they had merged into one, turning into a pseudo-emperor weapon. The Yin Yang Twin Swords slashed towards the Flame Qilin. Pooh, that sword almost split the flame Qilin in half. The flame Qilin was heavily injured and on the verge of death, so it fled into the Qilin mountain and hid. Lin Feng's eyes turned red when he saw the fire Qilin's injuries. Killing intent filled his eyes. Lin Feng couldn't wait to kill these people. But he knew. These 12 peerless experts were all in the rebirth realm and had the yin-yang twin swords. So, he couldn't expose himself. Otherwise, he would die at their hands. It's a pity that it escaped. Many peerless experts shook their heads. The rebirth realm expert of the yin-yang sect was none other than Song Mingyu. When they had destroyed the immortal ancient empire, Song Mingyu had been in charge of overseeing the yin-yang sect. Because Song Mingyu was the hall master of the mission hall, many important matters were handled by Song Mingyu personally. Song Mingyu said sinisterly, "The Flame Saint Monarch has been severely injured. Even if it doesn't die, it's already half dead. It doesn't have much strength left to fight back. It can be described as a turtle in a jar. Now, we just need to break the restrictions outside and we can enter the Qilin Mountain to kill the Flame Saint Monarch. So, Brother Z, it's up to you now." Song Mingyu looked at a thin man in white robes. This person was called Z Gondao. He was a peerless expert of the Earthmaster faction and had a deep understanding of formations. "Leave it to me. But after we break the restrictions, the Flame Saint Monarch can't be killed. Moreover, I want the rights to the Flame Saint Monarch," Z Gondao said. Zhang Shenmu of the Fortune Gate said indifferently, "It's natural that the Flame Saint Monarch can't be killed, but the rights to the Flame Saint Monarch can't be given to Brother Z. We know that Brother Z wants to use the Flame Saint Monarch to lure that person out, and we have the same idea." Z Gondao's face sank. He said, "But without me, we can't break the restrictions. So, if we catch that person in the end, I have the right to choose his divine abilities, treasures, and so on. Does anyone have any objections?" The other experts frowned, but in the end, they agreed. On the other hand, Purple Heaven Dao landed outside the Qilin Mountain and began to study the restrictions on the Qilin Mountain. There were many cultivators in the outer regions. There were cultivators from the large factions and also some independent cultivators who were here to watch the show. At this time, someone muttered, "Who is the person those Rebirth Realm experts are talking about?" They actually kept it a secret and didn't even mention his name. What kind of person could make them so afraid? A middle-aged cultivator said, "He should be talking about Lin Feng. It said that the Flame Saint was injured and fled to the Eastern Divine Prefecture of the 72 prefectures in the north. Afterwards, he followed Lin Feng for many years. Lin Feng's rise should be closely related to the Flame Saint. It said that not only does Lin Feng have the inheritance of the Heavenly Master Path, he also has many of the 3,000 great Daos, Emperor Arts, Immemorial Divine Abilities, Divine Artifacts, and countless heavenly treasures. Who knows how many people want to kill him and steal his treasures? But now that Lin Feng has become one of the successors of the Spirit Array Master Temple, those Rebirth Realm experts are afraid and don't directly mention his name. Lin Feng's current status is so extraordinary. If we kill him, won't we be afraid of the Spirit Array Master Temple's revenge?" Someone said. "The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is indeed powerful. But look at those forces, which one of them isn't terrifying to the extreme? After killing Lin Feng, will the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters start a war with so many top forces over a dead person?" The middle-aged cultivator continued. Many people felt that this was very reasonable. Once the top forces started a war, the impact would be too great. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as a few people dying. Moreover, when they killed Lin Feng, the Yin-Yang sect and the other top forces would compensate the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters with some treasures. Perhaps this matter would be resolved. In fact, the top forces of the Sky Martial continent all did this. If they were killed, they could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. Perhaps this was an unwritten rule. In the past, the Crown Prince of the Great Shang Empire went out to train and was killed by the joint forces of several top forces. In the end, those top forces only compensated the Great Shang Empire with some wealth and treasures. This matter was left unsettled, and the Great Shang Empire quickly appointed a new Crown Prince. Could it be that the Great Shang Empire didn't want to take revenge for the dead Crown Prince? Of course they wanted to. But once a war broke out, how many people would die in the Great Shang Empire. Therefore, the unwritten rule of the Sky Martial continent was that if someone was killed while training outside, the forces behind them would not start a large-scale war. If one was worried about being killed, one shouldn't go out casually. Or, one should cultivate until they were strong enough before going out. This was also why the Yin Yang sect and the other top forces dared to scheme against Lin Feng. Of course, if they couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would have to face Lin Feng's revenge. But it was clear that these people were still quite confident in themselves. Lin Feng looked at the 12 top experts indifferently. Other than the 6 top forces that he already knew, there were obviously a few other top forces involved. Lin Feng didn't know if there were other hidden experts who didn't participate in this battle, but Lin Feng hated these top forces to the bone. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Fire Qilin was like his family. Now that it had fallen to such a miserable state, how could he not be angry? His killing intent had already reached the heavens. But Lin Feng was still waiting. He was waiting for an excellent opportunity to counterattack. The Purple Sky Sect's control over the formation was very strong. Even if the formation enveloped the Qilin mountain was powerful, he could still break it. But it wasn't realistic to completely break the Qilin mountain's formation. The method that the Purple Sky Sect used was the most effective method. He wanted to tear a hole in the entire formation. Breaking the formation was very difficult, but the difficulty of tearing a hole in the formation would decrease exponentially. 3 days later, Xianxia finally tore a hole in the array that enveloped the Qilin mountain. He said loudly, "Everyone, I will guard this crack in the array. We can't let it close, otherwise, it will be even more difficult to break this ancient array a second time. Go in and find the Flame Saint as soon as possible. Then, take all the treasures in the Qilin mountain. I can only hold on for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the seal will close, so you must be quick." The other top experts nodded with excited expressions. They were about to enter the Qilin mountain. But at this moment, the void split open. A figure appeared behind Zigondao at lightning speed and threw a punch at him. "You're courting death." The Purple Sky Sect was ambushed and his face changed slightly. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry at the same time. He punched out, but Lin Feng was too fast. The punch landed on the Purple Sky Sect's body and sent him flying. The Purple Sky Sect spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and his face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng had already entered the Qilin mountain and had resealed the formation that had been torn apart by the Purple Sky Sect. "Damn it! Who did that? Who was the one who attacked me?" shouted Xianxia furiously. Everybody was astonished. Nobody had thought that someone would dare to provoke them. Was that person trying to steal the treasures of the 12 peerless cultivators? "Who's that guy? I've never seen him before. I don't know anything about him either, but he's crazy. He's willing to give up his life for the treasures." Many people were discussing the matter. Lin Feng's transformation technique was incredible, and he had attacked too quickly. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Xianxia had been sent flying. Then, he quickly entered the Qilin mountain. Even Song Mingyu and Zhang Shenmu, who knew Lin Feng, couldn't recognize Lin Feng. If they had been given enough time to carefully sense Lin Feng's qi, they might have been able to recognize Lin Feng's real body, but in such a short time, they couldn't recognize Lin Feng. Therefore, Song Mingyu, Zhang Shenmu, and the other strong cultivators were all trying to guess who had attacked them. They were infuriated. The person who had attacked them was trying to steal their treasures. Was that person looking down on a group of strong cultivators like them? They all looked glum. They wanted nothing more than to cut that mysterious person into pieces. Morongya looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother Z, that person has already entered the Qilin mountain. Can we tear open the Qilin mountain again? If we can't, that guy will take the treasures and run away." Xianxia looked glum. The Qilin mountain's restrictive spells have a memory formation. Now that the restrictive spells have been broken, the Qilin mountain's restrictive spells will remember everything I did. If we want to use the same method again, it'll be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. However, it'll take us a few days to come up with a new method. That little boy will probably run away in a few days. Could it be that we worked so hard to kill Flame Saint, but in the end, we're just going to benefit someone else? said Yulong of the Great Qin Empire. Yulong had a very high status in the Great Qin Empire. He was of the same status as Yutian, the imperial uncle of the Great Qin Empire who had been killed by Lin Feng. However, in the Great Qin Empire, Yulong was the undisputed #1 expert. He was a powerful rebirth realm existence, while Yutian was only at the life and death realm. There was no way he could compare to Yulong. It's not impossible. I have a boundary talisman, but to activate it, I need a rebirth cultivator's blood. And if the mouths of the other 11 peerless experts twitched violently. Not to mention 3 drops of blood. Zigong was a scheming person. He had used his injuries as an excuse to refuse to use his blood. He was only injured internally, so he could recover easily. But if he used his blood, it would cause harm to his foundation and his recovery would be very slow. Even though they knew what Zigong was scheming, they could only endure. After all, they still needed Zigong to break the Qilin Mountain. We've worked so hard. We can't let our efforts go to waste. Everybody, don't be stingy with your blood. Song Mingyu was the first one to give 3 drops of blood. Immediately after, the rest of them also forced out 3 drops of blood essence and handed it to Zigong. After Zi Qiandao collected the essence blood, he took out the Breaking Boundary Talisman and burned his essence blood to activate the Breaking Boundary Talisman. The Breaking Boundary Talisman emitted array runes. These array runes disintegrated the restriction of the Qilin Mountain. In less than 2 hours, the restriction of the Qilin Mountain would be torn apart again. At this moment, Lin Feng entered the Qilin Mountain and returned to his original appearance. He quickly rushed into the depths of the Qilin Mountain and saw the fire Qilin in the forest. The flames around the fire Qilin's body were extremely dim, and the ground was dyed red with blood. When the fire Qilin sensed someone coming, it raised its head with difficulty. When it saw that it was Lin Feng, its tense gaze finally relaxed and its huge head drooped heavily. Hurry up and eat this. Lin Feng took out a bottle of pills and gave it to the fire Qilin. I was injured by a quasi-emperor weapon. My foundation was torn apart. Pills are useless to me, the fire Qilin said weakly. Foundation injury. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Back then, he had also been injured and had narrowly escaped death. It had taken him a long time to recover. Fortunately, the foundation injury is not incurable, Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin said, the most important thing right now is to get rid of the purple heaven path of the Geomaster branch. He definitely has a way to break through the restrictions on the Qilin Mountain. Those people have quasi-imperial weapons. If they break through the Qilin Mountain, we'll both die. Lin Feng said, I'll go kill Zigong. This person is at the 4th level of the rebirth realm. I'm afraid you're not his match. The fire Qilin sighed. Cut open my chest and take out the Qilin's foundation. Find a chance to escape. It's better than letting my foundation fall into the hands of those people. Lin Feng could hear the sorrow in the fire Qilin's voice. Clearly, the fire Qilin felt that the current situation was a hopeless situation. In fact, after being injured, the fire Qilin was still thinking, hoping that Lin Feng would not appear. The fire Qilin knew that Lin Feng was in the Central Region's Spirit Array Master Temple. The reason why he didn't look for Lin Feng was because he was being watched by a group of top experts and was worried that Lin Feng would be implicated as well. But Lin Feng still came. The fire Qilin was moved. He was also worried for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? You rest here, I will definitely be able to kill Zigong. With that, Lin Feng rushed outside. Lin Feng used the formation splitting technique to tear apart the restrictions of the Qilin Mountain from the inside. Then, he used the Great Entanglement technique and instantly used a dense amount of threads to wrap around Zigong. Zigong was shocked. He never thought that Lin Feng would actually take the initiative to attack him. By the time he reacted, his body had already been pulled into the Qilin Mountain by the Great Entanglement technique. Quick, let's go in together. Song Mingyu and the others shouted, wanting to quickly rush into the Qilin Mountain. However, the restrictions of the Qilin Mountain were instantly closed, blocking them outside. Brat, it's you. I see you. Zigong was extremely terrifying. After being pulled into the Qilin mountain, he broke through Lin Feng's great entanglement technique and locked onto Lin Feng. He then attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Facing Zigondao's attack, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He condensed the 5 Emperor Dragon fists and met the attack. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer. His body was directly smashed hundreds of meters away and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. A cultivator at the 4th level of the rebirth realm was too terrifying. Lin Feng stopped in midair. He felt as if his internal organs were burning. Clearly, Lin Feng had suffered serious injuries from the previous clash. Lin Feng finally understood how powerful a 4th-layer rebirth realm cultivator was. Previously, he had launched a sneak attack on Xianxia, which was why he was able to send Xianxia flying. However, when the two of them clashed, the gap between them became apparent. After all, Lin Feng was only at the 1st layer of the life and death realm. There was a difference of 1 major realm and 13 minor realms between him and Xianxia. Changing your appearance and deceiving everyone. What a powerful disguise technique. So this is your true appearance. Who are you? Xianxia coldly looked at Lin Feng. Xianxia had been injured by Lin Feng's sneak attack, so he hated Lin Feng to the core. However, he decided to play with Lin Feng slowly. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. The cat did not kill the mouse directly. Instead, it played with the mouse until the mouse died. That was Xianxia's plan. He wanted to play with Lin Feng slowly until he died. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Didn't you want to use the fire Qilin to lure me out?" Zigondao's eyes were wide open, and he burst into laughter. "So you're Lin Feng. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, but you don't want to look for me. Little boy, should I say that you're a good friend, or should I say that you're stupid? You knew that this was a sure death situation, yet you still barged in." Lin Feng said, "It's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Isn't it too early to be proud? Could it be that you think you can overturn the heavens in front of me?" Xianxia sneered as he walked towards Lin Feng. "In the battle with the heavenly teachers, we killed 7 of their descendants. The names of our ancestors who killed them were recorded in the sacred canon of our earth teachers. Even after billions of years, our descendants still respect and worship them. Today, I'll kill you. My name will be recorded in the sacred canon, forever remembered by future generations." Boom! After saying that, Xianxia raised his right hand and condensed a huge palm that covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Feng. 8 worlds. 8 small worlds appeared under Lin Feng's feet and he moved through them. When the gigantic hand blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, it was destroyed by one of the small worlds. The octagonal world has long since been taken away by us Geomasters. You obtained the octagonal world after killing Zidong on the Pillar of Blessings, right? Xianxia said indifferently. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He used the 8 directional worlds as fast as he could. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to Zigon. In terms of magic power, Lin Feng couldn't compare to Xianxia. However, Lin Feng had his own advantages. He had a powerful physical body. Lin Feng's physical body could kill a real dragon, that wasn't a joke. Lin Feng's physical body could really kill a real dragon. When fighting, he could play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He could often catch his opponent off guard. I've heard that your physical body is terrifying. Do you want to fight against my physical body? Do you think you can get close to me? Xianxia's lips curled into a disdainful smile when he saw Lin Feng rushing toward him. He clearly knew that Lin Feng's physical body was extremely powerful. However, Xianxia didn't intend to give Lin Feng a chance to fight him in close combat. Purple Heaven Dao had also cultivated the world of 8 directions. He also executed this supreme sacred art as his body retreated continuously. Then, Xianxia continued to attack Lin Feng. Void Travel. While Xianxia was attacking, Lin Feng used another unique ability. Void Travel was an ability given to Lin Feng by the Golden-Winged Rock King's clone. It allowed him to travel a short distance instantly. Lin Feng used the empty space world and the 8 directional worlds together. The two abilities switched quickly. He traveled through the void and arrived in front of Xianxia. Then, he threw a punch at Xianxia. Ziqian Dao clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to have such an ability. The Great Void Technique? No, this isn't the Great Void Technique. It's very similar to it. Ziqian Dao was a rebirth realm expert and had seen many things. He instantly realized that Lin Feng's ability was different from the Great Void Technique. He also realized how powerful this ability was. His reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng's punch came, Ziqian Dao had already attacked with his palm. This was a common move in martial arts. It was called the axe chop. His arm was like the handle of an axe, and his palm was like the head of an axe. The chop came down forcefully. In close combat, because the attacks were too fast, divine abilities couldn't be used at all. It was completely a collision of flesh against flesh. Of course, if one knew some exquisite martial arts techniques, they would be able to break through force with skill. It was like using 4 ounces to defeat 1,000 caddies. But obviously, it was extremely unrealistic to use exquisite martial arts techniques to suppress Lin Feng in close combat with Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew where his advantage was, so he was very familiar with many martial arts techniques. Lin Feng was still using the same technique. His attack didn't decrease. Bang, then, the two of them fiercely collided. Lin Feng's body was too strong. He directly broke through Ziqian Dao's axe chop, and then punched Ziqian Dao's shoulder. Crack. Ziqian Dao's shoulder bones were broken by Lin Feng. Ziqian Dao couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and used a mountain-quaking fist to smash Ziqian Dao. This mountain-quaking fist was the most powerful martial arts technique. It was violent and domineering. Lin Feng was like a dragon that came out of the abyss. Death substitution technique. Just as Lin Feng's attack was about to hit Ziqian Dao used a powerful technique. Divine light flowed in his body. When Lin Feng's attack landed on his body exploded. However, there was no blood. It was just an illusion. Oh no! Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He quickly retreated. At this moment, Ziqian Dao appeared 100 meters above Lin Feng. He used the Divine Mountain Demon Seal, condensing a Divine Mountain Shadow, and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. He raised his fist to block the attack. He wanted to destroy the Divine Mountain Shadow, but he couldn't. The Divine Mountain Shadow dissolved his attack, and then suppressed Lin Feng in the air, making it difficult for him to move. That death substitution technique was passed down by the Sage faction. I used it to dodge the attack of the Sage faction's disciple. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. You are destined to die in my hands today. Ziqian Dao stepped forward, and a sword chi slashed out. The sword chi shot towards Lin Feng's head. Ziqian Dao wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. The sword chi shattered the heavens and earth as it slashed towards Lin Feng. The power of this attack was truly terrifying. If it really hit him, Lin Feng would definitely be separated from his body. Facing this dangerous attack, Lin Feng activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. Finally, his body was able to move under the suppression of the Sacred Mountain Shadow. Then, Lin Feng used the Great Defense Technique. This Great Defense Technique formed a dense array of runes that surrounded Lin Feng's body, protecting Lin Feng within. Clang, when Purple Sky Dao Sword Chi slashed towards Lin Feng, it instantly collided with the Great Defense Technique's defensive runes. Although the Sword Chi was powerful, it was still unable to break through the Great Defense Technique. After using the Great Defense Technique to block the Sword Chi's attack, Lin Feng immediately used the Sky-Dominating Lightning Technique. This tyrannical attack formed a huge lightning ball. The ball of lightning instantly exploded. Waves of tyrannical shock waves crashed onto the Sacred Mountain Shadow, causing it to explode. Lin Feng was finally able to break free. Kid, you do have some skills. But if that's all you have, it's far from enough. Purple Sky Dao's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. The dermic powers in his body began to circulate, emitting a sound that resembled the beating of war drums. Lin Feng once again used the 8 directional worlds and the void traversal technique, hoping to get close to Purple Sky Dao for the second time. But this time, Lin Feng failed. Purple Sky Dao was already on guard, so it was almost impossible for him to get close to Purple Sky Dao. As for the Purple Heaven Dao, He had condensed the great abyss-slaying sword art. This was a formidable mystic skill. Within the void, a gigantic black dragon appeared. This was the Abyss Dragon, also known as the Death Dragon. It was rumored to be the mount of the Death God. Roar! The underworld dragon let out a resonant dragon roar before charging towards Lin Feng with its massive body. When the nether dragon arrived beside Lin Feng, it turned into a 300-meter-long sword ray and slashed at Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng had a feeling that he could not dodge, as if no matter what kind of move he used, he would not be able to dodge the attack of the great slaying dragon sword technique. The power of this sword technique was truly formidable. The creatures in the underworld need to drink the water of the endless river of death. The birth of all living things cannot be separated from the nourishment of the original water of the world. I am the representative of the Tao of death. I control the power of death. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. Ancient, complex, and incomprehensible divine language resounded throughout the world. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. A long river swept through the world. This long river. It was the river of death. When the river of death descended, it completely suppressed the abyss-slaying dragon sword art. The huge sword ray turned back into the underworld dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. Return to the river of death. That is where you belong, said Lin Feng, walking above the river of death. His voice sounded faintly discernible. It was as if he was the Lord of Hell, standing in the depths of hell and looking up at the heavens. The underworld dragon let out a loud dragon roar as its massive body charged into the river of death. The underworld dragon became a part of the river of death, following it as it charged towards Purple Sky Tao. The Great Death Technique? You've even learned such a powerful Great Tao? Purple Sky Tao stood in the air, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. He was extremely shocked. Then, he became excited. I've long heard that you've cultivated many powerful Great Taos. The rumors are actually true. Just one Great Tao is already heaven-defying. You're actually able to cultivate so many Great Taos. You're really lucky. However, these Great Taos that you've cultivated are destined to become someone else's. In the end, these Great Taos will belong to me. Today, I'll let you know that in the face of absolute power, all resistance is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Xianxia let out a long howl and his body became illusory. Divine Emperor Sky-Shattering Fist. It was hazy. Endless divine light lingered. At that moment, Purple Sky Tao seemed to have transformed into an immortal Divine Emperor. He was powerful and ancient. He controlled the life and death of countless living beings. Purple Sky Tao's fist swept over, and the river of death began to crumble. Purple Sky Tao's cultivation level was too high. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Feng was, he was still a whole realm lower than Purple Sky Tao. There were 13 minor realms between them. He was indeed suppressed everywhere. When the river of death collapsed, Lin Feng had no choice but to quickly retreat. However, Purple Sky Tao had already rushed over with the 8 directional worlds. I'm using the inheritance of the Divine Masters to deal with you, the successor of the Divine Masters. This is really exciting. What do you think about dying under the great Taos of your Divine Masters? Purple Sky Tao's face was filled with a sinister expression. Clearly, both the 8 directional worlds and the Divine Emperor Sky-Shattering Fist were the ultimate techniques of the Divine Masters. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He didn't say anything. The situation was very dangerous, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Lin Feng's left hand condensed a great defensive technique, while his right hand condensed an 8 trigrams diagram. He was defending and attacking at the same time. Multitasking. What a powerful ability. Before this, I've only heard of multitasking, but today, I've actually seen this ability. Amazing, truly amazing. Purple Sky Tao's face was filled with shock, but then he laughed coldly. So what if you're multitasking? The difference in strength is too great. I can break any great Taos. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Purple Sky Tao's fist had already arrived. Lin Feng's 2 great Taos were instantly destroyed by Purple Sky Tao's fist. Then, Purple Sky Tao's fist landed on Lin Feng's chest. Crack, crack, Lin Feng's sternum broke, and he was sent flying. His face was pale. Ha ha ha, you're too weak. I'll destroy your physical body first, then search your soul and find out your secrets. Xianxia laughed coldly. He took a step forward and threw out another punch. This punch made Lin Feng feel a thick chi of death. If this punch landed on him, Lin Feng knew that his physical body would be completely destroyed. What awaited him was only the fate of death. The most shocking thing was that Lin Feng realized that his body had been sealed by Xiao's punch. There's no need to struggle anymore. You're dead. Purple Skydao looked indifferent. That terrifying attack came down on Lin Feng. Mend the Heavens technique. Lin Feng used one of his most powerful skills. The Mend the Heavens technique could make up for mistakes and give him a chance to be reborn. Lin Feng's Mend the Heavens technique hadn't reached the level where he could turn back time, but he had reached the level where he could make up for mistakes. After using the Mend the Heavens technique, Lin Feng's body moved half a centimeter to the left. That half a centimeter caused the punch that was supposed to kill Lin Feng to miss. Lin Feng directly grabbed Xiao's arm and shouted. Pfft. Then, Xiao's right arm was torn off by Lin Feng. Ah! Xiao screamed. His left hand struck Lin Feng's right chest. Lin Feng's chest was pierced through and blood gushed out of it. Lin Feng's chest was pierced through. Both of them were injured. Lin Feng quickly moved back. He was severely injured, even more so than Xiao, who had lost an arm. My arm. My arm. You bastard, you actually tore off my arm. You'll die a horrible death. Xiao had gone completely mad. He roared furiously and cursed. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. There was a saying, if the heavenly Tao is flawed, it will be difficult to advance. If a person's body was perfectly preserved and their limbs were intact, it would be considered a perfect heavenly Tao. Xiao's limbs were badly damaged after his arm was torn off. This was the so-called heavenly Tao being flawed. If he wanted to cultivate in the future, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Because he knew this, Xiao hated Lin Feng to the core. The heaven patching technique is really powerful, but because it's so powerful, it has a fatal flaw. After using it once, it can't be used a second time within 3 days. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. If the heaven patching technique didn't have this restriction, he believed that he could definitely kill Xiao with the heaven patching technique. Facing Xiao's hysterical roar, Lin Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he silently activated his immortal body and quickly recovered from his injuries. You. Xiao was furious when he saw this scene. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were severely injured, but Lin Feng recovered in the blink of an eye. How could Xiao not be depressed? Good. Very good. Today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Xiao looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Then let's fight to the death. Let's see who will survive in the end. Xiao took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a black pill from it. He then swallowed it. Soon after, Xiao's aura became stronger and stronger. Originally, Xiao's fighting strength had decreased sharply because of his broken arm. However, after taking the pill, Xiao's cultivation had increased tremendously once again. He was even stronger than before he lost his arm. Berserk Demon Pill, a holy level pill. It's made from 100,000-year-old holy level pill, and it's made from 3,762 different kinds of spiritual medicines. It takes 49 days to concoct. Taking one pill will reduce your lifespan by 3,000 years, but your cultivation will double. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Little animal, you have good taste. Indeed, that's the Berserk Demon Pill. I've kept it for over 1,000 years. I didn't use it when I was in danger, but today, I have no choice but to use it. You little animal, you're making me feel dangerous. I'm going to kill you at all costs. Xiao shouted coldly. Then, he quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Great Sun God subduing palm. Xiao shouted coldly. He stretched out his right hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. A great sun condensed above his palm. The great sun turned slightly. It was as if the real 9 heavens divine sun had descended. This palm was imbued with the might of the sun. Its power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng jumped up in the void and turned into an 8 trigrams diagram. 3 Qian chains, 6 Kuan breaks, Xinyang bull, Zhen cover bull, Li Zhong su, Ken Zhong full, Dui upper deficiency, Sun lower break. The 8 trigrams diagram of heaven and earth condensed into a Dao diagram. It spun violently in the void and attacked Zigon Dao. Break! Zigon Dao jumped up like a madman. He attacked the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng had turned into. This berserk demon pill could not only increase the user's fighting strength, but it could also make the user crazy. The crazier the person, the more fearless they would be when fighting. Just like how Zigon Dao was now. His face was distorted and he was no different from a madman. After 36 consecutive attacks, Lin Feng was beaten back to his original state by Zigon Dao. He was punched in the left side of his chest by Zigon Dao. Lin Feng's left chest instantly caved in and his body flew out. If that punch had moved down half a centimeter, it would have hit Lin Feng's heart. His heart would have been shattered by that punch. Fortunately, Lin Feng narrowly avoided the fatal blow. But at this moment, Zigon Dao was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retreated, wanting to distance himself from Zigon Dao. But at this moment, Zigon Dao had already charged over and punched Lin Feng again. Lin Feng used Iron Chain River to block Zigon Dao's attack. He was hit. Crack. His arm was broken. His body was sent flying. Lin Feng did not know how many battles he had experienced, but this was the first time he had been suppressed like this. His body was constantly injured. He used the void travel technique and finally got rid of Zigon Dao. Then, Lin Feng used his immortal divine body and his injuries quickly healed. Kid, this body of yours can't be used without limit. Every time you use it, your body will be greatly damaged and your fighting strength will greatly decrease. Zigon Dao was very scary. He had already discovered the flaws of the immortal divine body. Any kind of physique would have its flaws. Naturally, the immortal divine body had its flaws too. No physique was perfect. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Before my fighting strength completely disappears, I can definitely kill you. Shameless boasting. Zigon Dao was disdainful and attacked again. Martial Spirit Fusion. Lin Feng used his 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits instantly merged into one and a huge black hole appeared behind Lin Feng. I stand in the black hole and look at my ancestors. Lin Feng murmured. In a daze, Lin Feng saw the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan in the depths of the black hole. They were looking at him. A black chi condensed and formed. It seemed to be able to crush the void and directly suppressed Zigon Dao. Humph. Zigon Dao sneered and punched the black chi. He thought that he could easily destroy the black chi that was pressing down on him. However, when he collided with the black chi, Zigon Dao was immediately swept away. Wah! It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his body split open. His entire body was dyed red with blood. Zigon Dao was severely injured. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying Lin Feng's technique was. Life combustion! Shouted Zigon Dao. He was going all out. He instantly burned 3,000 years of his life. Previously, Xianxia had already burned 3,000 years of his lifespan after consuming the berserk demonic pill. Now, he was burning another 3,000 years of his lifespan. Because the effects of the berserk demonic pill had not disappeared, Xianxia could continue burning his lifespan to release more of the berserk demonic pill's medicinal effects and increase his combat strength. Zigon Dao went crazy. He punched the black chi again and again. He managed to block the black chi's attacks. You won't be able to last long against such an incredible technique. Once you break it, you'll die. Zigon Dao laughed ferociously. Zigon Dao had burned 6,000 years of his life to increase his fighting strength. He was too strong. The black chi was being suppressed by him. It even started to crack. Zigon Dao's face was distorted. He wanted to destroy the black chi and kill Lin Feng. However, at that moment, the space behind Zigon Dao trembled slightly. The fire Qilin silently appeared. It waved its claws and attacked Zigon Dao. Flame Saint, you can still fight after receiving a quasi-great emperor weapons attack? Zigondao was horrified. He wanted to dodge the Fire Qilan's attack, but it was too late. The Fire Qilan's attack landed on Zigondao's body. Half of Zigondao's body exploded and blood spurted out. At that moment, Lin Feng's black qi moved towards Zigondao. Bang, Zigondao's body exploded into a mist of blood. He was killed on the spot. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilan couldn't hold on any longer. They fell from the sky. Clang! Clang! Lin Feng and the Fire Unicorn crashed onto the ground. Lin Feng and the Fire Unicorn crashed to the ground. Fire Qilan, are you alright? Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He turned to look at the Fire Qilan. Hee, I'm not dead yet. The Fire Qilan grinned. I didn't think that you would actually be able to kill Purple Sky Path. You're only at the first layer of the life and death realm, yet you were able to fight against a cultivator at the fourth layer of the rebirth realm for such a long time. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I also used all my cards. If you and I hadn't worked together, I definitely wouldn't have been able to turn the tables. Purple Sky Path is too terrifying. Fortunately, we've dealt with him. It won't be easy for the others to enter the Qilan Mountain. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, how are you feeling now? I need to recuperate. Since you're here, you can also enter the sacred pond to cultivate for a while. The Fire Qilan said. Sacred pond? What is that place? Lin Feng asked curiously. The holy pond is where the fire unicorns were born. That place is filled with godly flames. That kind of godly flames can strengthen the physical body. Of course, the most important thing is that they can strengthen the soul. The Fire Qilan said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he and the Fire Qilan began to recover. Lin Feng recovered relatively quickly. He was back to normal in 2 hours. As for the Fire Qilan, its recovery was slower because of its injuries. It needed time to heal the injury to its origin. After resting for more than 2 hours, the Fire Qilan was able to move. Lin Feng followed the Fire Qilan into the depths of the mountain. Finally, they arrived at a valley in the depths of the Qilan mountain. There was a cave in the valley that was covered with restrictions. The restrictions here were abnormally terrifying. Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. This place is covered with one of the 10 great forbidden formations, the underworld god-slaughtering formation. If you trespass, you might even be destroyed, the Fire Qilan said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Has this formation been passed down? If it has, let me learn it. The Fire Qilan replied, it's been lost for a long time. After pausing for a moment, the Fire Qilan continued, perhaps when the Fire Qilan race disappeared from the Tianwu continent, this kind of formation was lost in the Tianwu continent. Then how did you appear in the Martial Heaven continent? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilan curiously. I broke through the stone and came out, the Fire Qilan said. Lin Feng was shocked. You were born from a stone? The stone tribe? The Fire Qilan rolled its eyes and said, of course not, I'm a Fire Qilan, but I was sealed in a stone when I was young. Then, I was placed in the Saint Pond. I don't know how much time had passed, but I woke up and broke out of the stone. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, do you still remember what happened in the past? Why is it sealed in the stone? The Fire Qilan shook its head. Back then, I was too young. I don't remember anything. Lin Feng said, it must have been the elders of your race who sealed you in the stone so that you could survive. But why? Could it be that something happened in the past? So in order to let you live, they had no choice but to seal you? And then put you in the sacred pond? The Fire Qilan said, it's all a mystery. You don't have any memories of your past in your bloodline? Asked Lin Feng curiously. It's vague, but it's hard to see clearly. If you want to explore it, now is not the time. Maybe in the future, when you reach the deity realm, you'll find something. The Fire Qilan frowned slightly. At this time, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilan arrived at the belly of a mountain. There was a huge pool of flames in the middle of the mountain. Obviously, this place was the sacred pond of raging flames. When you cultivate in there, if you're lucky enough, you might gain some enlightenment. There are records of some of the top techniques of the Fire Qilin clan, but whether or not you can obtain them depends on your luck. Lin Feng nodded and jumped into the sacred pond. The flames burned fiercely, but they couldn't harm Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. As for the Fire Qilin, it quickly left and went to another mountain to heal its injuries. Lin Feng took the lead and guided the flames into his body to refine it. Actually, Lin Feng's body had been refined countless times by the purple earth core fire and the black earth core fire. However, different flames had different effects on the body, so using the raging flames of raging flames was still very effective. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During those 10 days, Lin Feng continuously used the raging flames of raging flames to refine his body. Lin Feng's physical body was greatly improved. After reaching his limit, Lin Feng stopped tempering his body. If he overdid it, it would cause serious damage to his body. Lin Feng then tried to use his soul to absorb the heaven and earth blazing divine fire. Flames were supposed to restrain souls. This was because flames belonged to the power of extreme heat and extreme yang. As for soul energy, it belonged to the dark attribute. Therefore, when the two forces collided, the soul would often be injured. However, the heaven and earth raging flames divine fire was a little different. Because the heaven and earth raging flames divine fire had fused with the earth veins extreme energy, it could be controlled properly. Not only would the heaven and earth raging divine fire not cause any harm to the soul, but it would also stimulate the soul to grow stronger. When he broke through the life and death realm, Lin Feng's soul power also broke through to the first layer of the rebirth realm. As the level of his soul power increased, then it would be even more difficult to improve. Therefore, any opportunity to increase one's soul power was extremely rare. After bitterly cultivating for more than half a month, Lin Feng's soul power broke through from the first layer of the rebirth realm to the fourth layer of the rebirth realm. In a short period of time, his soul power had broken through 3 layers, which made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng felt that his soul power was about to reach its limit, so he stopped cultivating. Next, he tried to comprehend the supreme divine ability passed down by the Fire Qilin clan in the Saint Pond. Unfortunately, Lin Feng failed to comprehend it even after several attempts. This required luck, and it couldn't be forced. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. At this moment, he went to the Fire Qilin's seclusion area. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the Fire Qilin said weakly, "It seems like you've gained quite a bit." Lin Feng nodded. "This Saint Pond is still very useful. How do you feel now?" The Fire Qilin shook its head. "My core was torn apart by the Quasi-Emperor weapon. It won't be easy for me to recover." The Quasi-Emperor weapon had already condensed the laws of the heavenly Tao, so the Fire Qilin's core injury was close to a Tao injury. If it couldn't heal, it could very well develop into an even more serious Tao injury. If the Fire Qilin's core injury really became a Tao injury, then the Fire Qilin would most likely die. Lin Feng saw that the Fire Qilin's core injury didn't show any signs of recovery, and he couldn't help but worry for its safety. "Back then, I also suffered an injury to my origin, but my injury was relatively light. There was only a crack, so it was much easier to recover. In this world, there should be some medicine that can treat such a serious injury to your origin, right?" Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin and asked. The Fire Qilin said, "Some spirit medicines or pills might be effective for minor injuries to the origin, but my origin is different. My origin was split in the middle, and the origin in my body was almost completely split open. If my origin was completely split open, then it would be a Tao injury, so my origin is close to a Tao injury. Thus, ordinary spirit medicines or pills have no effect on me." The Fire Qilin was an extremely powerful alchemist. It seemed that among the pills that the Fire Qilin had, there were no pills that could treat its origin that was close to a Tao injury. Lin Feng said, "You said that ordinary spirit medicines or pills can't treat it. Are there any heavenly treasures that can have an effect?" "There is an origin Tao fruit that can heal injuries to the origin, but it's not easy to get it," the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Where is this origin Tao fruit?" "I'll go find it." The Fire Qilin said, "I also don't know where the origin Tao fruit is." Lin Feng said, "Wait for me here. I'll go outside and ask around for information about the origin Tao fruit." The fire Qilin's origin was too injured to move, so Lin Feng couldn't bring it with him. You. Be careful. The fire Qilint's voice carried a trace of sadness and farewell. This was because its origin was getting more and more serious, and it could become a Dao injury at any time. Once it became a Dao injury, there was a high probability that it would die. Lin Feng left this time. Who knew if the fire Qilin would ever see him again? Perhaps this parting would be an eternal one. Don't worry, I will bring the origin Dao fruit back. We still have to go to dangerous places to train and soar in the outer realms. Lin Feng then turned and left. After leaving the cave, Lin Feng spent tens of thousands of materials to set up more than 10 killing arrays, connecting them with the restrictions of the Qilin mountain. This way, Lin Feng could feel a little more at ease. He absolutely could not allow the Geomaster lineage to break the formation again. Once the formation was broken, those great forces would be able to come to the depths of the Qilin mountain, even if they were unable to break the underworld god-slaughtering formation. However, they could surround the depths of the Qilin mountain. At that time, even if he found the origin Dao fruit and returned, he wouldn't be able to enter. Lin Feng's absolute killing formation was connected to the Qilin mountain's formation. If more experts from the Geomaster lineage were to arrive, if he wanted to break the formation, he would definitely suffer the attacks of these absolute kill grand formations. Outside, the experts of Song Mingyu and many other major forces were still guarding the Qilin mountain. They had no intention of leaving. Lin Feng guessed that these people were waiting for the experts of the Geomaster lineage to arrive. The Geomaster lineage had lost a rebirth realm expert this time. How could they let this matter rest? It was unrealistic to force their way out as the other party had a boundary emperor weapon and 11 rebirth realm experts. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely helpless. He still had the heavenly god elixir, which he could use to activate the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then, he would take advantage of the fact that the people outside hadn't reacted yet and rush out. As long as he was a few thousand meters away, Lin Feng would be able to use his speed to his advantage and shake off the group of experts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly took out the 4 vicious cauldrons. He entered the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then, he poured out 5 drops of heavenly god elixir. After the 5 drops of heavenly god elixir were absorbed, the 4 vicious cauldrons seemed to come back to life. The Taotai, Hun Dun, Baian, and Xianxia appeared and let out deep roars. Whoosh, the 4 vicious cauldrons reached their peak speed and instantly rushed out of the formation, then rushed into the distance. They're out. So it's Lin Feng, that brat. Song Mingyu immediately roared when he saw the 4 vicious cauldrons. He recognized the 4 vicious cauldrons and knew that they were Lin Feng's treasures. Now, he also knew who had dared to provoke Lin Feng. When the others heard that the person from before was Lin Feng, they were shocked. Stop him! Shouted the strong cultivators of the rebirth cultivation layer. They wanted to stop Lin Feng, but the cauldrons were too strong. Bang! 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 The rebirth realm experts were sent flying by the 4 vicious cauldrons. Song Mingyu directly took out the yin-yang twin swords and slashed at the 4 vicious cauldrons. Clang, the 4 vicious cauldrons were sent flying, but the 4 vicious cauldrons blocked the yin-yang twin swords' attack. Then, he tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. He's the only one in the cauldrons, which means that the fire saint is still in the Qilin mountain. If he left in such a hurry, it must mean that the fire saint has been severely injured. Therefore, he's going to look for treasures to save the fire saint. We'll just wait here and see. Let's wait here, Fortune Gates Zhang Shenmu said. The other experts also nodded, agreeing with Zhang Shenmu. 10,000 Longevity City, Mercenary Association. Haha, young master, are you here to buy information again? What information are you looking for this time? The Mercenary Association's elder was very happy to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a very generous person, and Lin Feng had left a deep impression on him. Lin Feng tossed him a pouch of spirit stones. When the elder opened the pouch and saw that it was filled with top-grade spirit stones, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He hurriedly put the pouch away and said, "As long as it's something you want to know, the Mercenary Association will definitely help you find out." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know anything about the origin Dao fruit?" The elder replied, "You've asked the right person. I do know something about the origin Dao fruit." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Tell me where it is." The Mercenary Association's elder replied, "I found this information when I was flipping through an ancient book. I can't guarantee whether it's true or not, so if you really look for it and don't find it, you can't blame me." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course, I understand." After hearing Lin Feng's guarantee, the Mercenary Association's elder said, "There's an origin Dao fruit in the northwest of the Central Plains, where demons are sealed." Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. He asked, "Where is this origin Dao fruit in the Central Plains? What are its origins?" The Mercenary Association's elder replied, "It said that it was a battlefield in the ancient times. It's a place where danger lurks everywhere. In the past, there were gods who went there, but they all fell. Entering that place is practically a death sentence. The land of sealed demons was famous throughout the central continent." Lin Feng hadn't been in the central continent for long, so he wasn't particularly familiar with the land of sealed demons. It was rumored that during the Great War of Gods and Demons in ancient times, the land of sealed demons was an ancient battlefield. The gods fell and the demons were sealed. Countless years had passed, and the corpses of the gods had decayed. The sealed demons had also turned into bones. But the land of sealed demons was still terrifying. The broken laws formed after the gods died and the demons were destroyed filled the world. Some ancient and terrifying creatures were still alive in that world. Of course, there was no lack of cultivators every year. Even if they knew it was a narrow escape, they still took the risk to enter the land of sealed demons. This was because there were too many opportunities in the land of sealed demons. People died for wealth, birds died for food, and cultivators risked their lives to increase their cultivation. There were far too many people like this. Moreover, some old peerless powerhouses would sometimes appear in the land of sealed demons. They felt that there was no hope for them to break through, so they would enter the land of sealed demons before they died to explore its secrets. They hoped to obtain opportunities and break through. Demon Sealing City was the closest ancient city to the land of sealed demons. People came and went, and it was very lively. Many cultivators came to Demon Sealing City to go to the land of sealed demons. Even if they didn't enter the land of sealed demons, they still wanted to see the majesty and mystery of the land of sealed demons. Lin Feng rode the space-time wormhole and spent an entire month to reach Demon Sealing City. The flying ship to the land of sealed demons will depart in 2 hours. If you want to board, hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, there will be another flying ship in 3 days. A cultivator shouted outside the teleportation plaza. After flying through the space-time wormhole for a month, Lin Feng was extremely tired. He didn't board the ship. He planned to rest for a few days and wait for the next batch. During these days, Lin Feng also hoped to inquire about the land of sealed demons and the origin Dao fruit. It would be best if he could obtain a map of the land of sealed demons. Lin Feng rented a separate courtyard in a high-end inn. There was a hot spring in the courtyard. After comfortably soaking in the hot spring, he changed into a clean set of clothes and went straight to the Mercenary Association in Demon Sealing City. But here, Lin Feng couldn't find any useful information. As for the map of the land of sealed demons, the Mercenary Association provided more than a dozen versions. The land of sealed demons was a very mysterious place. Everything about that place was unknown. These maps were deduced by the higher-ups of the Mercenary Association after combining a lot of information. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't buy any maps, but left the Mercenary Association. In the distant crowd, Lin Feng saw a crippled cultivator. He looked to be in his 50s and had a shrewd look on his face. He held a pipe in his hand and kept smoking. After seeing this person, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. He didn't expect to see this person here. This was a person who had been missing for many years. Lin Feng had also been looking for him for many years. Saber Grandpa. Back then, he had led them into the death impasse, where Xiao had died tragically. Meanwhile, Xiao's family heirloom, the golden Buddha that could dispel evil spirits and evil thoughts, had been snatched away. Xiao had saved Lin Feng's life, and Xiao had been right next to Lin Feng when he had been killed. Lin Feng couldn't forget this. He had sworn to take revenge for Xiao, but Lin Feng hadn't been able to find the murderer. There were two people Lin Feng suspected the most. One was Saber Lord, and the other was Qin Mubai from the ancient Qin family. Saber Lord had disappeared without a trace. Qin Mubai hadn't heard from him for a long time. Maybe he was in seclusion, or maybe he was training in another province. After all, the 3,000 provinces were too big. It was very difficult to meet him. Old man, let's see where you're going this time. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and quickly chased after Saber Lord. Saber Lord was very cautious. He looked behind him and saw Lin Feng, so he turned around and ran. He's running when he sees me. He must be guilty. He's probably the one who killed Xiao. Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he quickly chased after him. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Saber Lord hadn't lost a leg, but he wasn't slow. He dashed left and right through the crowd. Lin Feng chased after him for half an hour. He finally caught up with Saber Lord just as he was about to leave the city. Lin Feng blocked him in a corner of the city. Saber Lord had nowhere to run. Why aren't you running anymore? Lin Feng looked at Saber Lord coldly. Saber Lord said angrily, are you bullying a disabled person? You don't look like a disabled person when you run. Lin Feng sneered. Saber Lord looked at Lin Feng cautiously and said, who are you? Why are you chasing me? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Don't you know who I am? Why are you running? Saber Lord didn't say anything. He just kept looking around. Saber Lord was very mysterious. Lin Feng guessed that this old man had done many immoral things in the past few years. He felt guilty. When he saw someone chasing him, he ran away. Lin Feng asked. Do you remember what happened 11 years ago in the eastern province, the ancient demon mountain? Saber Lord squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. So it was you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. You killed my friend. Lin Feng looked at Saber Lord coldly. Are you talking about that purple-robed young cultivator? Saber Lord frowned. It was you who killed him. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Saber Lord shook his head and said, it wasn't me. At that time, I saw a hazy figure that attacked as quickly as lightning. It killed your friend in an instant and then disappeared without a trace. When I wanted to get close to you, I was taken to another place by the restrictions. Lin Feng frowned. Saber Lord's tone was very calm. It was obvious that he wasn't lying. If it wasn't Saber Lord, could it be Qin Mubai? Do you think it was Qin Mubai? Lin Feng asked. It's hard to say. Saber Lord shook his head. Actually, many people were pulled into the Eternal Demon Mountain because of the changes in the world. Many experts appeared in that area. Zijiao's tragic death made Lin Feng very sad. So many years had passed, but they still hadn't found Zijiao's murderer. Perhaps only when that person took out the golden Buddha statues would they be able to prove who the murderer was. I heard that you're doing well. Are you interested in doing something with me? Saber Lord squinted at Lin Feng. He was a very shrewd person. Lin Feng couldn't see through Saber Lord. Therefore, he had always been very cautious and guarded against Saber Lord. What is it? Lin Feng asked. The walls have ears. Let's go back to your place. Saber Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and went back to his place with Saber Lord. I accidentally obtained a map. It's said to be the place where an ancient devil died. Saber Lord said. Ancient devil? Lin Feng frowned. Saber Lord said, it's an ancient devil. It's probably equivalent to a giant god. Hiss. Hearing Saber Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. An ancient devil on the level of a giant god was too shocking. Who knew how many shocking things would be left behind in the place of its death? Who knew, they might even be able to find information about the origin Dao fruit there. You and I should work together? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Saber Lord. Lin Feng had some reservations about Saber Lord's words. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. This was especially true when facing a sly old fox like Saber Lord. Saber Lord said, I obtained this map from an auction. Since someone put it up for auction, it's very likely that more than one group of people know about it. That's why we need to find some experts. Lin Feng nodded. That's good too. Have you contacted anyone? Saber Lord nodded. I posted a Hellgrade mission in the black market. It's to explore the land of sealed demons. I'm sure we'll get an answer soon. It seems like there are quite a few people who aren't afraid of death. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Saber Lord said, some people would rather die than stay in the same place on the path of cultivation. These people have a strong heart and will. If they don't die, they'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Lin Feng said. And we're looking for such people. Saber Lord said. The next day, Lin Feng and Saber Lord went to the black market. They received news that a total of 7 people had agreed to join them and enter the land of sealed demons. Saber Lord frowned slightly. There aren't enough people. Lin Feng said, if they're all elites, then it's enough. Saber Lord nodded and told the manager where they were supposed to meet. The manager would act as a middleman and contact the 7 people before asking them to go to the meeting place. At night, Lin Feng and Saber Lord arrived at the agreed meeting place. This restaurant was called De Sheng, and it had the meaning of victory at the start. Not long after, the 7 people arrived one after another. Of the 7 people, 4 were men and 3 were women. Among the 4 men, there was an old man who looked like he was about to enter the ground. He was as thin as a match, and his body was stooped. After entering the land of sealed demons, there was one type of person that one had to pay attention to, and that was the old cultivators who were about to enter the ground. These people were usually nearing the end of their lifespans and wanted to enter the land of sealed demons before they died to try their luck. This kind of person was usually not to be trifled with. They were all people who were about to die. When they attacked, they naturally had no qualms about it. As for the other 3 men, one of them was a blind cultivator who looked to be in his 50s. His eyes were covered by an eye patch. There was also a one-armed middle-aged cultivator. He was silent and carried a saber on his back. He looked like a one-armed swordsman who roamed the pugilistic world. The last man was dressed in a scholarly robe. He looked ordinary, like a scholar who was well-read. Among the 3 women, there was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She wore a thin veil that covered her enchanting figure. She was extremely charming and alluring. The second woman was in her 20s and had a cold appearance. Moreover, she was wearing a veil, so it was unknown what she looked like. The third girl looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. She had a round face and big sparkling eyes. She looked very cute, but what made people spurt blood the most was her pair of plump breasts. That scale, it made Lin Feng feel dumbfounded. You can call me Saber Grandpa. Lin Qing. Saber Grandpa and Lin Feng first introduced themselves. Lin Feng still used his alias. The other 7 people also introduced themselves. The old man called himself Ghost Elder. This name really matched his image. He really did look like a malicious spirit that had crawled out of a grave. Lin Feng guessed that this Ghost Elder was very likely an expert of the evil demons. Therefore, he was quite wary of this person. The blind cultivator was called Wu Mu. This name also sounded eerie. The one-armed cultivator was called Single Saber. The scholarly cultivator was called Yu Kunshan. Of the 3 women, the beautiful woman who was filled with an alluring aura was called Yu Liushi. The cold-veiled woman was called Nailan Jirua. The child-faced and busted female cultivator was called Wang Xiaonan. He didn't know how many of these 7 people had real names. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care if they had real names or not. As long as these people had outstanding abilities, it was fine. Saber Grandpa said, I have a map of the place where the giant demon fell. According to the rules, if we obtain any treasures, the 2 of us will be the first to pick, and then everyone else. If there are more treasures, then I will take 30% of the treasures, my little brother will take 20%, and the remaining 50% will be distributed by you guys. Do you have any objections to this distribution method? Saber Grandpa asked. Lin Feng never thought that Saber Grandpa would actually think of him when there were benefits. This caused Lin Feng's opinion of Saber Grandpa to change greatly. The other 7 nodded, indicating that there were no problems. Since there are no problems, then we will leave tomorrow and take the flying ship. Saber Grandpa said. Then, everyone dispersed. Saber Grandpa followed Lin Feng to his residence. At night, the two of them had a drink in the courtyard. Late at night, in the depths of the demon sealing grounds, a huge mountain peak collapsed. From the mountain peak, a mysterious ancient map flew out. Endless demonic energy surged. A terrifying demonic aura filled the world. At that moment, all living things in the world were alarmed. The demon-sealing ancient forest, which was filled with danger, became incomparably quiet. Not to mention the roars of beasts, even the chirping of insects and birds could not be heard. At that moment, everything was silent. And that ancient map became the only thing in this world. It attracted countless gazes. What happened? The cultivators outside the demon sealing grounds shouted in shock. Demon Sealing City, which was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, was also alarmed. Countless cultivators rushed out. The mysterious ancient map flew out of the demon sealing grounds, shattering the void. Master. New Master. Where are you? A faintly discernible voice came from the ancient map. That voice seemed to have transcended endless time and space, coming from the ancient times. The divine weapon is looking for a new master. At that moment, countless people were shocked. A peerless divine weapon looking for a new master. This was enough to shock the world. How many people would be excited? The mysterious ancient map tore through the void, bringing with it endless demonic energy as it flew above Demon Sealing City. Catch it, a peerless expert made a move, wanting to take the ancient map. But in the end, he failed. The ancient map was too fast. In an instant, it shattered the void and disappeared without a trace. That's not a divine weapon. The demonic aura is overwhelming. Could it be that legendary demonic weapon? Someone shouted in shock, thinking of a legend. Is that the demonic weapon, 9 Demons diagram? It's ranked second among the Emperor weapons. An old cultivator said excitedly. The 9 Demon painting was extremely famous. During the primordial era, it had been refined by 7 ancient demon emperors, and its power was unimaginable. Moreover, it was rumored that the 9 Demon painting could be combined with another imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting, to complement each other. The 9 Emperors painting was also an imperial weapon, but it wasn't the same as the one Lin Feng had obtained in the early years. The 9 Emperors painting was the supreme imperial weapon of the primordial era, and it was ranked 4th on the imperial weapon rankings. The 9 Emperors painting that Lin Feng had obtained was only a replica, forged from the original imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting. It had also imprinted the method to refine the 9 Emperors clones. The real imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting, had disappeared without a trace since the primordial era. Now that the 9 Devils diagram had appeared and was looking for a new master, this was just too shocking. Everyone was shocked and emotionally moved. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Demon Sealing City hurriedly took action, and all kinds of news quickly spread. Many people informed the families behind them, asking them to send experts to snatch the 9 Demon painting. Of course, there were also many cultivators who had already set off for the Demon Sealing City. They couldn't wait for the flying ship to arrive. The 9 Demon painting once again entered the Demon Sealing City and disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal, but the cultivators couldn't calm down. The 9 Demon painting is divided into 9 parts. That was just one part, Saber Lord said as he took a puff of his pipe. Saber Lord was being mysterious. He seemed to know a lot of secrets. Lin Feng asked, why would this imperial weapon be divided into 9 parts? I saw a record in a Taoist scripture. It said that during the chaos at the end of the primordial era, the demon race and the demon race held the 9 Emperors painting. Both sides worked together to fight against a terrifying existence. They almost won, but in the end, that powerful existence couldn't destroy the 9 Demon painting and the 9 Emperors painting. So, the 9 Demon painting and the 9 Emperors painting were divided into 9 parts and scattered throughout the world. Saber Lord said. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, what kind of existence were the demon race and the demon race fighting against? I don't know. The records weren't very detailed. In reality, the primordial era has already passed for millions of years. It's very difficult for the future generations to know what happened back then. Even the introductions in ancient primordial era are doubted. Moreover, the more detailed the records are, the higher the possibility that they are fake. Saber Lord said. Lin Feng's heart twitched. What you mean is that maybe someone changed the history? Saber Lord said, you have to understand that history is written by the victors. What's so strange about it being tampered with to confuse later generations? Saber Lord Saber's Point Emperor Saber Lord. Said Lin Feng. Do you have any proof? I have a feeling that you've discovered something. Saber Lord said, I once met a primordial divine artifact. It had a very long lifespan, and I asked it about the primordial era, including the origin, beginning, and ending of the primordial era of chaos. Do you know how that primordial god answered me? Lin Feng shook his head. It doesn't have that memory in its memory. It seems to have been erased. Saber Lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. Memory erased? He suddenly thought of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord only had fragmented memories. When the Demon Lord woke up, he would often sit on top of a grave and ponder. Actually, at that time, the Yao Lord was thinking about his lost memories. The Demon Lord tried to recall many things, but he failed. Lin Feng was starting to believe Saber Lord's words. However, the current Lin Feng was just a nobody. He wasn't even a god. Those things weren't something he could worry about. The appearance of the 9 demons painting will definitely lead to a bloodbath, Saber Lord said. It won't be easy to obtain the 9 demons painting. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Lin Feng felt that it was strange that the 9 demons painting would appear at this time. He had a feeling that there was a conspiracy going on. However, Lin Feng quickly shook his head and got rid of that thought. Perhaps the restrictions suppressing the 9 demons painting were no longer able to suppress this monarch weapon. That was why the 9 demons painting appeared. On the second day, the 9 of them gathered together. The 9 demon picture is divided into 9 parts, but even if it's only one part, it can still fight against ordinary great imperial weapons. If someone wants to look for the 9 demon picture, they can leave the group first. Saber Lord said. Elder Gue laughed strangely and said, there's no rush to find the 9 demons painting. This kind of treasure won't choose a new owner until the last moment. Let's first find the place where the giant demon fell, and then wait for the various powers to fight to the death for the 9 demons painting. It won't be too late to snatch the 9 demons painting when they suffer heavy losses. Since that's the case, let's go. Saber Lord said. The 9 of them went to the plaza to board the flying ship. At the teleportation plaza, many people were lining up to board the ship because it was relatively safe to board the ship. Of course, the cost was also extremely high. It was not a problem to board the ship, but the prerequisite was that you had to have enough top-grade spirit stones. Originally, it only cost 100 top-grade spirit stones to take a flying ship to the demon sealing grounds, but now, the price had crazily increased by 10 times. One person needed 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was not a number that anyone could afford. Lin Feng's group of 7 boarded the flying ship. They asked for a VIP box and spent 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, but they were all safe and sound. Until one day, when they passed through a foggy mountain forest. When the flying ship arrived above a deep abyss, rumble, the flying ship suffered a huge impact. Then, Lin Feng felt as if the flying ship was about to fall. Many people in the flying ship were swaying. What's going on? Many cultivators cried out in fear. Roar. At that moment, the roar of a beast could be heard. An extremely terrifying beast attacked the flying ship, causing it to fall rapidly. Then, the furious roars of cultivators could be heard. In the outside world, the cultivators and the beasts seemed to be fighting. In the end, the flying ship stabilized and turned into a ray of light that rushed into the distance. The furious and unwilling roars of the beasts could be heard from behind. Many people in the flying ship heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of that terrifying beast safely. 10 days later, the flying ship arrived at the demon sealing grounds. When Lin Feng and the others came down, many cultivators had already gathered here. Cultivators continued to enter the demon sealing grounds. Elder Ghost said sinisterly, how can an imperial weapon be so easy to obtain? These people are just going to die. Lin Feng said, actually, many people didn't come here just for the imperial armament. Now that so many cultivators have entered the land of sealed demons, there are opportunities everywhere. When there are fewer people entering the land of sealed demons, it'll be more dangerous. The more people there are, the safer it'll be. Even if we encounter vicious beasts or powerful restrictions, the more people there are, the more likely we'll be able to solve the problem. The others nodded, feeling that Lin Feng's words made sense. Where will we enter the land of sealed demons? Yu Liushi asked. Saber Lord said, follow me. Everyone quickly left. They entered the land of sealed demons in a different region. This was a valley that was covered in restrictions. When the group of people arrived, this place was extremely quiet. The restrictions have been destroyed. It seems that some experts have already entered, Lin Feng said as he stroked his chin. Saber Lord said, everyone, be careful. Don't get ambushed. Everyone nodded. They had to be careful when entering a place like the land of sealed demons. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would die. They carefully walked into the depths of the valley. The valley was very long and emitted a gloomy and cold aura. After walking for more than half an hour, everyone walked out of the valley. What appeared in front of them was a foggy world. Brown fog lingered around, and the visibility was extremely low. Besides, at that moment, under the cover of the black fog, a few dozen flying swords were moving towards Lin Feng and the others at the speed of lightning. They were really too fast. Someone was hiding in the shadows and launching a sneak attack on them. You're courting death. Everyone couldn't help but shout in anger and take out their weapons to block the flying swords. Fortunately, everyone had been on high alert since entering the land of sealed demons, so Lin Feng and the others immediately noticed the flying swords. Clang, 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 a series of collisions rang out, and the flying swords were blocked by Lin Feng and the others. Swoosh, 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 immediately after that, one flying sword after another flew back and over 30 cultivators rushed out to surround Lin Feng and the other 8 cultivators. The leader of the group was a cultivator shrouded in a black robe. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but he sneered and said, "You're quite alert, but there are only 9 of you. You're doomed to die." These cultivators were abnormally powerful. Moreover, they were well prepared. They all took out their talismans and activated them. Then, these people took out their talismans. Boom boom boom, one talisman after another exploded, and a destructive wave swept out. These talismans were extremely precious talismans. Once they exploded, the damage they would cause would be extremely shocking. When the talisman exploded, the cold woman Nalan Jirua took out a Qianquan bag-type treasure. This treasure was called the Kunlun pouch. It had endless uses. Not only could it devour all kinds of attacks, but it could also store people. It was said that this treasure could store even thousands of soldiers and horses. After Nalan Jirua took out the Kunlun pouch, all the energy from the explosion was swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. Then, one cultivator after another flew into the Kunlun pouch. Those cultivators' bodies quickly shrank in midair. Then, they were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. What a powerful treasure! Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a treasure that could devour cultivators' treasures so unscrupulously. Ah! Mournful screams were heard. Those cultivators who were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch immediately died miserably. The Kunlun pouch was very strange. It seemed to be devouring the cultivator's flesh and blood essence. Out of the 30 cultivators, only 7 or 8 managed to escape. The rest were all swallowed by Nalan Jirua's Kunlun pouch. Nalan Jirua still had a cold expression on her face. She took her time to put away her Kunlun pouch. This woman can't be offended. At this moment, the other 8 people in the group all had the same thought. Nalan Jirua, who had the Kunlun pouch, was someone they couldn't provoke. If they angered Nalan Jirua, the consequences would be terrible. Saber Lord said, "Just as we guessed before, the person who obtained this map is not a group of people. We have to be more careful. I don't want to be a mantis in the eyes of others." Wang Xiaonan quickly nodded and said, "That's right, we have to be the Oriole." When she nodded, her full breasts bounced back and forth. It was really full of endless temptation. See no evil. Lin Feng shifted his gaze. However, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. How did Wang Xiaonan raise this? The group continued to walk deeper. This time, they were much more careful than before. The deeper they went, the more sinister they felt. They couldn't help but have goosebumps all over their bodies. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came from ahead. It was extremely tragic, and it made one's hair stand on end. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed over. When they arrived at the area, they saw 7 or 8 cultivator corpses lying on the ground. It was the group of cultivators who had ambushed them before. Beside those corpses, there were living beings shrouded in black fog. Not good, it's the infernal ghost soldiers. The spectral elder's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, let's go quickly. Don't let the infernal ghost soldiers catch up to us. They're said to be undying and difficult to kill. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they quickly rushed into the distance. Many of the infernal ghost soldiers had already discovered them and were chasing after them. Lin Feng asked, what are the infernal ghost soldiers? The infernal ghost soldiers are ghost soldiers that are connected to the underworld. You've heard of the infernal palace, right? The infernal palace is equivalent to the place where ghost soldiers are born in the underworld, and the infernal palace is where ghost generals are born in the underworld. The ghost soldiers and ghost generals produced by the infernal palace are different from ordinary ghost soldiers and ghost generals because these ghost soldiers and ghost generals have undying bodies. It's impossible to kill them, and encountering them is basically a path to death. The spectral elder's voice was extremely serious. Lin Feng had previously guessed that the spectral elder was an evil cultivator, but now it seemed that he might not be an evil cultivator, but an extremely rare ghost cultivator. Lin Feng had seen a ghost cultivator before, and it was the Azura ghost Luo Yan in the magnetic fog lake. However, it was obvious that a ghost cultivator like the Azura ghost Luo Yan was far from being able to compare to an old ghost cultivator like the spectral elder. Lin Feng and the others were finally surrounded by a group of infernal ghost soldiers. Nailin Jirua wanted to use her Kunlun pouch to collect them, but she discovered that her Kunlun pouch was unable to do so. These infernal ghost soldiers are too strange. Even my Kunlun pouch is unable to collect them. Nailin Jirua's pretty face became very unsightly. If we can't collect them, then we'll break out. Dan Dao shouted. He wielded his saber with one arm and slashed at a ghost soldier that was pouncing towards him. Clang, the claws of the infernal ghost soldier were too sharp. When they collided with Dan Dao's long sword, there was a clanging sound. Surprisingly, the infernal ghost soldier was able to block Dan Dao's attack. This monster's claws were too hard. They were like the most powerful magic treasures, indestructible. Dozens of ghost soldiers charged over from the surroundings and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. The two sides immediately clashed. It was not easy to break out of the ghost soldiers' encirclement. Lin Feng took out his Saraira and Bodhi seed, the two most precious Buddhist treasures. Buddhist light swirled around them, illuminating the heavens. That dazzling Buddhist light emitted an astonishing fluctuation. The Buddhist light illuminated the ground and swept towards the ghost soldiers. Buddhist treasures. Everyone was shocked. They squinted at the Saraira and Bodhi seed that Lin Feng had taken out. Lin Feng's Buddhist treasures allowed everyone to see hope in defeating the ghost soldiers. However, what caused everyone's expression to change drastically was that when the Buddhist light swept across the netherworld ghost soldier's body, only sizzling sounds could be heard. The black fog surrounding the nether ghost soldiers emitted burning sounds. However, this level of burning could not cause too much damage to the nether ghost soldiers. The Saraira and Bodhi seed were magic treasures that could restrain ghosts, but they were unable to harm the ghost soldiers. This was something that Lin Feng and the others had not expected. How can these ghost soldiers be so strange? Lin Feng frowned. Flesh and blood bodies. These ghost soldiers must have started to condense their own flesh and blood bodies. Once they do, they will be able to resist the attacks of Buddhist treasures. Elder Gui's voice was grave. Everyone's expressions changed. They had started to condense their flesh and blood bodies. This was too terrifying. No wonder those cultivators had died tragically to the ghost soldiers' attacks. Lin Feng put away the Saraira and Bodhi seed. At that moment, the ghost soldiers' attacks became more and more fierce. Puff, suddenly, the sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. A netherworld ghost soldier had grabbed the one-eyed Wumu's abdomen. Instantly, a large wound appeared on the one-eyed Wumu's body and blood flowed out. Soon, his body was dyed crimson with fresh blood. When the ghost soldiers of hell smelled the scent of blood, they immediately rushed towards the shaman tomb like crazy. Slash. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword, sending the Yin Chao ghost soldiers flying. Are you alright? Lin Feng asked. Thank you for saving me, Brother Lin. I won't die. Wumu said. Be careful. Lin Feng spoke. After which, he engaged in close combat with the swarming Yin demon soldiers. His sword slashed down on the bodies of the Yin demon soldiers, and the sound of collision actually rang out. It was as if he had struck a weapon. What body is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The netherworld ghost soldiers' bodies were too terrifying. They were practically invulnerable. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that the situation was very troublesome. If this continued, they would be trapped to death by the netherworld ghost soldiers. Ghost Elder, don't you have any methods to escape? Lin Feng looked at the Ghost Elder and asked in a deep voice. The Ghost Elder gave Lin Feng an unfathomable feeling. He was definitely hiding many powerful methods. However, the Ghost Elder hadn't revealed himself on the way here, so it was easy for people to overlook him. However, Lin Feng had been paying attention to the Ghost Elder from the very beginning. Moreover, Lin Feng was now certain that the Ghost Elder was a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators usually had many unimaginable methods. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that the Ghost Elder was also hiding such methods. It was just that he hadn't used them until now. If he didn't hurry the Ghost Elder would probably continue to waste time and not make a move. The others also looked at the Ghost Elder. The Ghost Elder laughed strangely and said, I naturally have a way to escape, but it will consume one of my treasures. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use it. The group of people rolled their eyes. The Ghost Elder had indeed been hiding some powerful methods. Wang Xiaonan looked at the Ghost Elder with a pitiful expression and said, Grandpa, if you don't make a move, we'll all die here. If we die here, you won't be able to reach the ancient devil fall by yourself. Fine, since that's the case, I'll have to consume this treasure today. After saying that, the Ghost Elder took out a stack of yellow paper. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Yellow paper? Are you going to use it to deal with the netherworld ghost soldiers? The Ghost Elder said, This is netherworld paper. It's rumored that the 10 kings of hell used this paper to write imperial edicts. It has countless uses. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost Elder used the yellow paper to make paper people. Little people made of yellow paper? What kind of technique is that? Lin Feng and the others looked at the Ghost Elder suspiciously. Swish, at that moment, there was a flash of light and the little people made of yellow paper turned into big golden men. Golden strongmen, stop these netherworld ghost soldiers, the Ghost Elder said with a smile. Yes. After receiving the order, the golden strongmen quickly charged at the netherworld ghost soldiers. What shocked Lin Feng and the others was that the golden strongmen were actually able to hold the netherworld ghost soldiers back. The netherworld ghost soldiers' powerful attacks landed on the golden strongmen, but they couldn't harm them at all. What a strange technique. Everyone was shocked. The Ghost Elder's yellow paper people were really powerful. Let's go. The Ghost Elder said and took the lead to fly into the distance. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They followed closely behind the Ghost Elder and flew into the distance. In the distance, the netherworld ghost soldiers were constantly rushing out of the abyss, chasing after Lin Feng and the others. They didn't dare to stop, so they pushed their speed to the limit. In the end, the group finally rushed out of the black fog. The pursuing netherworld ghost soldiers seemed to be unable to leave the black fog world. They stood at the edge of the black fog world and roared angrily. Phew, seeing that the netherworld ghost soldiers couldn't chase after them, everyone was relieved. Something's not right. Something is approaching us. At that moment, Wumu suddenly said in a deep voice. Perhaps because Wumu was blind, his ears were especially sharp and his perception was especially strong. Look, what's that? Suddenly, Wang Xiaonan pointed into the distance. There was a black mass in the sky, but they didn't know what it was. A cold and gloomy aura spread out. Roar, the roars of beasts came from the forest. The powerful ferocious beasts quickly fled into the distance. There were also some huge birds that flew into the distance. However, when the unknown black creature covered the sky like a dark cloud flew over, neither the birds nor the ferocious beasts in the forest were able to escape successfully. After the group of black creatures flew over, only white bones remained of the ferocious beasts in the forest. In the air, the skeletons of the flying beasts fell to the ground with blood dripping from them. Their flesh and blood were all devoured by the terrifying creatures in an instant. Run, quickly run. Those unknown creatures were too terrifying. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly flew into the distance. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature it was. Even so many powerful wild beasts and birds had been instantly devoured. If they had been surrounded by those creatures, wouldn't they have suffered the same fate? Everyone pushed their speed to the limit, turning into streaks of light as they charged forward. Wait for me. Wang Xiaonan called out from behind. Her cultivation was the weakest among them, and she was also the slowest. She had been left behind by Lin Feng and the others. She would occasionally look in horror at the terrifying creatures behind them. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, they couldn't even take care of themselves right now. Who had the time to care about Wang Xiaonan? Woo-woo. Don't leave me behind. Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror. She was so scared that she started crying. Lin Feng turned back and grabbed Wang Xiaonan's waist, then fled madly into the distance. Lin Feng couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl like Wang Xiaonan die here. A man should have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Big brother Lin Feng, you're such a good person. Wang Xiaonan looked at Lin Feng happily. It's nothing. Lin Feng said. At that moment, he suddenly felt something heavy on his arm. Only then did he realize that something huge was pressing down on his arm. Oh my God. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but be shocked by Wang Xiaonan's development. However, Lin Feng quickly adjusted his emotions. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Escaping was more important. The group fled madly for an hour before they finally broke away from those terrifying creatures. Lin Feng reluctantly let go of Wang Xiaonan. When he hugged Wang Xiaonan's waist, his arm was pressed down by something heavy. However, that was also a kind of enjoyment. This place is really dangerous, Yu Liuxi sighed. Yu Liuxi sighed emotionally. Her pink lips parted slightly, and only now did she let out a long sigh. Yu Liuxi's alluring appearance was truly alluring. Wang Xiaonan patted her full breasts and said with lingering fear, yes, if it wasn't for big brother Lin, I might have died already. Yu Liuxi looked at Lin Feng and Wang Xiaonan with an ambiguous gaze. She smiled and said, didn't you feel very safe when Lin Gongzi hugged you earlier? Wang Xiaonan couldn't help but blush slightly when she recalled the scene at that time. She looked at Yu Liuxi and snorted, if you want to know, you can let big brother Lin hug you. You'll know the answer when the time comes. Although Wang Xiaonan looked innocent and adorable, she didn't know what to say. She knew that Yu Liuxi was teasing her, so Wang Xiaonan didn't hold back in the slightest. Yu Liuxi choked on Wang Xiaonan's words and did not react for a long time. Lin Feng didn't want them to continue arguing on this topic. Once a woman started arguing about something, it would definitely be endless. Lin Feng said, there was a reason why I hugged Xiaonan just now. As a man, I can ignore my image, but girls care a lot about these things, so let's not talk about this anymore to avoid damaging Xiaonan's image. Let's not stay here any longer and move forward. Yu Liuxi didn't continue targeting Wang Xiaonan after hearing Lin Feng's words. Saber Lord took out a map and studied it carefully. In the end, he chose a path, and the group of 9 continued forward. A day later, they arrived outside a huge valley. It should be here. This valley is called the Forbidden Valley, and it's about 10 miles long. There are powerful restrictions here. Once we pass through this valley, we'll reach the ancient Devil Fall. Saber Lord said excitedly. Everyone's spirits were roused. After going through so many dangers, they were finally about to reach their destination. They were naturally very happy. I can faintly sense that there are quite a few powerful restrictions here, but the naked eye can't see them. Smoothly passing through this valley won't be easy. Yu Kunchen said. Lin Feng said, everyone, follow behind me. Don't wander off. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Wang Xiaonan said, Big brother Lin, you can see through these restrictions? Lin Feng nodded and said, follow behind me. Let's move. With Lin Feng's inheritance from the Celestial Master sect, he didn't need to use the heavenly demon Snake Eye to sense where the restrictions were. Under his lead, the group ventured deeper into the valley. They traveled a full 5 miles, avoiding all of the restrictions. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to help them avoid the dangerous deployment spells, and on top of that, he could do it so easily. A fork in the road appeared in front of them, and Lin Feng stopped there. There are 2 paths. Which one should we take? Yu Liushi looked at Lin Feng. The others also looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was proficient in formations, so they would naturally listen to Lin Feng's opinion. Lin Feng said, the path on the left is less dangerous, but it's still covered in restrictions. The path on the right, on the other hand, is much more dangerous. There aren't any restrictions here, but rather a crack in the void. From time to time, void energy will leak out. Then should we take the path on the left? Nailan Jirua asked. No, the right one. Lin Feng said. Why do we have to take the more dangerous path instead of the safer one? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Feng said, the path on the left isn't safe either. The path ahead isn't as dangerous as the one on the right, but I feel that the deeper we go, the more dangerous it will be. It seems like there's hope, but it's actually a dead end. The path on the right seems like a dead end, but there's also a chance of survival. What do you mean by that? Everyone was puzzled. Said Lin Feng. Remember, the more dangerous a place is, the more likely it is to die. In that kind of place, life usually means death. In death, there is always a chance to live. That's because the Tao of Heaven is flawed. The path of life is filled with danger, the path of death is filled with danger, but the path of death is filled with danger. This was a saying recorded in the Celestial Master Sect's inheritance. It had been summarized by the Celestial Master Sect's ancestor, so it made sense. Everyone fell silent. Everyone, follow me closely, Lin Feng reminded them. At that moment, the celestial demon snake opened its eyes. When the celestial demon snake opened its eyes, Lin Feng saw a distorted crack in the void. A terrifying void energy leaked out from the crack, enough to instantly tear apart a Tao artifact. From this, one could see how terrifying the void energy was. If a body of flesh and blood was hit by this void energy, it would be very dangerous. Luckily, Lin Feng had opened his celestial beast snake eyes and could see all the cracks in the sky. He took the others to avoid them one by one. They walked about 1 kilometer. Suddenly, a miserable shriek came from behind them. Everyone looked over and was shocked to see that Yu Kunchen, who was at the back of the group, was in trouble. A pitch-black bug, about half a meter long, had emerged from a crack in the void. Its sharp claws had pierced his chest from behind. Yu Kunchen lowered his head and stared in disbelief at the claw that had pierced his chest and was still dripping blood. Am I going to die just like that? Yu Kunchen laughed bitterly and fell to the ground. It's a void god-eater bug. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He couldn't help but turn pale. He had heard about the empty space god-eating insect before. He had also seen pictures of them, but he had never seen them in real life. Now, he had actually seen one here. The void god-eater bug was one of the most terrifying types of bugs. It lived in shattered space or cracked space, and it could travel through spacetime at will. Moreover, its body was tough, and it could appear and disappear unpredictably. The void god-eater bug was like the most powerful killer, silently closing in on its prey. And then, its sharp claws could instantly pierce its prey's chest. That was how Yu Kunchen had died. Before the void god-eater bug had attacked him, Yu Kunchen hadn't even noticed the bug's presence. Once the void god-eater bug attacked, it was practically a fatal attack. Quick! Kill it! Everyone panicked. They had all heard of the void god-eater bug before, and now that it had appeared here, it could very well be a devastating blow. If they were not careful, all of them might become the prey of the void god-eater bugs and then be eaten by them. Everyone took out their magic treasures and attacked the void god-eater bug. Swoosh, however, the void god-eater bug was abnormally fast, and it instantly drilled into a crack in space, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng and the others' attacks all missed. Squeaking sounds rang out one after another. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility, and his scalp went numb. Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror, "There can't be a lot of void god-eater bugs here, right?" The next moment, one void god-eater bug after another drilled out of the cracks in space. There were a total of 400 to 500 void god-eater bugs. When Lin Feng saw those empty space godly insects, his face turned deathly pale. The number of spirit-eating bugs of void was too large. One of these horrible and evil creatures was extremely difficult to deal with, let alone 400 or 500 of them. This number was too large. Nailan Jirua wanted to use the Kunlun pouch to swallow these void god-eater bugs. But this time, she didn't succeed. The life forms in the land of sealed demons were very strange. All of them seemed to be able to resist the Kunlun pouch's ability to swallow them. Of course, it was also possible that the order laws of the land of sealed demons were suppressing the Kunlun pouch's ability to devour the living beings of the land of sealed demons. As for the Kunlun pouch, it could only devour foreign cultivators for now. What should we do? Are we going to die here? Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror. The others also had gloomy and hopeless expressions. Now that the god-eater bugs were everywhere, they already had no way to escape. If they were in a safe place, they might be able to fight these void god-eater bugs. Perhaps they could break out of the encirclement. However, this place was filled with cracks in the void. He couldn't move around at all. If he moved carelessly and touched a crack in the void, the bugs wouldn't even need to attack him. He would be killed by the cracks in the void. "Little girl, don't worry. With me here, we won't die," Wumu said. At that moment, Wumu spoke up. He took out a golden bell. Wumu held the golden bell in his hand and gently shook it. Patter, patter, patter. The densely packed void god-eater bugs fell from the sky. By the time they fell to the ground, they were already dead. The void god-eater bugs that hadn't died let out ear-piercing screams of terror and fled. In the end, a large number of void god-eater bugs' corpses fell to the ground. A small number of them escaped into the cracks in the void and disappeared without a trace. Ah? We actually managed to survive? Wang Xiaonan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Lin Feng and the others were also overjoyed. They had originally been in despair. They hadn't expected Wumu to take out such a powerful treasure. These people really aren't simple. Lin Feng was also very shocked. Clearly, they dared to enter the demon sealing land to search for treasures. Every one of them had a lot of hidden methods. Nailan Jirua took out the Kunlun pouch and swallowed the attacks of a group of cultivators. She even swallowed more than 20 cultivators. Then there was Elder Gue, who turned into a paper golem to fight against the ghost soldiers. And now there was Wumu, who used the mysterious bell to kill 300 to 400 void god-eater bugs. Lin Feng guessed that Wumu was very likely a cultivator who specialized in beast taming. Of course, Lin Feng didn't ask about it. They had only formed a temporary team. Everyone had their secrets. Asking about other people's secrets would only lead to suspicion and vigilance. Lin Feng looked at Yu Kunshan's corpse. When a large number of void god-eater bugs appeared, many of them quickly ate Yu Kunshan's corpse clean. Not even his bones were left behind. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stay and quickly left this place. After walking for about 1 mile, the 8 of them finally saw the exit and walked towards it. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators appeared at the exit. These cultivators looked indifferent and attacked Lin Feng and the others. The leader of the cultivators sneered and said, "You're quite strong to be able to come here, but it's time to end this, including all of you. All of you, die." Boom. Boom, boom. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were used, forming a torrent of attacks that drowned Lin Feng and the others. These attacks were really tyrannical. Most importantly, Lin Feng and the others hadn't walked out of the area filled with spatial cracks. They could only move around a small area. Now, facing these powerful attacks, they could only passively take a beating. This situation was naturally very dangerous. If it were anyone else, they might have died without a burial place. But Nailan Jirua's Kunlun pouch was too powerful. She directly took out the Kunlun pouch. This treasure was activated by Nailan Jirua. All the attacks were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. Then, the Kunlun pouch showed its power and a powerful suction force surged out. The cultivators who were attacking Lin Feng and the others flew uncontrollably toward the Kunlun pouch. Their bodies kept shrinking. "Spare us, we were wrong. Spare us this time." Many cultivators cried out in horror. Now, there was only endless fear in their hearts. Nailan Jirua was unmoved and continued to control the Kunlun pouch to swallow these cultivators. "Do you know who we are? We're..." There were also cultivators who wanted to introduce themselves to threaten Nailan Jirua. But those cultivators were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch before they could finish their words. "Ah!" Mournful screams were heard. One cultivator after another died tragically in the Kunlun pouch. This Kunlun pouch was extremely strange. It had swallowed more than 20 people last time, and those people's flesh and blood must have been devoured by the Kunlun pouch. Now, these cultivators were the same. They had died tragically in the Kunlun pouch, and their flesh and blood had been devoured by the Kunlun pouch. Nailan Jirua immediately put away the Kunlun pouch. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly walked out of the area filled with spatial cracks. They came to a safe area and looked into the depths. They saw black fog lingering in the depths. They could vaguely see a huge mountain that was thousands of meters tall. It was majestic and gave off a heavy aura. When they arrived in front of the mountain, they saw a huge cave. The cave was sealed with restrictions, so if they wanted to enter, they would have to break the restrictions. The task of breaking the restrictions was naturally left to Lin Feng. The restrictions sealing the cave were extremely powerful, but they weren't enough to stump Lin Feng, the successor of the Celestial Master's branch. He successfully tore open the restrictions, allowing everyone to enter. Once everyone was inside, Lin Feng followed closely behind. The entrance to the cave was extremely large. It was a huge cave with a diameter of 10 meters. The group cautiously walked into the cave. A gloomy aura emanated from the cave from time to time. Wang Xiaonan said, "There won't be anything terrifying inside, right?" Elder Gue laughed strangely and said, "Anything can happen in such a gloomy place. There might even be a Yin spirit." "A Yin spirit?" Wang Xiaonan was so frightened that her face paled slightly. She tightly hugged Lin Feng's arm, as if she wanted to find some sense of security with Lin Feng around. Lin Feng immediately felt his arm sink into a ball of softness. That feeling made him involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Didn't this girl know how alluring her body was? Wasn't she afraid of arousing his lust by touching him like that? He really didn't know if Wang Xiaonan was truly innocent or if she was doing it on purpose. Lin Feng said, "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't be so close to obtaining the treasure, only to fail miserably in the end." Everyone nodded solemnly. Soon, they entered the belly of a huge mountain. The belly of the mountain was like a beehive. It was densely packed with holes. There are so many tunnels. Which one should we go through? Yu Liushi frowned slightly. Saber Lord said, "Just pick one. I have a feeling that these hundreds of holes are all connected and will lead to the same place in the end." Lin Feng's opinion was exactly the same as Saber Lord's. He also felt that this was very likely. The group of them chose a path and entered it, heading inside. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xiaonan who had been hugging his arm. Looking down, he could even see a tempting snow-white skin. Lin Feng said, "Xiaonan, you don't have to worry. If there really is danger, we'll take care of you. Let go of my hand now. If there really is danger, if you hold on to my arm like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to act." Wang Xiaonan's pretty face slightly blushed as she nodded her head. Only then did she release Lin Feng's arm. However, she continued to follow behind Lin Feng. The group continued to venture deeper and deeper, and indeed, they found that the depths of the tunnels were intertwined and connected together. In the end, they found an enormous stone gate that was 100 meters tall inside the mountain that was full of tunnels that extended in all directions. This should be a stone room. It was unknown who cultivated here, but everyone was astonished. Let's open the stone door together, Saber Lord said. Everyone came to the front of the stone door and exerted force together. Rumble, rumble, finally, under the combined efforts of the 8 people, the stone door was pushed open bit by bit. Finally, the stone door was pushed open, and a gap big enough for one person to enter was opened. The group entered the stone door one after another. The stone room was extremely large, and at the top of the room was a huge 8 trigrams diagram. In the middle of the room was a sacrificial altar. On the altar was a coffin. Could it be the coffin that the ancient devil was buried in? Lin Feng and the others were astonished. They walked towards the coffin, and at that moment, 3 cultivators suddenly entered the stone room from outside. Ha ha ha, thank you for helping us break through the layers of restrictions here. Loud laughter rang out. The 3 cultivators who had entered the stone room were all wearing green linen clothes, and they all looked extremely old. However, each of them had a terrifying chi that could make one's soul tremble. These 3 people were definitely existences at the level of old immortals. The Yin-Yang elders, it's you. The spectral elder recognized the identities of the 3 old men, and his face became incomparably gloomy. Isn't that the Ghost King's 1000 annihilation? You old bastard, you're still alive? The old man on the left sneered coldly. You're still alive, so how could I die? Elder Ghost said with a gloomy expression. Who are these 3 people? Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. Saber Lord said solemnly, the 3 Yin-Yang elders are the 3 strongest cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect. They were all people from more than 20,000 years ago, and each one of them was extremely powerful. I'm afraid that they're close to becoming gods. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Close to the god realm? That was too terrifying. Die here. All the treasures, divine abilities, and everything left behind by the ancient devil will be ours, said the Yin-Yang elders gloomily. The map that Lord Saber had obtained had probably been given to the auction house by the Yin-Yang elders. The 3 old bastards had been looking for people to break through the layers of restrictions, and the Yin-Yang elders had been hiding in the dark. They hadn't done anything, and when it was time to collect the treasures, the Yin-Yang elders would come out and reap the benefits. Little brat Lin, you go open the coffin. We'll deal with the Yin-Yang elders together, shouted Senior Ghost. He had been in the same era as the Yin-Yang elders, so he knew how terrifying they were. Nalan Jirua took out her Kunlun pouch, and the 7 of them activated it together. They wanted to use it to devour the Yin-Yang elders. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The 3 Yin-Yang elders sneered. They did not even use their Dharma treasures when they attacked. They simply slapped the Kunlun pouch with their palms. The Kunlun pouch, which was activated by 7 powerful cultivators, was sent flying by the 3 Yin-Yang elders. The 3 Yin-Yang elders were too strong. Gue Kaianmi. Looks like you're really not going to make it. You've weakened too much. The Yin-Yang elders sneered. They spoke at the same time. As far as the Yin-Yang elders were concerned, the others were just nobodies. Only Senior Ghost was a threat. Don't be too happy. Ghost Elder let out a strange laugh. Together with the rest of the people, they frantically activated the Kunlun pouch to attack the Yin-Yang elders. The 2 sides clashed again and again. At that moment, Lin Feng was trying to break through the restrictions on the coffin. The formation splitting technique passed down by the Celestial Master Sect was extremely powerful. The runes on the coffin cracked, and finally, Lin Feng opened it. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from the coffin, and Lin Feng was sent flying a dozen meters away. Wah! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Balls of energy flew out one after another. It was unknown what they contained, but they all emitted shocking fluctuations. The treasures have appeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. They couldn't care less about fighting, and they all rushed toward the treasures. Lin Feng couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He crawled up and was about to pounce on the treasures floating in the air. Don't try to take those things. The real treasure is the coffin. Hurry up and take the coffin. Leave this place. At that moment, the Demon Lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The Demon Lord had been in seclusion for some time. Lin Feng did not expect the demon lord to appear at this time. Not the treasures, but the coffins. Lin Feng was surprised to hear that the demon lord wanted him to snatch the coffins. You're courting death. On the other side, the three Yin-Yang elders were enraged when they saw the ghost elder and the others pouncing on the treasures floating in the air. The strength of these three people was abnormally tyrannical. One of them swept out with a punch and directly killed Yidao. Then, the second person slapped Nalan Jirua, who was holding the Kunlun pouch. Clearly, the three Yin-Yang elders were afraid and greedy of the Kunlun pouch in Nalan Jirua's hands. They wanted to kill her first. Nalan Jirua's expression changed. She controlled the Kunlun pouch and attacked the cultivator who attacked her. Bang, the two sides collided. Nalan Jirua was instantly sent flying. Barf, Nalan Jirua spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as paper. Any one of the three Yin-Yang elders was too strong. It was too difficult for Nalan Jirua to control the Kunlun pouch alone to fight against cultivators at the level of the three Yin-Yang elders. If it was not for the Kunlun pouch's protection, she would have been killed long ago. The third person was the most powerful of the three Yin-Yang elders. The other two treated him as their leader. His attack was even more terrifying. He enveloped the ghost elder, Saber Lord, Wu Mu, Wang Xiaonan, and Yu Liushi with a single move. Then, he collided with the five of them and actually forced them to retreat. At this moment, the three Yin-Yang elders did not notice Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng did not try to snatch the unknown treasures wrapped in the black light. Lin Feng's target was the somewhat worn-out coffin. It was a coffin made of wood. Usually, only ordinary people in the secular world would choose to use wooden coffins. As for the world of cultivators, there were all kinds of coffins that powerful cultivators used to bury themselves. For example, the more common ones were copper coffins and crystal coffins. There were also mysterious stone coffins. So when they saw Lin Feng rushing towards the coffin with bright eyes, the three elders couldn't help but roll their eyes. They thought to themselves, where did this country bumpkin come from? He was so excited to see a broken coffin. They really couldn't tell what was so special about this coffin. In reality, Lin Feng didn't see it either. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like it was made of ordinary wood. Furthermore, it seemed to have decayed a little. If the demon lord hadn't said that this was a treasure, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't have taken a second look at it. Lin Feng rushed to the front of the coffin and found that it was empty. Huh? Where's the elder devil's corpse? Lin Feng was puzzled. The three old men looked over and frowned. Ancient devil's body was not in the coffin. Had he not buried himself? Instead, he chose to pass away in meditation. If he passed away in meditation, his body and soul would be destroyed. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Nothing would be left behind. Many experts would choose to pass away in meditation when they died instead of leaving their corpses behind. This was also to prevent future cultivators from discovering their corpses. These experts' corpses were treasures in and of themselves. Once their corpses were discovered, they would either be dissected or refined into powerful external incarnations. They would even be taken away for research. To those top-notch experts, this was naturally a great humiliation. They were nobles when they were alive. They were humiliated after death. This was something that many experts couldn't accept. Therefore, many experts chose to pass away in meditation when they died, letting their bodies turn into dust. When the three elders found that there was nothing else in the coffin, they no longer paid attention to it. Instead, they collected the treasures in the void. There were more than 10 treasures, all of which were very shocking. Although they didn't know what these treasures were, since they were treasures left behind by the giant devil, they were definitely extraordinary. The ghost elder was furious. He didn't want to lose a single treasure. The ghost elder had some powerful techniques. Although his lifespan was nearing its end and his strength was greatly reduced, some of his trump cards were still terrifying. The ghost elder took out a large handful of soybeans and threw them out. When those soybeans landed on the ground, they turned into a dense group of large men wearing armor and holding war spears. All of the large men charged towards the three elders. "You're courting death." The three elders roared angrily. Each of their palms could kill more than 10 people. However, there were too many of these large men wearing armor. Moreover, they weren't weak. If the three elders wanted to kill all of them, it wouldn't be that easy. The scene was chaotic. The rest of the people also began to snatch the treasures. Seeing the treasures being snatched away one by one, the three elders' faces turned ashen. At this time, Lin Feng put away the broken coffin. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The 8 trigrams diagram at the top of the stone room suddenly rotated, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, the formation cores guarding the 8 trigrams diagram, Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Can, Li, Zhen, and Dui, all emitted a dazzling light. Then, in the light, huge insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew out. Those insects were each more than 20 meters long. They seemed to have been sealed in the 8 trigrams diagram before, but now, they were released. Void God-Eater insects? Heavens, how can there be such huge Void God-Eater insects? When they saw those Void God-Eater insects, everyone turned pale with fright. Even terrifying existences like the 3 Yin-Yang elders had terrified expressions on their faces. The 3 elders managed to snatch 7 treasures, while the remaining treasures were taken by Lord Saber and the others. Originally, the 3 elders had planned to kill everyone and steal their divine abilities and treasures, but now, how could they be in the mood to do that? They immediately rushed out of the cave. Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave, shouted Lin Feng. His face was filled with fear. Those Void God-Eater insects might really be able to kill gods. If he didn't leave now, he would really die under the claws of these giant Void God-Eater bugs and become their food. The group of people rushed out of the stone room one after another. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The door to the stone room was pushed open by a group of Void God-Eater insects. Next, the Void God-Eater insects chased after the group. Scram! Shouted the 3 elders coldly. They slapped at Wang Xiaonan, who was running at the front. Lin Feng shook his head when he saw that. Wang Xiaonan was probably going to die. Who are you telling to scram? Snorted Wang Xiaonan. She turned around and threw out a few hundred talismans. Those talismans were all high-grade talismans. Some of them were even saint-grade talismans. Lin Feng didn't have any, but Wang Xiaonan threw them out like trash. Who was this Wang Xiaonan to have so many high-grade talismans on her? The talismans exploded. Bang! The destructive power produced by the explosion of several hundred talismans was simply too terrifying. The Yin-Yang elders were blown away, each of them vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng and the others were blown dozens of meters away. The cave had completely collapsed, and they were trapped inside. Behind them, the gigantic empty space god-eating insects chased after them. That little girl tricked us. Lord Saber's face was gloomy. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had thought that Wang Xiaonan was naive and innocent. Who would have thought that she had been scheming against them all this time? Now, she had blown up the exit so that they could deal with the Void God-Eater insects, giving her time to escape. Even the Yin-Yang elders had coughed up blood from the shockwaves from the explosion of several hundred high-grade talismans. From this, one could see just how powerful and terrifying those talismans were. Lin Feng had also been hit, but he was relatively far away and his physical body was just too strong, so his injuries weren't too serious. However, the others weren't in the best situation. Apart from Lord Saber and Elder Gui, who were in relatively good condition, Wu Mu and Nalan Jirua had already been injured. As for Yu Liushi, she had also been injured by the shockwaves from the explosion. Her face was extremely pale. Disaster is upon us. Let's split up and run. Old Ghost let out a strange laugh as he chose a path to the left and charged into it. Lin Feng also chose a passage and quickly rushed over. He wanted to find a way out, but he discovered that many of the crisscrossing passages had collapsed due to the explosion of the talismans. Many of the possible exits had also been blocked. 7 or 8 huge Void God-Eater bugs were chasing after him, so Lin Feng had no choice but to quickly flee to another place. Wang Xiaonan, you win. Next time I see you, I'll definitely torture you 100 times. 100 times? You won't be able to get off the ground. Lin Feng couldn't help but think viciously. He shuttled back and forth through the crisscrossing passages, but he couldn't shake off the Void God-Eater bugs chasing after him, nor could he find a way out. This caused Lin Feng's expression to become increasingly gloomy. Help! When he passed by a fork in the road, Lin Feng saw Nalan Jirua. The void god-eater bugs were about to catch up to this icy woman. She was already injured, and now her injuries were even more serious. With her icy personality, she really wouldn't ask for help unless she had no other choice. Swish! The void god-eater bug chasing after her waved its huge claws, and a wave of void energy swept out. Bang! Immediately after, that wave of void energy slammed into Nalan Jirua's back. It directly sent Nalan Jirua flying several hundred meters. Nalan Jirua crashed heavily onto the ground and rolled 4 or 5 meters away. She didn't move at all. Was she dead or alive? Lin Feng rushed over and found that Nalan Jirua was still breathing. He hugged Nalan Jirua's small waist and held her in his arms. Then, he quickly ran into the distance. Lin Feng ran all the way and ran through a dozen or so tunnels, but all the exits were blocked. In the end, he returned empty-handed. As Lin Feng passed by an intersection of tunnels, he saw Yu Liuxi running over from the left. Currently, Yu Liuxi's complexion was extremely pale. Clearly, like Lin Feng, she was unable to find a way to escape. There's no way out. That bitch Wang Xiaonan won't give us a way out. Yu Liuxi's pretty face was ashen. The two of them gathered together and ran forward. The void god-eater bugs behind them also gathered together. More than 30 void god-eater bugs chased after them. Lin Feng asked, "What about the others? Did you see that?" Yu Liuxi shook her head. "Who knows where they ran off to? Maybe they've already been eaten by these monsters." Yu Liuxi then said mockingly, "Wasn't that bitch intimate with you?" "What? Now she's even plotting against you, her lover?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "Since when did I become intimate with her? Even I was bewitched by Wang Xiaonan. Although I never thought that she was such a simple person, I never thought that she would scheme against all of us. I have to admit that this woman is very powerful. Being able to scheme against us is also a kind of skill." Yu Liuxi fell silent and didn't say anything else. She was so angry that she was about to explode and wanted nothing more than to strangle Wang Xiaonan to death. However, Yu Liuxi had no choice but to admit that she had been tricked by Wang Xiaonan. The two of them looked through a few more tunnels that they had never been through before, but they still couldn't find a way out. "I can't hold on much longer. I think you're about to reach your limit too, right? Let's just leave this woman behind," Yu Liuxi said. She was naturally referring to Nalan Jirua. However, Lin Feng didn't leave her behind. Instead, he chose a passageway that led deeper and deeper into the city. "You're already facing a disaster, yet you still want to bring along a burden? Should I say that you have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Or should I say that you're lustful?" Yu Liuxi looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng said, "If it were you, I would save her too." Eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. Yu Liuxi pursed her lips. Lin Feng said, "Because for now, we're still companions who are training together. I'm not someone who abandons my companions." Yu Liuxi's eyes rippled violently. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. In the world of cultivators, she had seen far too many people who could abandon family, love, and friendship for their own benefits. However, this was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Feng. "Companions sometimes scheme against you," Yu Liuxi said. "That year, I joined an academy to cultivate. Everyone in my family was very happy. My uncle told me that when you're outside, there are many times when you have to choose to trust your companions, because sometimes, they can save your life." Lin Feng said. "Your uncle wasn't completely right, but he wasn't completely wrong either. Some companions can be trusted, while others need to be guarded against," Yu Liuxi said. Lin Feng said, "That's why my uncle told me to make my own judgment about which companions I should trust and which I shouldn't. I feel that although Nalan Jirua is ice cold, she's a pretty good person." "It seems that you've taken your uncle's words as your life's creed. Is your uncle a very powerful person? Where is he? Could it be that he's also a famous expert?" Yu Liuxi asked curiously. "He's a very ordinary person, but he's also a great person. He was killed while trying to save me." Lin Feng's voice was low. I'm sorry for bringing up such a sad matter. Don't worry about it. Hey, this is the direction to the depths of the cave. Do you want to die? At that moment, Yu Liushi, who had been following Lin Feng, realized that something was wrong. Lin Feng wasn't running outside, he was running deeper into the cave. We're about to run out of fuel. Let's see if there's a way out in the depths that can save our lives. He said aloud. The dozens of void god-eater bugs were getting closer and closer. Lin Feng and Yu Liushi ran deeper into the cave. Their bodies were gradually becoming weaker, and the bugs were about to catch up. I can't hold on any longer. Yu Liushi's face was pale. The void god-eating bugs were only less than 20 meters away from them. Lin Feng had also reached his limit. There's a narrow cave up ahead. Let's hide in there. Lin Feng pointed ahead. The cave was very special. There was a powerful seal protecting the entire mountain, so the mountain was exceptionally sturdy. It was too difficult to shatter the mountain, unless one was like Wang Xiaonan and used hundreds of high-grade jade talismans to blast the mountain apart. Therefore, if they hid in the cave, it would be difficult for the void god-eater bugs to break into the cave. Screech! The bug at the front seemed to know what Lin Feng and Yu Liushi were planning, and it couldn't help but let out a piercing shriek. Then, it jumped up and clawed at Lin Feng and Yu Liushi. Oh no, we're dead. Yu Liushi's face was pale. Spatial bending. Lin Feng held Nalan Jirua in his right hand and Yu Liushi in his left. He used up the last of his spiritual energy to use spatial bending. His body turned into a blur as he charged into the cave. The bug's claws tore through Lin Feng's skin, and blood flowed out. If he had been a step slower, his body would have been torn in half by the bug's sharp claws. Lin Feng had narrowly avoided this life-or-death situation. After that, he hugged Yu Liushi and Nalan Jirua and rushed into the small and narrow cave. After entering the cave, he almost lost all his strength and laid on the ground. He felt a burning pain on his back, but he rejoiced incomparably in his heart, as he had dodged in advance. If he had been a step slower, he might have been an ice-cold corpse by now. Screech! The furious roars of the void god-eater bugs came from outside. The one that had attacked Lin Feng earlier was blocking the cave entrance, its sharp claws reaching into the cave, but it couldn't touch Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, or Nalan Jirua. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk next, the void god-eater bug attacked the cave again and again, trying to break out of it. But it failed every time. Although the cave was shaking, it was incomparably sturdy. The void god-eater bug couldn't break out in a short amount of time. The other void god-eater bugs left, leaving only one behind to block the exit. It seemed to be fighting Lin Feng's group of three. Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. On his right was the unconscious Nalan Jirua, and on his left was Yu Liushi. Sniffing lightly, he could even smell the alluring body fragrance coming from Nalan Jirua and Yu Liushi. These two beauties were lying on Lin Feng's left and right, but Lin Feng didn't have any strange thoughts. He only had one feeling right now. He was tired. Both his body and mind had reached their limits in this continuous escape, causing Lin Feng to feel incomparably exhausted. Yu Liushi was obviously the same. The two of them quickly closed their eyes and fell asleep. Sleep was the best way to rest. When they woke up, the cave was pitch black. Lin Feng could feel Yu Liushi completely close to his chest, and he could even feel the heat of this beautiful woman's alluring body. Nalan Jirua's aura was much stronger than before. Yu Liushi's long eyelashes fluttered, as if she was a little embarrassed from sleeping in Lin Feng's arms for so long. Her pretty face reddened slightly. She sat up and looked outside, her expression becoming very unsightly. The void god-eater bugs are still blocking the way. It seems they don't plan on letting us leave. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. For the time being, he couldn't think of a way to leave. Do you think we'll die here? Yu Liushi asked. No. Lin Feng said. Why are you so confident? Yu Liushi asked. How can a mere void god-eater bug trap me to death? We'll definitely be able to find a way out. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Yu Liushi smiled bitterly. She didn't know where Lin Feng found such courage at this time. Lin Feng leaned against the rock wall, thinking of a way to deal with it. Yu Liushi sat beside Lin Feng. In the darkness, the two of them could even hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. "Who are you?" Yu Liushi asked. "Why do you ask?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Because I feel that the situation is different now. We can ask and treat it as chatting," Yu Liushi said. It was obvious that Yu Liushi felt that the chances of escaping were not very high, so she could ask about some topics that were more taboo in the past. Yu Liushi was rather curious about Lin Feng's identity because she realized that despite his young age, Lin Feng was not only powerful, but he also had an incomparable understanding of spirit formations. She had never heard of such a genius before. This meant the name Lin Qing should be an alias. "I am Lin Feng." Yu Liushi's pink lips parted slightly, and she seemed very surprised. She then said, "Actually, I should have guessed that you were that person long ago. There are very few people who are so proficient in spirit formations at such a young age, and Lin Feng seems to be the only one in his 20s. Lin Feng asked, "And who are you?" "I am." Yu Liushi giggled. Yu Liushi giggled. She was truly amorous. She didn't say anything else. Obviously, she was deliberately hiding her identity, so Lin Feng didn't bother to ask any more questions. 2 hours later, Nailan Jirua, who had been unconscious all this time, woke up. In the darkness, she saw Lin Feng and Yu Liushi and let out a small sigh of relief. "Thank you." Nailan Jirua looked at Lin Feng. Nailan Jirua had no recollection of what had happened after she had been struck by the void god-eater bug, but she could guess that if it hadn't been for Lin Feng, she would have become food in the void god-eater bug's stomach. "It's a small matter. Rest well and don't move too much," Lin Feng said. Nailan Jirua nodded and sat up, circulating her cultivation technique to heal her injuries. Lin Feng's group had been trapped for a very long time without being able to escape, and this made them somewhat anxious. When the cave brightened a little, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that there was something different about this cave. "What's that?" He quickly stood up and looked at a protruding part of the cave. "What did you discover?" Nailan Jirua and Yu Liushi looked at Lin Feng and asked. They felt that Lin Feng must have discovered something. "This cave has an irregular oval shape, and there's a huge protrusion here. It looks like a huge head protruding out," Lin Feng said as he pointed at the protrusion. Nailan Jirua asked doubtfully, "What does that mean?" Lin Feng said, "In feng shui, this is called a dragon's tail connecting, and a true dragon spitting out a pearl. The word pearl has several meanings, and one of them represents water. If my guess is correct, there should be an underground river below the center of the cave." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Nailan Jirua and Yu Liushi's eyes suddenly lit up. If it really was an underground river, then they could break out of here and leave along the river. "Then let's dig here," Yu Liushi said. Lin Feng nodded. The rocks here were abnormally hard, and digging was very difficult. Fortunately, it wasn't impossible to dig. Lin Feng and the others dug a 4 to 5 meter deep hole. At this time, water began to flow out. "We really dug to the underground river." The three of them were pleasantly surprised, and they sped up. Before long, they had dug through the underground river. "Let's go down and take a look," Lin Feng said as he took the lead and jumped down, diving into the river. Yu Liushi and Nailan Jirua jumped in as well. The underground river was very deep, and the water flowed rapidly. Lin Feng and the others swam in the direction of the current. Normally, if one followed the direction of the current, the underground river would eventually rush out of the ground, and it was very likely to connect to the rivers, lakes, and so on outside. After an hour, Lin Feng and the two others arrived at a gigantic stone palace. Their eyes widened. There was actually a hall under the underground river. This was really too shocking. They swam towards the stone hall, but when they arrived, their eyes were filled with incomparable terror. Within the stone hall, there was a huge, grayish-brown creature. Its huge body was coiled together, and its entire body was covered in scales. At this moment, it was sleeping on the ground. It was actually a terrifying flood dragon. The three of them hurriedly swam into the distance, afraid that they would disturb the flood dragon. Swish, swish. But at this moment, the flood dragon opened its cold eyes. An ancient and terrifying aura was emitted from the flood dragon's body. Not good. that flood dragon is awake. Let's go. Lin Feng shouted. Yu Liuxi and Nailan Jirua turned pale with fright. The aura emanating from the flood dragon in the stone temple was too terrifying. It was suffocating. It was hard to imagine how long this terrifying creature had lived for. Lin Feng and the others didn't even have the courage to fight such a powerful flood dragon. Staying behind to fight was no different from throwing their lives away. They increased their speed and swam forward, hoping to leave the underground river as soon as possible. Asterisk rumble, asterisk at this moment, the entire underground river began to tremble violently. The massive flood dragon moved. Its enormous body swam out of the stone temple. A terrifying aura emanated from the flood dragon's body. It was as if an ancient demon god had awakened. Damn. Why is there such a terrifying creature in this underground river? Lin Feng was quite depressed. The flood dragon charged out of the stone temple. Its body was too huge, and it coiled in the water like a mountain range. Its dark brown scales flickered with a cold luster, and its cold eyes stared at the three fleeing humans. The flood dragon was over 3,000 meters long. With such a huge body, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had cultivated for. The lifespan of humans was relatively short. For ordinary people, 70 or 80 years was the age when they reached the end of their lifespan. That was why people said that it was rare to reach 70 years old. Some Yao, demons, and other races had extremely long lifespans. They could live up to 1,000 years without cultivating. If they cultivated, their lifespan would continuously increase. That was why the lifespan of wild beasts far exceeded that of humans. It was normal to see wild beasts that had lived for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Asterisk rumble, asterisk terrifying auras emanated from behind them. The gigantic flood dragon spat out a ball of energy which immediately moved towards Lin Feng and the two others. Hurry up and dodge! Lin Feng shouted. The three of them hurriedly dodged the ball of energy, but they were still sent flying by the shockwaves. Lin Feng's face was pale. That attack just now had caused him quite a bit of damage. Yu Liuxi and Nailan Jirua's situation was even worse. The two of them coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood, their complexions extremely pale. At this moment, the flood dragon sped up and chased after them. What talismans and Dao weapons do you have? Throw them all out and kill it. Lin Feng's face was filled with ferocity. Now, it was the time that could not be delayed. If they could not defeat the flood dragon, the three of them would most likely die here. Therefore, now was not the time to lament over those treasures. Lin Feng took out hundreds of jade talismans and dozens of Dao artifacts and threw them all at the flood dragon. These jade talismans were all magic talismans that he had drawn himself. Although their grades weren't as high as the magic talismans Wan Xiaonan had used back then, there were still quite a few heaven-grade magic talismans. Moreover, there were so many of them that once they exploded, the power would still be very strong. Coupled with the explosion of the Dao artifact, the energy generated would be even more powerful. Yu Liuxi and Nailan Jirua also had many treasures on them. They also took out some magic talismans. Yu Liuxi and Nailan Jirua clearly had extraordinary backgrounds. Among the magic talismans they took out, there was a saint-grade magic talisman. Saint-grade magic talismans were naturally even more powerful and terrifying. Apart from the magic talismans, the two of them also took out a dozen Dao artifacts. They were probably treasures they had obtained during their training. Boom, all the magic talismans and Dao artifacts exploded. With so much energy, the destructive power generated by the explosion of the magic talismans was unimaginable. The entire subterranean river shook, and many parts of the river even began to collapse. Roar. But at this moment, the flood dragon's furious roar came from the center of the explosion. The flood dragon charged out from the center of the explosion. What was even more unbelievable was that the flood dragon had not been injured at all. How could this be? Lin Feng, Yu Liuxi, and Nailan Jirua were all shocked. Just now, so many magic talismans and Dao artifacts had exploded together. The Yin-Yang elders were existences close to gods. They could have been killed by the explosion. But the flood dragon was completely fine. Just how powerful was its cultivation to be able to accomplish this? This was simply unheard of. However, although the exploding magic talismans and Dao artifacts had not been able to injure the flood dragon, it had been thoroughly enraged. After charging out from the center of the explosion, the flood dragon's enormous claws suddenly slammed into the water. Next, a flood dragon condensed from the water of the subterranean river instantly charged towards Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jirua. Bang! The flood dragon condensed from the water of the subterranean river slammed into Lin Feng and the others. The three of them were sent flying, falling to the bottom of the subterranean river. Their faces grew increasingly pale, and they couldn't help but cough up blood. The flood dragon quickly swam over. But at this moment, an even faster figure charged towards Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jirua from the left branch of the subterranean river. The creature was much smaller than the flood dragon. It was about 500 meters long. Its head was like a frog, and its body was like a skinless crocodile. It was more than 10 meters long. Heavens, it's an overlord salamander. When they saw this creature, Lin Feng and the others revealed astonished expressions. The overlord salamander's origins were simply too great. It was said that at the beginning of the world, the overlord salamander was one of the first divine beasts to be born. This was a terrifying creature that had appeared at the same time as the true dragon, phoenix, qilin, white tiger, and other divine beasts. Countless years had passed since then. There were no longer any overlord salamanders in the outside world. Many people thought that this ancient race of divine beasts had already gone extinct. Who would have thought that an overlord salamander would appear here? The overlord salamander opened its bloody mouth and charged towards Lin Feng and the others. This completely enraged the flood dragon. The flood dragon's roar shook the heavens, and it spat out a ball of energy that was several hundred meters wide, smashing towards the overlord salamander. The ball of energy directly sent the overlord salamander flying. The overlord salamander's scales exploded, dripping with blood. After being injured, the overlord salamander went completely berserk. It didn't even care about Lin Feng and the others. Instead, it charged towards the flood dragon. As one of the first divine beasts in the world, the overlord salamander was naturally extremely terrifying. Its huge head directly slammed into the flood dragon's body, sending it flying. The flood dragon's scales fell off in large amounts, and its blood instantly flowed out. The overlord salamander opened its mouth and bit at the flood dragon's neck, wanting to bite it to death. However, the flood dragon's strength was unfathomable, and its reaction was extremely fast. Its thick tail lashed out, and the flood dragon directly sent the overlord salamander flying. The two behemoths fought fiercely, causing the entire underground river to shake and the ground to cave in. Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jirua hurriedly fled while the flood dragon and the overlord salamander were fighting to the death. Author's note: I'm going to take the first test. The updates will be in the afternoon and evening. I hope I can pass. I hope you can vote for me next month. In the forest, there were steep mountains, and a waterfall fell from the sky. Below it was a huge pool, and the waterfall fell into the pool. 3 heads popped out of the pool, and they were Lin Feng, Yu Liushi, and Nailan Jirua. The 3 of them had successfully come out of the underground river, and it could be said that they had experienced many dangers and narrowly escaped death. After reaching the shore, the 3 of them couldn't help but lie down on the cobblestone shore and gasp for breath. It's good to be alive. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he turned to look at Yu Liushi and Nailan Jirua. The 2 of them were completely drenched, and their thin clothes couldn't hide the boundless beauty of their beautiful bodies. Their exquisite bodies were now completely exposed to Lin Feng. Ah! Sensing Lin Feng's gradually burning gaze, the 2 of them looked down and immediately screamed. They hurriedly covered their important parts with their hands, and their faces were pink. They couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng, then turned and ran behind a nearby tree to change their clothes. By the time they finished changing and came out, Lin Feng had already disappeared. Where did he go? Nailan Jirua frowned slightly. He should have left, Yu Liushi said. She couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Even she didn't know why she felt this way. Nailan Jirua nodded. She didn't continue to stay here, nor did she have any plans to stay with Yu Liushi. She chose a direction and flew off into the distance. In a cave 10 kilometers away, Lin Feng took out the broken coffin. He walked around it a few times, but he couldn't see what was so special about it. However, since the demon lord said that it was a supreme treasure, he definitely wouldn't speak without thinking. Lin Feng said, "Demon lord, what kind of treasure is this coffin? It seems to have decayed a little." The demon lord said, 3 lives, 3 worlds, just to protect you by your side. There's a poignant love story here. Lin Feng stroked his chin and asked, "What story?" Rumor has it that countless years ago, gods and demons were at odds with each other. A goddess from the gods and demons fell in love with each other, but the two races couldn't tolerate it. That was how the tragedy began. The demon lord told Lin Feng the story of the legend. They wanted to leave, but the god and demon races were chasing after them. After a series of bloody battles, they were trapped. In order to save her lover, the goddess used a dagger to pierce her own heart. Only then did the god and demon races stop chasing after them. The love between the gods and the demons ended. The demon monarch was deeply in love, and he searched the entire world. In the legendary Netherworld, he found an ancient tree in front of the 3 live stone. According to legends, it was the tree of reincarnation. He used it to make a coffin and preserve the corpse. After 3 lives and 3 lives, the dead would return to life. Isn't this too ridiculous? Lin Feng was in disbelief. The demon lord's words sounded like a story to him. The demon lord said, "There are many rumors. If you believe them, they're true. If you don't, they're false. I'm not sure if you'll be able to return to life after 3 lives and 3 lives, but there's one thing I'm sure of, the 3 lives coffin can preserve a corpse and never decay. Even if a living dead person is placed inside, they won't die. Everything will be frozen in the moment they're placed inside, and even after millions and millions of years, they'll still be able to live on until the day they wake up." Lin Feng gasped, "There's actually such a coffin in this world? That's too unbelievable. If I were to sleep inside, would I be able to pass through millions and millions of years and become immortal? Would I be able to wake up after millions and millions of years?" The demon lord said, "Perhaps it's possible. In the past, even the ancient emperors were looking for the 3 lives coffin in hopes of burying themselves inside and waking up in the future." Lin Feng's heart trembled. If what the demon lord said was true, then the 3 lives coffin was too shocking. Lin Feng put the coffin away. Although he had no use for it now, he might need it in the future. He then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries and adjust his state of mind. 6 hours later, Lin Feng had completely recovered. He continued walking towards the depths of the demon-sealed land. Lin Feng's main goal in coming here was to find the origin Dao fruit for the fire Qilin. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find anything in the demon-sealed land. "Demon Lord, where do you think the origin Dao fruit might appear?" Lin Feng asked. The demon lord sat on a lonely grave in a daze. Just like he always did. He often sat on a lonely grave, trying to recall his lost memories. It's hard to say, but if such a treasure really exists, then it's most likely in the depths of the demon-sealed land. The higher the grade of a spirit herb, the more instinctive it is to avoid danger. The demon lord explained. That night, Lin Feng was leaning against a big tree and had a rest. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely cold qi permeating the atmosphere of the forest. Lin Feng woke up with a start. He restrained his aura and cautiously looked around. That night wasn't peaceful. Many cultivators had died tragically in the forest. Their flesh and blood had been sucked dry, leaving behind only human skin. The next day, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb when he saw those human skins. "What is this thing?" Lin Feng's voice was grave. It was too terrifying, and it made his hair stand on end. "I'm afraid something has happened in the demon-sealed land." The demon lord sat on a lonely grave and said. "Something has happened? Could it be related to the 9 demons painting?" He thought of a possibility. The 9 demons painting has appeared and broken the restrictions. "It will cause some terrible things," the demon lord muttered. At noon, the 9 demons painting appeared again. It flew in the depths of the demon-sealed land, emitting a boundless demonic aura. Countless people looked at the 9 demons painting excitedly. Even if it was divided into 9 parts, it was still comparable to a great emperor's weapon. If they could obtain the first 9 demons painting, They could rely on the connection between the 9 demons' paintings to obtain more of them. If they could gather all of the 9 demons' paintings, it would be heaven-defying. It was the second-ranked Great Emperor's weapon. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a swamp. If he wanted to go deeper, he would have to pass through the swamp. Many cultivators were waiting outside. They didn't enter the swamp rashly because it was too dangerous. Not only was there a poisonous miasma in the swamp, but there were also terrifying vicious beasts hiding in the depths of the swamp. This made many people feel apprehensive. In the end, about 1,000 cultivators gathered. They planned to set off together and pass through the swamp. However, they hadn't set off yet. They were waiting for a few important people. There will be experts from the Geomasters and a princess from the Great Shang Empire. Someone said. The people who were coming were not simple. An expert from the Yin Yang sect has also arrived. It's Duan Mujin. The crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Dongfeng, is also coming. Another cultivator said. Many people were waiting for them. The 4 people who were about to arrive had extraordinary statuses. Although they had only cultivated for 1,000 years, they had all broken through to the rebirth realm. They could be considered outstanding representatives of the middle generation. Lin Feng stood in the distance. He didn't show off. Now, Lin Feng had turned into a scholarly cultivator. His transformation technique was very wondrous. No one could see any clues. In the distance, immortal light lingered. More than 10 figures flew over and landed. The leader was a woman wearing a white palace dress. Her face was covered, so no one could see what she looked like. However, her figure was graceful and moving. It was obvious that she was a top-grade beauty. The Great Shang Empire's first Princess Xianxia. A cultivator immediately cried out. Princess Xianxia could be called a goddess in the central continent. She was one of the 10 great beauties of the central continent. Moreover, she was the first princess of the Great Shang Empire. Who knew how many suitors she had? However, Xianxia had never had any scandals with any man. She had always kept herself clean. It was rumored that in the past, several heirs of top ancient families had proposed marriage to the Great Shang Empire. However, they had all been rejected by her. Xianxia had once said that only a man who ruled the world had the right to marry her. The Tianwu continent was divided. How could anyone rule the world? Therefore, Xianxia meant that she wouldn't marry anyone. There were also rumors that she didn't want to marry because she wanted to become an empress. One had to know that if Xianxia married, she would lose her status as the first princess. There was a saying that a married woman was like spilled water. This was what it meant. However, if Xianxia didn't marry, she would still be the first princess of the Great Shang Empire. She had the right to inherit the throne like the other princes and princesses. However, as a woman, although she had the right to inherit the throne, it was clearly much more difficult for her to become the first princess than her brothers. Xianxia's only advantage was that her brothers didn't live up to expectations. Not a single one of them was successful. They were even inferior to some of the prince's children. Therefore, Anji still had a chance. Not long after Gananji's group arrived, the second wave of cultivators arrived. There were about 20 of them and they were led by a cultivator who looked to be around 30 years old. Geomaster lineage. Xuemuyang. Many people were shocked. Clearly, they didn't expect the expert of the Geomaster faction to be this person. This Xuemuyang had cultivated for 1,400 years and had broken through to the rebirth realm for more than 100 years. In addition, he was the successor of the Geomaster faction. His methods were heaven-defying and he was highly regarded by the ancestors of the Geomaster faction. In the future, he might be able to wield great authority in the Geomaster faction. After Xuemuyang arrived, the cultivators from the Yin Yang sect and the Great Qin Empire also arrived. Duan Mujin's status in the Yin Yang cult was frighteningly high. His ancestor was one of the Yin Yang 3 elders. As for Duan Mujin, he had only cultivated for 1,100 years and was also at the rebirth realm. The crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Dongfeng, was the nephew of the human emperor of the Great Qin Empire. His status was honorable. Experts from all directions arrived. These people all knew each other and greeted each other. Then, more than 1,000 people entered the swamp. With so many experts gathered together, they created quite a commotion. Ordinary beasts wouldn't dare to come out. Thus, the journey was more daunting than dangerous. 3 days later, the group passed through a mountain forest and the swamp. The miasma in the forest was extremely dense. As they flew through the forest, they could hear miserable cries from time to time. Following this, cultivators fell from the sky one after another. The miasma here is strange. It's undead miasma. There must be corroding corpses down there. Let's leave this place quickly, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Oh? Undead miasma? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ji looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, such a powerful undead miasma. Does that mean that the corpses down there are very powerful? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He guessed that Ji wanted to dig up the corpses down there, but that wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. He just wanted to leave this place and find the origin Dao fruit as soon as possible. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Xuemuyang looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, only rotting corpses produce poisonous undead miasma. So what if it's powerful? It's worthless. Xuemuyang said, of course it'll be useful if we dig it up. Who knows, we might even obtain some shocking inheritances. Go down and dig. Many cultivators shouted excitedly. Even the cultivators from the 4 great powers were participating. Lin Feng said coldly, it's easy for strange things to happen in a place like this. I advise everyone to stop before something terrible happens. If you're not going to dig, then get lost. Don't get in the way of others. Xuemuyang said coldly. You. Lin Feng's expression turned gloomy. He wanted to retort, but a middle-aged cultivator pulled him back. Little brother, calm down. There's no need to argue with Xuemuyang. We can't afford to offend someone like him. The middle-aged cultivator said. Lin Feng nodded gloomily. He felt that this swamp was not simple, which was why he had come with so many cultivators. Now was not the time to fall out with Xuemuyang. Lin Feng flew into the distance. He flew more than 1,000 meters away and watched from afar. Dad, should we go dig as well? A young cultivator looked at the middle-aged man. That's right, uncle. If we don't dig now, all the good stuff will be taken away by others. Another young cultivator chimed in. This group of more than 10 people came from a small clan. The middle-aged cultivator was at the 8th heavenly layer of the creation realm. He wasn't particularly strong. These people had taken the risk to come here because they wanted to find an extremely important spirit herb. The ancestor of their clan had been poisoned by fire and needed that spirit herb to save his life. We're only here to find the ice god grass. We won't fight for the other treasures. The middle-aged cultivator said. All right. Although the young cultivators were unwilling, they could only nod. They didn't dare to go against the middle-aged man's words. They flew to Lin Feng's side and introduced themselves. Lin Feng knew that the middle-aged cultivator was called Wu Yong. Lin Feng introduced himself as Lin Qing. I found a corpse with a storage ring. There's a storage ring. I found one too, there are so many corpses with storage rings. Many people shouted in surprise. They stretched out their hands and tried to take the storage rings off the rotten corpses. But at that moment, the corpses that had been dead for an unknown number of years opened their eyes at the same time. Pooh! Pooh! The corpses stretched out their sharp claws and instantly pierced the chests of many cultivators. Ah! Many people screamed miserably. They saw the corpses dig out their hearts. How can this be? Many cultivators cried out in disbelief. Then, they breathed their last and died on the spot. It's a zombie, all the corpses here have turned into zombies, hurry up and leave. Many cultivators cried out in fear and quickly fled into the distance. Fortunately, we didn't dig up those corpses. The cultivators beside Wu Yong all had expressions of joy on their faces. Now, they all felt that Lin Feng was not a simple person. Previously, it was Lin Feng who reminded everyone not to dig up those corpses because Lin Feng was worried that there might be an uncontrollable danger. Now, such a thing had really happened. Zombie, it was formed by the evil thoughts of a corpse that awakened after its death. The zombie was invulnerable, and its entire body was covered in poison. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and the others took the lead and flew into the distance. The rest of the cultivators also hurriedly fled into the distance. If there were only a few or a dozen zombies here, everyone would be able to deal with them. However, there were simply too many zombies here. There were probably hundreds of them. Lin Feng had seen zombies before, but at most, he had only seen one. When had he ever seen such a situation, with hundreds of zombies? Anyone who was trapped by these zombies would only die. Many cultivators were killed in the process of escaping. In the end, more than 200 people died before everyone managed to escape the pursuit of the zombies. "Bring that brat over here," Xuemuyang said in a deep voice. "Come with us," Xuemuyang's guards said coldly as they came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned, but he did not say anything and followed the guards to Xuemuyang. "Brat, since you know that there is undead miasma and that digging up the corpses there might be danger, do you also know that there might be zombies down there? Didn't you say that you deliberately tricked us?" Xuemuyang stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Feng's head. However, Lin Feng dodged. "You still dare to dodge? Do you believe that I won't slap you?" Xuemuyang looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was a high and mighty figure to begin with, so he naturally did not put Lin Feng, a cultivator in his 20s, in his eyes. Xuemuyang raised his right hand, wanting to slap Lin Feng. At this moment, Ran Anji said, "Wait." Xuemuyang looked at Princess Anji and frowned slightly. "Princess Anji, why are you stopping me from teaching this brat a lesson?" Xianxia replied, "We can't blame him for this. He warned us that there might be danger below, but we were too confident and didn't listen to him. Let him go." Xuemuyang's expression didn't look good. He was a conceited person and didn't want to admit his mistakes. He wanted to push all the blame onto Lin Feng. However, Xianxia had taken responsibility for the previous mistake. Xuemuyang couldn't refute Xianxia. He was incomparably fearful of Xianxia. He also knew that he could only befriend Xianxia and not make enemies. He nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Princess Anji is pleading for you, so you can leave now." Lin Feng gave Xuemuyang a deep look before turning around and leaving. "Young hero Lin, are you alright?" Wu Yong asked worriedly as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Wu Yong said, "Many times, doing the right thing won't necessarily earn you the gratitude of others. That's why doing nothing is the best way to protect yourself. Thank you for your advice." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Wu Yong said, "Just some experience in dealing with people. You're still young and have a long way to go. You're also quite talented, so you'll definitely be able to stand out in the future. There's no need to get into conflict with those people." Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. The group continued on their journey. The swamp was too dangerous, and the next day, the group encountered another terrifying danger. Blood-red centipedes that were nearly 100 meters long crawled out of the swamp. These blood-red centipedes had wings, and when they flapped their wings, they were as fast as lightning and charged towards the group of cultivators. "It's the flying blood centipedes." Many people cried out in fear when they saw the blood-red centipedes and fled into the distance. However, there were too many flying blood centipedes, and many cultivators had their bodies torn apart by the centipedes. They died horribly. Everyone frantically fled into the distance. People were constantly being killed. The crowd was also scattered. Many people died at the hands of the flying blood centipedes. In the end, only about 400 people managed to escape from the flying blood centipedes. They were lucky enough to escape with their lives. "We're almost out." Someone pointed into the distance. There were continuous mountains and lush greenery, and it was completely different from the muddy swamp. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they sped up as they rushed out of the swamp. However, at that moment, an endless black fog rolled above the swamp. The black fog condensed into a huge head. In the end, the head turned into an extremely ugly human face. "Lowly ants, none of you will be able to escape. Play a game with me," the ugly face said in a sinister voice. "What's that?" Many people cried out in horror. Their faces were filled with horror. In the next moment, the ugly face swallowed everyone in one gulp. Lin Feng felt his vision blur, and he was no longer in the swamp. Instead, he found himself in a space covered in gray fog. Is this an independent spatial barrier formed by the laws of space? Lin Feng was shocked. He guessed that everyone had been sucked into this independent space by that mysterious existence. The spatial node of this independent space must be connected to the swamp world. This place of sealed demons is too strange. There's actually an independent space here? It's said that a god's body can form a space. Could it be that after the god died, the space within his body wasn't destroyed and was scattered between heaven and earth? Could it have been connected to the swamp by chance? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. But who's the owner of that ugly face? Lin Feng's expression turned grave. The owner of that ugly face was definitely not simple. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, but he didn't get a response from the Demon Lord. His expression changed slightly. This space was very strange. It had actually severed his connection with the Demon Lord. Lin Feng took a deep breath and carefully walked towards the depths of the space. Crack, crack, suddenly, Lin Feng heard a clear and melodious voice. He looked down and found that he had broken a few bones. Someone came here before and died here, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. Ah! Miserable screams came from up ahead. He quickly ran over and found that a dozen skeletons had surrounded 3 cultivators. Their sharp bone blades had pierced through the 3 cultivators' chests, killing them. The green flames in the skeletons' eye sockets flickered violently. The skeletons opened their mouths and inhaled. Clouds of grayish-brown gas escaped from the dead cultivators' heads. That was the soul energy of the dead cultivators, which had been absorbed by the skeletons. Crack, crack, the skeletons turned their heads and looked in Lin Feng's direction. They've found me. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he turned around and ran away. The skeletons chased closely behind him. They were extremely terrifying, and they were extremely fast. Even with Lin Feng's astonishing speed, he couldn't shake them off in a short amount of time. After more than 2 hours, he finally got rid of the group of skeletal creatures. Lin Feng sat on a smooth rock to rest. This space is too strange. I wonder how the others are doing? I can't contact the Demon Lord, and I don't know how to get out. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of weeping drifted over from afar in the breeze. Lin Feng frowned. Why was there weeping? What was this weeping? Who was it? He carefully walked in the direction of the weeping. More than 10 cultivators appeared in front of him, and they were walking together. Like Lin Feng, they had probably heard the weeping and were walking in the direction of the weeping. Lin Feng didn't disturb them, and he followed behind them. Finally, they came to the side of a lake. More than 10 corpses of cultivators were lying next to the lake. A woman was crying softly with her back facing everyone. Her voice was very sorrowful, and her shoulders were slightly trembling. She didn't know who had died, but she was crying as if her liver and intestines had been cut into pieces. From the back, the woman's figure was very hot, and one could even see her towering peaks from the side. Any man who saw those alluring curves would probably be tempted. Let's go and take a look, the cultivators said as they walked towards the woman. Fairy, is there anything we can help you with? One of the cultivators asked. The woman suddenly stopped crying. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a terrifying scene. One by one, the cultivators fell to the ground. Then, a gray gas floated out of their minds. It was the soul power of the cultivators. A female ghost? Lin Feng was horrified. This space was too strange. There were zombie demons, skeletal creatures, and female ghosts. The creatures here seemed to have a special liking for souls. They were all devouring soul power. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay, and quickly flew off into the distance. However, at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if some terrifying creature had chased after him. Lin Feng even felt that the terrifying creature was right beside him. If he turned his head, he would be able to see her. Female ghost, Lin Feng was horrified. He felt as if his consciousness was about to fall into an endless darkness. His legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground like the other cultivators by the lake. Get away from me. Lin Feng fiercely bit his own tongue. His tongue was bleeding. The pain made Lin Feng feel a lot more awake. Then, Lin Feng took out the Saraira and Bodhi seed. He held the Saraira in his left hand and the Bodhi bead in his right. The two magic treasures released a Buddhist light that protected Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the cold aura that enveloped his body was dissipating bit by bit. Did I leave? Lin Feng let out a long breath, but he didn't dare to turn his head. He ran for more than 10 miles before sitting on the ground, panting violently. This place was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Big brother Lin, run. There's a soul catcher. More than 10 cultivators flew over. One of them saw Lin Feng and shouted loudly. That cultivator was Uncle Wu Yong's nephew, Wu Jiong. Lin Feng didn't know the people beside Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong should have been separated from Uncle Wu Yong and the others and formed a temporary team with those cultivators. Lin Feng got up from the ground and didn't dare to stay for a moment. He quickly ran into the distance. He had heard of soul catchers before. They were extremely terrifying creatures that specialized in absorbing the souls of living beings. Previously, whether it was the zombie, the skeletal creature, or the mysterious female ghost, they all needed to kill a person first before devouring their soul. But soul catchers were different. Soul catchers could devour the souls of living beings. In the sky, black-robed existences flew over. They were so fast that they quickly caught up with everyone. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. More than 10 cultivators' souls were instantly devoured by the soul catchers. Wu Jiong also died tragically under the attacks of the soul catchers. Lin Feng's situation wasn't any better. More than 10 soul catchers surrounded Lin Feng, trying to absorb Lin Feng's soul. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp suppresses the soul. Lin Feng's soul hid in the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, temporarily blocking the attacks of the soul catchers. But these soul catchers were too terrifying. The remaining 20 or so soul catchers also flew over and tried to absorb Lin Feng's soul together. After being attacked by more than 30 soul catchers, Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. He felt like his soul was about to split open. The soul hidden in the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp would be forcefully sucked out by the soul catchers at any time. At this critical moment, a cold aura suddenly spread between heaven and earth. In the distance, the flesh and blood of the corpses instantly disappeared and turned into human skins. Screech, the soul catchers let out terrified cries and ran away as fast as lightning. They didn't even care about Lin Feng and ran away madly. It's exactly the same as what happened in the forest. The corpses have turned into human skins. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. He turned around and ran. But he vaguely felt that something was following him. This made Lin Feng's expression extremely ugly. Could it be that the strange thing that turned the corpses into human skins was following him? Did that thing also want to devour him? Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper. He pushed his speed to the limit and ran for 3 days and 3 nights. On the way, Lin Feng encountered some soul catchers, but they quickly ran away when they saw him. Why did the soul catchers that wanted to devour my soul run away when they saw me? Lin Feng didn't understand. Could it be? He thought of a certain possibility and felt his scalp go numb. Was it that thing? Was it still there? Was it right next to him? Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He clearly felt like he had shaken it off. He looked around but didn't see anything. He spread out his divine will and found nothing. Then he opened his snake eye and didn't see anything. He took out the Saraira and the Bodhi seed, the 2 Buddhist treasures. The 2 Buddhist treasures didn't react at all. Only then did Lin Feng let out a long breath. Although he didn't know why the soul catchers had run away when they saw him, Lin Feng felt that he hadn't found any clues even after using so many methods to search for that strange creature. That strange creature should have left by now, right? Perhaps it was because he had a trace of that strange creature's aura on him that the soul catchers had run away. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay. He continued walking deeper into the forest. A day later, he saw a white world in front of him. When he saw the white world, Lin Feng's face turned pale. It was a world of bones. At first glance, it seemed to be a boundless world of bones. Why are there so many skeletons? How many living beings have died here? How did such a huge world of skeletons form? Looking at the boundless world of skeletons, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Anyone who saw that world of skeletons would probably feel their scalp go numb. Lin Feng carefully entered the world of skeletons. Cracking sounds could be heard from time to time. The skeletons here had long decayed and would shatter with a single step. Golden skeletons. Lin Feng saw a pile of skeletons more than 10 meters tall. He didn't know what kind of skeletons they belonged to. Golden skeletons. Such skeletons were very rare. The owner of the skeletons was probably an extremely powerful existence when he was alive. But now, even the skeletons were about to decay. Time was enough to bury everything. Time was enough to destroy everything. It didn't matter if it was a peerless expert, or a beautiful woman with a heavenly fragrance. Who could resist the corrosion of time? They were destined to be devoured by the river of time. A gale swept up in the sea of skeletons. Bone dust filled the air. Many of the skeletons had already turned into powder. When the wind blew, it was like a sandstorm. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng choked and kept coughing. A hurricane swept in his direction. Many skeletons were swept up by the hurricane and were instantly crushed into powder. Lin Feng took out the hurricane pearl. When the hurricane swept over, he wasn't swept away. Instead, he stood there without moving. The hurricane pearl could resist all kinds of storms. Swoosh, suddenly, Lin Feng felt a chill on his back. A skeletal creature appeared, holding a bone blade, and slashed at Lin Feng's head. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. When he felt the chill from behind, he moved to the left. The bone blade almost brushed past Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. That had been truly dangerous. Fortunately, he had the hurricane pearl to block the storm, allowing him to move around unhindered. If he didn't have the hurricane pearl, his movements would have been restricted by the hurricane. If that was the case, it would have been extremely difficult for him to avoid the attacks of the skeletal creatures. Perhaps he would have already been beheaded by the skeletal creatures. The skeletal creatures' movements weren't affected by the hurricane. After the skeletal creature's attack missed, it rushed towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng brought out the revered sword tomb. The 3 swords flew out. Under the attack of the 3 flying swords, the skeleton creature was unable to withstand them. It was scattered by Lin Feng's flying swords. But what surprised Lin Feng was that the skeleton creature's body began to reform again. The skeleton's mouth opened and closed, making cracking sounds. The ghost fire in its eyes was still violently pulsing. This was an undead creature. Lin Feng frowned. Could it be that these skeletal creatures really couldn't be killed? He looked at the ghost fire in the skeleton's head. It wasn't a simple ghost fire. It was equivalent to the skeletal creature's eyes. Moreover, it contained a powerful energy. The ghost fire's color was deeper. Then the skeletal creature's strength would be even more powerful. Lin Feng suddenly thought that if he swallowed these 2 ghost fires, wouldn't the skeletal creature lose all its vitality? After thinking about this, Lin Feng directly reached out and grabbed the skeletal creature's head. Then he swallowed the 2 ghost fires of the skeletal creature. After the 2 ghost fires were swallowed, the skeletal creature's body that was in the process of reforming suddenly scattered. And this skeletal creature was thoroughly dead. After swallowing the 2 ghost fires of the skeletal creature, Lin Feng felt that his soul power had increased significantly. Obviously, the soul power contained in the ghost fire of the skeletal creature was extremely astonishing. At this time, the hurricane finally blew away. Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of relief. He quickly rushed away. Not long after, Lin Feng saw huge skeletons appear in his line of sight. Many of the skeletons were 300 to 400 meters tall. The bodies of these creatures were too huge. He didn't know what kind of existence they were when they were alive. Lin Feng had never seen so many huge skeletons piled up together. It was like a mountain of bones. It was simply appalling. What happened here in the past? Why were there so many huge skeletons? All of this made Lin Feng feel extremely puzzled. Lin Feng shuttled back and forth among these huge skeletons. He hoped to find some useful clues. At the same time, Lin Feng also had a hope. Could he find a treasure bone? after some extremely powerful vicious beasts died, their ordinary bones would decay with the passage of time. However, the treasure bones in their bodies would decay very slowly. If he could find a treasure bone, then he would be able to obtain the powerful innate divine ability of these vicious beasts. This was something that Lin Feng valued. He liked to collect all kinds of powerful divine abilities to cultivate, because this could increase his fighting strength. Every time he cultivated a divine ability, his strength would increase. If he could obtain those powerful divine abilities, it would be a big harvest. When he passed by a huge skeleton, Lin Feng was surprised to find that he actually saw a very special skeletal creature. The reason why that skeletal creature was special was because Lin Feng found that the skeletal creature was also looking at him. The ghost fire in its eyes flickered violently. Then it turned around and left. The ghost fire in the skeletal creature's eyes was relatively dim. He didn't know if it was because it hadn't been a skeletal creature for too long. The aura of that skeletal creature was far from the aura emitted by those skeletal creatures that Lin Feng had seen before. The strength of that skeletal creature wasn't very powerful. However, Lin Feng couldn't forget the scene when it looked at him. Now, the skeletal creature was climbing on top of a huge skeleton. It seemed to be looking for something. It really has its own intelligence? Lin Feng was moved. Before, he was only guessing. Now, Lin Feng was almost certain that this skeletal creature in front of him was completely different from those skeletal creatures that only knew how to kill. This skeletal creature already had its own intelligence. It could think like a human and even cultivate. This was too inconceivable. How can there be such a skeletal creature? Where did it come from? Lin Feng guessed the origin of this skeletal creature, but his heart couldn't calm down. The skeletal creature's movements were very slow. However, it kept trying to climb up the huge skeleton. In the end, it came down from the skeleton again. It saw Lin Feng standing there and looking at it. The ghostly flames in the skeletal creature's eyes flickered violently. However, it did not stop. Step by step, it walked towards another huge skeleton. Crack, crack. Its bones made a grinding sound, and the luster on its body was also very dim. It climbed up the second huge skeleton and searched for what it was looking for, but it still found nothing. However, the skeletal creature was not discouraged. After searching through more than a dozen skeletons, it finally found what it was looking for. It was a beast bone that contained energy and was still emitting shocking fluctuations. After finding the beast bone, the skeletal creature was very excited. It climbed down from the skeleton and opened the beast bone. It stretched out its claws and handed the other half of the beast bone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng observed for a moment and found that the beast bone was very ordinary. It was not a treasure bone. Apart from containing a certain amount of energy, there was nothing special about it. However, the skeletal creature treated the beast bone as a treasure. It was absorbing the energy in the beast bone. After devouring the energy in the beast bone in its hand, the skeletal creature signaled Lin Feng to enjoy the energy in the other half. The skeletal creature kept staring at Lin Feng, as if expecting Lin Feng to enjoy the food like it did. Lin Feng did not disappoint the skeletal creature. After devouring the energy in the beast bone, he immediately found that this energy was different from ordinary energy. This energy seemed to contain a very strange power. That strange power might be the reason why the bone was not destroyed. Seeing Lin Feng devour the energy in the bone, the skeletal creature's eyes flickered violently. It seemed very excited. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. The skeletal creature tilted its head and looked straight at Lin Feng. Crack, crack, after a while it seemed to understand Lin Feng's meaning. It shook its head. "How about you be called Xianxia from now on?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. He suddenly thought of the legendary king of the underworld, King Yanluo. After hearing the words King Yanluo, the ghostly fire in the skeleton creature's eyes flickered even more intensely. It was very excited and kept nodding. In the following days, Lin Feng and Xianxia headed towards the depths of the Bone Sea realm. As they went deeper, they encountered a few terrifying creatures. They were all formed from skeletons, but they only knew how to kill. Lin Feng beheaded some strange creatures formed from skeletons, while Xianxia followed behind Lin Feng, devouring the ghost flames in the eyes of those skeletons. Lin Feng could also obtain benefits from devouring the ghost fire, but he realized that King Yama seemed to desire the ghost fire even more. Therefore, he let King Yanluo devour and refine all the ghost fire. However, King Yanluo had been too weak before, so it hadn't been able to kill other skeletons and devour their ghost fire. But now, with Lin Feng's help, Yama Luo was able to devour a large number of skeletons. The ghost fire in its eye sockets became even more profound. Its bones, which were originally grayish-brown in color, were now turning silver-white. King Yanluo wasn't simple. After devouring a large amount of ghost fire, it was evolving. Lin Feng. 10 days later, King Yanluo sent out a simple wave of energy. It was Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng had told King Yanluo his name when he had communicated with him before. Telepathy? Lin Feng jumped up from the ground and looked at King Yanluo in surprise. Haha, let's go and find more skeletons. I'll kill them and let you continue devouring them, said Lin Feng excitedly. During this time, some cultivators passed by the sea of skeletons. When they saw the strange combination of a human and a skeleton, they all retreated in fear. Lin Feng took out a large black robe, a pair of shoes, a black bamboo hat, and a cloak. He had King Yanluo wear them to cover his body. Roar. On this day, a dragon's roar echoed through the sea of skeletons. A terrifying chi filled the air. When King Yanluo heard the dragon's roar, he said telepathically, "Hurry up and play dead." Gotcha! King Yanluo's body broke apart and turned into a pile of bones. His head rolled to the side and the ghost fire in its eye sockets disappeared. The newcomer had to be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, King Yanluo wouldn't have been so scared. Lin Feng hurriedly looked for a place to hide. Not long after, he saw a huge monster. It was a gigantic bone dragon that was 400 to 500 meters long. There were 18 chains tied around its body. A tall and mysterious figure in a black robe was holding the chains. A terrifying chi filled the air. It was as if a bone dragon knight from hell was patrolling the world. It was too terrifying. After the bone dragon knight left, another 8 bone dragon knights flew by one after another. King Yanluo only reassembled his body after all the bone dragons left. Lin Feng also came out from his hiding place. He looked at King Yanluo and asked, "Who are those 9 bone dragon knights?" "The Great General Army of the Great Underworld, Great Hell Devil King of the Bone Dragon Army, on behalf of the Great Underworld, Great Hell Devil King inspects this world." King Yanluo's voice was intermittent. "Dark Hell's Demon King? The ruler of this world?" Lin Feng asked. King Yanluo nodded. "It should be this Dark Hell's Demon King who swallowed us into this space." Lin Feng frowned. He then asked, "Where is Dark Hell's Demon King?" "The end of world," King Yanluo said. Lin Feng nodded. He still hadn't found a way to deal with Dark Hell's Demon King. He could only wait for the time being. Lin Feng wondered if he should wait until he found Ganonji and the others to discuss countermeasures. Lin Feng and King Yanluo continued walking. Now that King Yanluo was wearing clothes to cover himself, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about others looking at him strangely. The next day, Lin Feng and King Yanluo saw a huge skeleton. This skeleton was actually blood-red in color. It was as huge as a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. They didn't know what kind of skeleton it was. King Yanluo climbed up the skeleton and waved at Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew over. "Treasure. Bone." He was extremely shocked. King Yanluo had actually discovered a treasure bone. After entering the Sea of Bones for so long, this was the first time Lin Feng had seen a treasure bone. The divine runes engraved on it were extremely complicated. Lin Feng glanced at it and felt dazzled. This treasure bone was too extraordinary. Swoosh. Lin Feng had just taken the treasure bone when more than 10 people flew over from the distance. Among these people, there were experts from the Great Qin Empire as well as Shui Muyang and Qin Dongfang. Obviously, they had also seen Lin Feng and King Yanluo. Eh? It's a blood-red treasure bone. Little brat, hurry up and give it to me, said Xuemuyang while looking down at Lin Feng, as if he were talking to his dog. Xuemuyang looked at Lin Feng in a domineering way. If Lin Feng could see that the treasure bone was extraordinary, so could Xuemuyang. Qin Dongfeng could see the same thing, but he was a more thoughtful person. He wasn't as arrogant as Xuemuyang, so he stood to the side and watched the show. Whoosh, whoosh. Another 2 groups of people flew over. One group was Qian Anji, Duan Mujin, and the others. The other group was a group of cultivators who had been devoured along with them. These people had also discovered the Sea of Bones and had gone deep into it. Now, they had met each other in the center. Is Xuemuyang teaching that young cultivator a lesson again? Some people shook their heads. This wasn't the first time they had seen Xuemuyang teach Lin Feng a lesson. Qian Anji had helped Lin Feng before, so Xuemuyang had restrained himself. However, now that Xuemuyang had taken a fancy to Lin Feng's treasure bone, he wouldn't let Lin Feng off so easily unless Lin Feng was willing to hand over the treasure bone. Many people looked at Lin Feng sympathetically. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Take Lin Feng for example. He didn't have any strength, so Xuemuyang had humiliated him and bullied him. He could only accept his bad luck and couldn't refute Xuemuyang, unless he wanted to die. I found it. If you want it, you can find it yourself. The treasure bone was extraordinary, and there was probably a terrifying divine ability imprinted on it. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hand it over to Xuemuyang. This kid is still too young. Giving up his life for a treasure is too stupid. He'll regret it later. Many cultivators shook their heads. In their eyes, Lin Feng was too young. How could he contend with Xuemuyang and the others? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xuemuyang obviously hadn't expected Lin Feng to refuse him. His expression sank, and he looked coldly at Lin Feng. Do you know what you're saying? Lin Feng said, Of course I know. Don't you understand human language? Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would dare to speak to Xuemuyang in such a manner. Did he really not want to live anymore, or did he lose his mind? What is this guy doing? Tianji frowned slightly. She also did not understand why Lin Feng's guts were so big. This was also what everyone else was puzzled about. Previously, when facing Xuemuyang, Lin Feng had never shown any intention of resisting. Even when Xuemuyang scolded him to get lost, he endured it. But now, it was as if he was a completely different person. Could it be related to the black-robed cultivator beside him? However, when they carefully sensed the black-robed cultivator's strength, they found that the black-robed cultivator was not all that strong. Did he really want to die? Many people had such thoughts. You're acting recklessly. Teach him a lesson. Xuemuyang's voice was cold. Yes. Milord. Immediately, an expert stepped forward, a hegemon of the Eternal Era. This person's strength was extremely tyrannical. He stepped forward and looked coldly at Lin Feng. He sneered, You even dare to offend Lord Shui? You're simply acting recklessly. This ancient overlord punched Lin Feng's dantian as fast as lightning. He wanted to directly cripple Lin Feng. How ruthless. He wants to cripple that brat with his first move. That brat is finished. Many people cried out in alarm. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was only a young cultivator in his 20s. Naturally, it was impossible for him to block the attack of a high-level ancient overlord. I didn't attack before not because I was afraid of you, but because I didn't want to attack in the dangerous swamp. Because it could very well lead to some terrible things. At that time, everyone could die in the swamp. Since I've been swallowed into this unknown space, I don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He stepped forward. A terrifying force condensed. In an instant, it pressed down on the body of the high-ranking ancient overlord. Bang, the ancient overlord didn't even have the strength to resist. His body instantly exploded into pieces. How is this possible? Many people cried out in alarm. They couldn't believe it. How strong was this young man to be able to rely on his own force to shatter a high-level ancient overlord, who was at least at the 7th layer of the life and death realm? This young man has always been low-key. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yeah, I even chatted with him a bit. He seemed amiable and approachable. I didn't expect him to have such terrifying strength. It's really unexpected. He killed a high-level ancient overlord with just his force. He's probably already at the rebirth realm, right? He's already at the rebirth realm in his 20s? There aren't many people like that in the continent of heaven. Which supreme genius is he? Many people cried out in alarm and started discussing spiritedly. This person. He's so strong. Who is he? And Ji was also shocked. She hadn't paid much attention to Lin Feng before. Although she felt that Lin Feng was extraordinary, she hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. Ying Dongfeng and Duan Mujin were also shocked. Of course, Xuemuyang was also shocked. Brat, you dared to kill a member of my Earth Master branch. Do you know that you're courting death? Xuemuyang's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Did you know that I was planning to take your dog life as soon as I left the swamp? But now, it seems that I'll have to bring it forward. Lin Feng stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He coldly looked at Xuemuyang and said, "Kneel down and accept your death." At that moment, Lin Feng's domineering aura was completely exposed. He didn't hide his strength. The qi emitted from his body made many people feel suffocated. This person is too terrifying. Many people cried out in alarm and looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They had heard of some monstrous supreme geniuses who had incredible battle prowess at such a young age. But they had never seen such a person. Now, they were witnessing it with their own eyes. It was as if a huge wave had been set off in his heart. How incredible was his innate talent? How could he be so strong when he was only in his 20s? Brat, do you think you can talk big in front of me just because you're a little bit strong? Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly, because that would be letting you off too easily. I'll break every single bone in your body, pull out your soul, and throw it into a boundless purgatory so that you'll never be able to live again," said Xuemuyang sinisterly. He walked towards Lin Feng, his qi becoming more and more powerful. Suppress him. Xuemuyang was at the rebirth realm. He was extremely strong. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Lin Feng. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng. As expected, Xuemuyang was extremely arrogant. When he attacked, he looked down on Lin Feng and despised him. But Lin Feng didn't hesitate to use his full strength. She looked indifferent. She used the 5 imperial dragon fists and punched Xuemuyang. Lin Feng's back was surrounded by holy light. 5 great emperors and 5 dragons appeared. The great emperor came riding on a huge dragon, pointing at the sky and stomping on the earth. Bang, the two of them collided, and a powerful energy surged out. The surrounding void was torn apart by the tremors. Lin Feng didn't move, but Xuemuyang was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. What? Many people were dumbstruck. Xuemuyang was at a disadvantage against Lin Feng in their first battle. Nobody had thought that it would happen. Xuemuyang, I'm going to kill you today. Nobody will be able to save you. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forwards and used spatial bending. Lin Feng was extremely fast. When Xuemuyang was blown away by Lin Feng's punch, Lin Feng had already arrived next to Xuemuyang. Close combat. Lin Feng was an expert in close combat. Lin Feng punched Xuemuyang as fast as lightning. Xuemuyang's expression changed slightly. He tried to dodge, but it was easier said than done to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Bang, Lin Feng's punch landed on Xuemuyang's left shoulder. Crack, crack, Xuemuyang's left shoulder caved in. Ah! Xuemuyang couldn't help but scream. Xuemuyang's face was deathly pale. His heart was burning with fury. Xuemuyang had never suffered such a great loss in his life. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who had injured him, the most important thing was that Xuemuyang's body was damaged. Take another punch. Lin Feng arrived next to Xuemuyang again. He used pure physical strength to attack Xuemuyang. Fulgurating shadows. Xuemuyang wasn't simple. He used a powerful technique, fulgurating shadows. He teleported away and dodged Lin Feng's attack. Xuemuyang put some distance between himself and Lin Feng because he realized that when Lin Feng attacked him at close range, he couldn't keep up with Lin Feng's attacks. But if he put some distance between them, Xuemuyang wasn't afraid of Lin Feng at all. I, Xuemuyang, have never suffered such a great loss before. I'm going to kill you. Xuemuyang roared in anger. He condensed a supreme mystic ability, and a mysterious world appeared in the sky. In that world, there were countless ancient countries that had existed for hundreds of millions of years without declining. Divine territories, divine territory. It was an emperor's technique. In the past, Xuemuyang had a fortuitous encounter. It was said that he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. This was not groundless news, it was true. The divine territory was the emperor's divine territory. Xuemuyang walked through it. He was surrounded by boundless godly light. It was as if a god-emperor had descended. I represent the glory of the gods. I represent the immortal god-emperor, to judge this lowly creature. A beam of godly light shot out from the divine territory. Break! Lin Feng looked indifferent as he punched the beam of godly light. Bang! Lin Feng collided with the beam of godly light. He was blown away. The terrifying godly light penetrated his body, trying to destroy it. That strength was extremely strange. Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals and sealed the strange strength inside his body. That's an emperor's technique. A great emperor's inheritance is extraordinary. Before, Lin Qing had the upper hand and suppressed Xuemuyang, but now Xuemuyang knows an emperor's technique. He's in trouble. Emperor's techniques are peerless. Only top-tier great Dao cultivators or emperor's techniques of the same level can resist them. But regardless of whether they're top-tier great Dao cultivators or emperor's techniques of the same level, they're extremely rare. Does that mean Lin Qing is dead for sure? Many cultivators whispered to each other. Xuemuyang's emperor's technique was too powerful. The spectators didn't even dare get close. They were afraid that the shockwaves would kill them. Even Gan and Ji and the others frowned and looked at Xuemuyang seriously. I know an emperor's technique. How can you fight against me? Xuemuyang looked down at Lin Feng. His voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Beams of godly light shot out from the divine territory. It was as if they could destroy the sky. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward in the sky. Xuemuyang, I said I'd kill you today, so I'll definitely cut off your head. Many people were moved. Lin Feng was too domineering. He was facing Xuemuyang, who had used an emperor's technique, and he was still threatening to kill him. Did he really have the strength to do so? The 3 forces overlapped. Lin Feng walked towards the divine territory of the other countries. When the godly light shot out from the divine territory of the other countries, it was all dispersed by the 3 forces. One region, crushing the ancient world. Xuemuyang sneered. The divine territory of the other countries descended from the sky and pressed down on Lin Feng. A terrifying aura filled the air and enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng found it difficult to move. That brat has been sealed. Is this the end of the battle? Many people cried out in alarm when they saw this. Xuemuyang also sneered. He urged the divine territory of the other countries to kill Lin Feng. Emperor technique. Seal of life and death. At that moment, Lin Feng's left hand formed the Tao of life, while his right hand formed the Tao of death. Life and death, 2 different Tao characters, condensed into a magical seal. This was the seal of life and death. Lin Feng used the power of life and death. Bang! The seal of life and death collided with the divine territory of the other countries. Splat! The divine territory of the other countries was instantly torn apart by the seal of life and death. Then, Lin Feng quickly charged into the divine territory of the other countries. Great suppression technique, 8 seals of the soul, 2 top-tier divine abilities were used. One was used to suppress, and the other was used to seal. Runes swirled around them. My magic power. You want to suppress me? Don't even think about it. Xuemuyang's expression suddenly changed, and he bellowed. Earth Master Seal Breaking Technique. Xuemuyang used an ultimate technique that was similar to the formation-breaking technique of the Heavenly Masters, but its power was naturally much weaker. The runes on his body shattered one by one, but it would take time to completely destroy them. The formation-breaking technique of the Heavenly Masters could instantly destroy all the runes. Xuemuyang, it's useless. It's all over. I'll take your head. Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed Xuemuyang's head. Splat, Xuemuyang's head was ripped off by Lin Feng, and blood spurted out. Xuemuyang's headless corpse quickly fell to the ground. Heavens, Xuemuyang was beheaded, cries of alarm rose and fell one after another. Many people turned pale with fright as they looked at Lin Feng, who was holding Xuemuyang's head in midair. Xuemuyang was an expert at the second heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. He had even used an emperor technique, but Lin Feng had still easily killed him. Everyone was shocked as they thought about it. Just how terrifying was that young cultivator's strength? The surroundings were deathly silent. No one said a word, as they were all shocked speechless. None of them had expected Lin Feng to be so powerful and terrifying. Even now, they still hadn't recovered from their shock. Soul search. Lin Feng wanted to search Xuemuyang's soul to see if he could obtain the powerful divine abilities that Xuemuyang had cultivated. However, Xuemuyang's soul had a restriction. When it sensed that Lin Feng wanted to soul search Xuemuyang, the restriction instantly destroyed Xuemuyang's soul. What a pity, Lin Feng shook his head. He tossed Xuemuyang's head to the ground and took Xuemuyang's storage ring. Xuemuyang definitely had many treasures on him. Now, all of those treasures belonged to Lin Feng. You actually killed Master Xuemuyang. Do you know who he is? The faces of the members of the Geomaster branch were deathly pale. They were looking at Lin Feng with hatred. Xuemuyang had been killed, and as his guards, they would be implicated. Even if they managed to leave this place alive, if their superiors blamed them, they would definitely be punished severely. Lin Feng asked calmly. I'd like to know what Xuemuyang's identity is. Lord Xuemuyang is a descendant of old ancestor Shui Junhan, said a Geomaster. Shui Junhan. One of the 3 Yin-Yang elders? Lin Feng was astonished. Boy, you know about the 3 Yin-Yang elders. Do you know that you've caused a great disaster? The cultivator from the Geomaster branch said fiercely. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, it's not like I haven't seen the 3 Yin-Yang elders before. Those 3 old things are trapped in a terrifying place. They might have already been eaten by a swarm of god-eater bugs. You're still using the 3 Yin-Yang elders to threaten me? You're really stupid. The expressions of the cultivators from the Geomaster branch changed slightly. Let's go. One of them said. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Go? Did I say you could go? Lin Feng sneered. These people's expressions changed drastically. One of them said, are you going to kill us too? Just now, it was just a fight between you and Lord Xuemuyang. We didn't participate. The martial heaven continent's life and death battles don't involve others. You should know that. Lin Feng said faintly, so what if I know? Me killing you has nothing to do with Xuemuyang. I'm killing you because you are Geomasters. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already rushed towards these people. Divine Finger. Lin Feng raised his right hand and tapped the air. Golden energy condensed into a finger. Puff. Puff, one cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng. At present, not even the life and death realm giants could fight back against Lin Feng. Why? We have no enmity with you. The last expert from the Geomaster branch shouted. It's nothing. I just don't like the Geomaster branch. If I see anyone from the Geomaster branch, I'll kill them. Lin Feng's right hand tapped the person's head. Puff. His head was pierced through, and his corpse fell down. Rumble. At that moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked around. Look, over there. Oh my God. Someone pointed into the distance. The sky was filled with soul catchers and all kinds of fierce birds. On the ground, there were countless fierce beasts, zombies, skeletons, and other terrifying creatures. Roar. The roar shook the sky. Among the sea of bones, skeletons as huge as mountains rose to their feet. Those skeletons had clearly lost their lives before. Now, they had all turned into skeletons. What's going on? Seeing this scene, many people felt their scalps go numb. They were afraid that the skeletons in the sea of skeletons would attack them. However, the skeletons didn't attack them. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. 9 bone dragon knights rode their bone dragons and patrolled the sky. Blood moon. Look, at the end of the world, a blood-red moon has risen. A cultivator pointed into the depths. Everyone looked over and saw a blood-red moon slowly rising into the sky. Finally, it stopped in the void. Now, the strange changes in the mysterious space, was it related to the blood-red moon? Lin Feng looked at King Yanluo and asked, what happened? Once every 1,000 years, the blood moon appears and the dead are resurrected to fight for freedom. King Yanluo took off his bamboo hat. He had actually grown flesh and blood. It was a pale face, and now, his eyes were looking into the depths. Quick, look. Those skeletons are growing flesh and blood. The surrounding cultivators also cried out in alarm, pointing at the densely packed skeletal creatures in the sea of bones. All the skeletons had grown flesh and blood. Tyrannosaurus rex, sky lizard, great desolate crocodile. And so on and so forth. There were endless vicious beasts, all kinds of vicious beasts. In the sky was an army of soul catchers and birds. On the ground was an army of vicious beasts and undead. The bone dragons under the 9 bone dragon knights had now turned into huge black dragons. Lord Black-robed Dragon Knight. Countless creatures roared. Once every 1,000 years, we must rise up and resist. We must not be enslaved again. If we still fail, we are destined to be enslaved again. Follow us to the end of the world. A dragon knight waved the battle sword in his hand and roared. Kill our way to the depths of the world. Countless creatures roared loudly. Quick, let's go and see what's going on. Many cultivators shouted as they followed the army and charged into the depths. King Yanluo, what's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. The undead were resurrecting and fighting for their freedom. It was too strange. The living beings here are all cursed living beings. In the depths of this world resides the emissary of hell. He has enslaved everyone here, and after they die, their souls will never be able to reincarnate. Once every 1,000 years, the emissary of hell will give the cursed living beings a chance. If they can defeat him, they will be able to redeem their souls and regain their freedom. Lin Feng was shocked. Obviously, the emissary of hell that King Yanluo was talking about was the demon king of the Great Ming prison. Why are they cursed? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. I only remember that they will be cursed for eternity. Even though they know that resistance is useless, the creatures here will still resist again and again. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, they will not give up. King Yanluo said. They had waited for 1,000 years for this battle. These cursed creatures were filled with the will to fight against fate. Lin Feng and King Yanluo also charged into the depths of the world with the army. He also wanted to participate in this battle. The cycle of reincarnation happened once every 1,000 years, and all living beings in this space would die a tragic death. In other words, if they couldn't defeat the demon king of the Great Ming prison, Lin Feng would also die here and become an undead. He would never be able to escape the control of the demon king of the Great Ming prison. He would be tortured for all eternity. In the sky and on the ground, countless armies gathered together and rushed to the ends of this world. An ancient palace appeared in the depths of this world. This palace was over 1,000 meters tall and occupied an area of over 10 miles. It was simply too gigantic. Endless demonic chi lingered around the palace. What a gigantic palace! Many people gasped. They were all extremely shocked. There was actually such a palace? It was simply too gigantic. On the signboard of the palace, there were 4 ancient words. Samsara Devil Palace. Samsara. Lin Feng mumbled. His heart trembled because at this moment, Lin Feng thought of many things. The word samsara contained too much content. What's going on exactly? Xianxia flew towards Lin Feng and asked. She could sense that Lin Feng wasn't simple, and she couldn't see through Lin Feng. Xianxia felt that Lin Feng might know something. This woman was extremely sensitive, and her senses were extremely accurate. Lin Feng replied. The devil in the Samsara Devil Palace is the one who devoured us. Every 1,000 years, the living beings in this space have a chance to resist. If we can win against the devil, we will be able to redeem our souls. For this battle, we have no chance to retreat because if we lose, we will also die and our souls will be enslaved. Xianxi's expression was extremely unsightly. She was extremely ambitious, she naturally wouldn't be willing to die here. I'll go and tell this to the others. Xianxia left and told Duan Mujin, Ying Dongfeng and the others. This piece of news caused their expressions to turn extremely unsightly. They didn't doubt Lin Feng's words because the situation in front of them was enough to explain everything. In front of the Samsara Devil Palace, it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The 9-headed dragon knight hovered in the air, coldly staring in the direction of the Devil Palace. Rumbling sounds rang out as the pitch-black doors of the Devil Palace opened. Immediately after, a burly man in black armor walked out step by step. That man was at least 3 meters tall, and his body emitted a suffocating pressure. My lowly slaves, are you going to start the path of rebellion that only happens once every 1,000 years again? I already lost count of how many times I played this game, but every time, I would have a different experience. Hurry up and attack, I can't wait to slaughter you all. The Devil King of Hell's voice was ice cold. Charge! The 9 dragon knights waved their swords and roared. Roar! Hordes of beasts roared as countless creatures charged towards the infernal king of Great Ming Purgatory. It's been 1,000 years, and only now can the dead regain their lives. The creatures who turned into skeletons gain flesh and blood. The creatures who were enslaved gain temporary freedom. This feeling of freedom is really good. King Yanluo took a deep breath. All of you, die. Death God of the Hammer. Great Ming Purgatory's demon king roared and smashed the giant hammer in his hand forward. That was a divine artifact-level treasure. A hammer smashed out. It was as if it could destroy the world. In the sky and on the ground, countless living beings were smashed into meat paste. The Devil King of Hell was too terrifying. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was no difference between him and the Death God. He rushed into the army and began a one-sided massacre. Countless living beings died tragically. After I kill you all, I will recreate you all. This game of 1,000 years of reincarnation will continue endlessly. And I am the ruler of this world, controlling everything. The Devil King of Hell's roar shook the sky. This existence was truly too powerful and terrifying. He was simply invincible. Everywhere he went, everything was destroyed. Countless living beings fell, dying tragically on the spot. However, more and more living beings charged forward fearlessly. Bang! 100-meter-tall golden giant wielding a giant axe sent the Great Ming Purgatory's demon king flying. But it was useless. The defensive power of that pitch-black armor was too astonishing. No matter what kind of attack landed on his body, it couldn't kill him. Ha 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 ha, how can you break the 7 sets of the Death God set? The Devil King of Hell sneered. His hammer was the hammer of the Death God. His armor was the armor of the Death God. They were both divine artifacts of the Death God set. One focused on attack, while the other focused on defense. Ignite my battle blood, fight for freedom, even if I die, I have no regrets, the 9 dragon knights roared. In the distance, the army of zombies burned fiercely, charging towards the Devil King of Hell without fear of death. All the zombies died tragically, their bodies exploding into a bloody mist. The army of soul eaters gathered together and charged forward as fast as lightning. The army of soul eaters was not spared either. All the soul eaters disappeared into thin air. The densely packed beasts charged together. 10,000 beasts galloped, but in the end, they were smashed into meat paste by the hammer of the Death God. Kill! King Yanluo rushed forward. He and the rest of the army suffered a blow from the hammer of the Death God, their bodies exploding. I am invincible. The Devil King of Hell's roar shook the sky. With my body, I sacrifice to the heavens. In the end, there was no army left. The 9 dragon knights began to sacrifice themselves. Their bodies, along with their dragon mounts. They were also burning fiercely. They used the sacrificial technique, hoping to kill the Devil King of Great Ming Purgatory. Lin Feng, Xianxia, Ying Dongfeng, Duan Mujin, Wu Yong, and the others were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a great battle before. They knew that they would die miserably. But still, they were not afraid of death. 1,000 years of waiting, just for this battle. Even if his body and soul were destroyed, he would have no regrets. Just for the slightest possibility of releasing the enslaved souls. Bang, bang. The bodies of the 9 dragon knights exploded one by one. The Devil King of Hell laughed and said, "The 9 of you are the people I value the most. I like to see you lead countless lowly creatures to resist me again and again, and feel the unwillingness and pain after failing. We would rather die than be enslaved for all eternity." A dragon knight roared. His body and the dragon beneath him also exploded. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and a huge door appeared in the sky. Countless creatures sacrificed themselves, and through the sacrifice, they opened a divine door. Bang, 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 in the end, the bodies of the 9 dragon knights all exploded. But the power of the sacrifice was not enough. "Princess, live on!" The dozen or so cultivators of the Shang dynasty roared and rushed towards the sacrificial door. Their bodies exploded, and they were swallowed by the door. "Prince, live on!" The elder of the clan beside Dongfang roared and led a group of powerhouses into the sky. Their bodies exploded as they sacrificed themselves to the divine door. "Prince, take care!" The cultivators beside Duan Mujin also rushed into the sky, their bodies burning fiercely as they sacrificed themselves. "Little Dong, if you can get out of here alive, you must find the spirit medicine to save the ancestor." Uncle Wu Yong looked at his son, Wu Dong, and then rushed forward with his clansmen. Many people rushed towards the sacrificial door, sacrificing their own lives. Rumble, finally. The sacrificial door opened. A beam of light of judgment descended from the sky and shot towards the Devil King of Hell. The power of judgment. If you want to kill the Devil King of Hell, it won't be that easy. Great Ming Prison's Demon King roared and swung the Death God hammer. Bang. He collided with the light of judgment. The terrifying collision caused the ground to sink. Wah! Lin Feng and the others were sent flying by the shockwaves. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to move. The hammer of death in the Devil King's hand was sent flying, and the armor of death also lost its godly power and retracted back into the Devil King's body. Half of the Devil King's body exploded, and he lay on the ground, his life or death unknown. Is he dead? Everyone looked at the Devil King, who was lying on the ground. However, after being blown away by the shockwaves, they couldn't move anymore. Their faces were pale. Everyone had suffered quite a bit of trauma. "I'm immortal." Great Dark Purgatory's Devil King bellowed. He struggled to sit up. "He's not dead. We're finished." The surviving cultivators looked at Great Ming Prison's Devil King in horror. Now, there was only fear and trembling. In the face of such a terrifying existence, who could contend against him? Only death awaited them. "Ha ha ha ha, this feels great. It's been a long time since I've felt so good. You actually managed to injure me through a sacrificial technique. Even a group of ants working together can display extraordinary power." Great Ming Prison's Devil King suddenly burst into laughter. "He's crazy." Lin Feng and the others felt their scalps go numb. Half of their bodies had been blown up, but the Devil King still looked very happy. If he wasn't crazy, then what was he? "Little ants, I'm going to eat you to replenish my strength," the Devil King said sinisterly. Said the Demon King of Great Ming. He stood up and walked towards Lin Feng and the others. Many people were so scared that their faces were as white as paper. They struggled to get up, but their injuries were too severe. Their magic power had been scattered long ago, so they couldn't get up at all. Great Underworld Prison's Demon King arrived in front of a cultivator and grabbed his leg. He bit down on the cultivator's leg and tore it apart. Chi la. A large piece of flesh was torn off. Ah! The cultivator screamed. Everyone else was trembling in fear. He was eating people alive. The Devil King of Dark Prison was too cruel. Lin Feng tried to use his immortal body to heal his injuries, But an extremely strange power surged into his body, making it difficult for Lin Feng to activate his immortal body. His expression was extremely ugly. If he couldn't recover from his injuries, wouldn't that mean that only death awaited him? So hungry, so hungry. Great underworld prison's Demon King shouted as he ate the living humans. It didn't take long for the Demon King to devour tens of cultivators alive. But he was still shouting that he was hungry. This guy's appetite was too good. Do you know why I devoured all of you? That's because I'm always very hungry after each battle. I need to eat a lot of food to replenish my nutrients. The Demon King of Great Ming Prison said sinisterly. You demon. Some people knew that they couldn't escape death, so they became bolder and cursed loudly. Devil? I was forced. Do you think I was willing to eat raw human flesh? If I wasn't cursed by that damned Samsara devil hall and turned into their slave for all eternity, do you think I would be willing to stay in this place? Great Ming Prison's Devil King roared furiously. Curse? Slavery? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought of Fire Crow and the Great Desire Demon King in the Universe Cavern. They were both enslaved by the Universe Cavern and the Cursed Cavern. Wasn't this similar to the Great Underworld Prison's Devil King who was enslaved by the Samsara Devil Hall? You were enslaved, so you caused the deaths of so many people? Then, many people will suffer the same fate as you. Those innocent people will suffer endless pain as well? Lin Feng said. Why am I the only one who suffers? I want everyone to suffer with me. Ha ha ha. Great Ming Prison's Devil King laughed loudly. You're crazy. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Great Ming Prison's Devil King curled his lips and said, no matter what the world thinks, I don't care. I can do whatever I want now. I can control the life and death of lowly creatures like you. You're all going to become my food. After I eat you and recover, I'll activate the reincarnation deployment spell. All the dead creatures will come back to life, but their souls will be enslaved by me again. They'll lose their sense of self, their consciousness, and they'll wait for 1,000 years. You'll all become my souls. Great Ming Prison's Devil King continued eating people. Lin Feng looked grim. He kept trying to activate his immortal godly body, but he kept failing. In the end, Lin Feng gave up. He decided to try to communicate with the ruler's great imperial blood in his body and see if he could communicate with the ruler's great imperial blood. This time, Lin Feng wasn't disappointed. In fact, he was very happy because he actually managed to connect with the Sovereign Emperor's blood. The Sovereign Emperor's blood shook slightly. Then, a stream of sovereign power flowed in his body. This stream of sovereign power devoured the strange energy flowing in Lin Feng's body. After the strange energy disappeared, Lin Feng found that he could use the immortal body again. Crunch! Crunch, the sound of chewing could be heard. Great Ming Prison's Devil King ate a few more cultivators. He then moved on to the next cultivator. Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Wu Dong shouted in fear. Wu Dong was Wu Yang's son. He had seen his father and a few uncles in the clan sacrifice themselves to open the sacrificial gate and kill Great Ming Prison's Devil King. Seeing so many people die tragically was a huge blow to Wu Dong. Now that Great Ming Prison's Devil King was going to eat him alive, Wu Dong was about to collapse. You shouldn't be afraid because it's your honor to be eaten by me. Great Ming Prison's Devil King said sinisterly. He grabbed Wu Dong, wanting to eat him like he ate the others. Whoosh, at this moment, a cold light as fast as lightning flew in front of Great Ming Prison's Devil King. Clang, when the attack landed on the Great Dark Prison's Devil King's body, it didn't manage to break the Devil King's body. All it did was send him flying. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. He used the regal sword controlling art to control the Black Dragon sword to attack, but it didn't hurt Great Ming Prison's Devil King at all. Wasn't his physical body too strong? Keek keek. Great Ming Prison's Devil King laughed eerily. He got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng with his eerie eyes. You still have the strength to fight? This is really beyond my expectations. This year is really interesting. I was injured by a group of ants and was sent flying by an even weaker ant. Your bloodline seems to be quite extraordinary. This is great, I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Great Ming Prison's Devil King licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was the blood of the cultivators he ate. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never felt such pressure before. At his peak, Great Ming's Devil King was definitely a god. Although he was heavily injured, his combat strength was far beyond what Lin Feng could contend with. Gods, even if they only had a single breath left, they could easily kill mortals. Lin Feng was immortal. Kid, it seems like you have an extraordinary background. I'm very curious. What exactly is your background? Great Ming's Devil King walked over step by step. With every step he took, the ground would tremble. Lin Feng kept retreating. If I tell you, will you let me go? Great Ming's Devil King laughed strangely. What? Are you afraid? I can tell you clearly that I will eat you like a delicious snack, so I won't let you go. As soon as Great Ming's Devil King finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and ran into the distance. In the face of disaster, everyone fled. Lin Feng thought he could kill Great Ming's Devil King with a sneak attack, but the Devil King was unharmed. He knew that with his current strength, he didn't have the ability to fight against Great Ming's Devil King. Even though Great Ming's Devil King was heavily injured and couldn't use even 1% of his strength, killing Lin Feng was still a very simple task. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't win, he would run. This was Lin Feng's principle. As for the lives of the others, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. He wasn't noble enough to sacrifice himself for a group of strangers. Great Ming's Devil King's mouth twitched violently when he saw Lin Feng running into the distance. At this moment, he felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. Kid, this is a world under my control. Where can you run to? Great Ming's Devil King flew into a rage. Lin Feng stopped and scratched his head. I'm sorry. I forgot I was trapped in here. You can let me out and I'll see if I can escape, said Lin Feng, scratching his head. I'm sorry. I forgot I was trapped in here. The Great Ming Purgatory's Demon King's face turned ashen when he saw Lin Feng's serious expression. He felt that the kid before him was obviously toying with him. Said the Great Underworld Prison's Devil King, smiling coldly. Little brat, you don't have the qualifications to continue. Everything ends here. Die. As soon as his voice fell, the Demon King of Great Ming Prison raised his right hand and condensed a huge energy palm in the void. It descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 directional worlds and quickly flew into the distance. Bang, the palm that descended from the sky did not hit Lin Feng. Instead, it slammed into the ground. Little brat, you're quite strong. However, I'll let you have a taste of my Demon Dragon Fist. Let's see if you can withstand my attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon King of Great Ming Prison's Devil King punched towards Lin Feng. He turned into a blur and arrived in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. His fist was locked onto Lin Feng's body. What a fast speed. Lin Feng was shocked. The Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King only had half of his body left. He looked like he was about to die, but he still had such shocking speed. Lin Feng realized that he could no longer dodge. He had no choice but to block the Demon King's attack. Bang, the two sides collided. Crack, crack. Lin Feng and the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King's arms were directly broken. Lin Feng's body was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He crashed heavily onto the ground. The difference between the two sides was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Eh? Even a peak rebirth realm cultivator would be blown to pieces after taking that punch from me. Yet, you only lost an arm? Your body is almost as strong as a god's body. Your cultivation base is so weak. How can your body be so strong? The Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King looked at Lin Feng in shock. It was indeed a shocking thing. Others might not be able to tell Lin Feng's cultivation level, but someone like the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King could definitely tell Lin Feng's cultivation level. It was because he knew Lin Feng's cultivation level that he was so shocked when Lin Feng had a body comparable to a god's. Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground. He did not answer the Devil King's question. Instead, he silently circulated his immortal body. Lin Feng's injuries quickly recovered. Immortal body. One of the 10 great taboo bodies of the Immemorial era. What a genius. If you hadn't met me and continued to grow, your future would be limitless. But now, you are destined to become my food. The great Ming Purgatory's Devil King seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Lin Feng. Boom, he attacked again. This time, the battle strength he displayed was more than 10 times stronger than before. Lin Feng was shocked to find that his body was imprisoned. He could not move at all. The great Ming Purgatory's Devil King was too terrifying. After all, he was a god. Even if he was severely injured and his strength was greatly weakened, he was still a god. His divine might was inviolable. Lin Feng was imprisoned and could not move at all. The god's attack made him feel the aura of death. Lin Feng was not willing to die at the hands of a god. He circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Immemorial dragonesque elephant, descent of the sacred emperor, the immemorial dragonesque elephant's shadow appeared. Lin Feng felt the pressure enveloping his body disappear instantly. Swoosh. Lin Feng used the void travel technique and disappeared through the void. The great Ming Purgatory's Devil King's attack landed on empty air. Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to jump around. In the end, you still can't escape death." The great Ming Purgatory's Devil King walked toward Lin Feng again. At this moment, Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He could not continue to hide like this. God would catch him sooner or later. He had to quickly find a way to resist the great Ming Purgatory's Devil King. Otherwise, only death would await him. But how could the great Ming Purgatory's Devil King be so easy to resist? Even a divine weapon would find it difficult to kill the great Ming Purgatory's Devil King. God Spell Book. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly fell on this treasure. He had exchanged 10 spirit herbs that were more than 50,000 years old with Xiao Ling at a small trade fair. Lin Feng had studied the God Spell Book for a long time before he discovered its extraordinariness. Although the great Tao of the God Spell Book was incomplete, the 16 ancient characters on it still formed a complete divine decree. Gods of all worlds, 10,000 laws, 10,000 schools, control the life and death of countless living beings. These 16 ancient characters contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng had never used the God Spell Book before. Today, in order to resist the great Ming Purgatory's Devil King, Lin Feng summoned the God Spell Book. Boom! The moment the God Spell Book was summoned, it soared into the sky and floated above Lin Feng. The 16 ancient characters emitted unexpected waves of energy as divine light intertwined. Within the divine light, the shadow of a handsome man wearing a divine robe appeared. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth. After he appeared, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Endless years? What's the date? The mysterious existence spoke. His voice was fleeting, as if it had crossed the river of time and traveled from the immemorial era. Is this the ancient powerhouse who wrote the God Spirit Spell Book? Lin Feng looked at the mysterious figure floating above the God Spirit Spell Book, his heart filled with shock. Now that the ancient existence had appeared, could it help him slay a god? God Spirit Spell Book. Great Dark Purgatory's Demon King clearly recognized the God Spirit Spell Book. His voice was indifferent. The great Tao of the God Spirit Spell Book is flawed. How can it kill me? Boom! Great Dark Purgatory's Demon King attacked. He stepped forward, the aura in his body growing stronger and more terrifying. With every step he took, the heavens seemed to tremble. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that Great Dark Purgatory's Demon King did not use much strength when he attacked him. It was too easy for him to kill Lin Huang. Perhaps it was because of Great Dark Purgatory's Demon King's personality that he had time to use the God Spirit Spell Book. Great Dark Purgatory's Demon King had been trapped for too many years. He was lonely and loved to tease others. He let those who were teased die slowly in fear. It was like a cat teasing a mouse. Therefore, Great Dark Purgatory's Demon King attacked Lin Feng just now to tease Lin Feng. However, Great Dark Purgatory's Demon King did not expect Lin Feng to be able to use a treasure like the God Spirit Spell Book. 10,000 thoughts become stars. The illusory god attacked as well. He raised his right hand, and a star appeared above his palm. He was like the master of the universe, his palm shattering the heavens and destroying the world. Bang! The illusory god and Great Dark Purgatory's demon king collided. Thump 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 thump, Great Dark Purgatory's demon king was forced to retreat. Seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. Wasn't the illusory god from the God Spirit spell book too powerful? All living beings in the world cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation. The illusory god whispered. He stepped forward and slammed his palm toward Great Dark Purgatory's demon king again. I hate the word reincarnation the most. I want to completely destroy the God Spirit spell book. The great Tao is flawed, and it will become empty. Great Dark Purgatory's demon king roared. He leaped up, his body was filled with demonic chi. 3 heads 6 arms fiend god fist technique. Great Ming Prison's devil king unleashed a peerless technique. Next to his head, 2 more heads grew out. Next to the arm, 4 more arms grew out. Great Ming Prison's devil king instantly had 3 heads and 6 arms. What divine ability is this? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Instantly transforming into 3 heads and 6 arms was simply too shocking. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly sense how terrifying the aura emanating from Great Ming Prison's devil king was. After transforming into his 3-headed, 6-armed form, Great Ming's infernal king's cultivation base was greatly improved. I am an undying existence. How can a mere God Spirit spellbook kill me? Come on, let's continue the battle. Do your best to destroy my body. The more damage you take, the more excited I will be. Great Ming Prison's demon king rushed forward with a ferocious smile. What a madman. Pervert. When Lin Feng saw how crazy Great Ming Prison's devil king was, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was it because he had been enslaved by the reincarnation demon palace for too long that he had become insane? Lin Feng thought about it carefully, that seemed to be a possibility. Great Ming Prison's devil king rushed towards the illusory god again. Both sides fought fiercely. The illusory god wasn't able to defeat Great Ming Prison's devil king. Instead, he was suppressed. Gotcha! Gotcha! Lin Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw that the God Spirit spell book started cracking. The God Spirit spell book could only be used a limited number of times. Every time it was used, its power would decrease. Great Ming Prison's devil king was too strong. Although the God Spirit spell book had created an illusory god, it still couldn't compete with the God Spirit spell book. I am willing to sacrifice my life to increase the power of the God Spirit spell book. I want to show God how strong he was back then, murmured Lin Feng, stepping forwards. He directly burned 2,000 years of his lifespan. The God Spirit spell book absorbed all the energy from the burning of his lifespan. The ancient characters on the God Spirit spell book became even more dazzling. Rays of divine light poured into the illusory god's body. After being strengthened, the illusory god's power increased tremendously. Bang! The god in the void raised his right hand and used star severing to slash at Dark Prison's demon king. Following a violent collision, Great Ming Prison's devil king was sent flying by the illusory god's palm. Then, the illusory god used a technique called the Great Destruction of Heaven and Earth slash. Endless killing lights condensed in the air and slashed towards Great Ming Prison's devil king. Poof, there was a tearing sound. Great Ming Prison's devil king was severely injured. His body was almost cut in half by the illusory god's attack. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. He held the black dragon sword and used the deity liquid to activate it. The black dragon sword's power was activated. Lin Feng cooperated with the illusory god and attacked Great Ming Prison's devil king. A mountain and river to suppress all worlds. The illusory god attacked again, condensing a mountain and a river. It descended from the sky and suppressed Great Ming Prison's devil king. Great Ming Prison's devil king roared furiously. At that moment, he felt like he was being suppressed. He couldn't move. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. He slashed at Great Ming Prison's devil king's waist. That was where Great Ming Prison's devil king had been injured the most. Poof, the power of an activated divine weapon was unimaginable. That attack directly cut Great Ming Prison's devil king in half. Oh my god! He killed a god. Tianji and the others were astonished. They watched Lin Feng cut Great Ming Prison's Devil King in half. They were astonished. Then, they were overjoyed. If Great Ming Prison's Devil King had really been killed by Lin Feng, then, wouldn't they be able to survive? Thinking about that, they couldn't help but feel lucky. I can't die. I can't die. Ha 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 ha. Nobody can kill me. Death God's hammer. Come here. Great Ming Prison's Devil King's vitality was incredible. He hadn't died even after being cut in half by Lin Feng. His lower body fell to the ground while his upper body flew in the air. He reached out and grabbed the Death God's hammer, which had been lying on the ground, rose up into the air and returned to his hand. Then, Great Ming Prison's Devil King threw the hammer at Lin Feng. Bam! 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 The hammer smashed onto Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying away. Lin Feng was severely injured. His body was extremely strong, but all his bones were broken. He felt as if his internal organs were burning. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground. He almost fainted on the spot. It was a fatal injury. If Lin Feng's body wasn't so strong, Lin Feng would have been smashed into a pulp. Great Ming Prison's Devil King's body flew towards the illusory god. He swung the Death God's hammer at the illusory god. Bam! 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 Hell's Demon King cackled like a madman. I'm immortal. Who can destroy me? Ha 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 ha, all of you, die. He swung the hammer of the Grim Reaper and smashed it at the illusory god once more. Bang! The illusory god was sent flying by the attack, and the divine light around him dimmed even more. The Demon King of Great Ming Prison could unleash the power of the Death God's hammer. Once the power of a divine weapon was unleashed, the damage it could cause was truly terrifying. When the illusory god was sent flying, the divine book of Great Ming Prison also began to crumble. The divine magic book was also continuously cracking apart. This treasure couldn't last for long. It was likely going to be destroyed. The situation was too dangerous. The Demon King of Great Ming Prison was simply too strong. Be destroyed. The Demon King of Great Ming Prison rushed forward and roared loudly. He swung his hammer and smashed it down again. He once again fought with the illusory god. The illusory god wouldn't be able to last much longer. Lin Feng lay on the ground and watched the battle above him anxiously. If the divine book of Great Ming Prison was destroyed, he would die. He tried to use his immortal body to heal his injuries. Crackling sounds could be heard from his body. All the broken bones in his body were recovering. Soon, Lin Feng's injuries were as good as new. I'm going to kill you. Lin Feng roared. He once again wielded the Black Dragon sword and attacked the Demon King of Great Ming Prison. The immortal divine body is really powerful. You were almost on the verge of death, yet you were still able to recover. I'm surprised. The Demon King of Great Ming Prison looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze and couldn't help but laugh strangely. He swung the Death God's hammer and smashed the illusory god away, then once again smashed towards Lin Feng. This attack was even more terrifying. Lin Feng felt the aura of death. The attack just now had broken all the bones in Lin Feng's body. The power of this attack was at least twice as strong as the previous one. Lin Feng felt that this attack could very likely smash him into a pulp. The current situation was very dangerous. Life and death were only in an instant. Heaven patching technique. At the critical moment when Lin Feng was about to be smashed to death by the Demon King's hammer, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. Mending the heavenly Tao, he took back a chance to start over from the heavens. The heaven patching technique was unparalleled. Lin Feng's body instantly moved more than 10 centimeters away, dodging the Demon King's fatal attack. Heavenly fire. Soul burning. At the same time, Lin Feng used his ultimate move. The Devil King of Great Ming's great prison was too terrifying. Only death awaited him if he fought with him. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to find another way to deal with the Demon King of Great Ming Prison's Demon King. He chose was a soul attack. Souls were of the Yin attribute. Lin Feng had two types of celestial fire. Fire, soul fire. The two heavenly fires instantly flew into the mind of Hell's infernal king. Then, they wrapped around his soul and burned it. The Devil King's soul was burned by the heavenly fire, and he screamed in agony. "I'll kill you." Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword at the Demon King's neck. He wanted to cut off the Demon King's head. As long as he could cut off the Demon King's head, the Demon King would not be much of a threat. But when Lin Feng's sword hit the Demon King's neck, there was a clanging sound. At such a close distance, and with a divine weapon, the attack could not break through the Demon King's defense. "It's over." Lin Feng shouted in horror. Bang! The next moment, the Demon King of Great Ming's prison smashed Lin Feng's chest with his hammer and sent him flying away. Crack, crack, his sternum shattered. His entire chest caved in. Lin Feng's face was pale, and he coughed up blood. If the Demon King was not resisting the heavenly fire, the power of his attack would have been greatly reduced. That attack just now was enough to take Lin Feng's life. The illusory god rushed towards Dark Prison's Demon King again. He used sky-flipping demon-destroying seal to send Dark Prison's Demon King flying. Dark Prison's Demon King was also hit hard. The illusory god's palm pierced through his chest. The illusory god rushed forward, wanting to kill the Great Ming Prison's Demon King. At this time, Great Dark Prison's Devil King roared madly, "All of you, die." He swung the hammer of death in his hand. The attack hit the illusory god. This time, the illusory god could not resist the Demon King's attack. Bang! The illusory god exploded. The god spirit spell book floating in the sky became dim and lightless. It slowly floated down. "Ha ha ha, dead. Now it's your turn." The Demon King of the Great Hell threw himself at Lin Feng. The heavenly fire was still burning the Demon King's soul, and his soul was severely injured. However, these injuries were not enough to cause fatal damage to the Demon King in a short time. Thus, Lin Feng was in an extremely dangerous situation. Am I really going to die? Lin Feng's face was pale, but at this point, he really had no way to resist the Demon King. The Demon King pounced over and grabbed Lin Feng's neck. He laughed viciously and shouted, "Kid, are you ready? I'm going to eat you now, ha ha ha." Great Ming's Demon King opened his mouth and tried to bite Lin Feng. Then, something strange happened. The Demon King's upper body fell to the ground and instantly turned into human skin. Then, the Demon King of Great Ming Purgatory screamed in horror. "No, how can this be? What is it? Could it be?" In his extreme terror, the upper half of the Demon King's body turned into a sheet of human skin. "Ah, it's here again." Lin Feng was so scared that his face turned pale. This was the third time he had seen that unknown existence. It devoured human flesh. Only human skin was left. Keek keek, vaguely, Lin Feng felt that the existence was looking at him and letting out eerie cries. Even a terrifying existence like the Great Ming Purgatory's Devil King had his flesh and blood sucked dry by that unknown creature. It was hard to imagine how powerful that existence was. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his limbs turn cold. He felt his life slipping away. Is it attacking? Is it going to devour my flesh too? Am I going to turn into human skin too? Lin Feng's hair stood on end. However, he had no power to resist. At this critical moment, the 5 devouring martial spirits in Lin Feng's dantian started operating. They merged into one and turned into a devouring black hole. In the depths of the black hole, an illusory figure walked over step by step. He was like the ruler of all the worlds. Even time couldn't erase his brilliance. The cold aura gradually receded, and Lin Feng felt that he could finally move. His dantian quickly regained its calmness. The unknown existence was scared away by the ancestor of Lin Feng's mother's clan. "He left," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was pleasantly surprised. His mother's clan was really extraordinary. She had only been an illusion of his ancestor, but she had managed to scare away that unknown, terrifying being. "We're out of danger." The rest of the people cried out in surprise. Some of them cried and some of them laughed. They had thought they were going to die. But they had managed to stay alive. Lin Feng sat up with difficulty. He used his immortal body to heal his injuries. "Godly magic book, thanks to you, we were able to turn the tide. Otherwise, we would have died today," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the godly magic book away. The treasure was about to break apart. Lin Feng estimated that he could activate it again. Lin Feng picked up the Death God's hammer and the Death God's armor. The Death God's set was extremely famous. It consisted of the Death God's hammer, the Death God's armor, the Death God's cloak, the Death God's scepter, the Death God's crown, the Death God's bracelet, and the Death God's boots. After collecting the Death God's set, one would be able to unleash the power of a top-notch great imperial weapon. The Death God's hammer in Lin Feng's hand was extremely heavy. It was as heavy as an ancient mountain. Lin Feng found it extremely strenuous. But the Devil King of the underworld prison could wield the heavy Death God's hammer as if it was his own arm. It was obvious how terrifying he was. The Death God's armor and the Death God's hammer were two extremes. The Death God's armor was as light as a cicada's wing and cold to the touch. Lin Feng looked at the Death God's armor in surprise. To him, the Death God's hammer wasn't very useful. Lin Feng found it extremely strenuous to lift it, let alone activate it. But what really excited Lin Feng was the Death God's armor. It was a defensive treasure on the level of a divine tool. Lin Feng had seen its power before. Countless soldiers advanced dauntlessly towards the Devil King of the underworld prison. The Devil King of Great Ming's purgatory, who was wearing the Death God armor, was unharmed. If those people hadn't sacrificed themselves to break the defense of the Death God's armor, they would have died. In the end, the Death God armor retracted back into the body of Great Ming's purgatory demon king. It was almost impossible to kill the great underworld prison's Devil King. The unknown existence probably wouldn't dare to attack the great underworld prison's Devil King rashly. It had chosen to devour the great underworld prison's Devil King's flesh when he was at his weakest. Reaper's armor, refine. Lin Feng channeled his magic power into the Death God armor and successfully refined this treasure. With a thought, the Death God armor immediately wrapped around Lin Feng's entire body. This defense is too strong. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. However, a bitter smile soon appeared on his face because the Death God armor was continuously devouring Lin Feng's mana. In order to maintain the Death God armor's protection, one would need a vast amount of magic power. However, Lin Feng clearly didn't have enough magic power to maintain the Death God armor for a long time. Looks like I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Only then will I be able to wear the Death God armor for a long time. At that time, who will be able to break my defense? Lin Feng smiled. The others struggled to get up from the ground. When they saw that Lin Feng had obtained the Death God hammer and the Death God armor, they all looked at him with envy. Rumble, all of a sudden, the Samsara Devil Hall in the sky started to shake violently. New slaves. The Reincarnation Devil Palace needs new slaves, a deep and ancient voice came from the Reincarnation Devil Palace. When Lin Feng and the others heard the voice from the Reincarnation Devil Hall, their eyes widened in shock. Now that Great Ming's Devil King is dead, this space can't trap us anymore. Let's hurry up and get out of here. We will definitely be able to break free from the Reincarnation Devil Palace. A cultivator shouted and quickly rushed into the distance. Where are we going? Someone asked. Earlier, I accidentally discovered a spatial node. Previously, the entire space was controlled by Great Ming's Devil King and we couldn't leave through the spatial node. But now that the Devil King is dead, we will definitely be able to leave through the spatial node. That cultivator spoke. Everyone's expression changed. They followed behind that cultivator and sped towards the spatial node. Rumble, above the 9 heavens, the Reincarnation Devil Palace actually flew up and followed behind them. The Reincarnation Devil Palace is looking for new slaves. If we are captured, we will definitely become the second Devil King of Great Ming and be enslaved by the Reincarnation Devil Palace for all eternity. Many people shouted in fear. The Devil King of Great Ming had been enslaved for too many years. He was like a madman. Everyone was naturally worried that they would be chosen by the Reincarnation Devil Palace and become the next slave. That would be a fate worse than death. Everyone pushed their speed to the limit. Look, the spatial node. 2 hours later, the cultivator in the lead pointed at a mountain peak. There was a twisting whirlpool there. It was the spatial node that connected the space to the swamp outside. Let's go, everyone sped towards the spatial node. The reincarnation devil palace needs new slaves. Don't leave. At this moment, a low voice rang out from the reincarnation devil palace. Swish. Next, a beam of light descended from the sky, shining on Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly vanished without a trace. Let's leave this place quickly. Many people turned pale when they saw Lin Feng being teleported away by the beam of light. Numerous figures rushed into the spatial node, leaving this strange space. As for Lin Feng, he only felt a flash of light. In the next instant, he appeared in a spacious great hall. Is this the reincarnation devil palace? Why am I so unlucky? Lin Feng's expression turned extremely unsightly. This reincarnation devil palace was too strange. If it wanted to enslave him, wouldn't he have no way to resist? Your bloodline is the strongest. Compared to them, you are more qualified to become the new slave of the reincarnation devil palace. The ethereal voice reverberated in the spacious hall. Who are you? Come out. Lin Feng roared. Don't ask me who I am. You only need to know that you will become the new slave of the reincarnation devil palace. That voice was sinister and cold. Big brother, senior, there are many experts outside. They are more suitable to become the slaves of the reincarnation devil palace. Why don't you release me? I can help you lure those experts over. You can choose whichever one you like to be the slave of the reincarnation devil palace. If you really can't, you can choose all of them. I'm really not suitable. Lin Feng wanted to cry but no tears came out. Don't be humble. If I say you are, you are. Now, I will give you two choices. First, open your soul. I will imprint an imprint in your soul. From now onwards, your soul will be inextricably linked to the reincarnation devil palace. From now onwards, you will become the slave of the reincarnation devil palace. The second choice is for you to foolishly and fearlessly resist. As for this seat, I will forcefully convert you. At that time, you still won't be able to escape the fate of becoming a slave of the Samsara Devil Hall. However, you will also lose your sense of self and become a walking corpse. Out of these two choices, which one do you choose? Is there a third option? Lin Feng asked. The mysterious being's voice paused for a moment before it roared angrily, no. There are only two options. Make your choice quickly and don't make me attack. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Lin Feng said, I think there really is a third option. The mysterious being flew into a rage and said, I said no and I said no. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Why is your IQ so low? It's such a simple thing, yet you want me to repeat it over and over again? Lin Feng said, yes, my IQ is too low. Why don't you let me go and I'll find you someone with a higher IQ? The mysterious being had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death, but it suppressed its anger and said with a sinister smile, even now, you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. When he finished talking, a black fog filled the atmosphere of the palace and moved towards Lin Feng to envelop him. Heaven-scorching fire. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He summoned his heavenly fire. Purple earthcore fire. Black sun fire. These two heavenly fires protected Lin Feng. Then, the two heavenly fires burned the world. Sizzle. Sizzle, the strange energy in the hall began to burn. Boy, you've really made me curious. In this era, heavenly fires are hard to find, but you were able to find two of them. Your luck is really good. I'm very curious about your origins. The mysterious being said. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid that if I tell you my origins, you'll be scared to death. Since you know that I'm not ordinary, you should let me go as soon as possible. Otherwise, you're finished. The mysterious existence sneered and said, who cares where you came from? In this world, I am the ruler. Do you think that just because you have heavenly fire, you can stop me from devouring you? Let me tell you, if that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. Now, I'll let you know that no matter how you resist, you won't be able to escape the fate of being devoured by me. As soon as he finished speaking, gusts of cold wind suddenly blew in the huge and spacious hall. When the gloomy and cold wind blew on the blazing heavenly fire, the fire in the sky began to burn brightly. The heavenly fire was blown back into Lin Feng's body. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated, wanting to leave the reincarnation palace. However, it was already too late. Crack, it was as if a huge palm had grabbed Lin Feng's neck and lifted Lin Feng up. Lin Feng struggled violently. However, it was difficult for him to break free. How could a weak ant like you possibly struggle free? You should know that even the devil kings of Great Ming and Great Hell are ants in my eyes. The mysterious existence sneered. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with shock. The Great Ming prison's devil king was a god. Yet, he was regarded as an ant by this mysterious existence. How powerful was this mysterious existence? Who are you? Or are you not a human? Are you the weapon spirit of the reincarnation devil palace? Lin Feng asked as he struggled. He wouldn't give up. Because Lin Feng was never one to give up easily. You underestimate me too much. The weapon spirit has long been suppressed by me. I am the master of the reincarnation devil palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale-faced man appeared in front of Lin Feng. His right hand was grabbing Lin Feng's neck. You. Lin Feng looked at the man with a terrified expression. The master of the reincarnation devil palace? The reincarnation devil palace actually had a master. Then, what kind of existence was this guy who called himself the master of the reincarnation devil palace? Are you very surprised? The man's demonic eyes looked at Lin Feng as he smiled. You, what kind of existence are you? Lin Feng swallowed his saliva and asked. My name is Yu. You can call me Gongzi Yu. His smile was extremely radiant. One couldn't help but admit that Gongzi Yu was truly too handsome. He was so handsome that any man would feel ashamed of their inferiority when standing in front of him. You are a devil? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gongzi Yu's pointy ears. Some devils were already incomparably similar to humans. But if one really wanted to differentiate between them, it was still possible to find the differences. His ears were one of the differences. That's right, I have the greatest royal bloodline of the devil race. Gongzi Yu stretched out his left hand and scratched Lin Feng's face with his sharp nails. Blood flowed out. He licked Lin Feng's blood and said, I've been asleep for many years. The devil king of the underworld prison was a slave who protected the palace for me. But now, he didn't even manage to protect the palace properly and was killed. What a piece of trash. Now, I need a new slave, and I feel that you are very suitable. Lin Feng continued, actually, the one who killed the devil king of the underworld prison was an unknown existence. The flesh and blood of the devil king of the underworld prison was devoured by that unknown existence. Only his skin was left. You are so strong, you can definitely defeat that existence. You can take him as your slave and let him protect the palace for you. Isn't that better? Gongzi Yu sneered. But I want you to become the new slave of the reincarnation devil palace. Seeing a heaven-defying genius like you become a slave is truly a pleasure. You pervert. Lin Feng cursed. Pervert? This young master doesn't think so. Gongzi Yu sneered. He stretched out his left hand and tapped Lin Feng's forehead. A strange energy surged into Lin Feng's soul, wanting to forcibly enslave Lin Feng. At this moment, Gongzi Yu's pupils suddenly contracted violently, to the extent that his movements stopped. An uninvited guest has arrived. Gongzi Yu threw Lin Feng to the ground. His expression was grave as he stared at a cultivator who had entered the palace without him noticing. It was a skinny old man who was emitting a dense aura of death. He looked like a malicious spirit who had crawled out from hell. Leave my palace. Gongzi Yu was a conceited person. He stared coldly at the old man, his voice cold and threatening. The master of the reincarnation devil palace isn't you, that mysterious old man spoke. Ever since the supreme ancient era, my ancestor sealed me in a stone and placed me in the reincarnation devil palace. I slept for 300,000 years before I woke up. Very soon, I fell asleep again. I have long fused with the reincarnation devil palace. If the master of the reincarnation devil palace isn't me, who else can it be? Gongzi Yu coldly spoke. There are many people who temporarily possess the reincarnation devil palace, but none of them are the masters. The skinny old man's voice was hoarse, as unpleasant to the ears as the screeching of an owl. Humph, I really want to see what qualifications you have to say such words to me. Gongziyu's voice was emotionless as he blasted out a palm strike towards the skinny old man. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Time seemed to be flowing backwards. This secret art of mine is called the Grand Reincarnation Art. It's a supreme secret art I comprehended in the Reincarnation Devil Palace. The first part of the Grand Reincarnation Art allows you to live through your entire life in an instant, turning you rotten. Bang! When Gongziyu's palm strike landed on the old man, a scene that caused Lin Feng to be dumbstruck appeared. The old man grew older and his body became more and more crooked. Very soon, he turned into a skeleton. This Grand Reincarnation Art was simply too terrifying. It instantly stripped the old man of his lifespan, turning him into a skeleton. He died instantly. Time passes in a flash, burying the gods for billions of years. After using Time Rush to bury the mysterious old man, Gongziyu seemed very pleased with himself. As expected of the Great Reincarnation Technique. It's rumored to be ranked 4th among the 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Great Fate Technique. Great Fate Technique. Great Karma Technique. Great Fate Technique. Great Creation Technique. These were the legendary 5 heaven-defying 3,000 Great Daos. Among the 3,000 Great Daos, there were 3,000 offensive Great Daos, 3,000 defensive Great Daos, and 3,000 auxiliary Great Daos. The top 10 Great Daos were known as the Supreme Great Daos. The top 5 Great Daos were the heaven-defying Great Daos. Fate was fleeting. Destiny was mysterious and unfathomable. Karma ran through the ages. Reincarnation passed through life and death. Creation changed one's life. These 5 Great Daos were each more heaven-defying than the last. They were the most terrifying and mysterious Great Daos in the world. Gongziyu had used the first part of the Great Reincarnation Technique, Time Rush. It was no wonder that this person could enslave a god-level existence like the Great Ming Prison's Demon King. He was truly too terrifying. However, it was clear that the mysterious old man had been killed by Gongziyu. This was not something that Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng was still hoping that the old man would be able to defeat Gongziyu and then escape. However, things did not go as he wished. He. Gongziyu let out 2 strange laughs. He turned to look at Lin Feng, who had an uncertain expression on his face, and said, "Did you think that you had a chance to escape just now? Do you feel despair now?" Lin Feng was naturally extremely depressed. However, Lin Feng was not someone who would bow his head so easily. Even if he was really enslaved by Gongziyu, Lin Feng would still fiercely curse Gongziyu. Although cursing would not hurt Gongziyu, at least Lin Feng would feel better. He was about to curse out loud. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes widened. The reason for that was because he discovered that the old man that had turned into a skeleton was actually still alive. Crack, crack. The skeleton's body twitched a few times in a stiff manner. "Eh? You didn't die after being hit by my immemorial haste? Now, I'll send you to the afterlife." Gongziyu sneered as he stepped forward and slammed his palm towards the old man. Whoosh. The old man vanished without a trace. Gongziyu's attack missed. At the next moment, the old man appeared more than 20 meters away. The first part of the Great Reincarnation Technique is incredible. You must have mastered it at the very top of the Great Reincarnation Technique, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to control time. Flesh and blood began to grow out of the old man's skeleton, and he quickly recovered to his original state. Gongziyu frowned and said, "What a powerful old man. Even my ancient haste wasn't able to kill you. You buried my entire life, but I can also go against the heavens and seize life back. I can take back the life you buried," the old man said. Lin Feng's heart trembled. It seemed that this mysterious old man was not simple. This old man doesn't seem like someone from the land of sealed demons. He should be a cultivator from the Tianwu continent, right? The Tianwu continent actually has such a powerful hidden expert. Lin Feng thought to himself. At the same time, he was also extremely shocked. Of course, it was also possible that the old man was not a cultivator from the Tianwu continent. Perhaps he was an expert who had traveled through the starfield? It was highly possible that he had passed through the Tianwu continent and descended to explore its mysteries. Gongziyu said coldly, "Why are you here?" "I heard that you are the son of the celestial demon emperor." "Is that true?" the old man asked. "That's right. Since you know my identity, you should know how powerful my father is. You shouldn't provoke me." Gongziyu clasped his hands behind his back proudly. The old man sneered, "Everyone knows that you are invincible, but who has ever heard of Gongziyu? You have already been buried here by time. You are destined to be abandoned. My father told me to cultivate here," said Gongziyu coldly. "Ha ha ha ha. You were exiled, so there are many things you don't know. You have been kept in the dark for too many years. But now, you don't need to know those secrets anymore. So, I will kill you and use your blood essence and essence to concoct a cauldron of pills." As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious elder walked towards Gongziyu. Gongziyu's face was distorted with anger. He was the son of the celestial demon emperor. He had the most powerful bloodline, and now someone dared to use his blood essence and essence to concoct pills. To Gongziyu, it was a great humiliation. Shouted Gongziyu icily. He jumped forwards and used the 10,000 demon reincarnation fists, attacking the old man. "It seems like you're not bad. Not only have you understood the first part of the great reincarnation technique, but you've also understood the 10,000 demon reincarnation fists. But it's useless. You're too young," said the old man indifferently. He looked like an old ghost who had just crawled out of hell. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Gongziyu. "The old are afraid of the young. You're already old. It's the age of the young." Gongziyu looked indifferent. The old man laughed strangely. "Old ginger is spicier. You're too young." Bang, the two of them collided. Gongziyu's emperor technique was destroyed by the old man. The strength of this mysterious old man was too terrifying. His cultivation could be described as unfathomable. Gongziyu was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He slammed into a huge pillar and coughed violently. As expected of the celestial demon emperor's son. "Back when you were sealed, you had only cultivated for 100 years, right? You're so strong. How incredible. But no matter how incredible you are, it's time for you to reach the end of your life." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he disappeared and reappeared in front of Gongziyu. His right hand was like a sword as he slashed at Gongziyu. Pooh, Gongziyu was injured by the old man. He was almost cut in half at the waist. Heavens! That old man is so terrifying? What kind of cultivation level is he? Lin Feng was astonished. "Old bastard, you win!" Gongziyu shouted angrily and turned around to flee. The celestial demon clan is a scourge. The son of the celestial demon emperor can't be allowed to live. Killing you to refine medicine will not only benefit me, but I can also get rid of a scourge. It's killing two birds with one stone. The old man stepped forward and caught up with Gongziyu. He punched Gongziyu and sent him flying. Gongziyu couldn't get rid of the old man, let alone escape. "You want to kill me? Dream on." Celestial demon body disintegration technique. Gongziyu let out a roar as his body exploded, turning into countless streams of black gas that penetrated the void and disappeared without a trace. He escaped so quickly. The old man frowned. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He didn't know if the old man would kidnap Gongziyu because he hadn't caught Gongziyu. After all, in terms of bloodline, Gongziyu's bloodline couldn't compare to his. Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine. Right now, he didn't dare to say anything for fear that he might suffer a calamity here. The mysterious old man's deep eyes stared at Lin Feng. Eventually, he turned and left. Who, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious old man didn't act against him. This caused Lin Feng to feel incomparably fortunate. Just when Lin Feng was about to leave. However, when he saw this majestic hall, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Since Gongziyu had already fled, why didn't he refine this hall? If he could refine it, he might be able to comprehend the first part of the grand art of reincarnation in the future. If he could really comprehend it, how terrifying would that be? After all, the grand art of reincarnation was one of the 5 heaven-defying innate techniques. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the hall. He circulated his energy, wanting to refine the Samsara Devil Hall. However, Lin Feng discovered that he had no way to refine it. This Samsara Devil Hall was extremely bizarre. If ordinary cultivators wanted to refine it, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I can't refine it. Could it be that this hall has already been refined by Gongziyu? Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He was contemplating the reason why he couldn't refine the Samsara Devil Hall. Earlier, that old man said that Gongziyu isn't the master of the Samsara Devil Hall. This means that Gongziyu hasn't truly refined the Samsara Devil Hall. This hall doesn't belong to Gongziyu. Hence, my failure to refine the Samsara Devil Hall should have nothing to do with Gongziyu. Could that old man be saying that the Samsara Devil Hall is waiting for its true master? Since I'm not the one it is waiting for, I'm destined to fail? Lin Feng couldn't help but to contemplate. He felt that there was a high possibility of this. However, Lin Feng wasn't willing to accept this. The Samsara Devil Hall itself was a supreme treasure. In addition, it was imprinted with a heaven-defying grand Tao like the grand art of reincarnation. Right now, Lin Feng was sitting on a mountain of treasures. Yet, he wanted to return empty-handed. Lin Feng didn't want to give up. I don't believe that I can't refine you. Devil Pearl, come out, Lin Feng summoned his hand. Lin Feng was extremely careful when dealing with it. Even though Lin Feng didn't want to come into contact with the Demon Pearl, it was the perfect time to use it because the inside of the Demon Pearl was an empty space. Lin Feng wanted to use the Demon Pearl to take the Reincarnation Demon Palace. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know if he would succeed. If he succeeded, it would naturally be a happy ending. If he failed, Lin Feng could only admit that he wasn't fated to be with the Reincarnation Devil Hall. Under Lin Feng's control, the Demon Pearl released a large amount of black qi. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. This time, he could finally activate the Devil Pearl successfully. The Devil Pearl was too strange. Most of the time, it wasn't under Lin Feng's control. As its master, it wasn't easy for Lin Feng to control it. Fortunately, Lin Feng wasn't disappointed this time. At this moment, Lin Feng was standing above the Samsara Devil Hall. The black qi released by the Devil Pearl enveloped the Samsara Devil Hall. Rumbling sounds rang out as the Samsara Devil Hall trembled. A suction force gushed out from the Devil Pearl as the Samsara Devil Hall flew towards the Devil Pearl. Not bad. Normally, I wouldn't be able to activate you and I didn't expect you to be of much help to me. But today, you've helped me greatly. Seeing that the Devil Pearl was about to devour the Samsara Devil Hall, Lin Feng was extremely excited. The Samsara Devil Hall started to shrink. Not long after, it shrank from 10 miles to the size of an ordinary palace. Moreover, it was still shrinking. A few minutes later, the hall shrunk to the size of a palm. The Devil Pearl had completely suppressed the Samsara Devil Hall. The Samsara Devil Hall continued to shrink and was about to be devoured by the Devil Pearl. At this moment, the Samsara Devil Hall started to struggle. However, it wasn't easy for it to break free from the Devil Pearl. The Devil Pearl seemed to have a strong desire to devour the Samsara Devil Hall. Only now did Lin Feng know that the Devil Pearl wanted him to devour the Samsara Devil Hall. It wasn't helping him at all. If the Samsara Devil Hall was devoured by the Devil Pearl, would it become a supplement for the Devil Pearl? This was naturally very possible. Lin Feng was also very worried about this. It was just that he couldn't interfere in the battle between the Devil Pearl and the Samsara Devil Hall. In the end, the Samsara Devil Hall still managed to break free from the Devil Pearl. It transformed into a beam of light and rushed into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness to hide. The Devil Pearl emitted a terrifying aura. The Devil Pearl seemed to be extremely unwilling to give up. It also wanted to rush into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness to continue devouring the Samsara Devil Hall. Lin Feng jumped in fright. If these two terrifying existences were to stir up a storm in his sea of consciousness, his soul might be destroyed. If he wasn't careful, his soul could be destroyed. If that happened, wouldn't he die without a burial place? As he thought of this, Lin Feng hurriedly said, Devil Pearl, the Samsara Devil Hall has already chosen me. If you still want to live peacefully with me, you should choose to give up now. The Devil Pearl had a spirit. When it heard Lin Feng's threatening words, it stopped. For a long time, the devil pearl didn't move. It seemed to be pondering over Lin Feng's words. It also seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. In the end, the devil pearl chose to give up. It returned to Lin Feng's sea of consciousness and went silent. This made Lin Feng heave a sigh of relief. Haha, the Samsara Devil Hall is mine. This is great. Following which, a look of joy appeared on Lin Feng's face. I can't stay here for long. I should leave quickly. Lin Feng shot up and flew towards the spatial node. At this time, a cold wind suddenly howled in this space. Densely packed figures appeared. Corpse Demon Army. Soul Catcher Army. Bone Creature Army. Bird Army. Beast Army. Wait, there were simply too many. Roar. A loud dragon's roar resounded as 9 dragon knights rushed over from afar. Lin Feng also saw Uncle Wu Yong and King Yanluo. The countless creatures in front of him were all souls, not flesh. Their bodies had long been completely destroyed in the battle with the Great Ming Prison's Demon King. I don't have the ability to bring you back to life. Lin Feng said. A dragon knight said, the price to come back to life is heavy. The Great Ming Prison's Demon King can bring us back to life, but our souls have to be enslaved by him. We yearn for freedom, and today, we have finally obtained it. Will your souls dissipate just like that? Lin Feng asked. No. We have already turned into existences similar to ghost cultivators. We will leave this place and go to a place we must go. Another dragon knight said. Woo woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn came from the depths of space. We're leaving. Thank you. If not for you, the Great Ming Prison's Demon King would not have died, and we would not have obtained our freedom. Countless creatures thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng secretly felt ashamed. Although he had contributed a lot to the death of the Great Ming Prison's Demon King, the one who had killed the Great Ming Prison's Demon King was that unknown and terrifying existence, not him. Everyone was thanking him like this, causing Lin Feng to feel ashamed. Lin Feng. I hope that we will meet again. Lin Feng's heart was filled with tears. King Yanluo's intermittent voice sounded. We will definitely meet again. Lin Feng said. Young hero Lin, if you see Donger, I hope you can help me tell him to live well. Wu Yong said. I will. Lin Feng nodded. Roar, a dragon's roar reverberated through the clouds as the army rushed into the depths of space. Lin Feng chased after them. He saw a scene that shocked and moved him. The void cracked open, and endless ghost soldiers rushed out. The 9 dragon knights led the souls of countless creatures in the space into the army of ghost soldiers, becoming part of the army of ghost soldiers. The Yin soldiers passed through. The creatures retreated. Wherever the army of Yin soldiers passed, not even a blade of grass remained. In the end, the army of Yin soldiers rushed into the depths of space and disappeared. How could it be the Yin soldiers? Did they turn into Yin soldiers? Did they charge into the 9 heavens and fight with an unknown existence? Or did they enter the netherworld, the kingdom of the dead? Seeing the 9-headed dragon knight leading the souls into the army of Yin soldiers, Lin Feng was shocked. It wasn't the first time he saw Yin soldiers borrowing the path. He had seen it before. When he was with Sikong Jiayue in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, he had seen Yin soldiers borrowing the path. Yin soldiers were ghost soldiers of the netherworld and shouldn't appear in the world of the living. Once they did, all living beings would have to avoid them. No living being could resist the aura of death of the Yin soldiers. Lin Feng finally left this strange space and came to the outside world. He took a deep breath. He was lucky to be able to come out alive. And he had obtained so many benefits. The swamp was still very dangerous. In the distance, cultivators were fighting with swamp crocodiles, and cultivators were constantly being killed. Lin Feng turned and left. He wasn't a savior. He wouldn't rush to help others when they were in danger. Everyone had the right to decide their own life. Those people who chose to take the risk to enter the land of sealed demons must have thought that they might die here. This was their choice in life. After Lin Feng left the swamp, he went deeper into the swamp. Finally, he came to a mountain range. There were extremely terrifying restrictions here, and those restrictions made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Restrictions that can kill gods. Lin Feng frowned. He couldn't break the restrictions here. Is there no way to go deeper? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He chose a direction and flew. This mountain range was extremely large and stretched for hundreds of miles. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a group of cultivators. If we want to go there, we have to go through that valley. Now, the experts of the major forces have rushed over and are going to work together to kill the beast in the valley. Let's go and take a look. If we can kill that terrifying existence, we might be able to get some benefits. The group of cultivators quickly flew into the distance. When Lin Feng heard their discussion, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He followed behind a group of cultivators. Finally, they arrived in front of a huge valley. There were no restrictions in this valley, so they could pass through. However, it was not an easy task to get there because there was an extremely terrifying ferocious beast entrenched in the valley. It was a ferocious beast called Li. Li had a body like a snake, a head like a lion, a nose like a cow, and ears like a tiger. She had sharp claws and wings. In myths and legends, Li was an abnormally terrifying creature that fed on gods and demons. Of course, many myths and legends could not be taken seriously. However, there was one thing that was hard to deny. That was the terrifying strength of a fierce beast like Li. In ancient times, Li was an existence that could compete with Xianxia, Taowu, and other divine beasts. From this, one could see how tyrannical this ferocious beast was. Perhaps his bloodline had already deteriorated, but it was still not to be underestimated. I heard that 2 Rebirth Realm experts wanted to go over, but they were seriously injured by Li and almost died. I heard about it too. It seems like they are experts from Sun Moon Sect and Water Moon Grotto, right? That's right. The 2 experts were lucky enough to escape, but they brought back important news. There is a ferocious beast Li in the depths of the valley, but to be honest, I've only seen descriptions of Li in the classic of mountains and seas. I've never seen a real Li. Li guards the valley and doesn't let anyone in. After the valley, it leads to the depths of the demon sealing land. Maybe the 9 demon painting isn't the only great imperial weapon there. Maybe there are even more amazing treasures. Many people were discussing, looking forward to entering the valley. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched. There were many cultivators and experts from many top forces. Lin Feng even saw Murong Tianxin. He was keeping a low profile, so it was better to keep a low profile. If Murong Tianxin saw him, it would not be a good thing. Murong Tianxin was known as the strongest cultivator below the god layer. Of course, he was unimaginably terrifying. If Murong Tianxin saw him, he would not let him go. Lin Feng knew that very well. Besides, the Great Qin Empire, the Yin-Yang sect, the Geomaster branch, and other top forces had also sent experts. These top forces had irreconcilable grievances with Lin Feng. Lin Feng chose to keep a low profile, which was the best way to do things. More and more cultivators arrived. There were at least 10,000 cultivators gathered outside the valley. They had taken the risk to enter the demon sealing land and had gone through all kinds of dangers to reach the valley. They were definitely experts. Everyone, Li is blocking the way. This kind of ferocious beast is too terrifying. If a small group of cultivators fought against it, even if they could kill it, they would suffer great losses. Let's work together and lure Li out. Then, we'll kill Li outside, said an old man. An old man said. Okay, we agree. Many cultivators agreed with this plan. Attacking Li as a group was naturally the best way. Moreover, it would minimize the number of deaths. Who's going to lure Li out? Someone asked. Li was too terrifying. If they entered the valley and lured Li out, it would be extremely dangerous. Of course, no one was willing to do that. The old man said, since I'm the one who suggested attacking Li, I'll go into the valley and lure Li out. Sixth Master Jiang is righteous. I admire you. Many people cupped their fists at the old man. Lin Feng asked around and found out that the old man was the 6th elder of the Jiang family. His name was Jiang Xingzuan. He had a high position in the Jiang family and was the hall master of the Jiang family's Hall of Punishment. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. So this person was Jiang Xingzuan. He had heard Jiang Yudi mention this person before. This person was the younger brother of Jiang Yudi's grandfather. He was related to Jiang Yudi by blood. Whoosh, Jiang Xingzuan didn't stop and quickly flew into the valley. The cultivators outside hid in the forest and looked at the valley nervously. They didn't know if Jiang Xingzuan could lure Li out. Roar. Soon, an angry roar came from the valley. Jiang Xingzuan had angered Li. Not long after, a ferocious aura came from the depths of the valley. Li's aura was completely released. That aura was suffocating. It was too terrifying. Look, he's out. Someone pointed in the direction of the valley and Jiang Xingzuan quickly rushed out. However, Jiang Xingzuan looked very miserable. His body was covered in blood, and there was a deep wound on his back. His entire body was covered in blood. Jiang Xingzuan was a rebirth realm cultivator. How long had he been in the valley and he had already suffered such a terrifying injury? Wasn't that ferocious beastly too terrifying? A loud rumbling sound came out. Everyone looked over and saw a huge monster soaring into the sky. That terrifying existence was over 10,000 meters long. Its huge body was like a mountain ridge that rose and fell in the sky. Its ferocious aura was monstrous. Many cultivators felt the aura of Li and were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their bodies went limp and fell to the ground, trembling. Xianxia Li was too powerful. No wonder so many cultivators were scared to death. Now, Xianxia Li was hovering in the air, its cold eyes looking down from time to time, overflowing with killing intent. What are you waiting for? There are so many of us, there's no need to be afraid. Let's go and kill this beast. A cultivator shouted. Then, he soared into the sky and charged towards ferocious beastly whoosh whoosh whoosh. When someone attacked, there would be others who followed. Many experts rushed towards Xianxia Li. There are so many top experts from so many factions, we don't have to be afraid. A cultivator shouted loudly. Those cultivators who were originally trembling in fear recovered a lot after a short period of fear. Boom, then, a tyrannical aura spread out. Countless cultivators attacked. All kinds of magic treasures and divine abilities were sent towards Xianxia Li. Xianxia Li let out a scornful roar and flapped its huge wings. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A terrifying storm swept across the land. All the magic treasures and divine abilities were blocked by the storm, unable to get close to Xianxia Li. Xianxia Li had to admit that Xianxia Li was too strong and terrifying. So many cultivators were still blocked by it. No wonder even rebirth realm cultivators were no match for Xianxia Li. Whoosh. Xianxia Li opened its bloody mouth and blew. Suddenly, countless wind blades shot out in all directions. Those wind blades formed a storm, just like a storm of swords, slashing towards the densely packed cultivators. Retreat quickly. Many cultivators shouted. There were also many who took out their defensive magic treasures to block. However, Xianxia Li's attack was too terrifying. The storm that came out of its bloody mouth was too powerful. In an instant, many cultivators were caught in the storm. Then, the cultivators who were caught in the storm were all torn apart by the wind blades and swallowed by Xianxia Li. Even if Xianxia Li isn't a god, it should be at least a demigod, right? Lin Feng was shocked. Xianxia Li was an extremely ferocious creature. Therefore, after Xianxia Li swallowed a large number of cultivators, it became wild and wanted to devour more cultivators. For a powerful beast like Xianxia Li, the cultivators who surrounded it were nothing but food. Humph. After a cold humph, Morong Tianchen took a step forward and moved towards Xianxia Li. Ferocious beastly raised its huge claw and slapped it towards heavenly god Morong. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The huge claw was like a moving mountain ridge in midair. It suddenly pressed down. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The void was about to collapse. Bang! Morong Tianchen made his move. His fist swept out and collided with Xianxia Li's huge claw. This was a body that was completely incomparable. Now that they had collided, heavenly god Morong did not suffer any losses. Morong Tianchen was too powerful. He blocked Xianxia Li's attack. As expected of the number one expert below the deities, even Li's attack was blocked. Heavenly god Morong is too terrifying. Many people were incomparably shocked when they saw Murong Tianqian fighting against Xianxia. Quick, let's kill Vicious Beastly! A cultivator shouted. Although Heavenly God Murong was strong, it was still difficult for him to kill Savage Beastly. After all, blocking Savage Beastly's attack and killing Savage Beastly were two completely different concepts. After Murong Tianqian made his move, the other Rebirth Realm cultivators also made their move. They fought against Savage Beastly. There were more than 20 Rebirth Realm cultivators. They were all the strongest cultivators on the Tianwu continent. More than 20 Rebirth Realm cultivators joined forces to restrain Savage Beastly. Kill! The crowd shouted. Countless figures soared into the sky and charged towards Savage Beastly. Savage Beastly's huge tail swept over. Bang, 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 countless cultivators were sent flying by Savage Beastly's tail. In the end, they died tragically. However, Savage Beastly was still heavily injured under the joint attack of over 10,000 cultivators. Savage Beastly's scales fell off, and blood immediately flowed out. Focus on Savage Beastly's injuries. A cultivator shouted. He had found Savage Beastly's weakness. Savage Beastly's scales had an extremely strong defensive power. It was not easy to break them. However, the crowd had already destroyed part of Savage Beastly's scales. Savage Beastly's weakness was the areas that were not protected by its scales. Therefore, the crowd of cultivators focused their attacks on the areas that were not protected by its scales. Savage Beastly was heavily injured. Its flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The huge savage beast let out a painful roar. More than 20 Rebirth Realm cultivators took the opportunity to launch their most fatal attacks on Savage Beastly. An old man wielded a sword and split Savage Beastly's head open. Savage Beastly was heavily injured. It went completely berserk and attacked the cultivators around it. Many cultivators who were slow to dodge were killed by Savage Beastly. Savage Beastly's huge body turned around and wanted to charge into the valley. That was its nest. As long as it hid there, it would have a way to resolve the crisis. However, the cultivators were not willing to give Savage Beastly this chance. More than 10,000 cultivators attacked Savage Beastly. Bang! In the end, Savage Beastly's head exploded. Its huge headless corpse fell to the ground. Savage Beastly's source was floating in the void. It was at least the source of a demigod. Countless cultivators were going crazy over it. However, ordinary cultivators did not dare to snatch it. It was a treasure that belonged to a Rebirth Realm cultivator. The rest of the cultivators pounced on Savage Beastly's corpse. They could snatch its flesh and blood. Boom, a huge battle broke out in the sky. In order to snatch more of the source, more than 20 Rebirth Realm cultivators fought and snatched the source floating in the sky. At this moment, the void trembled. Lin Feng appeared above Savage Beastly's source. The void traversal was a divine ability. It allowed him to hide from everyone. Even the Rebirth Realm cultivators did not notice him. Devour. Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a strong suction force surged out from the heaven-devouring jar and began to devour Savage Beastly's source. You're courting death. The Rebirth Realm experts who were engaged in battle roared out in anger. Someone actually dared to snatch Savage Beastly's source? Wasn't this provoking the gods? In the eyes of these experts, Lin Feng's action was a slap to their faces. Haha, the Tao of Heaven takes from what is in excess to make up for what is in deficiency. The Tao of Man takes from what is in deficiency to make up for what is in excess. This opportunity of heaven and earth can be obtained by anyone, not just people like you. Lin Feng laughed out loud. After devouring Savage Beastly's source, he turned around and rushed into the depths of the valley. Running away after snatching something, how exciting! Brat, where do you think you're going? Some strong cultivators of the rebirth level threw themselves at Lin Feng. Because they had been fighting with each other, they had only managed to collect a small portion of the source energy. Most of it had been taken by Lin Feng. How could they let Lin Feng go so easily? But Lin Feng was too fast. Before those strong cultivators could surround him, he was already out of their encirclement. Die! A Rebirth Realm cultivator roared and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Get lost! Lin Feng sneered and sent the Rebirth Realm expert flying with a punch. Wah! The Rebirth Realm expert couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. He was overwhelmed with shock. The person who had attacked him was a second Rebirth Realm expert, but he hadn't even been able to withstand a single blow from Lin Feng. Wasn't this young man too terrifying? Was he really just a young man in his 20s? By now, Lin Feng had already rushed into the valley. He passed through the valley like a bolt of lightning and entered the depths of the demon sealing grounds. Haha, I wonder if I'll be able to increase my cultivation if I find a place to refine dire beastly source energy. Lin Feng had an expectant look on his face. Dire beastly source energy was enormous and extremely powerful. At the very least, it was equivalent to a demigod source energy. The increase in cultivation would naturally be very significant. Lin Feng found a cave and entered seclusion. He began to refine dire beastly source energy. A day later, a powerful aura was emitted from the cave. Lin Feng's cultivation had increased tremendously. From the first layer of Life and Death Realm, he had risen 2 levels, reaching the third layer of Life and Death Realm. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng had thought that increasing by 1 level was already pretty good. He hadn't expected to break through by 2 levels in a row. After breaking through, Lin Feng left the cave and continued walking deeper into the demon sealing grounds. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the outskirts of a fiery world. Deep inside was a sea of flames. The flames burned fiercely. Some cultivators wandered around, pointing at the world of flames as they discussed. Rumor has it that this fiery world isn't simple at all. It hides a shocking secret. What secret? It's said that the fiery world in the land of sealed demons is related to the ancient dragonesque elephant. The discussion of several cultivators attracted Lin Feng's attention. He pricked up his ears. I would like to hear the details. Several cultivators said. The knowledgeable cultivator said, the land of sealed demons was involved in many battles between powerhouses. Even the immemorial dragonesque elephant was involved. It's said that the immemorial dragonesque elephant killed a flame giant demon in the land of sealed demons. After the flame giant demon died, it turned into an endless sea of fire. It's said that sooner or later, it will be reborn in the flames. That's not right, right? The primordial dragonesque elephant should have died before the devil sealing land was formed, right? Someone muttered. The primordial dragonesque elephant race is very mysterious. Although they rarely appear, as far as I know, there is more than one primordial dragonesque elephant. The cultivator said, the strongest primordial dragonesque elephant is called Dragonesque Elephant Sovereign. He has a son who inherited his bloodline. Another cultivator said, are you saying that the primordial dragonesque elephant that appeared here might be Dragonesque Elephant Sovereign's son? Yes. The cultivator nodded. What happened after the primordial dragonesque elephant killed the flame giant demon? Someone else asked. Rumor has it that the primordial dragonesque elephant was severely injured. There are even rumors that it died there. Therefore, people often take risks and enter the fiery world to look for its corpse. The primordial dragonesque elephant is Dragonesque Elephant Sovereign's son, and Dragonesque Elephant Sovereign created the #1 technique of the Archean era, the primordial dragonesque elephant skill. The primordial dragonesque elephant must have obtained the cultivation method of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill from his father, Dragonesque Elephant Sovereign. That primordial dragonesque elephant skill must have obtained the cultivation method of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill from his father, Dragonesque Elephant. That cultivator said. Has anyone obtained the Archean dragonesque elephant skill? Another cultivator asked. We don't know, said the cultivator who knew the answer, shaking his head. In the distance, a group of people arrived, causing quite a commotion. Huang Fujing, Xiao Long. Why are they together? Many people were puzzled and recognized the 2 cultivators who were leading the group. Huang Fujing was known as the second genius of the Yuhua immortal dynasty after Huang Fuqing Tian. Xiao Long was a peak-level genius of the 3-headed cobra race. One was a human while the other was a beast. It was no wonder that people were puzzled when the 2 of them came together. I heard that the 2 of them have been friends for a long time. They must have met in the demon sealing land, so they decided to team up. A cultivator who knew the inside story said. Lin Feng also looked at Huang Fujing and Xiao Long. He didn't know Huang Fujing, but he knew Xiao Long. However, Lin Feng had used the transformation technique to change his appearance, so Xiao Long didn't recognize him. There's a holy spirit in the fire, and there's the blood of a dracophant. Brother Huangfu, have you heard of this before? Xiao Long smiled. Huang Fujing shook his head slightly and said, I've never heard of it. What do you mean? It means that a holy spirit will be born in the flame world. As for whether the Holy Spirit here is related to the flame demon, we don't know. As for the blood of a dracophant, it means that there's the blood of an immemorial dracophant in the deepest part of the flame world. Xiao Long sighed. Gasp. Huang Fujing took a deep breath. He naturally knew what the essence blood of an immemorial dragonesque mammoth represented. Brother Xia, are you planning to explore this place? However, this flame world is too dangerous. If we enter, we'll most likely die. Huang Fujing frowned. Xiao Long smiled and said, Look, there are about 100 cultivators scattered around. Let's call them over and ask them to help us explore the flame world. What do you think? Huang Fujing's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Good idea, go and call all the people around here. Xiao Long ordered. Huang Fujing waved his hand and said, All of you, come with us. Yes, young master. Immediately, the strong cultivators from the three-headed Cobra clan and the Yuhua immortal dynasty dispersed. Our young master is calling for you. Come with us. The strong cultivators from the two groups arrived in front of the cultivators scattered around the flame world and spoke in an unquestionable tone. What's the matter? Someone asked cautiously. You'll know when you get there. The guards looked indifferent. Many people wanted to run away, but they didn't dare act rashly. They could only follow the guards and arrive in front of Xiao Long and Huang Fujing. Boy, you come here too, said a guard while pointing at Lin Feng in an arrogant manner. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he followed the guard towards the evil dragon and Huang Fujing. He wanted to see what the evil dragon and Huang Fujing wanted to do. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived beside the evil dragon and Huang Fujing. There were already over 100 people gathered here. The surrounding cultivators had all been called over by the evil dragon and Huang Fujing's subordinates. A cultivator asked carefully, May I know why the two young masters have called us here? The evil dragon smiled and said, There is indeed something that I need your help with. Please tell us, young master. If we can do it, we will definitely do our best, the cultivator said. Very good. This young master likes people who know what's good for them. The evil dragon smiled and pointed towards the depths. Do you see this world of flames? I see it. Many people nodded. I want you to help us explore the world of flames. Once you're done, come back and report to this young master. Then, you can leave, the evil dragon said. Many people's expressions changed when they heard this. The world of flames was extremely dangerous, entering it was almost certain death. When these cultivators passed by this place, they only wandered around the periphery to observe. Wasn't asking them to take the risk to enter the world of flames? Evil young master, this world of flames is too dangerous. I'm afraid we don't have the ability to enter it. A cultivator said. Pfft. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, the evil dragon attacked. A sword chi slashed out and chopped off the cultivator's head. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Hurry up and run. More than 10 cultivators cried out in fear and all of them fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Huang Fujing sneered and threw a punch at the person who was trying to escape through the void. Bang bang bang, the cultivators who were running away all exploded and died on the spot. How can you disregard human life like that? A middle-aged cultivator said with a gloomy face. Die. The evil dragon stepped forward and didn't say anything. It punched at the middle-aged cultivator. Bang. The middle-aged cultivator was no match for the evil dragon and was instantly killed. The evil dragon and Huang Fujing were too ruthless. They killed people without batting an eyelid. Many people's faces were as pale as paper, clearly intimidated by the methods of these two people. Let me ask you, is there anyone else who wants to disobey our orders? The evil demonic dragon asked with an indifferent expression. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, Three-Headed Cobra Clan, how dare you? Even if you're from the Supreme Ancient Era, you can't treat human lives like grass, right? Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Eh? There's actually someone who isn't afraid of death. Capture him, I want to see if he's just putting on an act or if he really isn't afraid of death. The evil dragon waved its hand. Yes, immediately, 2 three-headed Cobra Clan experts responded, then turned around and charged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he looked at the 2 people who were charging towards him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a cold arc boom. Lin Feng took a step forward. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the 2 three-headed Cobra Clan experts who were charging towards him exploded into pieces. Seeing Lin Feng's tyrannical strength, the cultivators who were being held hostage were overjoyed. As for the evil dragon and Huang Fujing, their expressions suddenly sank. Brat, you dare to kill people from the three-headed Cobra Clan? You're courting death. The evil dragon's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Lin Feng sneered, so what if you're from the three-headed Cobra Clan? Are your lives more precious than others? If you can kill the innocent, I can naturally kill your people as well. That's right. You can kill us, but we can't kill you? So what if you're from the Supreme Ancient Era? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Now that they had Lin Feng as their backbone, the dozens of cultivators became bolder and looked at the evil dragon, Huang Fujing, and the others furiously. A bunch of ignorant fools. Since that's the case, I'll kill all of you here today. Huang Fujing sneered. Who's afraid of who? At most, we'll fight to the death, the group of cultivators sneered. Lin Feng laughed loudly and said arrogantly, I alone am enough to deal with the cultivators from the three-headed Cobra Clan and the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Young master, you want to deal with them alone? The dozens of cultivators stared at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. The other party had the evil dragon and Huang Fujing, 2 paragon geniuses, as well as a group of powerful guards. Lin Feng actually dared to say that he could deal with so many of them alone? Wasn't he being too arrogant? Lin Feng nodded and said, to me, it's just a small matter. Brat, you're too arrogant. Brat, who do you think you are? You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of us? The cultivators from the three-headed Cobra Clan and the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty roared furiously. They had always been the arrogant ones in front of others. Now, someone actually dared to be so arrogant in front of them. The cultivators from the 2 factions were naturally infuriated. Tear this brat into 1,000 pieces. The evil dragon and Huang Fujing's voices were filled with cold killing intent. Yes. Immediately, 40 to 50 cultivators from the three-headed Cobra Clan and the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used the divine ability Sky Splitter. A 1,000-meter-long saber light condensed and instantly tore through the void. Then, it slashed towards the cultivators from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty and the three-headed Cobra Clan. Pooh, the sound of flesh being torn apart rang out one after another. One by one, the cultivators from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty and the three-headed Cobra Clan were cut in half at the waist. Blinking. 40 to 50 cultivators from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty and the three-headed Cobra Clan were killed by Lin Feng. Heavens, he killed 40 to 50 cultivators in one move? Amongst those people, there were quite a number of powerful beings who were at the level of ancient behemoths. To think that all of them would be killed in a single move. Just who in the world is this young master? How can he be so terrifying? The cultivators looked at Lin Feng in shock. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Who are you? The evil dragon and Huang Fujing looked at Lin Feng with gloomy expressions. At this moment, it was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lin Feng placed his hands behind his back and looked at the evil dragon and Huang Fujing indifferently. He sneered and said, with your status, you don't have the right to know my name. Kneel on the ground and cripple your own dantian. Then, I'll spare your worthless lives. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The cultivators behind Lin Feng felt their blood boil when they heard Lin Feng's powerful words. Those were 2 supreme being prodigies. Their strength was comparable to some of the older generation powerhouses in the rebirth realm. Now, Lin Feng actually made 2 supreme being prodigies kneel on the ground and beg for mercy by crippling their own dantians. This was too domineering. Acting pretentiously without strength or relying on one's family background was called arrogance. Acting pretentiously with strength was called domineering. Lin Feng glanced at the two paragon geniuses. Now, no one would think that Lin Feng was being arrogant. It was domineering. Lin Feng was too strong. How many people could kill 40 to 50 experts in one move? However, Lin Feng had done it. His battle prowess was too terrifying. Lin Feng's domineering aura seemed to emanate from his bones. Every single one of them was convinced. On the other hand, Xia Yaolong and Huang Fujing's expressions were ugly. Lin Feng's disdain for them had infuriated them. Not long ago, they had viewed Lin Feng as an ant. Now, they were being suppressed by Lin Feng. Don't think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can defeat the two of us? Xia Yaolong's eyes flickered with a cold light. Lin Feng said indifferently. Trash like the two of you aren't even qualified to be my opponents. I can suppress the two of you with a flick of my finger. Xia Yaolong and Huang Fujing couldn't help but sneer when they heard Lin Feng's words. Even though they could feel the pressure from Lin Feng's body. However, that didn't mean that they were afraid of Lin Feng. Both of them were paragon geniuses who had experienced countless life or death battles to obtain their current achievements and statuses. Among the many battles he had experienced, there were also many times where the weak had defeated the strong. Moreover, the two of them were now working together. Lin Feng was only one person. Swish, Xia Yaolong and Huang Fujing's bodies flickered as they surrounded Lin Feng from both sides. They obviously wanted to attack Lin Feng from both sides. Although that young master is powerful, Xia Yaolong and Huang Fujing are both paragon geniuses. They're exceptionally strong. Now that they've joined forces, I don't know if that young master can defeat them. Should we help? A cultivator asked worriedly. That young master is so domineering. He doesn't put the evil dragon and Huang Fujing in his eyes at all. That prince definitely isn't an arrogant person, so I think he'll definitely be able to defeat the evil dragon and Huang Fujing. We don't need to worry, another cultivator said. Attack! At that moment, the evil dragon and Huang Fujing shouted at the same time. Then, they jumped up and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Xia Yaolong and Xia Yaolong used Xia Yaolong. Huang Fujing used the white feather flying immortal technique. These were all unparalleled ultimate skills. Now that they were being executed, they created an earth-shattering commotion. Thunder rumbled in the void as a terrifying destructive energy swept through the entire world. It was as though it could destroy the firmament and cause the entire world to sink into oblivion. Let's see how you can break our divine abilities. Xia Yaolong and Huang Fujing's Yaolong and was long Xia Yaolong and Yaolong was long Xia Xia and long and Yaolong sat that moment. Lin Feng attacked as well. He attacked with his palm, enveloping the two of them. A strong wind blew. Clouds flew. Heaven-covering palm. Lin Feng's heaven-covering palm was a secret technique recorded in the archaic dragonesque elephant spell. It was so powerful that even ghosts and gods would cry. Xia Yaolong and Huang Fujing's attack collided with Xia Yaolong's and Huang Fujing's divine abilities. Then, they were sent flying. Wah! Wah! Xia Yaolong and Huang Fujing spat out mouthfuls of blood. You're too weak. You're like ants. I overestimated you too. With your cultivation levels, I can kill you with one hand. Lin Feng took a step forwards. He looked indescribably domineering and aggressive. All the cultivators who were watching the battle were astonished. Those were two supreme geniuses. Lin Feng couldn't even withstand a single attack from them. Everyone was trying to guess how strong Lin Feng was. How could he be so terrifying? Xia Yaolong and Huang Fujing, who had spat out blood after being hit by Lin Feng, turned pale with fright. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. They looked at each other and didn't hold back anymore. Bloodline. Ancestral awakening. Xia Yaolong roared. Xia Yaolong's bloodline was 100% pure. Once he activated his bloodline, he would be able to ancestral awakening. Heavens! Look! Xia Yaolong is ancestral awakening. Suddenly, someone pointed at Xia Yaolong. Everyone saw that the evil dragon, which had activated 100% of its pure-blooded bloodline, had turned into a giant three-headed cobra that was 1,000 meters long. Xia Yaolong's chi rose crazily after ancestral awakening. After ancestral awakening, Xiaolong's strength had increased tremendously. At the same time, Huang Fujing had activated his bloodline. Even though Huang Fujing wasn't a pure bloodline, his bloodline had awakened more than 90%. Therefore, Huang Fujing's bloodline was extremely terrifying. Huang Fujing's bloodline had an extremely terrifying ability. It was called the Quagmire of the Gods. It was said that the Quagmire of the Gods could trap gods and make them unable to escape. Die! Xiaolong and Huang Fujing shouted coldly. One of them had ancestral awakening, while the other had activated his special bloodline. Their confidence had increased tremendously. Quagmire of the Gods, Huang Fujing attacked first. After he used the Quagmire of the Gods, godly lights intertwined and a huge quagmire appeared in the sky. Lin Feng was trapped in the quagmire. Lin Feng wanted to leave the quagmire, but he suddenly realized that his feet were stuck in the quagmire and he couldn't get out. Said Huang Fujing coldly. There's no need to struggle. If you fall into my god's quagmire, you won't be able to move. It'll be impossible for you to get out of it. Die, little brat. After Huang Fujing used the Quagmire of the Gods to trap Lin Feng, Xiaolong and Xiaolong started to attack. Xiaolong, who had ancestral awakening, rushed towards Lin Feng. He opened his bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. You think a mere Quagmire of the Gods can trap me? Today, I'll show you the difference between us. It's like a firefly trying to compete with the moon. Lin Feng sneered. A moment later, his body exuded a terrifying devouring power. The Quagmire of the Gods that trapped Lin Feng was instantly devoured by Lin Feng. Impossible. How did you manage to devour the God Legion Quagmire created by my bloodline? Huang Fujing roared in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. In your eyes, it might be a trump card, but in my eyes, it's just a small trick. Different people have different perspectives, so they look at things differently. Said Lin Feng while laughing loudly. He raised his right hand and released sword chi which pierced through the sky. 1,000-meter-long sword light condensed and slashed towards Xiaolong's serpent. Xiaolong was shocked when it sensed how terrifying Lin Feng's attack was. Its three heads spat out lightning and wind to block Lin Feng's sword chi, but they couldn't stop it. Pooh, the 1,000-meter-long sword light slashed down. Xiaolong's serpent's three heads were chopped off. Huang Fujing was scared out of his wits. He turned around and tried to escape. You can't escape. Let's go together. We won't be lonely on the road to hell. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and used the immemorial star-plucking hand. A huge energy palm condensed in the void and grabbed the fleeing Huang Fujing. The huge palm exerted force. Huang Fujing screamed in pain. In a flash, Lin Feng crushed him to death. Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. Those were two supreme geniuses, and they could even fight against some rebirth realm cultivators. But now, Lin Feng had killed them just like that. It was as if two ants had been crushed to death. When they carefully sensed Lin Feng's life force, they realized that Lin Feng was much younger than Huang Fujing and the evil dragon. This caused everyone to be even more shocked and moved. He was so young, but he was already so strong. What kind of terrifying level would he grow to in the future? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. After Lin Feng took the storage rings of the evil dragon and Huang Fujing, he looked at the cultivators around him and said, "You guys can leave now. I don't want the three-headed Cobra clan or the Yuhua immortal dynasty to find you. Young master, we will never forget your kindness. May I know your name?" A cultivator asked. Don't worry about it, Lin Feng waved his hand and walked towards the world of flames. This young master is really a god. Many cultivators sighed. They didn't dare to stay any longer. It did not take long for the cultivators to leave as well. The flames of the world of flames couldn't harm Lin Feng. He walked through the sea of flames. Lin Feng's goal was to enter the world of flames and see if there was really the blood essence of the archaic dragonesque elephant. If he used the blood essence of the archaic dragonesque elephant to cultivate the archaic dragonesque elephant technique, he might be able to cultivate it to a higher level. Lin Feng felt that the archaic dragonesque elephant technique had reached a bottleneck, but he couldn't break through it. Now, Lin Feng could see the hope of cultivating the archaic dragonesque elephant technique to a higher level. As he went deeper, the temperature of the world of flames rose. A skeleton. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze was attracted by a skeleton in the world of flames. When he saw the skeleton, Lin Feng was shocked. A skeleton that hadn't been destroyed by the flames must have something special about it. He walked over and carefully studied it. The skeleton emitted a scorching energy. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, it seems to be the skeleton of a fire elemental creature. That's why it was able to survive in the world of flames. I originally thought that there were no creatures in the world of flames, but it seems that I was wrong. Lin Feng examined the skeleton and found that it wasn't valuable. He then continued walking deeper into the world of flames. After walking for about 20 li, suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from the distance. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a gigantic fire beast moving towards him. That ferocious beast was 10 meters long and 7 meters tall. It looked like a lion and a unicorn. Its entire body was covered with red scales. It was the first time that Lin Feng had seen such a ferocious beast. Therefore, he didn't know what kind of ferocious beast it was. The beast instantly rushed in front of Lin Feng and waved its huge claws at Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng threw a punch at the beast. He and the beast collided fiercely. The ferocious beast attacked Lin Feng and sent him flying away. What a powerful beast! Lin Feng was shocked. He couldn't help but be shocked by the beast's strength. The beast leaped up the moment it sent Lin Feng flying. It once again pounced at Lin Feng. The beast's ability to grasp opportunities was simply amazing. Its sharp claws came again. This time, it grabbed Lin Feng's neck. At the critical moment, Lin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared. The beast's attack fell on empty air. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared above the beast. He raised his right leg high and then slammed it at the beast. This move was like splitting Mount Hua in half. Bang! The tyrannical blow fiercely hit the beast's body. The beast was hit by Lin Feng's tyrannical blow and fell to the ground. Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the fire beast. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the fiery world. It enveloped Lin Feng, as if warning him. Lin Feng frowned and looked into the depths of the fiery world. The beast turned into a streak of fire and charged into the distance, using this opportunity to escape. Lin Feng didn't chase after the beast. Instead, he stared into the depths of the fiery world. His pupils constricted. In the depths of the fiery world, there was an illusory figure. It was a humanoid flame, and it was looking at him. It was the humanoid flame that had warned him earlier. A humanoid flame, a flame Holy Spirit? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was extremely shocked. Holy Spirit was the name of an unknown and terrifying race. Holy spirits were usually born naturally. For example, the stoners could be called Holy Spirits. As for the humanoid flame in the depths of the fiery world, it could also be called a Holy Spirit. The greatest characteristic of a Holy Spirit was that it was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. It was like the stoners that had been born successfully. They were invincible. The flame Holy Spirit finally retracted its gaze, turned around, and walked into the depths of the fiery world. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the flame Holy Spirit to leave just like that. However, he couldn't calm down. This fiery world was too extraordinary. It could even give birth to a flame Holy Spirit. There must be some shocking secret hidden here. Lin Feng didn't retreat just because there was a flame Holy Spirit in the fiery world. He felt that there might really be archaic dragonesque elephant's blood essence in the fiery world. It was something that Lin Feng needed. He walked deeper into the fiery world. Finally, he found a huge cave in the depths of the fiery world. Scorching flames spewed out of the cave. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Where did this cave lead to? Could it lead to the underground? He entered the cave. The cave was very deep. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any danger. Finally, Lin Feng came out of the cave. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, the cave was connected to the underground world. This underground world was a huge world of magma. There was boiling magma everywhere, and on top of the magma, there was a raging fire. Lin Feng flew quickly above the lava world. That's... Suddenly, his eyes widened. There was a huge corpse floating in the lava world. The corpse was 40 to 50 miles long. It had the body of an elephant and the head of a dragon. Dragonesque elephant. It was actually the corpse of a dragonesque elephant. Could it really be the son of the archaic dragonesque elephant sovereign? Lin Feng couldn't calm down. He quickly flew toward the dragonesque elephant corpse. Lin Feng hovered in the air, looking at the gigantic Draco elephant's corpse. His heart was filled with shock. The Draco elephant race is mysterious and powerful. Now, one of them has actually died here. Did it really die during the battle with the flame giant demon? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. How should I collect this Draco elephant's corpse? With such a gigantic body, I don't have any other treasures that can collect it apart from the demon orb. But the demon orb is so strange. If I collect the Draco elephant's corpse into the demon orb, there's a 70% to 80% chance that the demon orb will devour it. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Right, I'll discuss this with the demon lord and see if we can reach an agreement with the demon lord. With that thought, Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the demon lord. Demon lord, I'll collect the Draco elephant's corpse into the demon orb. Can you stop this strange demon orb from devouring it? The demon lord replied, I can't guarantee that the demon orb won't be under my control. But from what I can see, this Draco elephant you see isn't a real one. Not a real one? That can't be, right? Such a gigantic body is right in front of us. Lin Feng said. The demon lord said, a Draco elephant's body is as big as a planet. This one is only 50 kilometers long, so it's obviously not a real one. Is a Draco elephant's body that big? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The demon lord nodded, that's right. A Draco elephant's body is that big, so I'm guessing that this Draco elephant you see is most likely a Draco elephant's blood essence. However, collecting the Draco elephant's blood essence won't be an easy task. Lin Feng said, let me try and see if I can turn this Draco elephant into Draco elephant's blood essence again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng unleashed his powerful magic power and began to refine the dragon elephant's body. But what disappointed Lin Feng was that this dragon elephant did not move at all and did not have any reaction. Obviously, it was not realistic to want to refine this dragon elephant. Lin Feng did not give up. He began to circulate the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill, and the powerful Archean Dragonesque elephant force surged out. All the power of the Archean Dragonesque elephant surged towards the gigantic Dragonesque elephant. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. When the primordial Dragonesque elephant's power entered the Dragonesque elephant's corpse, the Dragonesque elephant's corpse quickly shrank. It really works. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He pushed the primordial Dragonesque elephant skill to the extreme, and the primordial Dragonesque elephant force was produced continuously. Then, the power of the Archean Dragonesque elephant surged into the Dragonesque elephant's corpse. The dragon elephant's carcass was originally over 50 miles long, but it soon shrunk to 10 miles long, and it was still shrinking. 3 days later, the Dragonesque elephant's carcass, which was originally over 50 miles long, was finally refined into a drop of essence blood by Lin Feng. Lin Feng used his dermic powers to seal this drop of essence blood. Haha, this is great. With this drop of essence blood, my Archean Dragonesque elephant skill can evolve again. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. He was about to leave. Suddenly, in the depths of the magma world, a huge tentacle stretched out and wrapped towards Lin Feng. A huge ferocious beast emerged from the magma. That beast was an unknown existence. Its whole body was like a big ball of meat, its whole body was fiery red, and its body was covered with dense tentacles. It was a bit like the legendary beast Chaos. But the beast Chaos did not have tentacles. That beast had been dormant before, without any movement, waiting for Lin Feng to refine the Dragonesque elephant's carcass into Dragonesque elephant blood. Now that it saw Lin Feng successfully refining the Dragonesque elephant's carcass into Dragonesque elephant blood, it did not hesitate to attack Lin Feng. You're courting death. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He took out the revered sword Grave. 3 swords flew out. He directly slashed towards the dense mass of tentacles. Pooh! 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 Sounds of tearing could be heard. One after another, the tentacles were cut off. Screech! The ferocious beast let out a miserable cry of incomparable pain. That ferocious beast looked at Lin Feng with its evil eyes, but it didn't dare stay any longer. It was afraid that Lin Feng would kill it. The ferocious beast immediately disappeared into the depths of the lava world. You ran fast. Lin Feng sneered. He waved his right hand and the three swords flew back into the revered sword grave. Then, Lin Feng put away the revered sword grave. Then, he left the underground world and went to the outside world. As soon as Lin Feng came out, he sensed a cold aura. He looked to the left and saw the Fire Holy Spirit standing not far away, looking at him. Lin Feng also looked at the Fire Holy Spirit. Lin Feng had dared to come here because he had two types of heavenly fire. Lin Feng had dared to come here because he had two types of heavenly fire. His heavenly fire could suppress all fire elemental techniques and even living creatures. If it weren't for his heavenly fire, Lin Feng would not have dared to come here. Lin Feng guessed that the Fire Holy Spirit probably wanted to kill him and steal his heavenly fire, but it probably had a lot of things to fear, so it did not attack. Lin Feng quickly flew away. The Fire Holy Spirit followed him. When Lin Feng left the fire world, the Fire Holy Spirit went back to him. The Demon Lord said, "The Fire Holy Spirit hasn't been born for a long time, so its strength hasn't really increased. If it had, you would have died a long time ago," said Lin Feng. "Back then, when I was about to kill the fire beast, the Fire Holy Spirit didn't attack me. Instead, it warned me. Back then, I knew that it was afraid. It was afraid of the celestial fire. That's why I dared come in," said Lin Feng. The Demon Lord remained silent. He even admired Lin Feng a little. Many times, even in the most dangerous situations, Lin Feng was still able to remain calm and collected. His ability to make decisions was incredible. Such calmness and sharp judgment made Yao Jun extremely envious at times. Lin Feng found a place to hide. He couldn't wait to refine the Dracophant blood. The archaic dragonesque elephant formula was divided into 3 levels. The first level, the Holy Emperor's Bow. The archaic dragonesque elephant appeared. The second level, Holy Blessing. At this level, Lin Feng could summon the power of the archaic dragonesque elephant that was scattered between heaven and earth after its death. At that time, his fighting strength would increase crazily. The third level, Dragonesque Elephant Transformation. At this level, Lin Feng could transform into an archaic dragonesque elephant and suppress the gods. And now, Lin Feng hoped to use the Dracophant blood to break through to the second level of the archaic dragonesque elephant formula. That was the level of Holy Blessing. If the archaic dragonesque elephant formula could break through to the second level, then the true power of the archaic dragonesque elephant formula would be revealed. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out the dragonesque elephant blood essence. He took a deep breath and started to cultivate the Archean dragonesque elephant blood essence. Lin Feng's Archean dragonesque elephant art was now at the first stage of perfection. Entry, small success, perfection, and great perfection. To reach the second stage of Archean dragonesque elephant art, one had to reach great perfection first. Then, one had to break through great perfection to reach the entry stage of the second stage. Ordinary divine abilities only required a single stage of cultivation. The reason why Archean dragonesque elephant art was called the #1 divine art in the primordial era was because of this. Because Archean dragonesque elephant art had 3 stages, the dragonesque elephant blood essence was gradually refined. Archean dragonesque elephant, Saint Emperor descends, the Archean dragonesque elephant's shadow appeared and all the energy was absorbed by the dragonesque elephant. In the Archean dragonesque elephant's body, the great Tao was constantly being perfected. It wasn't particularly difficult to cultivate any divine powers to the great perfection realm. However, if one wanted to cultivate it to the great perfection realm, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Take Lin Feng for example. His comprehension was so strong, but he was still stuck at the great perfection realm and couldn't break through. From the great perfection realm to the great perfection realm was the perfection of the Tao. This required luck. The dragonesque elephant blood essence contained the dragonesque elephant sovereign's Tao, which was passed down through the bloodline. Therefore, the dragonesque elephant blood essence could supplement the Tao needed to break through the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Only with a flawless Tao could one break through to the great perfection realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lin Feng's archean dragonesque elephant art finally broke through from the Great Perfection realm to the Great Perfection realm. However, this kind of breakthrough was far from over. The Tao contained in the dragonesque elephant blood essence was still perfecting the great Tao formed by the archean dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng went into seclusion for another 10 days. Finally, he broke through again. The archean dragonesque elephant art broke through from the first stage to the second stage. Lin Feng's archean dragonesque elephant art stopped at the Saint Blessing realm. At this time, the dragonesque elephant blood essence was exhausted and Lin Feng couldn't continue to break through. Ha ha ha. My archean dragonesque elephant art finally broke through to the second stage. Even with Lin Feng's temperament, he couldn't help but laugh at this moment. This breakthrough was too important to him. This was because the archean dragonesque elephant art wasn't just a divine ability, it was also Lin Feng's foundational cultivation technique. The improvement of Lin Feng's physical body and dermic powers were closely related to the archean dragonesque elephant art. As Lin Feng's archean dragonesque elephant skill broke through to the second stage, Lin Feng's physical body would become even stronger in the future. Previously, he had tempered his body with the immemorial dragonesque elephant skill. His body was comparable to an empty god. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the second stage of the archean dragonesque elephant art, Lin Feng's physical body could continue to improve after a period of tempering. In the future, it was extremely possible for Lin Feng's physical body to reach the heavenly god level. Moreover, as the archaic dragonesque elephant art continued to improve, Lin Feng's physical strength would also continue to break through, reaching the giant god realm. Then, he would reach the great emperor level. All of these were possible. Not to mention the giant god level and the great emperor level. Just the physical body reaching the heavenly god level. At that time, he would be able to kill ordinary gods with just his physical body. The archean dragonesque elephant art is most suitable for the dragonesque elephant race to cultivate. It's very difficult for other races to cultivate it to the second stage. It's already extremely difficult for you to achieve this. The demon lord said. Lin Feng said, I'm only at the entry level of the second stage. There are still 4 levels after that: small success, large success, perfection, and great perfection. Moreover, there's still the third stage. Although the breakthrough made me happy, the road ahead will be even more difficult. Lin Feng took a deep breath. After a short period of excitement, he had already adjusted his emotions and calmed himself down. The demon lord said, don't be arrogant or impatient. Although it will be difficult to break through in the future, as long as you work hard, you will definitely have unexpected gains. Lin Feng nodded, he agreed with the demon lord's point of view. Lin Feng did not continue to stay in seclusion. He left the place and continued to go deeper. That night, in the depths of the land of sealed demons, the 9-demon painting appeared again. The demonic power was vast and mighty, attracting the attention of countless people. Countless people were eyeing the 9-demon painting covetously. Lin Feng naturally wanted to obtain this supreme treasure. It was an imperial weapon, although it was only a part of the 9-demon painting. However, the 9-demon painting, which was divided into 9 parts, was comparable to an ordinary imperial weapon. If he had the chance to obtain the 9-demon painting, it would naturally be good. If he did not, Lin Feng would not force himself to obtain it. Not long after, the 9-demon painting disappeared again. It should be hiding in the deepest part of the land of sealed demons. Another 3 days passed. Lin Feng arrived in front of a cliff. In front of the cliff, there was a dense crowd of cultivators. The sky above the cliff was a forbidden space. He could only go through the bridge. There were more than 10 bridges on the cliff. Black fog lingered around them, covering the bridges. Now that the restriction had not disappeared, everyone was waiting. Brat, you dare come here again? Said an ice-cold voice in the distance. A strong cultivator was walking towards Lin Feng. He was looking at Lin Feng with killing intent in his eyes. Isn't that Qin Huizhi from the giant sword sect? Some people looked at the cultivator in surprise. He seems to be targeting a young cultivator. Who is that young cultivator? Some people looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. They did not know Lin Feng. It's him. He's the young cultivator who stole Li's essence back then. Someone cried out in surprise. Many people were shaken. Back then, a young cultivator had stolen Li's essence right under the noses of more than 20 Rebirth Realm cultivators. That incident had caused a huge uproar. No one had thought that the young cultivator would be the person in front of them. That guy stole Li's essence, but he didn't leave. He actually came here. Isn't he courting death? Yeah, I don't know what that brat is thinking. Many cultivators looked at Lin Feng and shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng was walking right into a trap. It's you. Lin Feng looked at Qin Huizhi indifferently. He had some impression of this person. He was one of the 20 Rebirth Realm cultivators. Brat, do you know that you've committed a capital offense? Qin Huizhi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Capital offense? Lin Feng sneered. Everyone can fight for the opportunities of heaven and earth, but I stole Li's essence. That's because you're not strong enough. You still have the face to say that? You shameless brat. While we were fighting, you snuck over and stole Li's essence. Now you dare say that you stole it? You really know how to stick gold on your face. Qin Huizhi sneered. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, it doesn't matter if I stole it or not. I've already refined Li's essence. Now, get the hell away from me and I can still spare your life. If you continue to be so presumptuous, I won't mind squashing you like an ant. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone stared at Lin Feng in shock. They were all dumbfounded. Wasn't this brat too arrogant? He actually said that he would kill Qin Huizhi, a Rebirth Realm cultivator. Wasn't he courting death by provoking a Rebirth Realm cultivator like that? When Qin Huizhi heard Lin Feng's words, his face turned ashen. He was a Rebirth Realm expert, a lofty figure. Now, a junior actually dared to tell him to scram. It was the same as slapping his face. Qin Huizhi's fury was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He said coldly, brat, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll make you regret ever being born. Qin Huizhi's body emitted a terrifying aura. Just as he was about to attack, several shouts came from the distance. Wait. Everyone looked over and saw 5 more Rebirth Realm experts flying over from the distance. Many people knew that Lin Feng was doomed when they saw the 5 Rebirth Realm experts. Those 5 Rebirth level cultivators were the ones who had attacked Fei Shouli. Lin Feng had stolen Fei Shouli's original strength. Those Rebirth level cultivators were gnashing their teeth in anger. Qin Huizhi frowned and said, why are you stopping me? One of the Rebirth Realm experts said, we also want to get rid of this brat. He doesn't belong to Brother Qin alone. The other 5 Rebirth Realm experts looked indifferent, but killing intent flickered in their eyes. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, is this the tolerance you have? When it comes to snatching treasures, if you can't win against others, it's because you're not strong enough. If you take revenge because you can't win against others, then the entire Martial Sky continent would have descended into chaos long ago. When it comes to snatching treasures, go all out. Once the matter is over, all grudges should be resolved. That is the principle that cultivators should abide by. You old turtles have lived for so many years, but you're still inferior to ordinary cultivators in terms of how to conduct yourself. Have you all lived like dogs all these years? Many people's mouths were twitching violently. They were all staring at Lin Feng with their mouths wide open. Wasn't this brat a little too daring? Previously, when he had told Qin Huizhi to scram, everyone had already thought that Lin Feng was extremely daring. Yet now, he'd actually called the other 5 Rebirth stage experts old turtles and said that they'd wasted their lives. This was simply not something that could be described as simply audacious. No one had ever seen someone curse a group of Rebirth Realm experts like Lin Feng did. Apart from being shocked, many people also felt quite excited. That was because many people were unhappy with these Rebirth Realm experts. Just as Lin Feng had said, when cultivators fought over treasures, it wasn't excessive to fight. But once the treasures had been decided, the matter should end. This was a principle that all the major powers of the Tianwu continent followed. Only by abiding by this principle would the matter not escalate. That way, it wouldn't cause even more conflict and slaughter. However, these Rebirth Realm experts were different. They were lofty existences. Who would dare to seize what they saw? Even if they chased them to the ends of the world, these rebirth realm experts would still tear their opponents into pieces. The reason was none other than the fact that these rebirth realm experts were too strong. The strong were recklessly breaking the rules. The other cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, Lin Feng had said what they normally didn't dare to say. The 5 rebirth realm experts flew into a rage. Lin Feng had cursed them in front of everyone. How could they not be angry? Brat, you're really courting death. Have you thought about how you're going to die? The 5 rebirth realm experts looked at Lin Feng sinisterly, their eyes filled with killing intent. Qin Huizhi said, "Everyone, don't worry. I'll cut this brat into pieces. I'll definitely satisfy you. Leave this brat to me. I have 1,000 ways to make him wish he was dead. Once I've tortured him enough, I'll take his life." Haha, I'm not boasting, but there are very few people who are more ruthless than me. What's so good about torturing people? The pain of the physical body is far less than the pain of the soul. I have ways to torture his soul. I have a soul-refining flame here. It's the most destructive to the soul. Everyone, I have a drop of God-corroding liquid here. If you drip it on a god's body, the god's body will rot little by little. Then, the soul will be corroded. That's the most terrifying punishment. You'll die in endless pain and fear. The other 5 rebirth realm experts also began to argue. Those reincarnation cultivators all wanted to kill Lin Feng personally to vent their anger. However, none of them could convince the other party. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Don't argue. If you want to die so much, then come at me together." The surrounding cultivators looked at Lin Feng as if he was crazy. Lin Feng's arrogance had completely exceeded their expectations. A young cultivator in his 20s had actually made 6 rebirth realm experts attack him together. In their opinion, a normal person shouldn't be so arrogant. Even the top supreme geniuses wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of 6 rebirth realm experts. However, Lin Feng had done so. Many people even wondered if Lin Feng had suffered a huge blow and didn't want to live anymore. Was he trying to die a spectacular death by provoking the 6 rebirth realm experts? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" The 6 rebirth realm experts roared furiously. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been killed 1,000,000 times over. Although the 6 rebirth realm experts couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng, they didn't attack. Because if the 6 rebirth realm experts attacked Lin Feng together, they would be humiliated. That would be a complete loss of face. They would become laughingstocks in the future. "Everyone, there's a first-come first-serve rule. Leave this kid to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Qin Huizhi gnashed his teeth. "All right. We'll leave him to you, brother Qin." The other 5 rebirth realm experts nodded. They just wanted to see Lin Feng die a horrible death. They didn't care who killed Lin Feng. Qin Huizhi nodded and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He had a ferocious smile on his face. "Kid, are you ready to die?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "I vaguely heard people talking about you. They said you're from the Giant Sword sect." Qin Huizhi was startled. He didn't understand why Lin Feng would ask him if he was from the Giant Sword sect. He smiled coldly. "I'm a supreme elder of the Giant Sword sect." Lin Feng's expression darkened. The Giant Sword sect was one of the 12 factions that had attacked the Fire Qilin and almost killed it. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the Giant Sword sect. "All right. Supreme Elder of the Giant Sword sect, I'll take your head today." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Kid, how dare you?" Qin Huizhi's killing intent surged as he rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was even faster. He used the 8 directional worlds and arrived in front of Qin Huizhi. He used the ancient star-seizing hand. He moved as fast as lightning and grabbed Qin Huizhi's head. A moment later, Pucci, blood splattered everywhere. Qin Huizhi's head was taken by Lin Feng, and his headless corpse fell to the ground. The forest, which was originally filled with noise, instantly became silent. Qin Huizhi was a cultivator at the 2nd heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. His cultivation could be said to be at the top of the world. But now, Lin Feng had beheaded him in an instant. It was too shocking. Countless cultivators looked at Lin Feng in shock. Even the hearts of the other 5 rebirth state experts were filled with deep shock and astonishment at this moment. Lin Feng's strength had shocked them. Isn't this person too strong? No wonder he was so arrogant before. He really does have the strength to back it up. How can showing off with strength be called arrogant? This is called domineering. This little brother is so handsome. I really want to marry him. I also want to marry this little brother. I wonder if he has a lover. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I've decided to seduce this little brother. Soon, the surroundings were in an uproar. Both male and female cultivators were talking about Lin Feng. Of course, the focus of the discussion was different. The male cultivators would talk about Lin Feng's background, strength, and other more in-depth topics. The female cultivators were more concerned about Lin Feng's love life. They wanted to know if he had a woman, and if they had the chance to do something wonderful with Lin Feng. Who are you? The 5 rebirth realm cultivators retreated immediately. They looked at Lin Feng cautiously. Lin Feng's strength was too terrifying. It made their hair stand on end. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He shouted coldly, "Scram, you!" The 5 rebirth realm cultivators' faces were extremely gloomy. They gnashed their teeth in hatred. After being humiliated by Lin Feng, they wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, the strongest among them was only at the 4th heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. Lin Feng could instantly behead Xianxia, who was at the 2nd heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. They didn't dare to attack Lin Feng. In the end, the 5 rebirth realm cultivators left in a sorry state. Domineering. He's too domineering. He actually told the 5 rebirth realm cultivators to scram. Many people felt like their blood was boiling. They wished they could be like Lin Feng. After the 5 rebirth realm cultivators left, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. God Morong was standing there. God Morong seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at Lin Feng. God Morong had also arrived. This was the reason why Lin Feng hadn't attacked the other 5 realm cultivators. Murong Tianshan was a scheming person. Lin Feng was worried that if he attacked, Murong Tianshan would take advantage of the situation. This person appeared to be a gentleman on the surface, but he was a despicable person on the inside. She had to guard against him. Lin Feng left and stood on a mountain peak in the distance, waiting for the restrictions on the cliff to disappear. He had killed Xianxia. Now, even those rebirth realm cultivators were incomparably wary of him. They didn't dare to rashly offend Lin Feng. Now, those rebirth realm cultivators wouldn't look down on Lin Feng because of his young age. Instead, they would completely treat Lin Feng as an opponent on the same level. The world of cultivators was a world where strength was respected. The stronger one was, the higher one's status was. It had nothing to do with age. After waiting for 3 days, the restrictions on the cliff finally disappeared. Dozens of stone bridges appeared in front of them, but they were shrouded in black fog. Many cultivators rushed towards the stone bridges. Clearly, they were all in a hurry to enter the depths of the Devil Sealing Land. The first batch of cultivators to enter would often be able to obtain many good things. After all, that was an area that had yet to be explored. The first batch of cultivators to enter would also be able to see the most treasures. This was also the reason why so many people rushed towards the stone bridges. Lin Feng also stepped onto a stone bridge. After stepping onto the stone bridge, he discovered something strange. The cultivators who had rushed onto the stone bridge with him had all disappeared without a trace. Is this an illusion? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He opened the heavenly demon snake eye, which could see through all illusions. Instantly, the cultivators who had disappeared around him appeared before him. However, many of the cultivators there seemed to have lost themselves. Some of them screamed out in terror as they used their hands to claw at their faces, causing their faces to be torn apart and blood flowed out. Some of them jumped down from the stone bridge and down the cliff. At that moment, a dense swarm of blood-colored insects flew out from the cliff. They covered the sky and covered the sun. It was unknown what kind of race they were. The blood-colored insects wrapped around the cultivators who had jumped off the cliff, and those cultivators were instantly eaten clean. Not even their bones were left behind. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. Cultivators were continuously jumping from the stone bridge to the cliff. He didn't know what had caused them to jump off the cliff. Suddenly, an astonishing fluctuation came from the left. Lin Feng looked towards the bridge on the left. Ah! Scram! Heavenly God Morong roared in fear. He swept his fists around him one after another, as if he was fighting against something. No! Morong God roared as if he had gone mad. In the end, he also jumped off the cliff. A dense swarm of blood-colored creatures flew over and ate Morong God clean. Morong God is dead. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What had Morong God gone through? He was known as the strongest cultivator under the God realm. He actually jumped off the stone bridge and died in the end. Could it be that his heart demon was causing trouble? Lin Feng looked towards the stone bridge again. He saw the 5 rebirth realm cultivators who had been scared away by him jump off the cliff and die miserably. He even saw Lord Saber, the 3 Yin-Yang elders, and Wang Xiaonan's figures. They also jumped off the cliff and died miserably. The cultivators around Lin Feng let out mournful screams. One by one, they jumped off the cliff and died miserably. They've all suffered a calamity. This bridge is too strange and terrifying. The path ahead is not feasible. We have to retreat. Lin Feng's expression became grave. He turned around and wanted to retreat. He didn't want to continue. But very quickly, Lin Feng had the feeling that something was wrong. Although he didn't know what was wrong, he felt that everything in front of him was too strange. Lin Feng hurriedly retreated. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he didn't know when, but he was standing on the edge of the bridge. If he took another step forward, he would be in a bottomless abyss. Inside the abyss, there were numerous terrifying blood-red creatures. I clearly wanted to go back the way I came to leave this bridge. Why did I almost jump off the cliff? Could it be that Morong God and the others died because they accidentally lost their footing and fell off the cliff? These stone bridges are too strange. Fortunately, I came to my senses in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have died just now. Lin Feng looked at the blood-red creatures in the abyss and felt his scalp go numb. He was really lucky to be able to keep his life. Can't I retreat from this bridge? Lin Feng murmured. He tried to wake up the people around him and tell them not to jump, but they disappeared without a trace. Only Lin Feng was left on the bridge. This situation was too strange. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay. He quickly ran to the other side of the bridge. In the end, he finally left the stone bridge. One by one, cultivators came down from the bridge. Lin Feng talked with them. Many of them had experienced a terrifying scene. They were very similar to Lin Feng. They had almost jumped off the cliff and died miserably. Fortunately, they had woken up at the crucial moment and retreated in time, saving their lives. What had happened on the stone bridge was too strange. Lin Feng still couldn't figure out how the cultivators had disappeared, but he didn't care about that right now. Instead, he continued moving deeper into the stone bridge with a group of cultivators. Finally, they arrived at the depths of the demon ceiling land. There were 9 gigantic demon mountains that were connected together. They looked like demon mountains that had buried gods, and they gave off a heavy feeling of oppression. Many people were pacing back and forth in the periphery, still observing the gigantic demon mountains. Eh? Isn't that Heavenly God Morong? Lin Feng was shocked when he saw Heavenly God Morong in the distance. He was standing in the air, surrounded by divine light. He looked like an immortal god, so powerful that it was suffocating. Heavenly God Morong wasn't dead. What's going on? Was everything I saw on the stone bridge fake? Was it an illusion? Lin Feng found it hard to calm down. Brat, you're still alive. Saber Lord flew over from afar. When he saw Lin Feng, he was very surprised. You're alive too? Lin Feng was also very surprised because he had seen Saber Lord jump off the cliff and die miserably. The two of them talked about what they had seen on the stone bridge. They sighed because they had seen each other jump off the stone bridge and get swallowed by the blood-colored insects. Now, they knew that it had all been an illusion. The stone bridge is too strange. We can't tell if it's real or fake. Lin Feng frowned. At that moment, an old cultivator said, "Those stone bridges are called real and fake bridges. Everything you see on them is real and fake. Most of the time, it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. Now that I think about it, that stone bridge is too scary. I wonder if those blood-colored insects really exist under the stone bridge." The old cultivator said, "Those blood-colored insects really do exist. Those who fell off the cliff all died miserably." Saber Lord said with lingering fear, "It seems like that stone bridge will devour many lives." Gradually, the number of cultivators in the periphery of the 9 demon mountains increased. However, the 9 demons' portrait never appeared. Many people were no longer willing to continue waiting. Instead, they headed towards the depths of the 9 demonic mountains. A large group of cultivators gathered together and carefully made their way to the deepest part of the 9 demonic mountains. The 9 demonic mountains converged into one place, forming a huge abyss. Something's not right. This is the terrain of the 9 dragons and the world. This is a place of great danger. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. As the successor of the Celestial Master's lineage, he was very familiar with all kinds of terrain. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting?" Many people's expressions immediately turned ugly. They were already on tenterhooks after coming to such a dangerous place. These cultivators naturally wanted to hear some good words. However, Lin Feng's words were not something that many people wanted to hear. Others did not know Lin Feng's true identity, but Saber Grandpa was crystal clear. Saber Lord asked, "What kind of terrain is that?" "Look at the 9 mountain ranges. Don't they look like dragons?" Lin Feng pointed at the 9 huge mountain ranges. Saber Grandpa nodded solemnly. They were indeed too similar. The 9 mountain ranges lay horizontally on the ground. They looked like the bodies of dragons, winding and coiling around. Saber Grandpa said, 9 dragons converging, dragon heads converging. Isn't this the 9 dragons spitting pearl location? Lin Feng shook his head and said, there should be a lake where the 9 dragons spitting pearls converge. Even if it isn't a lake, it should at least be a pool. However, look at this place. The 9 dragons converged to form an abyss. Black fog surged within the abyss, and the aura is gloomy. It seems like it's connected to the netherworld. This terrain is called the 9 dragons and the world. We can't stay here any longer. Let's hurry. Saber Grandpa nodded and rushed out with Lin Feng. That kid's words are so logical. He can't be telling the truth, right? Should we leave this place as well? A cultivator asked, thinking of retreating. Don't listen to that kid's lies. There are so many experts here. What can happen? Someone sneered. The cultivators who wanted to leave with Lin Feng thought about it and continued heading deeper into the abyss. Boom, however, at this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the abyss. Next, black fog surged. It blotted out the sky. Many people looked at the scene in front of them in horror. They didn't know what was happening. Look, what's that in the black fog? Someone pointed at the black fog. Everyone looked over. At this moment, they finally saw it. Amidst the black fog, a gigantic pitch-black lotus appeared. The magic lotus. It's actually the legendary the magic lotus. A cultivator shouted in horror. There was a saying in the world of cultivators. The magic lotus appeared. Heavenly demons appeared. The magic lotus was the supreme treasure of the heavenly demon clan. It was said that there were 9 the magic lotus in the world. The magic lotus could give birth to the most powerful heavenly demons. It was said that the heavenly demon emperors who reached the great emperor realm in the history of the heavenly demon clan were all born from the magic lotus. The magic lotus was also revered as a holy artifact by the heavenly demon clan. The magic lotus had actually appeared here. It was too strange. Something's wrong. Let's leave this place. Many people roared loudly. They turned around and fled. However, the magic lotus suddenly bloomed. One flower, one world, illusory worlds appeared one after another. That was the world of the magic lotus. The rumors are true. Back then, the gods sealed the celestial devils in the devil lotus. They wanted to destroy the devil lotus, but the devil lotus was too difficult to destroy, so they sealed it as well. The gods wanted to use time to destroy the devil lotus, but the devil lotus wasn't destroyed by time. On top of that, it broke the seal of the gods and reappeared in the world. The 9 devil painting must have appeared to attract countless cultivators. I'm guessing that the 9 devil painting attracted cultivators so that the devil lotus could devour their essence and blood. After devouring enough essence and blood, the devil lotus would be able to regain its former strength. An old cultivator exclaimed in horror. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They quickly ran outside. However, the black fog covered the sky and enveloped them. Many cultivators were enveloped by the black fog and were swallowed by it. Go, go, go. Lin Feng and Bladesman were running at full speed. The 2 of them were the first to leave, but it was still too late. The magic lotus was too terrifying. The black fog that it emitted enveloped Lin Feng and Lord Saber. A distorted world appeared, wanting to swallow Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was pale. He was unwilling to be swallowed. Lin Feng used the void travel technique to escape. However, he was unable to escape. The distorted world instantly swallowed Lin Feng. This was a gloomy world. The sky was gloomy and fog lingered in the air. Lin Feng was trapped in this place. The entire world seemed to be a world of desolation. Time seemed to have stopped flowing here. Apart from flowers and trees, there were no other living beings. However, Lin Feng's arrival seemed to have broken the silence. This is a world created by the magic lotus? Lin Feng frowned. Now that he was trapped in this world, his expression was very unsightly. Was the magic lotus really trying to recover some of its vitality by devouring these cultivators? Squeak. Bibi woke up from its slumber and jumped out of the beast slave pouch. It stood on Lin Feng's shoulder and stretched its body. The little guy still had a sleepy look on its face. It waved its little paw and a spirit fruit appeared in its hand. It began to gnaw on it. For someone of Bibi's age, it was still an ignorant age. Most of the time, it didn't care about what happened. It only cared about eating and drinking to its heart's content and having fun. Lin Feng flew in this world for a very long time, but he couldn't find any ferocious beasts or other living beings. He also couldn't find any cultivators. This made Lin Feng frown slightly. He was definitely not the only cultivator who was devoured here. Where did the others go? Why couldn't he find any trace of them? Bibi ran around the mountain forest as if it was having fun. It was completely carefree. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He wasn't in a good mood like Bibi. Lin Feng felt that things were very bad now that he was trapped here. Even now, Lin Feng still couldn't think of a way to leave this place. In fact, what Lin Feng was most worried about was that this small world had cut off his connection with the demon lord. He could only rely on himself now. Lin Feng simply summoned the dragon rabbit and let it play with Bibi. The 2 little fellows quickly disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng was not worried that they would not be able to find him. The 2 little fellows were connected to Lin Feng's mind, so it was easy for them to find Lin Feng. Lin Feng was bored to death as he rested on a rock. In this world, he did not know the flow of time, nor did he know whether it was day or night. After Lin Feng woke up, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit ran over from afar. They squeaked and shouted as they gestured at Lin Feng. Medicine Valley? Lin Feng was shocked. The 2 little fellows had discovered a medicinal valley. Lin Feng let them lead the way. 6 hours later, with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit leading the way, Lin Feng arrived at the medicinal valley. This medicinal valley was sealed by a powerful restriction, but the restriction was unable to completely conceal the medicinal fragrance within. The medicinal fragrance wafted out from the restriction. This place is deserted. It actually formed a medicinal valley. Could it have been planted by the strong cultivators of the celestial demons in the past? But now, these spirit herbs are mine. Lin Feng grinned. For the time being, he did not consider whether or not he could leave this world. First, he had to break the restrictions of the medicinal valley. Then, he would collect all the spirit herbs in the valley. That was the most important thing. Lin Feng began to break the restrictions. In the end, Lin Feng broke the restrictions of the medicinal valley. He, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit entered the medicinal valley together. Spirit herbs covered the mountains and plains. What shocked Lin Feng was that there was no lack of divine herbs that were more than 100,000 years old. The value of a divine herb that was more than 100,000 years old was unimaginable. In this medicinal valley, there were spirit herbs that were more than 100,000 years old everywhere. Even with Lin Feng's mental state, he could not help but feel excited and ecstatic. He even found a few hundred withered spirit herbs in a medicinal garden. These spirit herbs, have they all reached 200,000 years old? Looking at the withered spirit herbs, Lin Feng's heart ached. Even divine herbs could only live for 200,000 years at most. After that, they would wither. Therefore, when they were almost 200,000 years old, they had to be picked. Otherwise, they would be destroyed. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit ran around the medicinal valley and shouted. From time to time, they would pick some top-grade spirit fruits and munch on them. The two little fellows began to waste things. Many precious spirit fruits were only eaten once before they were thrown away. Lin Feng picked a large number of spirit herbs and sealed them. In the depths of the medicinal valley, he saw a fruit tree. It was as tall as a person, and its trunk was as strong and vigorous as a dragon's body. There were 3 green fruits growing on it. Origin Dao fruit. Lin Feng's expression was one of utter shock. This was the Origin Dao fruit he'd been searching for. He'd actually found it in the medicinal valley of this minor world. Lin Feng plucked the 3 fruits and dug out the entire tree. If he could leave this place, Lin Feng planned to cultivate the Origin Dao tree. Who knows, it might even bear more Origin Dao fruits. While Lin Feng was gathering spirit herbs. In the depths of this mysterious world, there was an enormous abyss. A cloud of black smoke escaped from the depths of the abyss. The abyss was densely packed with restrictions, which seemed to be refining something day and night. Now, however, cracks had appeared in the restrictions, and the great Tao was incomplete. That was why the black smoke was escaping. The black gas twisted, and an ugly human face appeared within the black gas. I've finally escaped. The magic lotus must have broken free from the suppression of the gods. Otherwise, the magic lotus wouldn't have been able to tear apart the seal and let me escape. The ugly face in the twisted black smoke spoke in a sinister voice. Hungry, I'm so hungry. I need a large amount of essence blood. I need to devour enough essence blood to recover, the ugly face spoke in a sinister voice. Then, the black smoke flew into the distance. It was an existence trapped in this place. It was clearly an immemorial heavenly demon. However, this heavenly demon's physical body had already been destroyed. Even its soul had been destroyed. Only a remnant of its soul was left, struggling at death's door. However, the heavenly demon's vitality was extremely vigorous and powerful. Although it was only a remnant of its soul, it still lived until now. The magic lotus devoured a cultivator. I can sense the aura of a cultivator. The ugly face smiled sinisterly as it flew quickly through this world. Not long after, the ugly face saw more than 10 cultivators. Obviously, these cultivators were also devoured by the magic lotus, just like Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to touch them before. What's that? Some of the cultivators saw the black chi and screamed in horror. Run, run quickly, the others also saw it. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they frantically fled into the distance. However, they couldn't escape at all. The black smoke formed by the heavenly demon devoured those cultivators. For 3 days, the heavenly demon continuously devoured the cultivators that entered this small world. The heavenly demon's strength recovered a lot, and it finally condensed an illusory body. There are too few cultivators. I'm still hungry. The heavenly demon continued to search for cultivators in this small world, but it couldn't find any after a long time. Then, it passed by the medicinal valley. What a powerful bloodline aura. The heavenly demon's sinister eyes looked at the medicinal valley. There were simply too many spirit herbs. After collecting them, Lin Feng had to seal them to prevent their medicinal effects from dissipating with the passage of time. This took up a lot of Lin Feng's time. After doing all this, Lin Feng lay on the ground and sighed as he looked at the misty sky. How was he supposed to get out of this place? Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a cold aura coming from outside the medicinal valley. What's coming? Lin Feng was startled and quickly rushed outside. Soon, he was outside. Black fog was rolling in the sky. A man was standing in the middle of the black fog. An illusory body. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He could sense how terrifying that being was. For safety's sake, Lin Feng put Bibi and Little White into the beast slave pouch. Kid, you were already swallowed into this world, yet you still looted the medicinal valley. Are you the typical type of person who doesn't care about his own life for treasures? Today, I've learned something new. The Skyfiend sneered as it looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, look at what you're saying. If there's a treasure, of course I have to collect it quickly. Otherwise, it will be taken away by someone else. Are there any other medicinal valleys or treasures here? Bring me there, and I'll give you 10%. The Skyfiend could naturally tell that Lin Feng was mocking it, and its eyes flashed with killing intent. It sneered, kid, you're about to die, yet you still dare to talk nonsense in front of me. Lin Feng said, I've always been a peace-loving person. Let's not fight, okay? Ha 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 ha. The Skyfiend suddenly laughed. Are you afraid now? But it's useless to be afraid. You're going to die today. I'm going to devour your flesh and blood to recover my strength. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon's body emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The heavenly devil leaped into the air, traversing thousands of meters in an instant, arriving in front of Lin Feng. His speed was too fast, and he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists and punched towards the heavenly demon. Bang, along with the dull sound of collision, Lin Feng and the heavenly demon fiercely collided. In a flash, Lin Feng had the feeling that an earth-shattering strength was flowing into his body through his arm. Crack, Lin Feng's arm was directly broken. He was sent flying thousands of meters away by the punch. Too weak. The heavenly demon grinned at Lin Feng. Lin Feng managed to stop his body in midair with great difficulty, but his injuries were very serious, and he could not help but cough out a few mouthfuls of blood. You make it sound like you're very strong. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The heavenly demon sneered. I've been suppressed since the primordial era. Billions of years have passed, and I'm only left with a remnant soul. However, my heavenly demon clan's vitality is very strong. Even if I'm only left with a remnant soul, I can still go against the heavens and reconstruct my physical body. Right now, I'm not even a billionth of the cultivator I was at my peak. You're not even a match for me in my weakened state, so where do you find the courage to mock me? Lin Feng pursed his lips. The gods were unable to destroy you, so I'll do the deed. As soon as he finished speaking, divine light intertwined within Lin Feng's body. His injured body was recovering at a visible speed, and it did not take long for him to completely recover. When the heavenly demon saw this, it was astonished. So it's the immortal divine body. Devouring you will be of great benefit to my cultivation. Whoosh, the heavenly demon attacked again, bringing with it an endless amount of demonic fog. 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He leaped into the air and transformed into the 8 trigrams diagram, instantly rushing towards the heavenly demon. After transforming into the 8 trigrams diagram, Lin Feng's battle prowess had greatly increased, and he clashed with the heavenly demon again and again. This time, he blocked 7 of the heavenly demon's attacks before he was sent flying. Brat, it's time to end this. The heavenly demon grinned maliciously and rushed over, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Emperor Technique, Seal of Life and Death. Lin Feng shouted coldly as he condensed a peerless Emperor Technique. The word Dao on his left hand was life. The word Dao on his right hand was death. The words Dao and Dao fused together, turning into a mysterious seal. That mysterious seal was the seal of life and death. Bang, Lin Feng clashed with the heavenly demon again, but this time, the heavenly demon was forced back by Lin Feng. The heavenly demon was shocked. Emperor Technique. That's right, it's an Emperor Technique. Die. Lin Feng shouted coldly and used the 8 trigrams whirl to rush towards the heavenly demon. The seal of life and death brazenly smashed down. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the heavenly demon sneered. Brat, today I'll let you have a taste of my heavenly demon clan's Emperor Technique. 9 slashes of the demon emperor. The heavenly demon roared and then shot towards Lin Feng. Endless killing intent gathered in its right hand. It slashed towards Lin Feng. Bang, the two sides clashed again. This time, Lin Feng was in big trouble. Lin Feng's cultivation base was not small compared to the heavenly demons. The reason why he was able to contend with the heavenly demon was because of his powerful divine ability. But now that the heavenly demon had also used a powerful emperor technique, Lin Feng's advantage was gone. This was the unfavorable situation Lin Feng was facing now. His emperor technique, the seal of life and death, was directly broken by the heavenly demon. Then, the heavenly demon's attack landed on Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Pfft, Lin Feng was almost cut in half by the emperor technique, the 9 slashes of the demon sovereign. He was heavily injured and was dripping with blood. Lin Feng hurriedly used his immortal body to heal his injuries. However, every time he used his immortal body to heal his injuries, it consumed a lot of his dermic powers. This caused Lin Feng's battle strength to decrease rapidly. Damn it! This bastard is still so strong even though he's only left with a remnant soul. Lin Feng could not help but curse in a low voice. The heavenly demon sneered, in the ancient times, demon monarch Xianxia, was an existence whose name shook billions of starfields. If I wasn't suppressed here, I would definitely have broken through to the emperor realm. Even though I'm only left with a remnant soul now, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. It's too early for you to be happy. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Demon monarch Xianxia curled his lips and said disdainfully, "It's not too early for me to be happy, it's just that I have absolute confidence in my own strength. I only need one move to take your life." Demon monarch Xianxia attacked Lin Feng again. It was the 9 slashes of the demon sovereign again, a peerless emperor technique passed down by the celestial demons. This time, it was even more powerful. It was much stronger than before. Lin Feng's expression became serious when he sensed demon monarch Xiaoxia's powerful attack. "Little brat, this attack is twice as strong as before. Let's see how you'll die." Demon monarch Xiaoxia laughed evilly and attacked again. At that moment, Lin Feng's body flashed and the death god armor covered Lin Feng. When demon monarch Xiaoxia's attack landed on Lin Feng's body, the death god armor blocked it. Lin Feng's punch was also ready. The punch landed on demon monarch Xiaoxia's body and he was blown away. Half of his body exploded. Death god armor. Demon sovereign Xianxia stared at the armor on Lin Feng's body with a gloomy expression. His eyes flickered with a cold light. It was not surprising that demon sovereign Xianxia could recognize that Lin Feng was wearing the death god armor, one of the 7 sets of the death god armor. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. Lin Feng looked at demon sovereign Xianxia and said coldly, "Didn't you say that you could kill me in one move? You've already made your move, yet I'm still safe and sound. Looks like you've slapped yourself. How does this slap feel?" Demon sovereign Xiaoxia's expression was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "Brat, you only survived by wearing a tortoise shell. How dare you mock me? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Could it be that you really think that this tortoise shell can withstand my attack? Soon, I'll let you know how foolish your thoughts are." As soon as he finished speaking, demon sovereign Xiaoxia charged at Lin Feng. Half of demon venerable Xiaoxia's body had exploded, but his body quickly recovered. His body was condensed from energy, not flesh and blood. Therefore, it was very easy for him to reform a new body after being destroyed. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from his body. Demon sovereign Xiaoxia began to gather an even more powerful attack. Emperor technique. Seal of life and death. Lin Feng gathered the seal of life and death with both hands. With the protection of the death god armor, he could completely ignore demon sovereign Xiaoxia's attacks. However, demon sovereign Xiaoxia would definitely not be able to ignore his attacks. Of course. There was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about. The death god armor consumed too much of his magic power. He could not maintain it for too long. Therefore, Lin Feng had to gather his strength and end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once his magic power was exhausted, only death would await him. Forearm sacred demon fist. Demon sovereign Xiaoxia's expression was indifferent. He used an extremely powerful ability. Demonic aura surged within his body. Suddenly, 100-meter-tall figure appeared behind him. The illusory figure had 4 thick arms. His 4 arms shook, it was as if it could shatter the 9 heavens. This was also an emperor technique. The heavenly demon clan had produced more than one demon emperor, so there was more than one emperor technique passed down. In the Immemorial era, demon venerable Xianxia was a top giant god. It was normal for him to know a few emperor techniques. The gigantic holy devil phantom behind demon venerable vast evil instantly merged with him. On the other hand, demon lord Xiaoxia's body began to expand. He grew 1 meter taller, and 2 more arms grew out of his back. Demon venerable Xiaoxia's arms turned from 2 to 4. Demon exalt Xiaoxia's presence underwent a qualitative change. In that instant, he seemed to have become an immortal saint devil. Demon Lord Xiaoxia smashed 2 fists towards Lin Feng's seal of life and death, while his other 2 fists smashed towards Lin Feng. Asterisk bang 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 bang, asterisk demon venerable Xiaoxia's attacks were as fast as lightning. One fist after another landed on Lin Feng's chest. The most terrifying thing was that the powerful vibrations passed through the death god armor and smashed onto Lin Feng's body. Crack crack, Lin Feng's bones were broken. Lin Feng was severely injured. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. How can this be? Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He quickly retreated, trying to get away from demon venerable Xiaoxia. Kid. It's true that the death god's armor's defense is amazing, but how can it completely block my attack? If it wasn't for the death god armor's protection, you would have died countless times already. Demon venerable Xiaoxia laughed sinisterly as he quickly charged towards Lin Feng. That powerful fist smashed towards Lin Feng again. Void travel, facing demon venerable Xiaoxia's powerful attack, Lin Feng wanted to use void travel to dodge it. However, he was shocked to find that his body was already enveloped by demon venerable Xiaoxia's fist intent. Unless he could break demon venerable Xiaoxia's fist intent, he wouldn't be able to use void travel to dodge demon venerable Xiaoxia's attack. The most powerful part of my four-armed sacred demon fist is that it can hit a cow through a mountain. You won't be able to block my attack while wearing the death god armor. If you quickly remove the death god armor, you might still have a chance to fight me. Demon venerable Xiaoxia said sinisterly. Lin Feng sneered. Who are you trying to fool? If I don't wear the death god armor, you can use other emperor techniques to deal with me. Won't I die even more miserably? You'll die just the same if you wear it. Demon venerable Xiaoxia's attack came down again. It was about to hit Lin Feng. What a dangerous situation. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. Swoosh. His body instantly moved to the left, causing demon venerable Xiaoxia's attack to hit empty air. Lin Feng quickly retreated, increasing the distance between him and demon venerable Xiaoxia. What a strange ability. He actually managed to dodge my attack. Demon venerable Xiaoxia frowned and revealed a shocked expression. Then, the murderous intent in his eyes grew denser. Demon venerable Xiaoxia charged at Lin Feng again. At the same time, Lin Feng used the ruler's world-destroying technique. The 5 devouring martial spirits instantly merged into one, forming a huge black hole that floated in the air. Lin Feng stood in the black hole, looking at his ancestor from afar. When demon venerable Xiaoxia attacked again, a wave of black chi condensed and pressed down on demon venerable Xiaoxia as if it could crush the ancient times. Bang! Demon venerable Xiaoxia punched at the black chi that was pressing down. Demon venerable Xiaoxia was indeed terrifying. The black chi started to crack under demon venerable Xiaoxia's attack. Lin Feng used all his strength to activate the ruler's world-destroying technique. The ruler's strength condensed into 2 more black chi and attacked demon venerable Xiaoxia together. 3 more black chi attacked demon venerable Xiaoxia together. Demon venerable Xiaoxia was temporarily stopped from moving forward. Lin Feng's strongest point wasn't his divine abilities. It was that Lin Feng had 2 primordial spirits, the primary primordial spirit and the secondary primordial spirit. This allowed him to multitask. After using the ruler's world-destroying technique, Lin Feng immediately used the saint force of the immemorial dragonesque elephant technique. Great supreme dragonesque elephant, a despicable heavenly demon has blasphemed the supreme dignity of the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Please use your dragonesque elephant saint force. Let me punish this despicable heavenly demon on your behalf. Lin Feng chanted an incantation in an ancient language. It was the incantation to summon the dragonesque elephant saint force. When Lin Feng's voice resounded, a majestic dragonesque elephant saint force descended from the 9 heavens and entered Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng immediately felt that the strength in his body started to increase crazily. Lin Feng had never felt this way before. He felt that he could destroy the heavens with a single punch. Ha 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 ha, Demon Venerable Xianxia, take my punch. Lin Feng laughed loudly. He was indescribably arrogant and domineering. He raised his right fist and attacked Demon Venerable Xianxia. Lin Feng's punch had been strengthened by the Dracophant holy energy. Its power had increased by many times. At that moment, Demon Venerable Xianxia was fighting against the black qi created by the ruler of destruction. He saw Lin Feng rushing over and using a new divine ability. However, the ruler of destruction's divine ability still hadn't disappeared. He was shocked and shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? You can use 2 divine abilities at the same time? Is this the ability to multitask?" "That's right. I can multitask. Demon Venerable Xianxia, your death is here." Lin Feng shouted and punched Demon Venerable Xianxia's body. With a loud bang, Demon Venerable Xianxia's body exploded and turned into a ball of black energy. It was Demon Venerable Xianxia's original strength. There was also a fragment of his soul in the original strength. Demon Sovereign Xiaoxia's furious roar came from the black origin. "My celestial demons are immortal, you can't kill me. I can clearly sense your current state, your FALI is being consumed very quickly. Your 2 sacred arts are consuming too much of your FALI, and you're wearing the Death God's armor. You won't be able to hold on for long. You'll die when you run out of FALI." Demon Venerable Xiaoxia's eyes were sharp. He was talking about Lin Feng's current predicament. Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Since I dared to use both of my ultimate techniques, it's because I'm confident that I can suppress you." "What shameless boasting!" Demon Venerable Xiaoxia mocked Lin Feng. Then, Demon Venerable Xiaoxia's original strength started twisting, as if he was trying to condense a new body. "Demon Venerable Xiaoxia, you won't have the chance to condense a new body." Lin Feng rushed towards Demon Venerable Xiaoxia's original strength. Demon Venerable Xiaoxia said indifferently, "If I want to condense a new body, who can stop me? Today, I'll show you the immortality of my celestial demon clan." However, just as Demon Venerable Xiaoxia finished speaking, raging flames burned the heavens and earth. Lin Feng summoned the 2 heavenly flames, the purple flame earth core fire and the black flame god incinerating fire. Although Demon Lord Xiaoxia was powerful, he was only a remnant soul. Since he was a soul, he would be suppressed by the heavenly flame. Lin Feng didn't use the heavenly flame earlier because Demon Lord Xiaoxia had a complete body. With his strength, the heavenly flame might not be able to hurt him. Moreover, revealing the heavenly flame too early would alert Demon Venerable Xiaoxia. Therefore, Lin Feng had never used the heavenly flame. He was waiting for a rare opportunity, and now, Lin Feng had finally found it. Now that Demon Venerable Xiaoxia wanted to reconstruct his body, this was the best time for the heavenly fire to suppress Demon Venerable Xiaoxia. The heavenly fire burned fiercely, enveloping Demon Venerable Xiaoxia's remnant soul. Chi 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 chi, under the burning of the heavenly fire, Demon Venerable Xiaoxia's remnant soul began to burn. "Heavenly fire, this is heavenly fire." Demon Venerable Xiaoxia roared in disbelief. He knew his current situation too well. If his body hadn't been destroyed by Lin Feng earlier, Demon Venerable Xiaoxia believed that he could still resist the attack of the heavenly flame. But now that his body had been destroyed by Lin Feng, he was at his weakest. Demon Venerable Xiaoxia might be able to resist the damage of the heavenly flame to his soul, but it would be difficult for him to counterattack against Lin Feng. At this moment, he would be suppressed by the heavenly flame. Lin Feng sneered, "That's right. It's the heavenly flame. Demon Venerable Xiaoxia, you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by me today." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng began to condense the great suppression art and suppressed Demon Venerable Xiaoxia. Break! Demon Venerable Xiaoxia was naturally unwilling to be suppressed by Lin Feng just like that. He began to gather his strength to break free from the heavenly flame that was enveloping his soul. But at this moment, Lin Feng's Great Suppression Art had already been successfully condensed. The Great Suppression Art condensed a dense number of runes. Those runes combined to form the word suppress. That word directly suppressed Demon Venerable Xia's remnant soul. Great Suppression Art. Brat, even if you know the Great Suppression Art, you won't be able to suppress me. Demon Venerable Xia roared and struggled madly. He wanted to break free from the Great Suppression Art's suppression. Crack, crack, the word suppress formed by the Great Suppression Art actually started to crack. As expected of a Demon Venerable. Even with only Ilu's remnant soul left, you're still so strong. But no matter how much you struggle today, you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed by me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used a new technique. This time, Lin Feng used the 8 divine seals, the inheritance of the celestial master path. Dense runes condensed and directly bound Demon Venerable Xia. Demon Venerable Xia was sealed by the runes formed by the 8 divine seals. 8 divine seals. You even know the 8 divine seals. That's the inheritance of the celestial master path. Demon Venerable Xia shouted in shock. Under the combined effect of the Great Suppression Art and the 8 divine seals, Demon Venerable Xia found it hard to struggle. Lin Feng looked coldly at Demon Venerable Xia and said, "Demon, you've been suppressed by me. Are you convinced?" Demon Venerable Xia roared, "I'm not convinced. If you weren't wearing a turtle shell, I would have killed you 1,000 times over." Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "Treasures are also a part of one's strength. Don't you understand that? If that's the case, I've really overestimated you." Demon Sovereign Xianxia said coldly, "Brat, with your cultivation, there's no way you can refine me. I'll destroy your seal soon, and you'll die. Let me tell you, I'm not the only one suppressed in the world formed by the Devil Lotus. The heavenly devils are also suppressed. Soon, the world of the Devil Lotus will connect, and the heavenly devils will find you. You'll die then. If you let me out now and swear to be my slave, I'll spare your life. How about it? What do you think? Become your slave?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Demon Venerable Xia laughed loudly and said, "That's right. I can see that your talent is pretty good, and I've decided not to kill you. Instead, I'll take you as my slave. This is the good fortune you've accumulated in your previous life. Quickly release me and swear the oath." Lin Feng looked at Demon Venerable Xia as if he was looking at an idiot. He sneered and said, "Demon Venerable Xia, are you still living in a dream? You're no longer as strong as you were in the Immemorial era. You're just a remnant soul now, and this remnant soul has been suppressed by me. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Once I refine you, my cultivation will increase greatly, and the magic lotus will reopen. I'll have a way to leave then." Lin Feng took out the 4 vicious cauldron. It was very difficult to refine Demon Venerable Xia's remnant soul directly, but Lin Feng could make use of the 4 vicious cauldron to refine Demon Venerable Xia's remnant soul. Lin Feng wrapped Demon Venerable Xia's sealed origin with his magic power and threw it into the 4 vicious cauldron. P.S. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Heavenly fire. Burn. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and summoned the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire enveloped the cauldrons and burned fiercely. The temperature of the cauldrons rose rapidly and the runes on the cauldrons were activated. The scorching temperature and the destructive power emitted by the runes instantly injured Demon Venerable Xia, who was inside the cauldron. Demon Lord Xia couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Brat, even if you refine me, you'll still die a horrible death." Demon Lord Xia cursed. Lin Feng sneered, "I don't know if I'll die a horrible death, but I know that you'll definitely die a horrible death." The heavenly fire became hotter and hotter. Even if Demon Lord Xia only had Ilu's remnant soul, it wouldn't be easy to refine him. Lin Feng spent a long time to decompose Demon Lord Xia's remnant soul. His remnant soul contained a shocking amount of energy, and after devouring it, his cultivation would increase significantly. Soul Search. As Demon Lord Xia's remnant soul was being decomposed, Lin Feng began to use the Soul Search technique, wanting to forcefully search for Demon Lord Xia's 2 powerful sacred arts. The first sacred art was the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor, while the second was the 4-armed sacred Demon Fist. These 2 sacred arts were both Emperor techniques. Of course, it would be great if he could find more information. However, Demon Lord Xianxia was only a remnant soul after all, and most of his memories were already gone. He only remembered a limited amount of information, including some information about the great battle back then, some information about the Heavenly Demon Clan, and a few powerful sacred arts. The three most powerful sacred arts were the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor, and the 4-armed Sacred Demon Fist. Lin Feng had learned the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique a long time ago. This was a sacred art for escaping in the face of death. He memorized the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor and the 4-armed Sacred Demon Fist in his heart. Then, he began to devour the energy and soul energy from Demon Lord Xiaoxia's remnant soul. An unknown amount of time had passed. Lin Feng woke up from his seclusion and revealed a joyful expression. Lin Feng's cultivation base rose from life and death 3rd layer to life and death 5th layer. As for Lin Feng's soul power, it had also received a huge boost, stopping at the 5th level of the rebirth realm. The breakthrough in his cultivation allowed Lin Feng's combat power to increase tremendously. This made Lin Feng very happy. Naturally, Lin Feng quickly adjusted his mood. What was this little bit of cultivation? Now that even divine realm existences had begun to appear, he had to quickly increase his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to protect himself in the future. Samsara Devil Hall, come out. Lin Feng waved his right hand and summoned the Samsara Devil Palace. Right now, the Samsara Devil Hall was already branded with Lin Feng's imprint. Although Lin Feng might not be the true master of the Samsara Devil Hall, he was currently the temporary master of the Samsara Devil Hall. Lin Feng entered the Samsara Devil Hall. There were a total of 9 halls in the Samsara Devil Hall. Previously, Gongziyu had opened a total of 4 halls. As for the remaining 5 halls, Gongziyu had yet to open them. He had no idea what was hidden in the other 5 halls. Since Gongziyu could comprehend the first part of the Great Art of Reincarnation and the Emperor Art Myriad Demon Reincarnation Fist in the first 4 halls, the other 5 halls would be even more terrifying. The next 5 palaces would be even more incredible, but Lin Feng couldn't open them for the time being. After all, even with Gongziyu's terrifying strength, he couldn't open the remaining 5 halls, let alone Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the profoundness within the Samsara Devil Hall. With the 9-colored illusory stone in his hand, Lin Feng entered a profound state of enlightenment. Cultivation was endless. It was unknown how much time had passed. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound rang out. Lin Feng, who was cultivating in seclusion, was jolted awake. Could it be that the magic lotus world is about to open again? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The reason the magic lotus devoured so many cultivators was to allow the heaven devil experts suppressed in the magic lotus world to devour the flesh and blood of those cultivators to recover some of their strength. Once those heaven devils recovered to a certain extent, the magic lotus world would open again. Lin Feng flew out of the Samsara Devil Hall and kept it in his mind. Then, Lin Feng stood in the forest and looked towards the sky. He saw a huge whirlpool forming in the sky. The space around the whirlpool started to distort. A pitch-black world gate suddenly appeared in the middle of the whirlpool. The world gate was slowly opening. Transformation art. Lin Feng transformed into Demon Lord Xiaoxia's appearance and flew towards the world gate. When he flew out of the world gate, he appeared in another space. There were already more than 10 heaven devils here. Lin Feng was shocked. The surviving Devamara were all terrifying. Lin Feng had the impression that some Devamara were 1,000 times stronger than Xiaoxia, maybe even 10,000 times stronger. This was extremely terrifying. My lord. Lin Feng followed the other heaven devils and bowed to a tall and sturdy heaven devil. He was doing his best to conceal his aura, trying to deceive everyone. 380 million heaven devils, only a dozen of you are left. The tall and sturdy heaven devil had an extremely gloomy expression. The others did not dare to speak. Come with me to see the young master. The tall and sturdy heaven devil said. Yes, my lord. All the heavenly demons answered. Eh? Why is there a human among you? Suddenly, the tall and sturdy heaven devil looked at Lin Feng. Demon Lord Xiaoxia was killed by you? You devoured Demon Sovereign Xiaoxia? The tall and sturdy heaven devil narrowed his eyes. The other heaven devils all looked at Lin Feng. Oh no, I've been discovered. Lin Feng's face turned pale. Demon Lord Hao Jia, I'll leave this person to you, said the tall and sturdy heaven devil. Yes, my lord. A tall and sturdy heaven devil stepped forward. Come, let's go see the young master. The tall and sturdy heaven devil waved his right hand. Demonic chi surged out and enveloped the others. They left the space. When Lin Feng saw the other heaven devils leave, he let out a long sigh of relief. Clearly, these heaven devils were extremely conceited. They believed that they didn't need to mobilize too many people to deal with someone as insignificant as Lin Feng. Not bad, kid. You actually managed to kill Demon Lord Hao Xia. Demon Lord Hao Jia licked his scarlet tongue and smiled viciously at Lin Feng. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Demon Lord Hao Jia attacked. He charged at Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Million Demons Imperial Pilgrimage. As expected, the Demon Master of Vast Worlds was terrifying. He could destroy the sky and the earth with one punch. Terrifying fist force surrounded Lin Feng and bombarded him. Quasi-God. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Demon Lord Hao Jia's strength was close to that of a god. The quasi-god realm was infinitely close to the god realm. Experts at this level couldn't become a true god because they hadn't condensed a godly law. However, the quasi-god realm wasn't much weaker than a true god realm expert. Lin Feng was now at the 5th layer of the life and death realm, 2 major realms and 15 minor realms away from the quasi-god realm. This gap was too great. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Feng's battle prowess was, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight against the vast domain archdevil. The most frightening thing was that vast domain demon venerable should be the weakest among these heavenly devils. The other heavenly devils were definitely stronger than vast domain demon venerable. Those heavenly devils were all in the god realm. With so many god realm heavenly demons, this force was too terrifying. It was enough to sweep through the martial sky continent. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't think that far ahead. The most important thing now was to block the vast domain archdevil's powerful attacks. Lin Feng felt a great threat from the myriad demon imperial fist. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly took out the death god armor. After putting on the death god armor, Lin Feng felt much more at ease. Although he wasn't a match for the vast domain archdevil, it would be extremely difficult for the archdevil to kill him with the death god armor. If Lin Feng had attacked the demon of vast territory, he would have been severely injured. Therefore, treasures were extremely important for cultivators. If a cultivator had a powerful treasure, they could turn the tide of a battle and defeat a strong cultivator. 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor. Lin Feng used the Emperor art of the heavenly demons. He leaped out, his body turning into a sharp sword as he slashed at the vast domain archdevil. Bang, the two sides collided. The vast domain archdevil's attack landed on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's attack also landed on the vast domain archdevil's body. The vast domain archdevil made Lin Feng spit out blood. Lin Feng also broke the vast domain archdevil's bones, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Fuck. Death God armor. Isn't that our young master's treasure? When vast domain demon venerable saw the death god armor covering Lin Feng's body, his expression immediately became extremely gloomy. Although his strength was close to the divine realm, Lin Feng's own strength was tyrannical enough. Wearing the divine artifact armor and activating it, the defensive power was extremely amazing. It was no problem for him to dissolve most of his attacks. Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through by 2 levels. He had also learned the first part of the Great Reincarnation Art and the 3 Emperor Arts. His cultivation had increased by dozens of times. He was much stronger than when he fought against Demon Marshal Hao Xia. His control over the Death God armor was also incomparable to before. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he said, "So the young master you were talking about is Gongziyu." The Death God armor and Death God hammer were the 2 divine artifacts that Gongziyu had bestowed upon the Devil King of Hell. You know our young master? Vast Domain Demon Venerable looked at Lin Feng in shock. Of course I know him. Your young master was almost killed. Why aren't you helping him? Lin Feng curled his lips. Vast Domain Demon Venerable sneered. Impossible. Our young master is a direct descendant of the great emperor. He has the strongest heavenly demon royal bloodline. How could he lose to someone else? Lin Feng sneered. Haven't you heard of the saying, there's always someone better than you? I'll kill you first, then go out and see what's going on. Das Domain Demon Venerable sneered and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. This time, he used the four-armed Holy Demon Fist. This Emperor Art could penetrate the defense of the Death God armor and directly attack Lin Feng. It would cause great damage to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw Das Domain Demon Venerable use the four-armed Holy Demon Fist, he began to step on the world and use void travel to constantly change his position. For a moment, Das Domain Demon Venerable couldn't lock onto Lin Feng's figure. This made his expression extremely unsightly. At this moment, Lin Feng said, "Your Emperor Art can indeed cause great damage to me, but I saw Vast Evil Demon Venerable use it before. It won't be so easy for you to use it against me now. Coward." Das Domain Demon Venerable saw Lin Feng constantly dodging his attacks and couldn't help but curse. Lin Feng curled his lips. "You have the nerve to call me a coward. Grandson, you're using your near-godly cultivation to deal with a junior in the life and death realm. Do you have any shame? You're a disgrace to the Heavenly Demon clan." Hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Das Domain Demon Venerable's expression became even more unsightly. "Die, brat." Das Domain Demon Venerable attacked with 36 punches in a row. However, Lin Feng dodged them all. The four-armed Holy Demon Fist's power was rapidly weakening. At this moment, Lin Feng launched a counterattack. Archaic Dragonesque Elephant Art. Saint Force Blessing, Lin Feng shouted. In the sky, the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Force Blessing entered Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's battle strength soared again. He rushed towards Das Domain Demon Venerable and started fighting in close range. Just in time. Das Domain Demon Venerable sneered and swung his right fist towards Lin Feng. Bang bang bang, the two of them collided with each other with their fists. It was a desperate attack. You punch, followed by my punch. Lin Feng didn't know how many of his bones were broken. Das Domain Demon Venerable's situation wasn't much better than Lin Feng's. In the end, the two of them retreated and coughed up blood. If it weren't for your turtle shell, I would have already torn you to pieces. Das Domain Demon Venerable's expression was gloomy. You think too highly of yourself. If you have the ability, you can also use a treasure. Lin Feng sneered. You stay here for now. Das Domain Demon Venerable coldly glanced at Lin Feng, then he tore the space and disappeared without a trace. Das Domain Demon Venerable left the space, and he wanted to trap Lin Feng here. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. He could deal with Lin Feng at any time, but once he was trapped here, he would almost certainly die. Especially when Gongziyu arrived and saw Lin Feng, who knew how he would torture Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had already memorized the coordinates of the space where Vast Domain Demon Venerable left. Every space had an exit, and these were the so-called coordinates. Once you found the coordinates, you could leave. It might be difficult for ordinary people to find the coordinates, but for Lin Feng, it was too easy. He was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. If he couldn't even find the coordinates, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. After Vast Domain Demon Venerable left, Lin Feng found the coordinates and successfully left this space. As soon as Vast Domain Demon Venerable came out, Lin Feng followed closely behind. Why did you come out too? Vast Domain Demon Venerable was shocked. He shouted angrily and charged at Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides fought again, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. In the distant sky, there was a great battle. Gongziyu and the leader of the heavenly demons were attacking the mysterious old man who had defeated Gongziyu. Morong Tianxian and the others were also fighting with a group of heavenly demons. The battle was extremely fierce. The heavenly demons were too powerful. Numerous cultivator corpses fell from the sky. Many people died tragically. The heavenly demons devoured the flesh and soul of the dead cultivators. As they devoured the flesh and soul of the cultivators, the heavenly demon's strength rapidly recovered. After this battle lasted for more than an hour, everyone chose to retreat. These heavenly demons were simply impossible to resist. They were too terrifying. Lin Feng got rid of vast domain demon Venerable and quickly left. Now that the heavenly demons had appeared, the Tianwu continent would fall into chaos. The news of the heavenly demons' appearance quickly spread throughout the central plains. Most of the cultivators who entered the land of sealed demons had already fallen. Only a small number of cultivators were lucky enough to escape from the land of sealed demons. Shortly after, the heavenly demons in the land of sealed demons stepped out of the land of sealed demons. When the demon race living underground heard the news of the heavenly demons appearing, a large number of them came out to join the heavenly demons. In addition to the demon race, there were many evil demon forces and even many so-called righteous sects that joined the heavenly demons. These organizations that joined the heavenly demons formed an army that was called the Demon Slave Army. It meant that the heavenly demon slave army had launched a large-scale war. Ancient cities and powers in the central plains had been destroyed. Rivers of blood flowed throughout the central continent. By the time Lin Feng arrived at Qilin Mountain, the large organizations that had surrounded the fire Qilin had already retreated. Now that the central continent was in chaos, how could the experts still care about the fire Qilin? They had all returned to their sects or clans to attend emergency meetings. When he saw that the fire Qilin was fine, Lin Feng finally relaxed. He took out the origin Dao fruit and had the fire Qilin eat it. The fire Qilin was shocked when it saw the fruit. It hadn't expected Lin Feng to actually find it. The fire Qilin didn't dare waste any time. After eating the origin Dao fruit, it quickly recovered from its injuries. In the end, the fire Qilin's core was completely healed. What's going on outside? Why have all the cultivators from the large organizations retreated? The fire Qilin asked suspiciously. Lin Feng replied, the magic lotus has appeared in the land of sealed demons. The powerful heavenly demons that were once suppressed by the gods have broken free of their suppression. They've gathered countless experts and formed an army. They're wreaking havoc in the central continent, and many organizations have been destroyed. Heavenly demons. The fire Qilin's voice trembled. Heavenly demons were too terrifying. Every time they invaded, they would cause great chaos. Rivers of blood would flow, and corpses would be strewn everywhere. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he said, the situation is extremely tense. I need to return to the Spirit Formation Master Temple. The fire Qilin nodded. I also need to go to the gathering places of the demonic beasts. Lin Feng parted ways with the fire Qilin. When he returned to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, he heard a lot of news. The Demon Slave Legion was invincible. Many forces had been destroyed, and even some immemorial forces had been annihilated. The Demon Slave Legion was burning, killing, and looting everywhere. Those forces that had sided with the heavenly demons wanted nothing more than to make a fortune from the war. They could destroy one force after another in a large-scale battle and plunder all the wealth that those forces had accumulated over countless years. This was the cruel world of cultivators. Therefore, when the heavenly demon was born, so many forces would submit to the heavenly demons. Were they really loyal to the heavenly demons? Of course not. They just wanted to rely on a big tree and then plunder countless riches. To satisfy their greed. Of course, it wasn't easy to annihilate an ancient force. However, if those godly realm heavenly demons were to take action, annihilating an ancient force wouldn't be a difficult task. 2. It was a pity. When Lin Feng returned to the Spirit Formation Master Temple, the Spirit Formation Master Temple was attacked by the Demon Slave Army. In the end, the 4 ancestors came out of seclusion and defeated the Demon Slave Army. However, the Spirit Formation Master Temple suffered heavy losses. One day, someone from the Spirit Formation Master Temple came to deliver a letter. The Spirit Formation Master Temple summoned all the major forces of the Central Plains for an emergency meeting. Lin Feng followed the 2 ancestors to the Spirit Formation Master Temple. Many top forces of the Central Plains had arrived. They gathered to discuss how to deal with the Demon Slave Army. Morongshan said, the Demon Slave Army. They are all deities. They have the magic lotus and the 9 demons painting. They are very powerful. We must take out a few imperial weapons. We can use the Jiang family's god-beating whip. We can use the Spirit Formation Tablet. We can use the Great Zhou Empire's Yellow Lion Axe. The Jiang family, the Spirit Formation Master Temple, and the Great Zhou Empire decided to use their imperial weapons. Countless top forces of the Central Plains gathered on the famous Demon Burial Plain. They were about to fight against the Demon Slave Army led by the Demon Slave Army. On the Demon Slave Army's side, the Magic Lotus was floating in the sky. On top of the Magic Lotus, there were more than 10 demon slaves. The Demon Slave Army's leader was Gong Ziyu. On the Central Plains side, there was a mysterious old man. Lin Feng asked around and found out that the mysterious old man was called Jiang Huan. He was the ancestor of the Jiang family. He was also one of the protectors of the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng was shocked. The Jiang family actually had such a strong cultivator. It was too terrifying. It was no wonder that the Jiang family's position in the Tianwu continent was so extraordinary. An old cultivator said, "The Tianwu continent still has a few protectors, but these protectors will never be able to leave the Tianwu continent." "Why is that?" Lin Feng asked. "They are protecting the Immemorial Divine Pact. They will obtain an unimaginably long lifespan, but they will remain in the Tianwu continent for the rest of their lives until they are killed or die of old age," the old cultivator said. In the distance, a strong cultivator arrived. It was an old farmer. There was also a destitute old cultivator. "It's him. Zhang Jiushi." Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng didn't know the destitute old farmer, but he knew Zhang Jiushi. However, he recognized Zhang Jiushi. Back then, Zhang Jiushi had appeared outside the Godfall cliff. It was rumored that he had buried time and was sleeping in the depths of eternity. He would only come out once every 10,000 years. Only now did Lin Feng know that Zhang Jiushi was one of the protectors of the Tianwu continent. "Jiang Huan, Zhang Jiushi, Yan Cheng," muttered the old cultivator. He had obviously heard of the protectors of the Tianwu continent. The higher-ups of the top powers all bowed to the three protectors. The protectors of the Tianwu continent would only appear when the Tianwu continent was in great danger. Obviously, the appearance of the celestial devil emperor's son, Gong Ziyu, and more than 10 celestial devils was enough to threaten the Tianwu continent. The chaos of the Middle Ages had been caused by the celestial devils. At that time, rivers of blood had flowed. It was as if the events of the past had just happened yesterday. This was the first time Lin Feng knew about the protectors. Before this, he hadn't known about them. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who didn't know about them. Many ancient powers didn't even know about them. Only the top powers knew about them. "The three of you are protecting the Immemorial Divine Pact. The matters of the Tianwu continent have nothing to do with you." Gong Ziyu looked indifferent. The old farmer looked indifferent. "We were born and raised here. Naturally, we have to protect the Tianwu continent. Take your people and leave quickly." "Ha ha ha." Gong Ziyu suddenly burst into laughter. He coldly looked at the three protectors and said, "According to my father, the Tianwu continent was originally the center of the 9 provinces Great World, and the 9 provinces Great World was the starting point of the myriad worlds. The Tianwu continent hides the greatest secret of the myriad worlds. I'd like to know what the secret of the Tianwu continent is." Many people's expressions changed when they heard Gong Ziyu's words. Even Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't thought that the Tianwu continent would have such a unique position in the myriad worlds. The word starting point was very special. The reason why the 9 provinces world was the starting point of the myriad realms was that in the beginning, the myriad realms were in chaos, and the innate divine spirits, such as Pangu and Nuwa, were born on a single planet. That planet was the 9 provinces Great World. Later, Pangu split the heavens and earth apart, giving birth to all living things. The 9 provinces Great World gradually split up and floated to different parts of the universe, forming new planets. As time passed, the planets evolved into star regions. In the end, they formed a boundless universe. The 9 provinces Great World was the origin of life. That was why it was called the starting point of the universe. As the center of the 9 provinces Great World, it was normal for the Martial Sky continent to have some shocking secrets. However, no one knew what those secrets were. Perhaps it was related to the Immemorial Divine Pact, but it wasn't something ordinary people could know. The Martial Heaven continent's secrets aren't something you can touch upon. It's also not something you can learn. Gong Ziyu's expression was indifferent. "If I want to know, I'll definitely know." Such a huge secret must be in my hands. What are you waiting for? Attack. Kill. Instantly, a deafening battle cry resounded. The demon slave army charged over from afar. Kill. The cultivator army also roared and charged at the demon slave army. Originally, there might have been conflicts between many factions, but now, facing the threat of the celestial demons, they could temporarily put aside their grudges. If they couldn't stop the celestial demons, their sects would definitely be destroyed. Pfft. Instantly, the army became embroiled in a chaotic battle. The sounds of flesh being torn apart rang out one after another as cultivators were killed. Like wheat being cut down, the cultivators fell to the ground in droves. Imperial weapons. Jiang Huan shouted in a deep voice. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 3 terrifying auras filled the air. The Jiang family's god-striking whip. The Martial Spirit Hall's Martial Spirit Tablet. The Great Zhou Empire's Huang'an axe. These 3 supreme treasures were all summoned. Jiang Huan wielded the god-striking whip, Zhang Jiushi wielded the Martial Spirit Tablet, and the old farmer wielded the Huang'an axe. They charged at Gong Ziyu and the others. He actually brought out 3 emperor weapons. You should have one, but the Celestial Devil Clan's holy item, the Magic Lotus, is here. Even if you take out 10 great imperial weapons, it's useless. Gong Ziyu was obviously very confident in the Magic Lotus. Boom, the Magic Lotus emitted a terrifying aura and rushed towards the 3 guardians. Bang! The attacks from both sides collided. The void collapsed, heaven and earth shattered, and the earth sank. The collision between the Magic Lotus and the Monarch weapon was too terrifying. At the same time, the battle below was getting more and more intense. Although the battle hadn't been going on for a long time, millions of corpses had already been laid on the ground. Blood flowed like rivers. It was truly too tragic. Die, brat. A Rebirth Realm expert shouted coldly as he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Shui Luanfa. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this person. It was Shui Luanfa of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. This person was also present when Lin Feng and Shui Xianxia fought to the death. Shui Xianxia had been killed by Lin Feng, and this person had wanted to kill him back then. Fortunately, Demon Monarch Lan Ling had blocked him. Lin Feng didn't expect to meet Shui Luanfa here. Moreover, Shui Luanfa had taken the initiative to attack him. Bang! Lin Feng reacted quickly and sent a palm strike towards Shui Luanfa. The 2 of them collided fiercely. Lin Feng had acted hastily, so he was sent flying dozens of meters away by Shui Luanfa. Brat, you won't be able to escape today. Shui Luanfa's face was filled with killing intent as he rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, Shui Luanfa, your heaven-devouring demonic toad clan has sided with the heavenly demons? That's right. We can only strengthen ourselves by following the heavenly demons. In just a few months, our heaven-devouring demonic toad clan has obtained 3 times more wealth than we have accumulated over countless years. With the support of the heavenly demons, we will soon become the supreme overlord of the Tianwu continent. Shui Luanfa laughed complacently. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, and his voice was filled with cold killing intent. The heavenly demons invaded the Tianwu continent and killed the innocent. Blood flowed like rivers. This is our homeland. Every inch of land is filled with blood. How can we allow the heavenly demons to invade our homeland? It's fine if you don't defend against the heavenly demons, but you actually help them kill the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. Don't you feel guilty? Shui Luanfa sneered. So what if I feel guilty? The most important thing is that I can obtain tangible benefits. You're heartless. Today, I'll kill you. Lin Feng shouted angrily and attacked Shui Luanfa. Junior. You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of me. Die. Shui Luanfa laughed sinisterly and stepped forward. He used the godly fist of destruction to attack Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing Shui Luanfa's attack, Lin Feng used the 9 slashes of the Devil Sovereign. It turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed towards Shui Luanfa. Bang! When the two sides collided, Lin Feng's Emperor technique revealed its terrifying power. Shui Luanfa was forced to retreat. How did you become so strong? Shui Luanfa looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Go ask the King of Hell. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he continued attacking Shui Luanfa. Brat, it's too early to be proud. I'm at the 6th rebirth layer. Do you think I can't kill you? Shui Luanfa sneered. Suddenly, black fog gushed out of his body. An illusory figure of a demon god appeared behind him. Demon god demon rending slash. As soon as Shui Luanfa finished speaking, the phantom of a demon god appeared and collided with Lin Feng. Shui Luanfa's divine ability was extremely powerful. It was able to suppress Lin Feng's 9 slashes of the Devil Sovereign. Archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Holy Force. Lin Feng was multitasking. After using the Holy Force, Lin Feng's battle prowess increased greatly. He instantly destroyed the phantom of a demon god and arrived in front of Shui Luanfa. He threw a punch at Shui Luanfa. Shui Luanfa was stupefied. He could sense how terrifying Lin Feng's attack was. His facial expression suddenly changed, he turned around and retreated. It's too late to dodge. Shui Luanfa, die! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. He threw a punch at Shui Luanfa. Bang! Half of Shui Luanfa's body exploded from Lin Feng's attack. He was almost fatally injured. Brat, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Shui Luanfa looked miserable. He hadn't thought that he would die at Lin Feng's hands. Knowing that he couldn't escape death, Shui Luanfa went crazy and his body exploded. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He hastily retreated, but he was still blown away by the shockwave. Lin Feng couldn't help but cough up blood. His face was extremely pale. If he hadn't retreated in time, Shui Luanfa's explosion would have killed him. Swish! Suddenly, at the moment when Lin Feng was blown away by Shui Luanfa's explosion, a cultivator wearing black clothes appeared behind Lin Feng. His face was covered by a veil and he was wearing black clothes. The black-cloaked cultivator was holding a cold sword. His right hand shook slightly, and the cold sword slashed at Lin Feng's neck. The black-cloaked cultivator wanted to cut off Lin Feng's head. The person who attacked was extremely extraordinary. He grasped the timing of the attack perfectly. This was the moment when Lin Feng was at his weakest. It was also the best time to kill Lin Feng. Feeling the cold chill coming from behind, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Someone was actually sneak attacking him, and he was unable to detect the other party's existence. The other party's concealment method was really terrifying. The black-cloaked person's eyes revealed a trace of pride. Obviously, he thought that Lin Feng would definitely die under his attack. Heaven patching technique. But at this time, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. His body instantly moved half a meter forward, dodging the black-cloaked cultivator's attack. How is this possible? The black-cloaked cultivator's face was full of disbelief. So it's the 9 Netherworld assassin. You're really haunting me. Die for me. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. His eyes flashed with a dense killing intent. The 9 Netherworld assassin had tried to assassinate him more than once, but they were still haunting him. This made Lin Feng very angry. He quickly rushed forward and swept a fist towards the 9 Netherworld assassin who tried to sneak attack him. The 9 Netherworld assassin felt the power of Lin Feng's fist and couldn't help but be shocked. He wanted to quickly retreat to avoid Lin Feng's attack. But it was too late, Lin Feng's powerful fist smashed into the 9 Netherworld assassin's chest. Kacha! Kacha! The 9 Netherworld assassin's chest instantly caved in. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The blood he vomited was mixed with broken internal organs. It was obvious that he wouldn't be able to survive. Swish, 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 swish. At the same time that Lin Feng killed the 9 Netherworld assassin with a punch, another 9 Netherworld assassin holding a cold sword appeared above, behind, to the left, and to the right of him. These 4 assassins attacked Lin Feng at the same time. It was completely a move of fighting with one's life. It was as if these people didn't care about their lives at all. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Obviously, these 4-9 Netherworld assassins were sure that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to block their attacks at the same time. Humph, Lin Feng sneered. When the 4-9 Nether assassins were about 1 meter away from him, Lin Feng successfully activated his confinement magnetic field. A powerful imprisoning force instantly enveloped the 4-9 Nether assassins. Not good. When the 4-9 Nether assassins realized that their bodies had been restrained and they couldn't move, their expressions changed abruptly. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand. 4 consecutive strikes, 4 streams of sword chi slashed out. Puff. 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 Tearing sounds rang out as the 4-9 Underworld's assassins were directly killed by Lin Feng. Then, the corpse fell to the ground. In another direction, more than a dozen 9 Nether assassins looked over. Why is there another group of 9 Underworld's assassins? One of the assassins frowned. It's very likely that someone assigned another mission to assassinate Lin Feng, so the Hall of Assassins sent new assassins. Who would have thought that they would all die in his hands? This Lin Feng is too strong. We're not his match. Now, we'll split up. Ning Hanshuang, you find a chance to get close to him. No matter what price you have to pay, as long as you can kill him, you'll have made a great contribution. As for me, I'll return to the Assassin Dynasty's headquarters and report the latest news about Lin Feng to the higher-ups. The leader of the 9 Nether assassins said. Yes. Ning Hanshuang replied. Then, the 9 Nether assassins quickly left. Now that the Heavenly Devil has appeared, Lin Feng, I know that you'll definitely return to the Waste region. I'll be there waiting for you. Ning Hanshuang looked deeply at Lin Feng and didn't stay any longer. He hurriedly left this place. After killing the 5 assassins, Lin Feng was attacked by a group of subterranean devils. He fought with a group of subterranean devils, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Lin Feng's feet were covered in corpses, and his body was covered in wounds. This battle caused heavy casualties to the Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Slave Army. There were countless casualties. The 3 protectors wielding imperial weapons fought against Gongziyu and more than 10 heavenly devils. Gongziyu and the others borrowed the power of the magic lotus and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The corpses in the center of the battle were piled up like mountains. Gongziyu led the Demon Slave Army to retreat. The Cultivator Alliance didn't chase after them because the casualties were too heavy. The Heavenly Devils led by Gongziyu occupied a large number of cities. They were temporarily recuperating, but it was obvious that they were still accumulating strength. Many large factions in the central prefecture also needed to recuperate. At the same time, they contacted the top factions in other prefectures. Only by joining forces would they be able to annihilate the Heavenly Devils. Looking at the sea of corpses in front of him, Lin Feng felt an indescribable sadness and uncontrollable anger. Too many people had died, and these dead cultivators were all killed by the Demon Slave Army. Gongziyu and the others were stopped by the 3 protectors wielding imperial weapons. They didn't even have the chance to kill the Cultivator Alliance. These people who surrendered to the Heavenly Devils deserve to be killed. Many people roared angrily, and their hearts were filled with grievances. If no one surrendered to the Heavenly Devils, a mere dozen Heavenly Devils wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble no matter how strong they were. However, the world of cultivators never lacked people who only cared about profit. As long as there were benefits to be gained, they could even betray 18 generations of their ancestors. Lin Feng sighed. This was the first time he saw so many dead cultivators, and he felt extremely depressed. Where was the home when the country fell? This sentence was actually very suitable for the current situation. If the Tianwu continent really fell, at that time, his family, friends, lovers, they would all die tragically in this calamity. Although Lin Feng's clansmen had been captured by that mysterious hand, Lin Feng still had many friends in the Tianwu continent and the woman he loved. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the Tianwu continent fell. Those friends, and his woman, how many of them would die tragically in this calamity? Lin Feng greeted the 2 ancestors, then sat on the spatial wormhole to the 72 prefectures in the north. Lin Feng was very worried that there would be danger there. This time, Lin Feng didn't go alone. He brought Vice Leader Tan Chu Duan, Vice Leader Wang Yangzi, and over 100 great elders. If something really happened, so many people would be able to deal with it. After spending half a year without stopping on the road, Lin Feng finally returned to the desolate region. After returning, he went straight to the Blue Cloud sect. The 72 prefectures in the north hadn't been affected yet, and the Blue Cloud sect was very peaceful. However, Lin Feng felt extremely uneasy. He asked Tan Chuduan to bring a group of people to the divine prefecture of the eastern county to look for Dugu Wutian. He asked Dugu Wutian to gather all the forces in the divine prefecture of the eastern county to prevent unpredictable things from happening. At the same time, after Tan Chuduan and the other experts arrived, they would be able to protect Shangguan Fair. The Blue Cloud sect was still filled with laughter because only the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect knew about the birth of the heavenly demon. In fact, it wasn't just the Blue Cloud sect. Many other powers had tried their best to block the news of the heavenly demon's birth to avoid causing chaos. After Lin Feng returned, everyone held a welcome party for Lin Feng. Everyone laughed happily at the party. Everyone drank wine and sang together. Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, and Lu Mengyan hadn't been nourished in a long time. Thus, they looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of affection and temptation. At night, it was inevitable that they would be tormented. First, Shi Weizhu fainted after flying into the clouds. Later in the night, Lin Feng went to sleep with Bai Ying and Lu Mengyan. The two of them were more relaxed than Shi Weizhu, so Lin Feng also enjoyed the beauty of a dragon playing with two phoenixes. The next day, Lin Feng rushed to Heaven Mending Peak to see Peak Master Yu Budian. The two of them sat cross-legged in front of the dilapidated hall, and tea was boiling on the stove in front of them. The faint fragrance of tea wafted out. The 72 prefectures in the north are too far away from the central continent. When the news came, it was most likely different from the real situation. What's the situation in the central continent? Yu Budian asked. Lin Feng said, this matter might be even more serious than the news that came. Yu Butian's expression became slightly serious, and he couldn't help but say, tell me the details. Lin Feng said, the Heavenly Demon clan has about a dozen heavenly demons alive. The leader is called Gongzi Yu, and he seems to be the son of a heavenly demon emperor. His bloodline is abnormally powerful, and his strength is terrifying. Of the other dozen or so heavenly demons, only one is at the quasi-god realm. The others are all at the deity realm, and the most terrifying thing is that as these heavenly demons continue to devour the flesh and soul of cultivators, their strength will gradually recover. Yu Butian nodded and said, the heavenly devils indeed love to devour the flesh and soul of cultivators. During the Middle Ages, when the heavenly devils invaded, some provinces even became uninhabited. Billions of cultivators and even ordinary people were devoured by the heavenly devils. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Those Devamara were terrifying. If the Tianwu continent fell, those Devamara would probably swallow all the living things in order to recover their strength. At that time, perhaps the martial heaven continent would become a living hell. All the cultivators on the continent had died tragically. It was not impossible for such a situation to occur. Instead, it was very likely to appear. In the outer realm, many planets had been invaded by the heavenly demons. Then, the living beings on the planets were devoured by the heavenly demons. The originally prosperous planets eventually turned into planets of death. There were no signs of life, and only wandering ghosts were left. Lin Feng said, Senior. I remember that a devil fetus was dug out from the bottom of the ancient barbarian mining area a few years ago. Back then, the experts of the evil demon faction even besieged the ancient barbarian mining area because of the devil fetus. How is the devil fetus now? Pei Budian replied, the 5 patriarchs have been refining it this entire time. Pei Budian frowned. Do you think something will happen to the devil fetus? What kind of devil fetus is it? Senior, have you seen it before? Asked Lin Feng. Pei Budian shook his head. I don't know. The 5 patriarchs have never allowed anyone to see the devil fetus. Furthermore, the patriarchs have been in seclusion this entire time. Aside from the 5 patriarchs, no one else knows what's happening to the devil fetus. Lin Feng said, the devil fetus makes me feel uneasy, especially at a time like this. Can you call for a meeting with the higher-ups? Open up a minor world and summon the patriarchs who are in seclusion. Then, quickly get rid of the devil fetus. It would be best if they could kill it, but if they couldn't, they should quickly get rid of this hot potato. Pei Budian said, I'll go see the two vice sect masters tomorrow. The Blue Cloud sect's sect master had left the sect for over 300 years and had never returned. Thus, many things were left to the two vice sect masters to manage. Lin Feng nodded. After staying with Pei Budian for a while, he left. His appearance at Heaven Mending Peak caused a huge commotion. Great Elder Xianxia invited Lin Feng to give some pointers to the Heaven Mending Peak disciples, and Lin Feng agreed. When the Heaven Mending Peak disciples learned that Lin Feng was coming to give pointers, they were extremely excited. Who didn't know Lin Feng's name? Who didn't know him? He was a paragon genius whose name shook the 3,000 continents, and he could even fight against Rebirth Realm experts. More than 3,000 Heaven Mending Peak disciples gathered in the plaza. Lin Feng was giving a lecture here. Not only were all the Heaven Mending Peak disciples present, but the disciples from the other peaks, including many inner disciples and core disciples, had also rushed over when they heard the news. Of course, other than these disciples, many deacons and elders had also come to listen to Lin Feng's lecture. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces, such as Sikong Mo, Yu Zige, and the others. When they first joined the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard had a conflict with them. But now, many years had passed. Lin Feng had already forgotten about that small conflict. As for Sikong Mo, Yu Zige, and the others, they naturally didn't have any hatred for Lin Feng. Instead, they were filled with reverence. Now, they knew that being able to listen to Lin Feng's lecture was a huge opportunity. In less than 10 years, Lin Feng had risen like a comet, becoming the focus of attention in the Sky Martial continent. This had also deeply motivated countless disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. That was why the Blue Cloud sect had such a good cultivation atmosphere now. Lin Feng lectured for a total of 4 hours. During Lin Feng's lecture, the sound of the Tao rang out, and flowers fell from the sky. This shocked everyone, because Lin Feng's lecture actually resonated with the Great Tao. The reason why this happened was because the content of Lin Feng's lecture directly pointed to the core of the Great Tao's origin. Many people were enlightened after listening. Many people even completed their breakthroughs while listening to the lecture. After the lecture ended, everyone still wanted to continue. Vice Sect Master Zhu Yudi personally came, wanting to invite Lin Feng to give another lecture. Lin Feng agreed, and would give another lecture half a month later. This matter caused a huge commotion in the sect. Countless people rushed to spread the news, all looking forward to Lin Feng's next lecture. Lin Feng was very happy to see that the Blue Cloud sect had such a learning and cultivation atmosphere. In the long run, the Blue Cloud sect's strength would definitely continue to grow. The next day, Yu Budian, the two vice sect masters, many peak masters, and more than a dozen great elders discussed how to deal with the devil fetus. The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect also had a headache because the devil fetus was now controlled by the 5 supreme elders. The 5 supreme elders were their elders, and there were many things that they could not disobey. Lin Feng also participated in this meeting. He said, the devil fetus must be dealt with. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause a disaster. I know that many people here are descendants of the 5 great ancestors. It's not convenient to talk about this matter, so let me be the bad guy. Since you insist on meeting the 5 great ancestors, Lin Feng, we have no objections. However, I hope that when the time comes to discuss this matter with the 5 great ancestors, you can be more calm, another vice sect master, Xianxia, said. Everyone, don't worry. I know what to do. Lin Feng nodded. Without further ado, the group of people hurriedly flew towards the small world in a flash. In the depths of the small world in a cave, the 5 great ancestors sat cross-legged in the void. In the middle of the 5 great ancestors, the magic lotus was suspended in midair. If Lin Feng saw the magic lotus, he would definitely be extremely shocked, because the magic lotus was exactly the same as the one that had appeared in the central continent. Keek keek. You 5 old fogies still want to suppress me? You can't suppress me. A sinister voice came from the magic lotus. Inside the magic lotus was a demon fetus. The magic lotus of the heavenly demon clan was very strange. Not only could it create a world of the magic lotus, but it also had powerful offensive and defensive abilities. It could even give birth to life. In the Heavenly Demon clan, there were two types of Heavenly Demon Emperors. The first type was cultivated postnatally, and the second type was called the innate monarch fetus. They were born from the magic lotus. Once a demon fetus born from the magic lotus cultivated to the demon emperor realm, its strength would be much stronger than a postnatally cultivated great emperor. Lin Feng knew that the Blue Cloud sect had a demon fetus, but he didn't know that it was born from the magic lotus. Humph, we're not suppressing you, we're refining you. You've been refined for almost 10 years, so it's time to refine you. One of the great ancestors sneered. Haha, with just the 5 of you? Do you know what's the saddest thing about you? It's greed. You want to refine me with your weak cultivation? You're overestimating yourselves. The demon fetus sneered. Don't waste your breath on it. Let's refine it today. The second great ancestor said. Okay. The other 4 great ancestors answered. Then, the 5 great ancestors changed their hand seals and sent them into the magic lotus. They wanted to refine the demon fetus, but it wasn't that simple. Refining the demon fetus was not an easy task. The demon fetus roared, "It's futile. You can't refine me at all. Instead, you'll be devoured by me." Boom, a terrifying aura surged out from the magic lotus, and the demonic chi began to suppress the 5 great ancestors. Blue Sky Seal. The 5 ancestors took out the Blue Cloud sect's treasure, the Blue Sky Seal, to suppress the magic lotus. This time, the magic lotus was once again suppressed. The demonic energy began to recede, and the devil fetus inside the magic lotus couldn't help but roar in anger. The eyes of the 5 patriarchs lit up. They saw hope in refining the devil fetus. Swish! At this moment, a figure passed through the restriction outside and entered the cave. Huangfu Qingtian, why are you here without any summons? One of the ancestors looked at Huangfu Qingtian, and his face suddenly sank. He couldn't help but shout coldly. Huangfu Qingtian bowed to the 5 ancestors and said, I heard that the 5 ancestors are refining a devil fetus, and I have a treasure that can help the 5 ancestors suppress the devil fetus. Therefore, I came uninvited to present this treasure to the 5 ancestors. I hope that the 5 ancestors can forgive my rudeness. When the 5 ancestors heard that Huangfu Qingtian had come to present a treasure, they let down their guard. One ancestor said, It's rare for you to be so filial. Come and present the treasure. Yes. Huangfu Qingtian nodded and walked to the side of the 5 ancestors. He flipped his right hand and a mysterious blood-red mirror appeared. Huangfu Qingtian said, Ancestors, please take a look at this treasure. With this treasure, you can suppress the magic lotus and refine the devil fetus inside the magic lotus. The 5 ancestors couldn't help but look at the mirror. They all looked at the blood-red mirror in astonishment. That mirror was simply too bizarre. Suddenly, a blood-red eye appeared in the mirror. The blood-red eye blinked slightly. Ah! The 5 ancestors were seriously injured, and blood flowed out of their eyes. The blood-red eye was too strange, and it directly blinded them. Huangfu Qingtian, you little bastard! How dare you plot against us? The 5 ancestors roared furiously. They wanted to kill Huangfu Qingtian. However, Huangfu Qingtian had already calculated everything. He had already made his move. Bang 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 bang, the 5 ancestors were sent flying by Huangfu Qingtian. Ugh! Next, the 5 ancestors coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Their magic energy dissipated, and they no longer had the strength to fight. Huangfu Qingtian, when you were 8 years old, I saved your life from a group of bad guys. Now, you want to kill me. I hate it, why did I save you back then? A patriarch's face was filled with grief and anger. He was the former sect master of the Blue Cloud sect. Back then, a group of people from the imperial family of the Yuhua immortal dynasty went to worship their ancestors and were surrounded by enemies. It was the former sect master who saved Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, I will never forget your kindness, sect master. However, I won't be able to repay you in this life. If there is a next life, I will definitely repay you. PFFF. Hearing Huangfu Qingtian's words, the old sect master was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Why? Huangfu Qing Tian, why did you do this? Another patriarch asked with a pained expression. The 5 ancestors all thought highly of Huangfu Qing Tian. They even saw him as their hope to revitalize the Blue Cloud sect. However, Huangfu Qing Tian had disappointed them. Humans strive for greater heights, just as water flows to lower depths. The celestial demons are the most powerful race in all the worlds, so what's so surprising about me choosing to work with them? The celestial martial continent is too small. It can't accommodate me. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll follow the celestial demons and go to the starry sky. That's where I should go. Huangfu Qing Tian said with an indifferent expression. I see. I see. You've already contacted each other and reached an agreement. The 5 ancestors' faces were ashen. Without the suppression of the 5 ancestors, the magic lotus broke its seal. The demon fetus said in a gloomy voice, I've already investigated all the members of the Blue Cloud sect. There are only 3 people who are qualified to cooperate with me, Pai Budian, Lin Feng, and Huangfu Qing Tian. Pai Budian is very mysterious. He seems to be hiding many secrets. I'm afraid of him, so I didn't contact him. As for Lin Feng, he seems to be the easiest to deal with, but I've observed him secretly. He has a strong will, and he doesn't plot against people behind their backs. People like him have a strong sense of justice, so I can't do anything to him. That's why I chose to work with Huangfu Qing Tian. Huangfu Qing Tian is a smart person, and he knows who to work with. Only by working with him can he become a truly powerful cultivator, not just a tiny place like the Martial Heaven continent. I hadn't thought that things would turn out this way. We don't regret our deaths, but we've dragged the Blue Cloud sect down with us. Even if we die, we won't be able to face our ancestors. Shouted the 5 ancestors. You can die now, said the demon fetus, smiling coldly. Demon lights surrounded the 5 ancestors. Bang, the 5 ancestors' bodies exploded and turned into blood mist, which was absorbed by the magic lotus. Boom. In the next moment, a destructive aura was released from the demonic lotus. What a terrifying demonic chi. Something happened in Suyu's small world. Lin Feng was rushing to Suyu's small world when he sensed the demonic chi. His expression changed drastically. Rumble, at the same time, huge ancient ships shuttled out of the void one after another. The ancient void ships all exuded a cold and terrifying aura. The flags on the ships were those of the Earth Demon Clan, the Godly Temple of the Wildlands, the Soul Devourer Temple, and other forces. There were 40 to 50 ancient ships, which meant that there were at least 300,000 to 400,000 people. Not good, it's the demonic forces. Vice sect leader, you should quickly return to the sect and take charge of the situation. Lin Feng and I will enter the small world and flash to take a look. Yu Budian said in a serious tone. Vice sect leaders Zhu Yudi and Zhang Xianxia nodded. Zhu Yudi said, everyone, the demonic army is here. Return to your mountain peaks and activate the sect's great defensive formation. Yes, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect immediately rushed into the distance. Lin Feng and Yu Budian entered the small world and flash. Hurry up and run. In a flash, some of the cultivators who were cultivating in the small world hurriedly fled outside. However, in the sky, an endless amount of demonic fog swept over and devoured the cultivators one by one. A devilish lotus floated within the devilish mist. The demon fetus in the magic lotus spoke in a sinister voice, human flesh is delicious, but it's not enough. It's far from enough. I need more flesh and blood essence to increase my cultivation. The demonic fog churned as the magic lotus quickly flew outside. Lin Feng and Yu Budian saw the magic lotus rushing outside. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The magic lotus. It's the magic lotus. It's a sacred object of the celestial demons. Heavens, the demon fetus was actually born from the magic lotus. This is bad. Lin Feng's expression became unsightly. He knew how terrifying the magic lotus was. Suddenly, he looked at Huangfu Qing Tian, who was walking towards the magic lotus. I'm afraid the 5 ancestors are in trouble. Lin Feng said. Yu Budian nodded. He and Lin Feng stood on the left and right, blocking the path of the magic lotus and Huangfu Qing Tian. Huangfu Qing Tian. You actually colluded with the heavenly demon. Lin Feng looked at Huang Fuqing Tian indifferently. Originally, Lin Feng and Huang Fuqing Tian had a life and death battle, but that was a personal grudge. However, now that Huang Fuqing Tian had colluded with the extraterrestrial demons, it had escalated to the level of the survival of the race. The heavenly demon's ambition had caused the Sky Martial continent to fall and countless creatures to die. Huang Fuqing Tian had colluded with the heavenly demon and caused the deaths of 600 million cultivators in the Sky Martial continent. Huang Fuqing Tian patted his clothes and sneered. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't you understand this? Today, I will kill you. Lin Feng's eyes shone with killing intent. You think you can do that? Huang Fuqing Tian looked at Lin Feng disdainfully. Do you really think you can fight against me? You think too highly of yourself. I can suppress you with a wave of my hand. Let's see if you're strong enough to do that. Lin Feng charged at Huang Fuqing Tian. With a sneer on his face, Huang Fuqing Tian moved his body and was about to attack. At that moment, the devil fetus said, Huang Fuqing Tian, leave these two to me. You go outside and help. Immediately after, an endless amount of demonic fog emerged and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stopped by the devil fetus. Yes. Huang Fuqing Tian glanced at Lin Feng in a disdainful way and then left. Then I'll kill you first. Lin Feng looked ice-cold and shouted, Senior, let's join hands and kill the devil fetus. If we don't kill him today, we won't have another chance in the future. All right. Yu Budian stepped forwards and threw a punch at the devil fetus. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He threw himself at the demon fetus and used the 9 great demon slashes, a great emperor skill. Ha 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 ha. Do you think 2 ants can kill me? Said the devil fetus arrogantly. Great void demon claw, said the devil fetus coldly. 2 huge claws condensed in the air and rushed towards Lin Feng and Yu Budian. God's battle spear. Mao Budian stepped forward, causing a battle spear to appear in his hand. It was a divine ability that could take the form of a God Legion war spear, which could pierce through 100,000 worlds. Slash, Yu Budian attacked and pierced through the claws, then attacked the devil fetus. Lin Feng was astonished. Yu Budian was too strong. Perhaps he had exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Feng had always known that Yu Budian was hiding a great secret, but he had never guessed that Yu Budian would be so strong. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng's attack collided with the great void demon claw. His hands were destroyed. Lin Feng rushed towards the devil fetus. Then, he used the great suppression spell and the great sealing spell to suppress the demon fetus. Yu Budian's attack arrived first. His god's battle spear pierced through the thick devil fog and stabbed into the magic lotus. Besides, Lin Feng's great oppressive technique and great sealing technique also bombarded the atmosphere. The magic lotus blooms, 1 flower, 1 world. At that moment, the devil fetus hidden in the magic lotus attacked again. 1 flower after another fell from the sky. These were the world flowers. Each flower buried an entire world. The world flowers exploded one after another. Lin Feng's great suppression art and great sealing arts talismans were instantly destroyed. Yu Budian's god's battle spear was also destroyed. The 2 of them were sent flying by the explosion of the world flowers. Ha 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 ha, you're too weak. Be devoured by me. The devil fetus laughed and rushed over. Endless devil fog enveloped Lin Feng and Yu Budian, wanting to devour them. 4 vicious cauldrons, come out. Lin Feng took out the 4 vicious cauldrons and drove them towards the magic lotus. Bang, the 2 sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng, who was inside the 4 vicious cauldrons, suffered. When they collided with the magic lotus, Lin Feng coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. However, the devil fetus was also injured by such a powerful collision. Its aura weakened a lot. Life-seizing art. At that moment, Yu Budian seized the opportunity. While Lin Feng was distracted by the collision with the magic lotus, he rushed in front of the magic lotus and grabbed the magic lotus. A terrifying and unknown power surged into the magic lotus. The devil fetus cried out in fear, "Ah, how can this be? Are you trying to steal my life? I won't let you have your way." flowers bloom and wilt, bury gods and demons. As the devil fetus voice fell, the magic lotus's outermost petals opened. A world of darkness materialized and instantly devoured you, Budian. Ha 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 ha. You're dead. The magic lotus laughed proudly. Pooh, you Budian tore apart the world created by the magic lotus. Then, he attacked the magic lotus again. You're ruthless. Wait until I devour a large amount of flesh and blood essence, then I'll deal with you. The devil fetus roared angrily and sent you Budian flying. The devil fetus was terrifying. It was too difficult to kill it. Chase, you Budian quickly chased after the devil fetus. Lin Feng followed closely behind. The devil fetus, on the other hand, broke through the small world of moments and rushed out. Boom boom boom, in the outside world, huge ancient void ships were crazily attacking the restrictions protecting the Blue Cloud sect. Kacha kacha, the Blue Cloud sect's restrictions finally couldn't withstand the impact of dozens of ancient void ships and began to shatter. Immediately after, the ancient void ships rushed over. Countless cultivators, including the earth demon, evil experts, devil experts, barbarian experts, and some righteous experts who had defected to the heavenly demons, they all rushed out of the ancient void ships. Kill the Blue Cloud sect. A powerful demon expert let out a sinister laugh. Kill. The densely packed cultivators rushed into the Blue Cloud sect and began a massacre. Go, go, break out of the encirclement. The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect roared. Looking at the disciples and deacons who had died tragically, their hearts felt like they were being stabbed by a knife. Many people wanted to break out, but there were too many enemies. They completely sealed off the Blue Cloud sect. Many Blue Cloud sect disciples who tried to break out were massacred. Ha 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 ha, great, let me devour. After the devil fetus rushed out, it crazily devoured the dead cultivators. With so many cultivators who had defected to the heavenly demons helping it kill the Blue Cloud sect cultivators, the devil fetus could sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Demon. Countless cultivators shouted in unison. Rise, let's start the killing feast. The devil fetus's sinister voice sounded. Yes. Countless cultivators agreed, and an even more tragic battle erupted. The Blue Cloud sect's disciples were constantly killed. The Blue Cloud sect had long been covered in blood. When Lin Feng and Yu Budian rushed out, they saw the scene of blood flowing like a river. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. We have to escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse. Not long ago, the Blue Cloud sect's disciples, deacons, and elders were still enthusiastically discussing the contents of Lin Feng's lecture. They were all looking forward to Lin Feng's lecture in half a month. The Blue Cloud sect's cultivation atmosphere was unprecedentedly high. It seemed that the Blue Cloud sect's revival was only a matter of time. Seeing the thirst for knowledge on the disciples, deacons, and elders' faces, Lin Feng was also very happy. Those smiling faces seemed to be still in his mind, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into corpses. In the distance, Huangfu Qingtian rushed into the crowd and killed 36 Emerald Cloud sect elders in succession. Qingtian, Elder Xianxia. First Elder Xianxia roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged toward Huangfu Qingtian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Huangfu Qingtian sneered. He was too powerful. He slapped out with his palm. Grand Elder Xianxuan's body exploded, dying on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Feng was furious. When he was in the outer sect, Elder Xianxuan took good care of him. They were both friends and teacher. But now, Elder Xianxuan had died. Huangfu Qingtian, I'll take your dog life. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed at Huangfu Qingtian. Ha ha ha, good, Huangfu Qingtian sneered. He took out the firmament battle spear and pierced through the air, stabbing at Lin Feng. Clang. The two sides collided, and the air cracked. Ah! In the distance, screams came from the heaven-mending peak. Many disciples had died. Li Qixuan, Lu Zhenyu, Song Chuxia. These were the disciples who had joined the Blue Cloud sect with Lin Feng. Now, they had all died. Run! Elder Xianxia and a dozen other elders were escorting the heaven-mending peak disciples to break out of the encirclement. They had suffered a heavy blow and were surrounded by a group of demons. Many people died, and Elder Xianxia was killed in the air by a spear. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He forced Huangfu Qingtian to retreat and rushed over. Die! Lin Feng's roar shook the sky. He killed the demon who had killed Elder Xianxia with a spear. Kill him! The densely packed experts sneered and attacked Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng attacked, condensing a giant palm of energy and smashing everyone into meat paste. Elder! He looked at Elder Xianxia lying on the ground, his heart filled with grief. Escape alive! Elder Xianxia opened his eyes and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. After saying his last words, he breathed his last. Boom! More than a dozen earth demons charged over, smashing their giant stone clubs at Lin Feng. Lin Feng leaped up and swept out with his sword, killing all the earth demons. Led everyone and break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng looked at the few elders who were still alive. He then soared into the sky and killed his way into the depths of the Blue Cloud sect. The battle there was even more tragic. Lin Feng went in and out 9 times, killing until he was almost exhausted. He rescued many people from the depths of the Blue Cloud sect. Sir, let's go. We can't stay here any longer, Wang Yangzi said. You guys go first and return to the Eastern Divine Province. I'm too big of a target. They won't let me go so easily. If you stay with me, you'll only die, Lin Feng said in a low voice. If we're leaving together. Shuizhu, who was covered in blood, said with a pale face. Let's go. Do you want me to say it again? Lin Feng said coldly. Shuizhu's lips twitched. She wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to. In the end, they broke out of the encirclement with Wang Yangzi and the others. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and killed his way into the depths again. Father, hurry up and leave with us. In the distance, Guoxiao looked at Great Elder Guoyen and begged. Children, break out of the encirclement. Great Elder Guoyen killed his way into the depths. Guoxiao was here, breaking out of the encirclement with Qin Yao and the others. Great Elder Guoyen went in and out 3 times, rescuing 3 groups of disciples who were trapped. But in the end, he was cut in half by an expert from the godly temple of the wildlands. His corpse fell into the forest. There was killing and death everywhere. Lin Feng saw Luo Xingtian and the others besieging Lingaray Peak. They were originally Huangfu Qingtian's subordinates, but now they had joined the heavenly demons with him. The disciples, deacons, and elders of Lingaray Peak died tragically one by one. Lin Feng descended from the sky. When he saw Luo Xingtian and the others, he was furious. How could you be so crazy as to kill your former fellow disciples? You all deserve to die. When they saw Lin Feng, Luo Xingtian and the others turned pale with fright. They turned around and ran away. Die. Lin Feng condensed a huge energy hand and attacked Luo Xingtian and the others. Brother Lin, please spare us, shouted Luo Xingtian and the others in fear. They looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't move at all. He attacked again. Bang, 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 Luo Xingtian and the others were all killed. Brother! Shui Lanshan looked at Lin Feng excitedly. She was very beautiful. She was a genius disciple of Lingaray Peak. She had joined the Blue Cloud sect with Lin Feng. They had met in the Thunderblade secret territory. Lin Feng said, "Let's break out of the encirclement." He didn't stop. He rose into the sky and went to the next battlefield. Huangfu Qingtian. We'll definitely kill you. Zhu Yudi and Zhang Xiangshu charged at Huangfu Qingtian. Huangfu Qingtian laughed heartily and said, "By sect masters, since you have treated me well for so many years, as long as you surrender now, you will be spared. Moreover, you will be given a position under Lord Skyfian's banner. What do you think? We'll live and die with the Blue Cloud sect. We'd rather die than be traitors." The 2 vice sect masters shouted angrily. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." Huangfu Qingtian sneered and charged at the 2 vice sect masters. Although the 2 vice sect masters weren't weak, they were only in the creation realm. The difference between them and Huangfu Qingtian was too great. Huangfu Qingtian grabbed their necks. Then, Huangfu Qingtian suddenly exerted his strength and broke the necks of the two deputy lords. The two vice-sect masters died. Lin Feng killed his way into the center of the battle again and again, saving many of his fellow disciples from the Blue Cloud sect. But in the end, his strength alone was too weak. Ji Budian charged left and right in the crowd, killing countless experts. His body was covered in blood, but in the end, he could only look up at the sky and sigh. Kill Ji Budian and Lin Feng. Battle cries could be heard everywhere, except for a few who managed to escape. Most of the remaining cultivators from the Blue Cloud sect had died tragically in the battle. In the later stages of the battle, the fiends, subterranean devils, and other factions that had surrendered to the celestial demons began to focus on attacking Lin Feng and Ji Budian. Kill them. Kill them. Their flesh and soul essences are great nourishment. The devil fetus floated above the 9 heavens, constantly devouring the flesh and soul essences of the dead cultivators. There were flesh and soul essences of the Blue Cloud sect disciples, as well as the flesh and soul essences of the cultivators who had surrendered to the heavenly demons. The devil fetus's aura grew stronger and stronger. This was why the celestial demons were so terrifying. They could continuously devour flesh and soul essences to increase their cultivation. Why did the celestial demons invade time and time again? They destroyed one beautiful planet after another. This was because the celestial demons needed to devour countless living beings to increase their cultivation. They didn't want to cultivate, because the increase in their cultivation base after countless years of cultivation was not even as fast as the increase in cultivation base after devouring all the living beings on a life planet. Since there was a shortcut. Why did he have to take such a difficult path? Lin Feng knew that he had to break out of the encirclement. He was powerless to help the remaining people who were trapped. "Senior, let's break through," Lin Feng shouted. "You go first," Ji Budian said. Boom, a great battle broke out. Densely packed experts besieged Lin Feng. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. Lin Feng's body was covered with wounds, dripping with blood. But in the end, Lin Feng tore an opening and rushed into the distance. "Chase him. Don't let him escape." The demon fetus roared furiously. Then, the devil fetus charged toward Ji Budian. Endless demonic mist drowned Ji Budian. Behind him was a dense crowd of cultivators chasing after him. Lin Feng looked at the blood-soaked Blue Cloud sect again. Endless sorrow welled up in his heart. His former sect mates, friends, and teachers who had treated him like their own were all dead. This made Lin Feng's heart ache. "Sooner or later, I will kill all of you." Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly left. The destruction of the Blue Cloud sect was only the beginning of the fall of the desolate region. After the Blue Cloud sect, the Starry Pavilion, the Dharma sect, and the Deity Sword Villa were also destroyed. Lin Feng's friend, Yu Fan, was in the Starry Pavilion. But by the time he arrived at Nebula Pavilion, it had already been reduced to rubble. Lin Feng didn't know if Yu Fan and Han Shua had escaped this calamity. News of the destruction of the 4 great sects quickly spread throughout the desolate region. For a time, the entire desolate region was in a state of panic. The demon fetus was extremely evil, and he didn't stop his invasion. The demon fetus formed a demonic slave army and fought everywhere, slaughtering countless living beings. The demon fetus was constantly devouring flesh, blood, and essence, and growing stronger day by day. The entire 72 northern states were in a state of panic. Nations destroyed, homes destroyed, and thousands of miles of land barren. Lin Feng went to many places. Everywhere he went, there were scenes of nations destroyed. Sometimes, after flying for a few days, he didn't see a single living person. Not to mention humans, he didn't even see wild beasts. The aura of death was everywhere. During the day, it rained blood. The desolate region had completely fallen, and millions of living beings were slaughtered. This place had become a dead region. Lin Feng left the desolate region and flew above the magnetic fog lake. He saw a small boat floating in the magnetic fog lake. Azura Gul Yen. Lin Feng was shocked. A ghost ship floating in the magnetic fog lake. This was where Azura Gulyan's soul was residing. Azura Gulyan seemed to have noticed Lin Feng, and the ghost ship suddenly sped up, rushing into the depths of the lake like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng chased after him and landed on the ghost ship. He said, "Old friend, why are you running so fast? Now that the celestial demons are looking for you, won't I be dead if I get involved with you?" Azura Gulyan said unhappily. The cabin was pitch black, and Lin Feng didn't go in. He sat outside, and Azura Gulyan didn't come out. Lin Feng said, "You're a ghost, but you didn't side with the celestial demons? That's really shocking." Azura Gulyan said, "Damn, are you looking down on me? So what if I'm a ghost? Although I'm a ghost, I'm still a ghost from the Martial Sky Continent. How could I side with the celestial demons that are invading the Martial Sky Continent? Furthermore," Azura Gulyan's voice lowered, "I still have relatives alive. I don't know if they'll be able to avoid this calamity. The celestial demons are invading. Perhaps they'll also die tragically. You can go see them. Perhaps you can even protect them," Lin Feng said. Azura Gulyan sighed. He didn't say that he would go see his relatives, but he also didn't say that he wouldn't go. Lin Feng lay down on the boat. Azura Gulyan urged, "Hurry up and leave. If those people who are looking for you see you, I'll definitely die because of you. What's there to be afraid of? Even if I die, 18 years later, I'll still be a hero. I'm very tired. Let me rest here. When I wake up, I'll have to fight." Lin Feng muttered and closed his eyes. Azura Gulyan remained silent. The ghost boat floated above the magnetic fog lake, drifting with the current. The desolate region had become the territory of the demon slave army. A large number of demon slaves were heading towards the ancient man mine. This was the place where the magic lotus had been dug up. Now, these demon slaves wanted to go and pay their respects to the place where the celestial demons had been born. These demon slaves viewed the ancient man mine as a holy land. "Hey, look, there's a temple on the mountain. There's the sound of someone reading." When the celestial demons passed through a forest, they heard the sound of someone reading. This was the place where Ning Xiaotsai had hidden himself. Now, the demon slaves had discovered him. Ning Yin, courtesy named Shu Hai, was known as Elementary Scholar Ning. When Lin Feng went to the ancient barbarian mining area, he saw Ning Yin being chased out of the house by his nephew and niece in-law. Later on, he decided to help the poor old scholar. The old scholar wanted to end his life deep in the mountains with a green mountain, an ancient lamp, and thousands of books. The mandate of heaven is called nature, the Tao is called straightforwardness, and the Tao is called teaching. Hiding evil and promoting good, holding both ends and using them for the people. Erudition, interrogation, contemplation, discernment, and practice. The sound of reading could be heard from the mountain god temple. Although he was already over 80 years old, elementary scholar Ning's body was still very healthy. For an ordinary person who did not cultivate, 60 or 70 years old was the age where they would die of old age. Elementary scholar Ning had lived to the age of 80, and he had been reading since he was young. He could be said to have lived a long life, because elementary scholar Ning lived deep in the mountains. He did not have any contact with the outside world, so he was not clear about what happened in the desolate region. Now that a group of demon slaves passed by and heard elementary scholar Ning's reading, they immediately surrounded the mountain god temple. "Haha, you scholar, come out quickly," a devil path expert shouted. Elementary scholar Ning heard the commotion and walked out of the mountain god temple. He saw the demon slave army floating in the air, but he was still calm and composed. He continued, "The world is filled with righteousness. How dare you demonic creatures wander about so brazenly in this world?" Although elementary scholar Ning was a scholar, he was not pedantic. Since elementary scholar Ning was able to write such a profound and logical book, it could be seen that elementary scholar Ning was extremely intelligent. He was also very good at thinking and had a deep understanding of human nature. Now that he saw these demon slaves, he felt that something was wrong. Therefore, his words just now were just to get information from these people. He's actually an old scholar. His bones and flesh are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. At such an old age, his flesh is sour and boring. When an Azura saw elementary scholar Ning, he could not help but twitch his mouth. Eat, 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 all you know is to eat. If you want to eat, what delicacies can't you find? It's more interesting to meet an old scholar. Let's tease this old scholar. An evil expert said. Then, a devil expert said, it's said that if a scholar doesn't go out, he will know about the world. It seems that this saying is simply nonsense. The 4 great sects of the desolate region, the 72 ancient families, and the 3,765 large and small countries have all been destroyed by our master. The desolate region is now a barren land with no one living there. You, a scholar, actually don't know anything and can still calm down and study here. It really is true that a scholar is useless. Ha 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 ha, the demonic slaves immediately burst into laughter. When Ning Xiaozai heard the words of the demonic cultivator, he staggered backward, his face pale. Even though elementary scholar Ning did not have much ability, he still cared about the people of the world. Perhaps this was one of the commonalities of scholars. Do countless scholars care about the people of the world? Do you want to do something for the world? Becoming an official was a blessing to the people. Ning Xiaozai had been studying since he was a child and had such a wish. If he became an official in the future, he would be able to benefit the people. However, his official career was difficult. He failed the imperial examinations time and time again, and finally gave up on the idea of an official career. Ning Xiaozai might not know what the 4 great sects and the 72 ancient families were. But he knew. Countless people in the world had died tragically at the hands of the demons. How could Ning Xiaozai not be heartbroken? Look at this old scholar, isn't he dying? Ha 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 ha. Is he scared to death after hearing this news? One of the demonic cultivators laughed and said. The rest of the people burst into laughter again. Old scholar, if you write a memorial for us and write down our achievements in ruling the desolate region and let our future generations know of our glorious deeds, we will spare your life. How about it? The leader of the demonic cultivators said. This person was the brother of the Blood Sea Emperor of the Blood Sea Demon sect, known as the Blood Sea Demon Lord. Now, many demonic cultivators had submitted to the Sky Demon sect. The Blood Sea Emperor was no exception. She had also obtained the important information of the demon fetus. As the brother of the Blood Sea Emperor, the Blood Sea Demon Lord was entrusted with an important task. Of course, this person was also capable. He was a rebirth realm cultivator and was enough to intimidate a region. The crimes you have committed are too numerous to be recorded. You are the sinners of history. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you want to be remembered for generations? Ning Xiaozai asked. The Blood Sea Demon Lord sneered and said, history is written by the victors, and we are the victors. History should be written however we want it to be written. Nonsense. History will not remember sinners like you, it will cast you aside. Ning Xiaozai said coldly. You pedantic scholar, you're courting death. Kill him. The Blood Sea Demon Lord said coldly. Yes. Immediately, a demonic cultivator rushed towards Ning Xiaozai, wanting to kill him. The mountain god has a spirit. At that moment, the statue of the mountain god in the temple suddenly opened its eyes. In the next moment, a mountain god holding a giant axe appeared and chopped the devil Dao expert to death with the axe. The mountain god temple used to worship a mountain god, but the incense had been cut off. The mountain god could not get the nourishment of the incense, and his god power was gradually dissipating. When he was about to die, Ning Xiaozai came here and studied. The mountain god followed him and gradually came back to life. Now that Ning Xiaozai was in danger, the mountain god appeared to protect him. You're just a mountain god, a fake god in the mortal world. How dare you call yourself a god? You don't know what's good for you. The Blood Sea Demon Lord sneered and waved his hand. Numerous demonic slaves rushed towards the mountain god. However, the mountain god was too powerful. With a huge axe in his hand, he killed as many people as he wanted. At that moment, the Blood Sea Demon Lord realized that the mountain god in front of him was different from the other mountain gods. The Blood Sea Demon Lord's face fell and he jumped out to deal with the mountain god himself. He attacked with 32 palms and the mountain god collided with the Blood Sea Demon Lord. In the end, the mountain god was defeated and was sent flying. Then, the Blood Sea Demon Lord attacked Ning Xiaozai, wanting to kill him. Mister, I can't save you. Seeing that the mountain god was about to be killed, tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. Just as the Blood Sea Demon Lord was about to kill Ning Xianxia suddenly shouted, "I've studied for my entire life and am surrounded by righteousness. How could I be afraid of a fiend like you?" As soon as Ning Xianxia said that, righteousness surged out of him and surged toward the Blood Sea Demon Lord. Not good. It's righteousness. Rumor has it that only the great scholars of the Confucian religion can condense righteousness. Only by writing books and creating a new school of thought can one become a great scholar. For tens of thousands of years, no one on the Martial Heaven continent has been able to write books and create a new school of thought. How could a poor old scholar from this remote place do it? The Blood Sea Demon Lord screamed and turned to flee. He knew just how terrifying the great scholars of the Confucian religion were. They were the bane of fiends. However, the Blood Sea Demon Lord couldn't escape. The righteousness descended. Bang, the Blood Sea Demon Lord's body exploded, his soul extinguished. It's a great scholar of the Confucian religion. Run. The other fiendish slaves were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. However, the righteousness continued to spread. It instantly suppressed them. The bodies of the densely packed demonic slaves crumbled, and all of them died. Senior is truly a god. The mountain god knelt before the Blood Sea Demon Lord. At that moment, lightning began to rumble in the sky. The righteousness on the Blood Sea Demon Lord's forehead had condensed into the light of tribulation lightning. It was rumored that some scholars didn't cultivate and only read books to nourish their qi. When they were old, they would be able to comprehend the Daos of heaven and man. At that time, the heavenly Daos would send down tribulation lightning. Once they successfully passed the tribulation, they would become a peerless expert. Lin Feng had also heard of such rumors, but he had always treated them as stories. After all, how could someone who didn't cultivate draw down tribulation lightning? Now, the Blood Sea Demon Lord had studied for 80 years. He really was like the ancient people in the legends. His knowledge of the Daos of heaven and man had drawn down tribulation lightning. The Blood Sea Demon Lord took a step forward and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. Lightning bolts struck down, but the Blood Sea Demon Lord's body was protected by righteousness. 239 lightning bolts struck down, but they couldn't kill the Blood Sea Demon Lord. When the lightning dissipated, the Blood Sea Demon Lord had successfully passed the tribulation. His white hair fluttered in the wind. He had an otherworldly temperament. The righteousness surrounded him, making him look like a god. He stood in the void and looked into the distance. His deep eyes seemed to hide the heavens and earth, making it impossible for others to know what this old scholar was thinking. Inside the lake, the ghost ship slowly drifted. Azura Ghostian said, "You're rich now. Do you have any powerful treasures on you? Give me a few." Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "What treasures do you want? Dao artifacts? I don't care about those things. Do you have any soul-nourishing treasures?" Azura Ghostian asked. "I don't have any soul-nourishing treasures, but I do have some natural treasures that can nourish a cultivator's soul. They might be suitable for you." Lin Feng took out a dozen nurturing fruits and tossed them to Azura Ghostian. "Nurturing fruits? You have something like that? Heavens, these are all 30,000-year-old nurturing fruits, and this one is even better. It's 70,000-year-old nurturing fruit. Are you really giving them all to me?" Azura Ghostian looked at him in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. A treasure like the nurturing fruit was too precious. He really didn't know why Lin Feng would give it to him. After all, they didn't have any relationship. Lin Feng said, "I've already given them to you. Why would I lie to you? Why are you giving them to me?" Azura Ghostian didn't understand. Lin Feng said, "Because I think you're not bad. I hope you can increase your strength and survive this calamity." Lin Feng then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Azura Ghostian's eyes fluctuated violently. He couldn't believe that those words had come from Lin Feng's mouth. Ghost cultivators were hated by everyone. And now, Lin Feng actually said that he was not bad. Azura Ghostian's feelings were very complicated. He was speechless for a long time. Lin Feng flew out of the magnetic fog lake. He had seen a terrifying primordial serpent here in the past, but it was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know if it was hiding in the depths of the lake. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in front of him. A cultivator in a blood-red robe stepped forward. When he saw the cultivator, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The cultivator who stepped forward was none other than the Blood Sea Emperor. Back when Lin Feng was cultivating in Cavalry Academy, the Blood Sea Monarch had joined forces with the Demon Monarch of the Blazing Flame Sea Monarch to mobilize demons to wreak havoc in the Divine Prefecture of the East County. They wanted to revive the Netherworld Monarch. Although it failed in the end, it also caused a huge disaster. It was unknown how many people died in that catastrophe. At that time, the Blood Sea Monarch was a godlike existence in Lin Feng's eyes. In a short 10 years, Lin Feng had grown to a level where he could compete with the Blood Sea Emperor. "Brat, I finally found you here." The Blood Sea Monarch stepped forward and her face was filled with cold-killing intent. Lin Feng knew that the Blood Sea Monarch had sided with the Devil Fetus. As the Devil Fetus favorite, Lin Feng did not find it strange that the Blood Sea Monarch would come after him. "If you were alone, this magnetic fog lake would have been your burial ground," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Brat, how dare you boast shamelessly in front of me? You really don't know your place." Hearing Lin Feng's disdainful words, the Blood Sea Emperor's face darkened. No matter what, she was still a demonic great emperor. Now that she was being looked down upon by a junior, she was naturally furious. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Can you not flatter yourself? You're only in the rebirth realm. How dare you call yourself a great emperor? Bah! How shameless!" These demonic experts liked to give themselves names that sounded more powerful, such as Great Emperor, Demon Sovereign, Demon Monarch, and so on. But in reality, their strength was far from that level. For example, in the Heavenly Demon Clan, Demon Sovereign referred to experts at the Heavenly God Realm, Demon Sovereign referred to experts at the Giant God Realm, and Demon Sovereign referred to experts at the Great Emperor Realm. The Blood Sea Emperor was only in the Rebirth Realm, but he called himself a Great Emperor. Wasn't that just flattering himself? Every cultivator in the Tianwu continent knew that demonic experts liked to flatter themselves, but now that Lin Feng had exposed it, the Blood Sea Emperor's face turned ashen. He said coldly, "Brat, I won't argue with you. Very soon, I'll make you beg for death. At that time, I'd like to see if your mouth is still as sharp as before." After saying that, the Blood Sea Emperor was about to attack. "Hold on." Suddenly, a gloomy voice resounded. The void trembled and a cultivator stepped out from the void. He appeared to be in his 30s and wore a cyan robe. He was the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Evil Sect, the largest evil sect in the 72 prefectures in the north. His cultivation level was unfathomable. "Long Tianao, why are you stopping me?" asked the Blood Sea Emperor gloomily. Even though they were both working for the Demon Fetus, the Blood Sea Emperor and Long Tianao didn't have a good relationship. The main reason was that the evil sects couldn't divide the spoils evenly. In addition, there was a struggle for power, so they secretly fought against each other. "Blood Sea Emperor, Brother Long was right to stop you." Another cultivator walked over, wearing a beast hide. It was the Great Elder of the Godly Temple of the Wildlands. "Great Elder Wu Man, what do you mean?" asked the Blood Sea Emperor gloomily. "He he he he." A delicate laugh came from afar. A woman in a black dress walked over. She was peerlessly enchanting. She had a flirtatious aura, and her eyes were seductive. She looked like a slut. She was the vice-sect leader of the Soul Devourer Temple, Zhao Tianer. Her name was very pleasant to the ears, but her personality was completely different from her name. She was cruel and merciless, and she killed without blinking. Four strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Zhao Tianer said, "We've received a new order from the master. He wants us to surrender to him." "What? Surrender to him?" The Blood Sea Emperor's face became gloomy. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Now that the master wanted Lin Feng to surrender, he was furious. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the master's order?" Zhao Tianer sneered. The Blood Sea Emperor couldn't help but shiver. How could he dare to disobey the master's order, unless he didn't want to live anymore? He quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm loyal to the master. I'll obey any of his orders unconditionally." Zhao Tian'er said, I hope it's as you said. You'll always be loyal to the master and never betray him. Zhao Tian'er looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, I've heard about you a long time ago. You don't have any background, and you came from the Blue Cloud sect. You've grown to this level. You're really lucky. No wonder the master wants you to surrender. You're indeed a talent, and the master cherishes talents. The master wants me to tell you something. As long as you swear to become the master's servant, your woman's family, your friend's family, and so on, everyone related to you will be able to live. The master will also put you in an important position. In the future, he might even take you to the starry sky world. That's the cradle of strong cultivators. What do you think? Isn't this condition very tempting? Now, you can kneel and swear allegiance to the master. The lord that the 4 experts were referring to was the devil fetus. They had all become the demon fetus slaves and were controlled by it. If the demon fetus wanted them to live, they would live. If the demon fetus wanted them to die, they would die. These people were destined to never be able to escape from the demon fetus, but they did not care. If they followed the demon fetus, they would have the highest authority. They would also be able to plunder all kinds of treasures. Their own cultivation would also increase continuously. Moreover, from their point of view, following the demon fetus was like leaning against a big tree. So what if they had to obey the demon fetus? It meant that they had a backer. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The expressions of the 4 experts sank. They looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Kid, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how arrogant that fetus is. Who does he think he is? How dare he make me swear to be his slave? He might not even be qualified to be my slave. Lin Feng sneered. How dare you humiliate our master? The 4 strong cultivators were all looking at Lin Feng furiously. Their eyes were twinkling with killing intent. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, Only lowly beings like you would willingly become the slaves of a fetus. Impudent. 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 How dare you humiliate our master as a fetus? No one in this world can save your life, the Blood Sea Emperor said coldly. Isn't he a fetus? You just said that your master had a placenta. The 3 of them can testify, said Lin Feng, emphasizing the word placenta and smiling at the Blood Sea Emperor. The Blood Sea Emperor's expression changed. She could not bear this accusation. Although the demon fetus was still in the womb, it might really be a fetus. But who would dare to say such disrespectful words? The Blood Sea Emperor shouted angrily, Don't slander me. I never said that master was a fetus. Zhao Tian'er said, Don't be fooled by this kid. Master ordered that if we can't get him to surrender, we'll tear him to pieces. Do it. The 4 experts shouted in unison. Boom, then, they split into 4 directions and surrounded Lin Feng. They attacked at the same time, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. That aura caused Lin Feng to tremble in fear. The 4 experts were actually experts at the 7th level of the rebirth realm and above. How is this possible? Lin Feng found it hard to believe. He had seen the Blood Sea Emperor more than once or twice. No matter how strong she was at most at the 3rd or 4th level of the rebirth realm. However, the reality was that the Blood Sea Emperor had displayed a cultivation level above the 7th heavenly layer of the rebirth realm. Said the Blood Sea Empress, laughing loudly. Little boy, that's our master's power. Our master's skills are incredible. In a short period of time, he can make us become much stronger. It's only a matter of time before we break through to the God layer. Breaking through to the God realm required karmic luck. It was very difficult for the martial heaven continent to absorb karmic luck, so it was very difficult to break through. However, the demon fetus was too strange, especially the magic lotus. It was a sacred item of the divine demon clan. Perhaps it really had a way to make them break through to the God layer quickly. The other 3 should be in the same situation as the Blood Sea Emperor. Their cultivation levels were definitely not as strong as they were now. Their breakthroughs should be related to the demon fetus. No matter how their cultivation levels rose, it was real strength. With Lin Feng's current fighting strength, he could resist an expert at the 7th level of the rebirth realm. But against 4 of them, there was no chance of winning. However, Lin Feng was not without a solution. He had the Death God armor. Wearing the Death God armor greatly increased his defense. He didn't need to worry about their attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng took out his Death God armor to fight against the 4 strong cultivators. Bang 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 bang, the attacks of the 4 experts landed on Lin Feng's body, but they were all blocked by the Death God armor. Lin Feng also started to attack the 4 experts. He used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor and slashed out 4 mortal-killing lights. Heaven and earth split open. The sky shattered. The 4 experts' faces changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a treasure. They immediately retreated and used their powerful sacred powers to block Lin Feng's 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor. However, the 4 of them were still seriously injured and were sent flying. The Blood Sea Emperor and Long Tianao were almost cut in half by Lin Feng. A human-shaped puppet flew out from Wu Man's body and blocked the attack for him. The ferocious shrine's methods had always been strange. Wu Man had some unbelievable methods, but Lin Feng didn't find it strange. When Zhao Tian'er was hit by Lin Feng's attack, a divine light gushed out from between her eyebrows to protect her. After blocking the attack, the divine light dissipated. Zhao Tian'er screamed angrily, "Damn it, you destroyed my protective divine light. This is used to save my life at a critical moment." Lin Feng didn't care about Zhao Tian'er at all. He quickly attacked the injured Blood Sea Emperor and Long Tianao. The 2 of them were seriously injured. If he could seize this rare opportunity to kill them, Lin Feng was confident that he could kill Zhao Tian'er and Wu Man together. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the void. Then, a world-destroying aura spread out. An ancient map flew out from the void and charged toward Lin Feng. 9 Demons Picture. After seeing the ancient map, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. It was the Imperial weapon, 9 Demons Picture. There was a 5th expert hiding in the dark. He hadn't made a move before. Now that he saw that Lin Feng had the upper hand in this battle and might even kill the Blood Sea Emperor and Long Tianao, he couldn't help but attack Lin Feng. The 9 Demons Picture was a supreme Imperial weapon. It was divided into 9 parts. Lin Feng guessed that the Magic Lotus probably had a 9 Demons Picture. The Heavenly Demon Clan had 9 the Magic Lotus. If his guess was correct, the Devil Fetus should also have a 9 Demons Picture. Bang! In the next moment, the 9 Demons Picture attacked Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. Even though he was wearing a divine weapon, Lin Feng felt that his body was about to explode. The Imperial weapon's attack was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the Death God armor, Lin Feng would have been dead. In the next moment, a demonic cultivator stepped out. He was the Azura evil sovereign from the Azura clan. His cultivation was unfathomable. In front of the Devil Fetus, his status was even higher than the Blood Sea Emperor and the others. Die, brat. The 5 experts activated the 9 Demons Picture together, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The 9 Demons Picture released an endless demonic aura that enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death. The power of an Imperial weapon was simply unstoppable. At this moment of extreme danger, a ghost ship rushed out from the void. "Get on the ship!" Azura Ghost Yen shouted. Lin Feng was shocked and rushed into the ghost ship. At this moment, the 9 Demons Picture attacked. Bang! The 9 Demons Picture attacked the ghost ship. Crack, crack. The ghost ship kept cracking, but in the end, it blocked the attack of the 9 Demons Picture. Then, the ghost ship rushed into the depths of the magnetic fog lake as fast as lightning. Ghost Chi covered the sky and covered the ghost ship. In the blink of an eye, the ghost ship disappeared. Chase! The 5 experts roared furiously and quickly chased after the ghost ship. The ghost ship quickly headed towards the depths of the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng sat down on the ship. He had never thought that Azura Ghost Yen would risk his life to save him, and this made Lin Feng feel grateful. "I never thought that we would be able to fight side by side one day." Lin Feng sighed emotionally. In the past, when he and Zi Yuan had been crossing the magnetic fog lake on the ghost ship, they had almost been tricked by Azura Ghost Yen. Fortunately, Lin Feng had Heavenly Fire. Heavenly Fire was the bane of Azura Ghost Yen. Otherwise, he and Zi Yuan would have died a long time ago. In fact, Lin Feng and Azura Ghost Yan only had a grudge, not a friendship. Azura Ghost Yan said, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to return the favor of the soul-nurturing fruit." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I didn't misunderstand. I told you that you're a good person, and ghosts aren't necessarily bad people." Azura Ghost Yan sneered and said, "You're the first person in hundreds of years to say that I'm not a bad person. I just find it laughable." Lin Feng said, "Do you really think it's laughable? If that's what you think, I won't say anything." Azura Ghost Yan snorted and did not answer Lin Feng. Boom, at that moment, a powerful aura came from behind them. It was obvious that the 5 people were chasing after them. Lin Feng said, "They have an imperial armament, which is a bit troublesome. We can't fight against an imperial armament for now, unless we can find a treasure on the same level as it." Azura Ghost Yan said, "The magnetic fog lake isn't a simple place. These people have an imperial armament, and they're releasing its aura without restraint. They're extremely arrogant. Soon, I'll let them know how terrifying the magnetic fog lake is." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "You have a way to deal with them?" "Of course. You'll soon know how I'll deal with them." Azura Ghost Yan kept him in suspense. "You can't escape." The Azura Ghost Sovereign's cold voice came from behind. Buzz. In the void, a huge dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws flew from behind and pounced at the ghost ship. That giant dragon was formed by the 9 demons diagram. "Hold on tight, I'm going to increase my speed." "Don't get left behind," Azura Ghost Luo Yan shouted. "No problem." Lin Feng nodded. Whoosh, following that, the ghost ship turned into a bolt of black lightning and left its original position at a speed that was close to teleportation. Its speed was so fast that Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The dragons that pounced from behind finally crashed into the water surface and failed to hit the ghost ship. Holy shit! How could his speed be so fast? Your ghost ship is a bit different. Compared to the last time I saw you, your materials seem to have changed a lot." At this moment, Lin Feng discovered the changes in the ghost ship and could not help but be shocked. The reason why the ghost ship was so fast was definitely related to the changes in its materials. Moreover, the ghost ship had blocked an attack from the 9 demons diagram. Luo Yan said proudly, "You can finally see that my ghost ship is different. To tell you the truth, I found a sunken ship in the depths of magnetic fog lake. I picked up some of the sunken ship's materials and strengthened the ghost ship." The ghost ship immediately underwent a qualitative change. "The most precious part of that sunken ship should be the dragon bone, but I can't take it." The dragon bone that Luo Yan was talking about was not the bones of a dragon. Generally, large ships would have keels. The dragon bone of a ship was equivalent to a person's spine. The dragon bone was the foundation of a ship. How powerful a ship was or how many waves it could withstand. It had a lot to do with the material of the dragon bone. Why were the 9 pirate ships of the 9 pirate kings so powerful? It was because the dragon bone material was very special. Lin Feng said, "You want to go to the sunken ship to deal with those people behind us?" Luo Yan said, "No. The sunken ship is a secret, and we can't let these people know. I want to take them to an extremely terrifying place, and we've already arrived." As soon as Luo Yan finished speaking, the ghost ship dived into the depths of the lake. A black barrier of light protected the ghost ship. The ghost ship dived very quickly, and Lin Feng did not ask where Luo Yan was going because they were about to arrive. Lin Feng was extremely shocked because there were many secrets hidden in the magnetic fog lake. After diving for about 10,000 meters, Lin Feng saw a mountain range that stretched for dozens of kilometers at the bottom of the lake. Luo Yan said, "This is the mountain range at the bottom of the lake." For some reason, the entire mountain range sank to the bottom of the lake. "The secret is hidden in the mountain range?" Lin Feng asked. Luo Yan nodded and said, "That's right, the secret is hidden in the mountain range. To be more precise, it's hidden in a valley in the mountain range." At that moment, waves of powerful ripples came from above. The 5 experts chased after them with the 9 demons diagram. The ghost ship sped up and entered the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Finally, they arrived at a valley. There were dozens of corpses lying in the valley. There were men and women, old and young. Their clothes were extremely ancient, and it was impossible to tell what era they were from. When Lin Feng saw the cultivators' corpses, he was astonished. How could there be so many ancient corpses here? Most importantly, the corpses had not decayed at all. They were very lifelike, as if they were still alive. "Don't make any noise, or you'll disturb the corpses," said Luo Yan. Lin Feng was confused. Since Luo Yan had said that they were corpses, Lin Feng was confused. How could the corpses be disturbed? Even though he was very confused, Lin Feng knew that he had to remain silent. The ghost ship finally landed in a patch of algae in the valley. It was covered by dense algae. Then, a large amount of death aura surged out of the ghost ship and sealed it. The ghost ship seemed to have fused with the world around it. It was completely hidden. "You can't run away. You think you can hide in the mountain range? Then we'll destroy this mountain range." The 5 experts looked at the mountain range at the bottom of the lake with gloomy expressions. It would not be easy to find 2 people in such a huge place. They could not help but shout coldly. Then, they shook the 9 demons diagram. The 9 demons diagram emitted a demonic aura that swept toward the mountain range. Rumble. The mountain peaks were destroyed. Swish, suddenly, a corpse lying in the corpse burial valley opened its eyes. When he saw this, Lin Feng gasped. What was going on? It had been dead for so many years, and now it had opened its eyes. The corpse still did not have any life aura. In other words, it was not a zombie. If it had not turned into a zombie, why would it open its eyes? It could also move freely. This was too strange. The place where the dead sleep is not allowed to be disturbed. Luo Yan whispered. Azure ghost, Luo Yan said in a low voice. His words were full of meaning. The ancient corpse flew out. The corpse had the appearance of a middle-aged cultivator. After it flew out, its cold aura immediately locked onto the 5 powerhouses. The 5 powerhouses naturally saw the ancient corpse as well. But at first, they did not realize that it was a corpse. After all, it was so lifelike that it was no different from a living person. They even thought that the ancient corpse that walked out of Corpse Burial Valley was Lin Feng's companion. Haha, seems like you still have some self-awareness. Are you the only one who came out? Where's the other kid? The Blood Sea Monarch let out a sinister laugh. The person he wanted to kill the most was not the person in front of him, but Lin Feng. Thinking about how he was first mocked by Lin Feng and then severely injured by Lin Feng, the Blood Sea Monarch felt an uncontrollable anger. He wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces right now. Boom, the ancient corpse did not say anything. It was just as Luo Yan said. The place where the dead slept was not allowed to be disturbed. Any living being that disturbed the sleep of the dead would be punished. Perhaps it could be seen as a curse, or perhaps it could be seen as an unexplainable strange occurrence. And these deceased souls were indeed disturbed by it. You still dare to attack? You're courting death. The 5 powerhouses shouted. They were very cautious and immediately took out the 9 demons picture. Then, they activated the 9 demons picture together and attacked the ancient corpse. The 9 demons picture emitted a black aura that was like an ancient mountain that came crashing down. But the ancient corpse was too strong. It was as if he had an indestructible body. Facing the 9 demons picture's attack, he swung his fist. Bang! His fist shattered the 9 demons picture's attack. Then, he arrived in front of the Blood Sea Monarch and slammed his palm at her. No! The Blood Sea Monarch cried out in horror. He did not expect such a terrifying thing to happen. The 9 demons painting, a monarch weapon, was easily destroyed by the opponent. The Blood Sea Monarch realized that it was difficult for her to dodge the attack. Her eyes shrunk. She had never felt such a strong aura of death before. The next moment, the ancient corpse's palm landed on the Blood Sea Monarch's body. The Blood Sea Monarch's body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the ghost ship, was also dumbfounded. The strength of the ancient corpses was indeed unexpected. He was so strong that it was a little abnormal. Seeing the Blood Sea Emperor, who had dominated the Sky Martial continent for thousands of years, fall just like that, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Most of the time, life wasn't as strong as imagined. In this world, there were too many terrifying existences that could ignore the rules and take the life of any cultivator at will. Just like the mysterious ancient corpses in Corpse Burial Valley. Of course, Lin Feng was happy to see the death of the Blood Sea Monarch. With the death of this great demon, it was unknown how many people would be spared from being killed by him. This was truly a matter worthy of celebration. After the fall of the Blood Sea Monarch, something strange happened. All the blood mist was devoured by the ancient corpse. The blood mist was integrated with the Blood Sea Monarch's flesh and blood, soul energy, and source energy. The ancient corpse was obviously a corpse, but it was actually absorbing the blood mist. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. However, thinking that the ancient corpse was full of strange things, Lin Feng did not feel that there was much fuss about the ancient corpse absorbing the blood mist. After seeing this scene, the other 4 people revealed a horrified expression. The strength of the ancient corpse had deeply shocked them. The 4 of them quickly retreated and then used all their strength to activate the 9 demons painting. Something's not right. This is not a living person, but a corpse. Wu Manchunxing said. What? A corpse? How is this possible? Azura Evil Sovereign, Long Tianao, and Zhao Tianer were in disbelief. Wu Man said, I can't be wrong, it must be a corpse. I just don't know why this corpse can still attack us. It seems that this mountain under the lake hides some secrets. That kid must be hiding here, but we don't have the strength to explore this place. Let's go quickly, before we suffer the same fate as the Blood Sea Monarch. Wu Man did not want to stay in this place any longer. The others also nodded. However, the ancient corpse obviously did not want to let go of these intruders who had disturbed its sleep. The ancient corpse launched another attack. The 4 cultivators had no time to escape. They had no choice but to fight against the ancient corpse. The ancient corpse's attack was very simple. It raised its right hand and slashed towards the 4 cultivators. A terrifying chi formed in the surrounding space. This chi was suppressing the surrounding space. It wanted to crush the surrounding space into pieces. The 4 cultivators coughed up mouthfuls of blood. They were overwhelmed with shock. They had never seen such a terrifying existence before. The ancient corpse's attack had not even landed on them, but they were already on the verge of collapsing. What if the ancient corpse's attack landed on them? What kind of terrifying damage would it cause? He was afraid that the damage that would be caused would be unimaginable. Burn your lifespan. Activate the 9 demons painting. Azura Evil Sovereign shouted in a deep voice. They had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. Even though they had great imperial weapons, facing the ancient corpse was still very stressful. The 4 cultivators began to burn their lifespan crazily. Each of them burned 3,000 years of their lifespan. The 4 cultivators burned their lifespan to activate the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting's power was indeed unleashed by the stone square. It was a great imperial weapon. A trace of its power was enough to destroy the heavens and destroy the world. A terrifying aura spread out. It was as if an immemorial great emperor had come back to life. It made one tremble in fear. The 9 demons painting attacked the ancient corpse. The 4 cultivators sneered. It was as if they could already see the ancient corpse being killed by the 9 demons painting. However, no one had expected the ancient corpse to be so terrifying and powerful. The ancient corpse threw out a punch and collided with the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting was shaken and was sent flying by the ancient corpse. Seeing this, the 4 cultivators were almost scared to death. The ancient corpse went forward and threw another punch at the 4 cultivators. The 4 of them retreated. They dodged pathetically. Long Tianao was injured, so he was slower in dodging. He was killed on the spot. His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist that Long Tianao turned into was also devoured by the ancient corpse. Although the other 3 cultivators did not die, they were sent flying by the shockwave. They vomited blood. The ancient corpse rushed forward to kill the other 3 cultivators. However, at this moment, an illusory image appeared in the void. The magic lotus appeared in the illusory image. The magic lotus shot out a ray of demonic light into the 9 demons painting. The 9 demons painting's power increased greatly and sent the ancient corpse flying. Then, the 9 demons painting wrapped around the 3 cultivators who were severely injured. They tore through the void and disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. The ancient corpse returned to the corpse burial valley and lay there motionlessly. It turned into a corpse that sank to the bottom of the lake. After billions of years, these corpses were still indestructible. No one knew who these corpses were when they were alive. They had fallen here in the past. As they fell, how many shocking secrets were buried in these corpses? P.S. Thank you to Brother Happy for the 10,000 book coins tip. I would also like to ask for a recommendation ticket for next month. Let's leave this place, whispered Luo Yan. They left cautiously, not daring to make even the slightest sound. The ghost ship drifted away, finally leaving the mountain range. Luo Yan and Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient corpses were too terrifying, possessing strength that made one's hair stand on end and their faces turn pale. Even emperor weapons couldn't injure them. They really didn't know what level their strength was at. Lin Feng asked, "You said that it was a place where the dead slept. What did that mean? Could it be that you have some understanding of the ancient corpses' origins?" Luo Yan said, "These corpses are very mysterious. You can tell from their clothes that they're from before the Immemorial era. However, I don't know where they came from. The reason why I know how powerful these corpses are is because 300 years ago, when I had just become a ghost cultivator, I was like a wild ghost floating in the magnetic fog lake. Unintentionally, I saw the overlord of the magnetic fog lake pass by here. That overlord roared loudly, but it disturbed the ancient corpses sleeping in the valley. After that overlord was killed by an ancient corpse. After that, I learned that the ancient corpses in the corpse burial valley are hiding many secrets, and that they're not existences that should be provoked." Lin Feng asked, "Did you try to find out the secrets of the ancient corpses?" Luo Yan said, "I did indeed search around before, and I even found a stone tablet. On it was written the words, 'This is the place where the dead sleep and do not disturb.' However, the strange thing is that the ancient stone tablet disappeared without a trace." Lin Feng's heart twitched. Could it be that someone took it? Luo Yan shook his head, "I don't think that's possible. Those ancient corpses are too terrifying. Nobody can enter the corpse burial valley, let alone take what's inside. Those ancient corpses are so strange that I don't dare to continue searching for their secrets. I don't want to die here." Lin Feng nodded. If it were him, he would have done the same thing as Luo Yan and stopped searching for the ancient corpses' secrets. The ancient corpses were too terrifying. Their secrets couldn't be found by ordinary people. If one wanted to search for the ancient corpses' secrets, they had to be prepared to be killed by the ancient corpses. Lin Feng asked, "Where's the sunken ship? Take me there, and I might be able to get you a dragon bone. I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. Maybe you can do it." Luo Yan's eyes lit up. The ghost ship traveled deeper into the valley, and when they passed by a chasm, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the chasm. He then saw a pair of cold eyes staring at the ship. "Is it that giant snake?" Lin Feng was terrified. He still remembered that there used to be an ancient serpent that had lived here for tens of thousands of years. Its original form was a dark water mystical snake. However, it had lived for so long that its body had already broken through the limit of the dark water mystical snake. It was getting bigger and bigger. Luo Yan replied, "Don't worry about this big guy. I'm very familiar with him." The ghost ship continued to travel above the chasm, and the snake did not attack the ship. Luo Yan said, "The snake is protecting something in the chasm. That's its mission. It has an unimaginably long lifespan, and its life is to protect something in the chasm. It will never be able to leave this place." Lin Feng asked, "Isn't that the same as those cursed creatures?" He thought of the fire crow. Luo Yan replied, "Perhaps you can understand it that way. This world is filled with unknown secrets, and many of them are shocking enough. They're not something we can explore." Lin Feng asked curiously, "Since you're on good terms with the snake, have you ever asked it what it's protecting?" Luo Yan replied, "I did, but the snake didn't tell me." The ghost ship continued to travel deeper into the chasm. Suddenly, a gigantic whirlpool appeared in front of him. It was a whirlpool at the bottom of the lake, and it covered an area of about 20 kilometers. Anything swallowed by the whirlpool would be instantly torn apart. When I was swallowed by the whirlpool, the ship's hull was destroyed, and my soul was shattered. I thought that I would definitely die, but I was lucky enough to survive. I even discovered the secret of the sunken ship. Sit tight, I'm going to enter the whirlpool. Luo Yan explained. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. The ghost ship entered the whirlpool, and a terrifying force instantly surged out, wanting to destroy the ship. However, Luo Yan's methods were astonishing, and he controlled the ghost ship to travel in a special trajectory. The ship's trajectory just so happened to neutralize the pressure exerted by the whirlpool. Finally, the ghost ship entered the depths of the whirlpool. In the depths of the whirlpool, the flow of water calmed down. Luo Yan let out a long breath and said, "This whirlpool contains the power of space-time reversal. You can't enter with brute force. If you do, not only will you not be able to enter, but you might also be instantly killed by the space-time reversal. Space-time reversal is a terrifying power that can kill gods." Lin Feng said, "You have some tricks up your sleeves. You actually found a way to enter the whirlpool." Luo Yan couldn't help but say proudly, "Of course, don't you know who I am? I'm the greatest ghost Azura, Luo Yan." Luo Yan couldn't stand the praise of others. Once he was praised, he would immediately become complacent. The ghost ship sailed into the depths. A cold and gloomy aura spread out. Lin Feng couldn't help but look down. He saw a huge sunken ship. The sunken ship was about 40 to 50 meters long, and it had sunk into the sand. The ghost ship landed outside the sunken ship, and Lin Feng disembarked. Luo Yan also walked out. Luo Yan was wearing a black robe, revealing only a pair of pale green eyes. He was a ghost cultivator, and now that he only had a soul and no body, the ghost ship was equivalent to his body. "What do you think of this ancient ship?" Luo Yan looked at Lin Feng. "It's been too long. It should be an ancient ship built before the primordial era." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said. "Why do you think so?" Luo Yan asked. "Look at the materials near the dragon bone. Are they different from the other materials?" Lin Feng said. "They are indeed different." Luo Yan nodded. "If I'm not wrong, that should be the epic divine wood." Lin Feng said. "Epic divine wood? What's that?" Luo Yan was puzzled. Lin Feng said, "I've read about epic divine wood in an ancient book. Epic divine wood is the oldest type of divine wood, and it's extremely sturdy. It's the best material for building ships. Many famous ships, such as the gods' battleships, the ships of death, and so on, are made of epic divine wood. I think that the reason why those ships weren't completely made of epic divine wood is because epic divine wood has been extinct since the primordial era. Therefore, it's impossible to find enough epic divine wood to make a ship's hull. It's already very difficult to make a ship's hull out of epic divine wood, and a ship that can make a hull out of epic divine wood must have an incredible origin." "I see." Luo Yan nodded. Luo Yan nodded and asked, "Is there a way to get on this ship?" The ancient ship still contained terrifying restrictive spells. Those restrictive spells distorted the space around the ship. It was terrifying. If one wasn't careful, they could die. That was why Luo Yan hadn't dared go on the ship for so many years. If someone who wasn't familiar with the restrictive spells rashly boarded the ship, they would definitely die. End of chapter 1327. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.